Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Strongest Sentient Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Cheers and cries of joy boomed from the speakers as the video clip replayed itself, the screen showing dozens of people gathered around the ruined remains of what used to be a highway. Amidst the rubble, a figure emerged from the destruction, carrying injured and unconscious civilians to safety. Battered and bloody they appeared, but they were alive, saved from the jaws of death by the timely intervention of the man, no, the hero. Again, the woman smiled down at her child, rubbing his head affectionately. Izuku, I think you're responsible for tens of thousands of this video's views. It's a little too scary for mommy to watch. 4-year-old Midoriya Izuku watched the screen with wide eyes filled with admiration. Clutching the All Might action figure he treasured tightly to his small chest, the respect he felt for the hero was almost on the level of worship. His room decorated with countless pieces of All Might memorabilia. Are you seeing this? A bystander in the video yelled in the foreground, tears of joy running down his face. He's already saved 100 people, and it's only been 10 minutes so far. And he's laughing. True enough, the hero's mighty laugh echoed proudly. A victorious sound that rang through the air like a bell, announcing that everything was going to be all right. Fear not. Why, you ask? Because I am here, All Might declared, standing tall and confident. A symbol of modern heroism. A symbol of peace. Izuku, Izuku exclaimed, his voice full of wonder. When I get my quirk, I want to be just like him. I'm afraid there's no hope for him. The medical professional replied in a curt but calm voice, the finality of his statement seeming to hammer that fact deeper into everyone in the room. The action figure of the #1 hero All Might clattered to the ground as the boy's fingers loosened in shock. The doctor's office in the hospital was cold and lifeless like the poor boy's eyes as the bespectacled man reported his finding. It felt as though all life had drained out of Midoriya Izuku as he sat frozen, unable to believe his ears even as his brain started to process the words. They had run tests, dozens of them, with strange devices he'd never even seen or heard of before. The nurses probed and prodded at him, took blood samples, x-rays, even put him in a weird whirring machine that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, they had found nothing. Absolutely nothing. No, there must be some mistake. Izuku's mother cried out from beside him, her tone desperate. Most of the other kindergartners' quirks have already manifested. But he's the only one. Pardon my asking, ma'am, but you're 4th generation? Yes. May I ask about your quirk? Yes, of course, she replied hesitantly, a wave of her hand showcasing her telekinesis as the action figure floated off the floor and into her lap. I pull small objects towards me, and my husband can breathe fire. She glanced worriedly at her son, only to find him still stunned in silence, his eyes staring forward at empty air. A wave of mounting dread hit her as she feared for her son's happiness. The boy always dreamed of becoming a hero when he was older, but now. The doctor cleared his throat, catching her attention as he produced a pointer from his pocket. With it he gestured to the X-ray mounted on the awl, tapping on the diagram. By the age of 4, a child should manifest either one of his parents' quirks or a composite of the two. It is also possible for quirks from a previous generation to show up or even mix with the ones from a different generation, he explained, nodding his head. However, early quirk research discovered one important finding. The doctor pocketed his pointer, now using his finger to tap on a specific part of the X-ray diagram. It has to do with the presence or absence of the extra joint in the pinky toe. Humans have no need for this, you see. Those without this joint represent the next stage of evolution. Midoriya and Ko squinted at the image and looked over it carefully, before turning back to the doctor in confusion. But that's Izuku's X-ray, isn't it? I don't see any extra joint. Well, after running some tests we have come to a conclusion about your son's condition. The doctor looked pensive as he considered his next words. Your son is what we in the medical field would call an abnormality. What? The woman cried out, looking horrified. My mistake, I meant no offense. He coughed and backpedaled slightly, raising his hands in a placating manner. It is simply a term we use to classify a certain type of individual who is unable to use their quirk for one reason or another. I don't understand, she whispered, the urge to hug her boy rising with each passing minute. Her poor Izuku still sat there unmoving, his mouth ajar. Is there something wrong with my boy? No, nothing that would endanger his life, the doctor answered. It's becoming quite rare nowadays, but cases like these happen once in a while. What do you mean? You see, ma'am, what young Izuku here has is what we would call an abnormal quirk, he theorized, holding up a palm to stop her from interrupting. It's not that he doesn't have a quirk, it's just that he probably has one that is too hard to even detect or understand. I still don't. There are 2 possibilities, the man continued, showing 2 fingers for emphasis. The first is that his quirk is so insignificant that one could hardly notice it in everyday life. Take for example a person whose quirk emits tiny amounts of heat, or a quirk that causes nearby metals to vibrate imperceptibly. Nobody would even know unless they ran extensive tests. They would still have to understand what the quirk was even doing in the first place. The most well-known of these cases is the Akihabara incident 6 years ago. A man previously thought to be quirkless was discovered to have a quirk that produces an uncontrollable, minuscule electromagnetic pulse every 15 minutes that interfered slightly with any electronics in a 1-meter radius. He didn't even know what he was doing until he noticed all the television screens he walked past produced a tiny bit of static. Now, we've tested young Izuku here with every instrument we could have thought of. Geiger counters, EMP sensors, cyclotrons, you name it, we've done it. Nothing. Izuku's mother nodded slowly, listening intently while the words seemed to flow right past her son's ears. The second possibility is that the boy has a quirk that can only activate under very specific conditions. This is most likely what is happening here. Some notable real-life examples include the quirk to create water only when there are exactly 20 people are in physical contact with you, or quirk to control air only when everyone around you is feeling the same emotion. That last one happened at an 80-year-old's birthday party. An old lady had inadvertently used it to blow out her candles. It was likely nobody would have ever found out if she and her family hadn't been so happy that day. I have never heard of quirks like these. Inko stammered, still in shock at the revelation. Of course you haven't, that's why they're extremely rare. The doctor shook his head sadly upon glancing at the boy, who hadn't said a word throughout his whole explanation. The latest case was 3 years ago. An elderly man in Korea who thought he was quirkless all his life discovered he could control a hurricane's path, but only when he was in the eye of the storm. He promptly got onto a boat he'd found and sailed out to sea, dragging the hurricane along with him and saving hundreds of lives. So, my boy can still be a hero, she breathed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The man hummed, thinking of what to say before shaking his head slowly. There's no real way to say this. Even after 4 generations of research into quirks, there are still so many things we don't know about superhumans. It's perplexing, really. He took a moment to catch his breath. Unfortunately, it's highly unlikely that your son will ever be able to use his quirk, let alone become a hero. Inko gasped, a hand over her mouth. She took a quick glance at her son, only to find him still frozen with the same empty expression. Her heart sank as the doctor began to explain further. It takes a long time for abnormal quirks like these to be understood, even by their own user. Abnormals have lived and died without even knowing what their quirks do or if they even have any at all. The doctor sighed, clasping his hands together. By the time he discovers the specific factors needed to activate his quirk, he could be older than you are now. Said quirk might not even have very noticeable effect. The mustached man paused, taking off his thick-rimmed glasses as he glanced between the two of them, a hint of pity in his eyes. I'm sorry. The pair finally arrived home after a long walk home in the pouring rain. Having not exchanged even a single sentence on the way back, Izuku shuffled lifelessly towards his room, looking like the most miserable 4-year-old in the world. His mother reached out gently with a hand but stopped, unable to come up with anything to console him with as she followed him into the dark little room that housed the computer. Posters of All Might plastered the walls with his trademark grin, heavily contrasting the mood of everyone in the room. Without a word, the boy trudged towards the computer and turned it back on from its sleep mode. Empty eyes focused on the video, he unpaused with a soft click of the mouse. The screen lit up with color as the magnificent visage of All Might appeared once again. Half a dozen people on his massive back as he carried them off to safety. Fear not. Why, you ask? Because I am here. All Might grinned triumphantly at the camera, the sounds of people cheering in the background blasting out the speakers. Once again, the day is saved thanks to the symbol of peace. Mom, Izuku began, mouth still ajar with shock. His mother sniffled, worry for her child almost overwhelming her there and then. No matter what kind of trouble you're in, he'll save you with a smile. He turned around to face her, fat tears rolling down his cheeks as he began to cry. A super cool hero like that. A trembling hand pointed at the screen as his voice began to shake. Can I be a hero too? The dam broke as she rushed forward, crashing into him with a tight hug. She too began to cry as she wrapped her arms around his tiny body, embracing him while tears flowed freely from her eyes. I'm sorry, Izuku, she wailed, feeling her child tremble with sadness. She felt her heart shatter into pieces, holding him close to her bosom as they both cried into each other. I'm so sorry. Mommy's so sorry. Unbeknownst to the two of them, that very moment was exactly when Izuku's abnormal quirk began to activate. The criteria needed for its use demanded the user feel exceptionally powerful emotions in a short span of time, emotions that encompassed the user entirely. At that moment, all poor Izuku could feel was a mix of despair and desire. Despair that he'd possibly never be able to achieve his dream of becoming a hero, and despair that he'd made his dear mother cry. At the same time, the desire to be a hero filled his mind. A bottomless hunger that seemed to consume his entire being filled his heart. The child knew it was selfish, but couldn't stop. He wanted to be a hero. With the criteria fulfilled, the quirk began to create. Glowing motes of light manifested, starting to gather as they formed a sphere on the roof of the apartment building, shrouded by the heavy rain. The egg slowly but surely got larger as it fed off Izuku's despair to grow, unknowingly comforting its master. As it grew, the light it emitted grew dimmer and dimmer until a long, writhing tentacle emerged, the tip splitting off into 5 points to form fingers, then a hand. The arm reached out towards the horizon as a bolt of lightning speared through the sky, illuminating the growing being. The limbs seemed to recoil in fear, fingers brushing against the concrete roof. Wherever the digits touched, they left deep gouges, almost like the solid concrete had been made of soft butter. It reached out slowly, testing the environment and inching forward hesitantly. The sphere began to change as it elongated, more tentacles sprouting from its torso and eventually forming into human-like limbs. The being now had the rough shape of human adult, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Glowing fingers flexed experimentally, forming a fist and then opening it to feel the raindrops slide off its smooth palm. It looked skywards, establishing a mental link between itself and its master. The entity jolted as the link connected, a rush of emotions flooding its mind. Desire and despair twisted and flowed like oil and water through the connection. Slowly it began to consume the despair for fuel, while examining the desire with a childish curiosity. The desire to be a hero, it realized. A desire so strong that it overwhelmed the newborn being, bringing it to its knees. A super cool hero like that. Can I be a hero too? The words echoed in its mind as it stood, trembling slightly. Be a hero. But what was a hero? It probed through the master's mind for more knowledge, only to be blasted with a literal torrent of information as colors and shapes began to appear, memories being copied and transferred like data in a computer. Men and women in magnificent costumes saving innocents, rescuing them from danger, fighting against the forces of evil, icons of hope and justice in times of darkness. Row. It strengthened the link, trawling through the master's mind for memories associated with the word. There, it found a single, resounding memory, stronger than all the others it had previously come across. Because I am here, the victorious image of All Might appeared. And along with it came a rush of emotions from the master's mind. Hope, admiration, respect, might, hero. The simulacrum mouthed the words, finding itself unable to speak. A minor setback, looking down at itself and finding its current form unsatisfactory. The being began to shift, slimming down as the outline of its body started to curve. A female form, it decided. The master's memories showed that other humans were more receptive to a female hero. They certainly cheered much louder. Nodding to itself, it began to think of a more specific look, ultimately deciding to base itself off its master's. No, her brother's DNA. Ther. Hero. Waist-length snow-white hair blossomed from her head as a beautiful face formed on what used to be a featureless canvas. A modest chest and womanly hips rounded out the body as she flexed and stretched, experimenting with interest. The end result was nothing more than stunning as the being stood upright, looking more like a supermodel than a superhero. Then again, from her brother's memories, most superheroines tended to look that way. Looking down, she found her entire body naked but featureless like a mannequin except for her navel, an absence of genitalia. Where a woman's sacred parts were supposed to be, there was only smooth, milky white skin. There weren't even any nubs on her chest, unlike the memories that brother remembered. Strangely, he associated a woman's parts with a strong sense of embarrassment, prompting her to leave the body featureless from the neck down. If only I-chan could see her now, she thought. Yes, that was what the memories told her, that all little sisters should address their big brothers with that specific term. Oni-chan. She took the form of a girl in her late teens or early 20s, her features strikingly similar to himself and his mother. She could probably even pass for an older sister if not for her pale alabaster skin. Turning to face the city, the being once again reviewed her memories. Hero. If that was what Oni-chan wanted, then it was her life's purpose to fulfill it. A pair of cold, staring eyes opened, a soft green glow emanating from them as she scanned the horizon. She bent her knees and leaped, soaring through the air effortlessly like a bird of prey. On that very night, 4-year-old Midoriya Izuku had just unknowingly created the #1 vigilante. It had been 9 months since the doctor's visit. The Midoriya family decided it would be better for their son to be called Quirkless instead of an abnormality after researching into past cases of abnormals, finding stories of people shunned by society and feared for their unknown power thanks to an infamous group of villainous abnormals 5 years ago. Though it broke her heart, Izuku's mother decided to go along with the plan, listing her son as Quirkless instead of branding him with such a horrible title. That's mean, Kaken. See, can't you see he's crying? The tiny boy shielded the other child with his own body, arms outstretched. Before him the 3 bullies advanced, their faces curling with cruel grins. If you keep going, I'll never forgive you. Izuku yelled, still shaking with fear. Bakugo Katsuki and his 2 lackeys stood stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, pointing and mocking. That bully had once been his friend, his best friend, even. How did things go so wrong? Even though you're quirkless. Bakugo slammed a fist into his palm, a tiny explosion bursting from the impact. You're pretending to be a hero, Deku. Izuku felt his knees wobble like jelly until the fear he was feeling simply melted away, replaced by a sudden, rising bravado. He grimaced and brought up his fists, intent on defending the crying boy behind him. At least I'm not the one acting like a villain. The 3 bullies grunted in anger, one growing wings while the other's fingers began to lengthen. Bakugo just snarled as he opened both his palms and began causing more explosions, popping noises filling the air. The 3 charged, yelling out war cries in their childish voices. Izuku charged right into them with a battle cry of his own. 50 kilometers away, a pure white vigilante raised the newly defeated villain high in the air to cheers of a grateful crowd. Hero, I will be a hero for you, Oni-chan. I'm home. Welcome home, sweetie. I'm Midoriya Izuku stopped, worry on her features as she rushed towards her son. Izuku, what happened? You're all covered in scratches and such, she fussed, checking on his injuries. Hold on, I'll get the first aid kit. Mom, I'm fine. Izuku groaned, gently pushing past her to settle on the couch. I just had a little fight with Kaken. That's all. Oh dear, I told you that boy was bad news. She continued to look for the first aid kit, objects flying around her in an orbit as she searched with her telekinesis. I don't want you hanging out with him anymore if possible. He's a bad influence. The boy nodded tiredly as he flicked on the television, just in time for his favorite show, Hero News Network. And word on the street is, crime has fallen drastically due to this new vigilante. She's practically unstoppable, roaming all across the country and stopping crime wherever she goes, a newscaster was saying, gesturing excitedly at the camera. Now hang on, why does the public still call her a vigilante? She has proved to be more than worthy of being called a hero in our fine country. The woman beside him piped up, an amused expression on her face. Well, Kamiki-san, an individual needs a hero license to operate legally as a hero. A third newscaster explained, clearing his throat. While the little lady does go around saving people and beating up bad guys, she does it all without a license. It's illegal. Yeah, but it doesn't seem to bother her. The first man babbled, still overcome with excitement. I mean, she always has the same cold expression on her face. In control, totally cool under pressure, even in combat. Izuku sat up a little straighter, now paying more attention to the television. Even without a name, he knew who the 3 newscasters were talking about. 9 months ago, a certain vigilante had started making waves in the hero community. White as snow and cold as ice. That was the description that eyewitnesses gave as their voices shook with equal parts shock and awe. It started out slow. A few thieves beat up and dumped in front of the police station, people rescued from a house fire downtown. Then things started to snowball. Drug dealers kidnapped and thrown in front of police stations. Earthquake survivors rescued from tons of rubble. The vigilante had received many names by the public. Solitude, Jocasta, Guardian Angel, Shakedown, White Queen, Empress, Thundercracker. But the one name that stood out the most was Valkyrie. It seemed only fitting to name the emotionless superheroine after mythical female figures who choose those who may die in battle and those who may live. In this case, it was who was to be arrested and who was to be rescued. Unsurprisingly, Valkyrie had never objected to her new name. She hadn't spoken a single word to anyone since her first appearance. Now, it's speculated that Valkyrie is mute. The old newscaster was saying, signaling to the younger man who in turn tapped at a button to reveal an image of the vigilante. There she is, the unstoppable Valkyrie. She's never uttered a single word, so it's either she can't speak or she won't. I'm personally leaning towards the former. He pointed at the static image displaying Valkyrie in her full glory, a featureless body paired with a gorgeous but expressionless face. A little risque, isn't she? The female newscaster highlighted, blushing slightly. I mean, she looks naked. That's the key word, looks, if you look closely. Her body is completely devoid of any parts. I like to compare her look to the 18-plus hero. Midnight. They both share a similar fanbase. It's almost as if she's wearing a full-body swimsuit that melds seamlessly with her skin. I think that is her skin. The older man coughed. Are you suggesting she's a mutant type? Could be with that quirk of hers. Also, take a look at those eyes. The image zoomed into Valkyrie's eyes, her pupils milky white and seemingly unseeing. An eerie green glow broadcast from her empty gaze. Her clouded eyes suggest blindness, but eyewitness accounts clearly state she turns her head to look at objects. And her quirk. The lady reporter coughed, interrupting her 2 colleagues. That's my part to explain, Koyomi-san. Now, about Valkyrie's quirk. The first thing people notice about her is the super strength, seen time and time again in her battles against villains. Her strength allows her to take down the baddies with sheer brute force. An image of Valkyrie holding up 2 captured villains by the collars of their shirts appeared on screen. The same deadpan expression still on her face. She's strong, but nowhere as strong as the #1 hero All Might. At least, that's what witnesses have observed. The more prominent power she displays is her apparent invulnerability. Hang on, are you saying she has 2 quirks? Of course not. It's more likely that she has super strength because of her invulnerability. Here, take a look. A short video clip began to play with Valkyrie standing motionless in the street while a huge mechanical suit charged at her, slamming its massive metal fist right into her face. The vigilante didn't budge an inch as the fist impacted, while the villain within recoiled in pain, clutching his broken hand as pieces of his exosuit arm crumbled away. Destroyed. Valkyrie shoved the villain roughly to the ground, mounting the exosuit as she straightened her fingers, plunging her entire hand into his chest armor like a hot knife through butter. Then, she began to peel the outer layers of his armor open, the villain within screaming in terror. The most interesting theory out there is that it's not really super strength. The main theory is that she has some sort of tactile telekinesis surrounding her entire body. It's suspected to be the cause of her invulnerability. The so-called super strength is an extension of the same ability. From what we know, she's completely unaffected by physical forces or any sort of quirk. A hero even tried teleporting her to safety away from a villain's energy blast only for nothing to happen. She just weathered the blow without even batting an eye. If that theory is true, she's simultaneously the unstoppable force and the immovable object. The older man breathed in disbelief. Goodness, if she were an actual hero, she'd easily be in the top 50. Exactly. Now aren't you glad she's on the side of justice? She's so popular she even has her own fan club even if she doesn't acknowledge them. She doesn't acknowledge anything, really. The woman turned to the camera, smiling. For all you viewers at home, stay tuned to Hero News Network. We'll be right back after the break. Up next, a special report on the #1 hero, All Might. Izuku leaned back, humming in thought even as his mother returned with some bandages. Valkyrie, he wondered how she managed to evade capture for so long. According to rumors on the internet, numerous heroes have tried to take her down in an effort to stop her rampant vigilantism, only to find her literally unstoppable as she completely ignored them. Valkyrie only moved to stop villains or rescue innocents from danger. A group of criminals tried pretending to be victims in order to ambush the heroine, only for her to immediately detect the trap and beat them all to a pulp before dumping them off at the nearest police officer she could find. Needless to say, the poor officer was terrified when the vigilante tapped him on the shoulder and unceremoniously dropped a pile of unconscious bodies before him. Her lack of speech and emotion, it didn't make sense. It was almost as if she was a robot instead of an actual human being, following a strict set of orders. Some people have even tried to follow her to find out where she lived or rested, only to report that she never seemed to have a fixed schedule. After following her for a certain period of time, she always seemed to disappear into thin air, gone without a trace as soon as she left their line of sight. Sure, no one had seen it happen, but many suspected she had some sort of teleportation ability as well. What are you watching, Izuku? Inko asked, carefully applying some medicine to the bigger scratches as she nursed his wounds. A report on this new vigilante, Mom. The boy suddenly paused, looking at his mother, then back to the static image of Valkyrie tearing apart the exosuit on the screen. Actually, she kind of looks like you. Now that his mother was directly in front of him, he could make an easy comparison. It was easy to see why he would make the connection. Both women were around the same height and had similar svelte builds. The only difference was the hairstyle and face. Valkyrie's face. She looked somehow familiar, but he couldn't place it. No, Mommy's not that pretty or young looking. Our faces are different, see? She huffed, glancing at the screen. In fact, she looks like what you would look like if you were a girl. Izuku stopped, his head swiveling away from the screen to slowly face his mother as a strange suspicion began to form. Mom, yes, sweetie, did you have a kid before me? A girl? He asked shakily, a trembling finger pointing at the screen. Do I have a secret sister? Why, of course not. The woman sputtered, nearly spilling the medicine all over the couch. Don't be ridiculous. Then do you have a super secret quirk that allows you to be in 2 places at once? If I had such an amazing quirk, I would have left a copy of me to work while I took care of you. She deadpanned, cotton swab in her hand. Now hold still, I need to disinfect the wound. Later that night he dreamed of sailing through the air, the night sky shining with stars as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop with his powerful, snow-white legs. Looking back, he could see other heroes trailing behind him, in hot pursuit of something. Must be a big villain to warrant such a huge response from the heroes, he thought. If he'd just looked a little closer, he would have realized the pursuers were chasing him, or rather, the being whom he shared a mental link with. The connection between construct and creator broke off as Izuku drifted off into deep sleep, Valkyrie dashing across the rooftops as she reviewed his memories. So Oni-chan stood up for himself today. He was making progress, getting more heroic as the days passed. Not that he needed her help to begin with, but it certainly accelerated the process. The crack of a heavy switch cut through the night sky as a helicopter overhead turned on its floodlights, illuminating the area around her. "Give it up, Valkyrie. Your vigilante days are over. We have you surrounded." What to do, what to do? Due to her orders, she couldn't hurt these people. They were a mix of law enforcement and local heroes. This wasn't the city that Oni-chan lived in, so she was unfamiliar with the environment and the quirks of the local heroes. Fighting them would be a waste of valuable time and energy. Time and energy she could spend looking for other villains or people in need of rescuing. Come quietly or there will be trouble. Annoyed, the girl picked up a nearby brick and snapped it in two, flinging both pieces consecutively at the helicopter with pinpoint accuracy. The first piece shattered the spotlight into 1,000 pieces, while the second smashed into the underhanging megaphone attached to the helicopter's nose. The heroes fired, doing exactly what she wanted them to as multiple blasts of different energies converged on her. The moment the blasts hit her, it produced a blinding glare and explosion, the smokescreen allowing her to cut a hole through the roof she was standing on and dropping into the shopping mall below. As she fell, her form began to change, camouflaging to fit a new disguise, a female law enforcement officer. The police rushed into the building, looking around in vain and never suspecting the vigilante was hidden among their ranks. If anyone had just taken a closer look or paid a little more attention, they would have realized that a certain lady officer looked much too young to be on the force as she stalked off into the night to find new target, her face cold and expressionless. "He can't say anything. He's so lame, even as a third year." Bakugo smirked, looking back at the shaking boy. "He still can't face reality." Midoriya Izuku, 14 and seemingly quirkless, said nothing. This was how the world worked. The weak couldn't stand up to the strong. Even after all these years, he was still being bullied by his former friend. "You want to be a hero so bad. I've got a time-saving idea for you." The blonde laughed, a hollow sound that rang in his ears. "If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof." Izuku whirled, anger and despair evident on his face as he prepared to cry out. Miniature explosions crackled on the bully's open palm as he displayed his quirk, a dark look on his face. "What?" he challenged, the explosions growing bigger with each passing second. Izuku was left standing there in the empty classroom as his once best friend left with his cronies, their brutish laughter echoing through the hallway. As fast as his anger started, it faded away just as quickly, leaving the poor boy alone and dejected. He slowly shuffled down the stairs, making his way to the back of the school to retrieve his fallen notebook. It had been scorched and thrown out the window by Bakugo in a fit of smug superiority, landing in a tub of water where it now floated, nibbled at by carp swimming just under the surface. Depression coursed through him as he fished it out of the water, grimacing as scraps of paper sloughed off wetly. Weeks or even months of work damaged thanks to Bakugo. "Idiot," he thought. "If I'd really jumped, you'd be charged with bullying me into suicide. Think before you speak." Again, his depression and newfound anger seemed to flow away like water down a drain, as if someone had pulled the bath plug. He'd hardly paid attention to it and thought of the phenomenon as some sort of subconscious coping mechanism that he'd developed as a child. Ever since he was told to be an abnormality, strong or overwhelming negative emotions would simply disappear as if they were never there in the first place. At first he thought that this was quirk, the quirk to cancel out negative emotions, but quickly found out that he could still experience said emotions. Granted, he could still feel sad or angry, but never too much or for too long. He sighed, slowly shuffling out of the school and onto the way home. On the other hand, positive emotions such as happiness or excitement seemed to last a little longer, probably due to the same weird subconscious mechanism. Izuku considered the idea that he was going insane before quickly dismissing the thought, shuddering. Then again, he'd sometimes have these weird dreams where he was sailing through the air, feeling free and powerful, like a hero. Sighing to himself, the boy trudged along the empty road, entering a small tunnel as part of the journey home. In the end, they were just dreams. He'd probably never even figure out what his quirk did until he was old and senile or by accident. That was how it was for most of normal quirks. The memory of his mother sobbing and apologizing as she hugged him flashed through his mind. Izuku shook his head, clearing his thoughts. "No, Mom. Back then, what I wanted you to say was..." He reached the exit of the tunnel, sunlight hitting his eyes as he raised his head. "That was when I decided," he thought. "I decided not to care what anyone says, to keep my chin up and keep moving forward." Ha ha ha. His grandiose mental monologue was rudely interrupted by a sudden wet noise behind him, a slithering and gurgling that broke him out of his practiced and patented all-might laugh that he'd just started. Turning to look back, he soon wished he hadn't. The creature writhed and flowed like mud, its features oily and slick. Two glowing yellow eyes locked onto him, blinking lazily as they examined the weak, helpless boy before them. A formless body squeezed out from a manhole cover on the ground, dark green tendrils creeping from within the sewers whilst it hoisted itself up. a medium-sized invisibility cloak. The living slime rasped, its face flowing like melted wax as it advanced. A villain, Izuku turned and ran, seeing no chance to fight against this new threat. There wasn't even time for a fight or flight instinct to register as he bolted, running as fast as his legs would allow. Too little, too late. The slime pounced, a literal wave of ooze wrapping and engulfing him in the horrible substance. His hero notebook was thrown to the ground as he fell, landing a few feet away. Pure, unadulterated fear coursed through his being as he realized what was about to happen. "Don't worry, I'm just going to take over your body," the villain hissed, slime already starting to enter Izuku's mouth and silencing him. "Calm down, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon." Valkyrie stood ramrod straight from her vantage point on the corporate office building, eyes staring ever forward while she surveyed the nearby landscape. Her svelte form still remained mostly the same after all these years, having not aged a day. She did grow a little taller, but not by much. So far it had been a good day. No negativity that she could detect in the area. For the past 10 years she'd been moving from area to area, detecting negative emotions to stop incoming crimes and rescue civilians in danger. 10 years she had followed the orders given to her by her Oni-chan. Be a hero. Still, Oni-chan hadn't even called her back, not even once in the past decade, despite her doing her best to be a hero. Had she been doing something wrong? She puzzled, feeling confused and hurt. He didn't even let her share a visual link with him to show off her handiwork. She was only able to establish echoes of a connection while he was sleeping. She had so much to show him, but her orders demanded she continued her mission instead of approaching him. There were many lives to be saved and crimes to be stopped, after all. Did he hate her? The sudden, abrupt thought caused her to shudder slightly, a pang of heartbreak echoing within before she quickly swept it away. She was sure that she saved more than enough people to qualify as being heroic. Yet Oni-chan won't even look her way. She even ignored the angry heroes who tried to attack her for unknown reasons over the decade. She didn't understand. Weren't heroes supposed to defeat villains and help the innocent? That's all she'd been doing. Why did some still attack her on sight? It's not like she was harming anyone. Well, not permanently, anyway. She fed off her brother's negativity through the mental link. Powerful emotions that she felt were unhealthy and detrimental for him were an energy source for her. It was a symbiotic relationship, beneficial for the both of them. She got her food and he never got to feel too negative. Of course, she'd still let him feel a bit of negativity. She'd learned that emotions were what made a person, well, a person. She tried consuming positive emotions once, but it was much too sweet and fluffy for her taste. Plus, it made people sad when she ate up their positive emotions, so that wasn't very heroic. Valkyrie thought back on the angry fireman that had tried to burn her to a crisp so many times in the past few years. How enraged he'd been, and how bitter his anger tasted. Yuck. She'd usually stick to her brother's emotions instead of leeching off random people, but sometimes she got hungry. Once, she got really hungry and started to feed on the fear of villains. She thought she'd quickly learned that it wasn't very wise to do that, as they just got less scared of her and started fighting back even harder. The vigilante prepared to move, flexing her fingers and taking a final look at the city before she departed to patrol a new area. This was her birthplace, the city where Oni-chan created her. Valkyrie liked coming back to this particular city, as strange as it may seem. It calmed her down, let her relax. She crouched and bent her legs, preparing to jump when a sudden spike of fear coursed through her body, causing her to stop. Fear that transferred over her mental link instead of her empathy sense. Oni-chan was in danger. Valkyrie spun around to face the source of the fear, propelling herself dozens of meters with a single leap. She wasn't the fastest hero out there, but she could still cover a good distance under pressure. She was lucky she happened to be nearby while he was in danger. Her dear brother had felt fear before, but nothing like this all-encompassing wave of dread. She instantly recognized the type of fear from victims she'd rescued. It was the fear of death. She strode across rooftops, ignoring new negative readings that appeared on her emotional radar. Objective 1, protect Oni-chan. Objective 2, be a hero. It was clear which one Valkyrie chose. She sped across the rooftops towards her destination, the safety of her creator her current goal. Everything else was put on the back burner. It sure as hell didn't feel better at all. Izuku struggled and panicked, twisting and kicking to no avail. The slime was in his mouth, choking him and stopping his breathing. He couldn't think, he couldn't breathe. Attempts to wrench the foreign substance out of his mouth failed as his fingers sank easily into the gunk, raking right through it like water. You can't grab me. I'm fluid. The living slime leaned in close, eye to eye with its victim as it gave off a malicious smirk. The boy started to flail his legs around, kicking in vain as muffled screaming echoed in the dimly lit tunnel. Thanks for your help, you're my hero. It crooned, now lifting him off the ground. I'd never thought he'd show up in this town. I'm dying. Am I dying? Izuku thought, getting weaker and weaker as his air supply ran out. I'm dying. Somebody. The fallen notebook fluttered open, the page with his sketch of All Might flapping away. Tears began to run down the boy's cheeks. Was this how he was going to die? Killed by a villain in broad daylight? No. Playing. The manhole cover behind them blasted from the road, bouncing off the ceiling and rolling away. Out of the ground a large, muscular arm reached out, the figure hoisting himself up onto the street effortlessly. It's all right now, young man. The villain turned to face the new threat in surprise. Izuku still gripped within his slippery folds. The magnificent visage of All Might stood before the two, a grocery bag in one hand, clenched fist in the other. Instead of his usual colorful costume, he was dressed in a white t-shirt and green pants, clearly out on a casual walk. I am here, the villain snarled, a tendril of slime whipping forward and crashing into where the hero stood just moments ago. All Might easily dodged the blow, closing half the distance in a single step as he cocked his powerful fist back. Texas. A white blur raced into the tunnel opposite All Might, two delicate hands reaching out as they speared into the villain's body from behind, grasping Izuku's shirt tightly. The sludge barely had enough time to scream as Valkyrie tore the semi-conscious boy out from within his slimy prison, shielding him from the incoming blow with her own body. Smash! A pressurized blast of air rushed forward and impacted the slime villain, his body starting to break apart under the sheer force of the blast. Wind pressure. The slime could take no more as it simply splattered everywhere, on the ceiling, on the walls, and all over Valkyrie. She tanked the pressure wave easily. Her arms wrapped protectively around the boy even as he drifted off into unconsciousness. All Might, and someone else. Izuku felt a strange comfort as the unknown girl embraced him. It felt somewhat familiar. Oops, All Might said sheepishly, finally noticing the vigilante. Didn't notice you there. Valkyrie wordlessly stood up with her trademark deadpan expression still present on her face, the pieces of slime that stuck to the walls and ceiling stubbornly starting to slick off her like water off a duck's back. He was about to apologize since she didn't look very amused, but then remembered that's how she looked by default. Valkyrie glanced towards the hero, recognizing him as the big cheerful man, All Might, before turning back to her brother. The number one hero scratched his head gently, unable to think of something to say. It wasn't the first time he'd encountered the strange girl. He'd tried to convince her to register for a hero license multiple times in the past, only for her to ignore him like he was a roadside plant. One time he'd even tried stopping her by putting his hands on her shoulders and she'd simply continued walking, dragging him behind her along the road with little effort. The girl really was something, that's for sure. All Might coughed awkwardly, pulling out an empty soda bottle from within one of his pockets. Would you like to help me clean up this villain, Miss Valkyrie? The girl didn't even bother to look at him as she opted to sit down with her legs tucked in, placing the unconscious boy's head gently onto her lap. A lap pillow, he realized after a few moments. That was odd, to say in the least. Valkyrie never did that for anyone she'd rescued before. If he didn't know any better, he'd say she was worried for him. Okay, I guess I'll have to do this myself then. After painstakingly collecting the pieces of the defeated villain by himself, All Might turned back to the pair, still in the same position he'd left them in. Strolling over, he started to lightly tap on the boy's face. A few taps and Valkyrie had gently pushed his hand away. When he tried again, she smacked his hand, seemingly annoyed though her expression remained even as ever. Look, I'm just trying to wake him up to see if he's all right. All Might explained, unsure of how to react. If you don't mind, can you wake him up? Wordlessly, the girl nodded and craned her neck down slightly, grasping his head with both hands and pressing her forehead against the boy's with closed eyes, as if she was sensing something. A few seconds passed and she separated, nudging his head lightly with both palms. Izuku's eyes slowly fluttered open, blurry vision attempting to focus on the object before him. He felt his back on the ground, his head on something warm and soft. A pillow. Why would there be a pillow in the middle of a tunnel? The past few events suddenly flashed through his mind. The tunnel, the villain, All Might. He blinked owlishly as he vision slowly focused, the whiteness before him focusing into a clear image. A pretty girl stared at him from above, the soft green glow of her eyes reflected in his own. From above. Then that must mean. A hand reached up to feel what his head was resting upon, finding only softness and warmth. The realization started to sink in as the blood began to rush to his face, turning the poor boy redder than a cherry tomato. He was resting his head on a girl's lap, the lap pillow. At that moment, All Might and Izuku witnessed something that nobody had ever seen before: Valkyrie's smile. Valkyrie gave her creator a kind smile, a feeling of satisfaction and happiness welling up deep within her being. He'd grown so much since she'd last remembered. Her brother was absolutely tiny when she'd last seen him, and now he was at least twice as large. She idly wondered how he would react to her saving his life. She soon found out as Izuku backed away in embarrassment, apologizing. I am so sorry, miss. He stopped, finally realizing who she was. The poor boy was lost for words as Valkyrie, the infamous vigilante, tilted her head in mild confusion. He'd fainted and slept like a baby on her lap. The shock was almost too much for him to take as he began to shake. "Oh good, I'm glad you're okay." A loud, cheerful voice boomed from behind him. Izuku spun around only to come face to face with All Might. A grin stretched from ear to ear. "Valkyrie here must really like you. I've never even seen a different expression on her until now." Izuku began shaking even harder. Calm down, kid. Everything's okay now. Sorry for getting you caught up in my villain fighting." All Might shrugged, his glorious presence causing Izuku's legs to wobble like jelly. Valkyrie glanced between the two with mild interest. "I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." The hero laughed loudly, a hand on his forehead. The trademark All Might laugh. "But you were a big help." "Thanks. To the both of you, of course." All Might proceeded to raise 2 soda bottles up victoriously, displaying the defeated villain within proudly. "I captured him safely." Izuku could barely believe his good luck. He got to meet both the #1 hero and the #1 vigilante, and help capture a villain all in the same day. Any more excitement and he'd faint a second time. He made sure not to pinch himself. If this was a dream, he wanted it to continue forever. All Might's teeth seemed to gleam in the afternoon sun as he grinned. "Oh right, an autograph. Where should I?" A soft tap on his shoulder drew his attention. Izuku turned to face Valkyrie, who was still smiling, his notebook in her hand. "Gee thanks, 5 to 5 Valkyrie-san." He stuttered, blushing furiously. It was times like these when he hated himself for not being able to talk to girls properly. Opening the notebook, he already found All Might's signature plastered along 2 pages in thick bold lettering. Underneath his thick handwriting was a small V that All Might had somehow persuaded Valkyrie to write. He already signed it. "And so did you," Izuku exclaimed, ecstatic. "Well, thank you very much. It'll be a heirloom, a family treasure." "Okay." All Might gave him a thumbs up, confident as ever. "Well, I need to take this guy to the police. See you again at the other side of the screen." Wait, already. Izuku glanced nervously between All Might and Valkyrie, not sure who to look to. They both seemed to be preparing to leave. All Might crouching down and preparing to jump away, Valkyrie looking skywards with her usual bored expression back on her face. "Pros are constantly fighting enemies in time," All Might answered, stretching his leg muscles. "Wait," Izuku thought. "There are still things I want to ask." Izuku made his choice. "Well then," the hero announced, leaping into the sky. "I'm counting on your continued support." Then All Might seemed to notice he was just a tiny bit heavier. "Wait." He looked down at his leg only to find the boy clutching at him tightly, holding on for dear life. Hey. Hamechmphm. Izuku cried out as he flapped in the wind. "Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much. If I let go now, I'll die." "Oh, that's true. I have a lot of things I want to ask you directly." Okay. I get it, so close your eyes and mouth." Valkyrie watched as they flew further away into the air, eventually becoming a speck in the distance. Oni-chan did seem rather happy to finally see her. Did that mean she was doing a good job? The girl pondered for a moment before leaping away in another direction in search of new negativity. She had work to do, after all. She'd continue working on her current objective until she was summoned by her brother once more. Midoriya Izuku trudged down the crowded street, barely even feeling the throngs of people pushing past him as they made their daily commute. A sad and sorry sight he was, eyes glued to the ground and head bowed. The young boy thought about what his childhood hero had told him earlier, the simple but brutal truth still sinking in. His sister followed him discreetly from the rooftops, peeking out every so often to take a quick look to make sure he was okay. Valkyrie had initially went off in search of more people to save or stuff to fight, but was inexplicably drawn back by a huge wave of negativity from her brother only minutes after she left, literally pulling her back. In a way, she was hopelessly drawn to her brother now after finally meeting him, much like how iron fillings are drawn to a magnet. She couldn't help but worry and fuss over him, especially when he was so upset now. "Ah, Oni-chan, dear, sweet brother of mine." Even though she noted to herself that she wasn't being very heroic right now by sticking to her brother instead of patrolling, Valkyrie supposed it was okay to take a break other than sleeping once in a while. The past 10 years had been so boring that any normal human in her position would have gone insane long ago. Patrol, fight, sleep, repeat. Patrol, fight, occasionally have an existential crisis, sleep, repeat. It wasn't all bad though. She had made a few friends over the years, so sometimes she got to team up with a big group of heroes to bring down a particularly large threat. Those were fun. The girl was yanked out of her nostalgia with another blast of bitter sadness from her brother. The poor boy was practically radiating depression. Chunks of it were eaten away by her, but more rushed in to fill the gap almost instantly. She might as well have been trying to empty a swimming pool with a teaspoon. Sure, she could always absorb his negative emotions from her maximum range, but a part of her wanted to stick around, to see more of him despite how sad he looked right now. She couldn't detect any negativity around here anyhow. The construct stopped, suddenly raising her head. A wave of fresh new emotions had just entered her range. Clearly from a distressed mass of people, Valkyrie sensed three major emotions as she stood: a surge of sour uncertainty, pockets of bittersweet excitement, and of course, spikes of cold crystalline fear. She turned in alarm, watching as Izuku continued walking towards the disturbance cluelessly. She advanced forward to investigate further, unaware that Izuku had noticed the commotion too, and was starting to make his way there to catch a glimpse of what was happening. A pro should always be ready to risk his life. Without power, can one become a hero? No, I should think not. Those were the words that All Might had said to him, utterly shattering his dream of being a hero. The man had pretty much told him to give up and go be a police officer. Or something if he wanted to help out the heroes. He didn't want to just help, damn it. He wanted to be a hero, to make a difference. You need to be realistic. It's time to start seriously thinking about your futures. Even as a third year, he still can't face reality. The words still echoed in Izuku's head like a clock tower bell, an almost incessant ringing reminding him of his own worthlessness. Izuku held the still burnt notebook in one hand, and with the other he started to wipe away a stray tear. Don't cry, he told himself. You knew this already, right? This is reality. The young boy continued walking, seemingly unaware of the commotion ahead. It's because I knew that I tried so damned hard. So hard not to see, to ignore reality. Yeah. He finally noticed the commotion when a loud explosion shook him from his moment of self-pity. A crowd was gathered outside a single-lane street, watching as multiple explosions rocked the nearby buildings, shattering glass and concrete. What's going on? A villain? The Sludge villain roared, two different yet distinct voices distorting into one horrific echo. Izuku gasped, a hand to his mouth. The villain from before. He must have gotten free somehow. He thought back to the moment where he had clung on to All Might, with the villain stored in a bottle on the hero's pocket. All Might let him go. No, he dropped him, the boy quickly realized. This is my fault. Why are the heroes just standing there? Someone in the crowd yelled. Seems the villains grabbed a middle schooler. They can't do anything till the hostage is safe. Another bystander replied, shaking his head. Whoever's caught is enduring the same pain I did. It's all my fault. Hang in there, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Another cry of rage, or was it pain? With the villain and his hostages' voices mixing together in a horrific crescendo, it was hard to tell. Someone will save you soon. A hero's bound to come. Without warning, the villain turned to the crowd. Two pairs of eyes bulged, one belonging to the villain and the other his hostage. Painfully familiar red eyes stared into horrified green ones. Kakin. It was the same Sludge villain again, but this time he had a hostage. Valkyrie stood on the roof of a nearby building, observing the situation and already starting to form a plan. She noted the damage to the surrounding buildings and hostage, Bakugo Katsuki, the boy who was always hurting her brother with those unkind words of his. She could feel his fear from where she stood. She decided instantly that it was irrelevant who he was, for now he's just someone in need of help. First, she had to free the hostage from the body. It wouldn't be as easy as the last time where she had caught him by surprise. Maybe she should do an emotion drain. No, too slow and risky. Done wrongly, she might accidentally hurt the hostage too since they were connected. She'd have to act fast, distract the villain and rip the boy out. Aim for the villain's eyes. Judging by his power, he'd probably regenerate if she tore them out. Probably. Her entire thought process was completed in a second as she flexed her legs for a jump, preparing to leap down into the fray. Just moments before she was about to, a sharp sensation of fear rushed through her mental link. She watched, simultaneously transfixed and horrified as her brother rushed towards the villain recklessly. But as fear that should have stopped him, she realized too late that she cared more about his safety than he did. Oni-chan, no. Time seemed to slow as her mind went into overdrive. The situation was beginning to rapidly spiral out of control. Valkyrie was torn between heading down there right that instant and engaging the enemy. But Izuku could get hurt in the skirmish, or to drag her brother away to a safe distance and return later. But that would leave the villain to roam free and continue wreaking havoc, an unacceptable result that might cause the nearby bystanders to get hurt. She didn't plan for this. She couldn't. No, not again. She couldn't let him get hurt again. If she didn't have any options left, then she'd make one. The projection darted down, a blur of white starting to close the distance rapidly even as Izuku threw his school bag and its contents into the villain's face, temporarily distracting it as he ducked under a wild swing of its arm. Kakin. Izuku lunged, fingers desperately grabbing at the sludge and trying to dislodge his childhood friend from its slimy grasp. Ew, why? The blonde teen coughed, still choking on pieces of the villain. My legs just started moving. I don't know why, but Izuku cried, the fear evident in his eyes. You look like you needed saving. The sludge roared, a huge arm already mid-swing as sparks bubbled from his slimy palm. He could use his victim's quirk. Izuku realized with horror. Goddamn nosy brat, I'll. Whatever the villain wanted to say next was cut short as a sharp crack resonated through the air, followed shortly by a wet splat. The young boy opened his eyes to see that the top half of the villain's head had disappeared, and an unsightly green stain was now sliding off wall a few meters away. Valkyrie stood over Izuku, a graceful arm outstretched in a backhand stance while her other arm had tanked the explosive swing meant for him. Even as she started to tear Bakugo out of the now stunned Sludge, Izuku was putting together of what just transpired. She had just slapped the top of the villain's head clean off. The girl pulled the coughing hostage just in time to shield both students from another crazed, flailing blow. "You again, you crazy bitch. That kid was my ticket to beating him." The Sludge screeched, his mouth flapping away while a pair of slimy eyes glared at her from the ground as they struggled to rejoin the main body. The villain could control his body remotely even without a head, just as she suspected. It was how his pieces could form back together in the first place. Valkyrie grabbed both boys and leapt back, prioritizing their safety. For Izuku, she held him under her arm gently, while she slung Bakugo over her shoulder like a sack of bricks. Instead of fighting, it would be best to retreat now since she was carrying two civilians no matter how much she pummeled the Sludge. He'd probably just reform rapidly unless she tore him into itty-bitty shreds and scattered them all over the place. But she couldn't retreat back into the crowd. That would endanger them too. The monster's eyes found their way back to the main body, sliding their way up his waist even as he lunged for the vigilante. With both her hands occupied, she raised her leg high into the air and stomped, the asphalt rupturing upwards in massive chunks and stopping the Sludge's advance temporarily. Before she could do anything else, a loud voice bellowed and caught her attention. "You've helped me again, both of you." A huge figure dashed past, his mighty back now encompassing their vision. All Might shifted his head back slightly to look at Izuku, ever-confident grin on his face. "Thank you, young man. I told you what was required of a great hero, but I see now that I wasn't practicing what I preached." "All Might," Izuku cried from Valkyrie's grip, his voice full of hope. The great hero dashed forward, his huge fist clenched and brimming with pure power. A pro should always be ready to risk his life. That's the true test of a hero. The villain howled with fury, enlarging to maximum size. "All Might." A muscular arm reared back and shot downward, aiming low. Detroit SMASH. The blast of air pressure that followed was almost unreal. It accumulated in an enormous wave that literally blew the villain away, scattering him across the area. Nearby, the various heroes braced themselves against the gust, Mount Lady shielding the nearby civilians in a protective cradle she formed with her arms. Valkyrie stood still as a statue but held on tight to the two boys as their clothes flapped wildly in the wind. As an added precaution, she exercised her power, extending it to the two boys and temporarily imbuing them with her invulnerability. A tornado formed from air pressure ripped through the sky, a testament to All Might's immense strength. To the crowd's amazement and wonder, All Might's punch caused a rising air current that shifted the clouds, causing tiny little raindrops to fall. Then they started to cheer for their great hero, a cacophony of hope and joy echoing down the now battle-scarred street. "Yeah, you go, All Might. You see that? He changed the weather with a single punch. Amazing. That's All Might for you." Valkyrie blinked, watching the raindrops fall and the subsequent cheering of the crowd. A small feeling of envy regarding All Might's raw power welled up within her, but she dismissed it easily, opting to tend to her two charges instead. She scanned Bakugo quickly to make sure he was okay, then dumped him off her shoulder unceremoniously after realizing he was perfectly fine. The angry boy yelled out in protest but then started to cough, clearing the remaining sludge in his throat. Needless to say, she didn't like him very much. For Izuku, she put him back onto his feet gently, then dragged him a few meters away and started to inspect him carefully for any damages. Everyone else was still busy cheering and crowding around All Might, the majority not noticing the pair. "Yeah, I'm fine, really." Izuku started to protest, but to no avail. The taller girl prodded at his body softly, then started to check his head for any bleeding, her slim fingers running through his hair. The boy fidgeted nervously, a warm blush already building up in his cheeks. It was the second time now that he'd met the girl, and it didn't help that she was gorgeous. But her behavior, it reminded him a little of his mother fussing over him when he was younger, or a loving big sister he never had. It felt almost nostalgic in a strange way. Maybe he was a weirdo for thinking like that. Valkyrie made a low purring noise from her throat, satisfied that her brother was okay as far as she could see. To Izuku's surprise, she then formed a knife hand and smacked his head softly. WWA. A flurry of emotions was rushing through the girl, each cycling to the surface of her mind. Worry that Izuku might have been hurt, relief that he was unhurt, anger that he'd thrown himself into danger, pride that he'd been so selfless, love that he'd been so brave. She leaned in close, her expression stony. She wasn't smiling this time, feeling a little upset at both herself and him. "Idiot Onii-chan." The words came out as barely even a whisper, and Valkyrie leaped away before Izuku could properly register what he'd heard. Shortly afterward, All Might launched into the air in a different direction after talking to the reporters while the heroes started to rush in to clean up the mess. Izuku blinked in confusion and stood stock still even as a medic shone a flashlight into his eyes. She called me an idiot and something else. I didn't quite hear that last part. It was later in the evening when Valkyrie felt another surge of sadness from her brother, this time mixed with a strange combination of gratitude and pride. At first she was alarmed and wanted to make her way back to him, but then realized it must have been something positive if he felt pride. She decided to check it out when she went to sleep. The girl closed her eyes, feeling her physical body evaporate like smoke as her stream of consciousness made its way back into her brother's mind via their mental link. When she opened them again, she found herself in Izuku's mind, a strange landscape of colors and shapes that ebbed and flowed like the ocean waves. Here she could express her emotions all she wanted in her mental form, unlike her physical form which had trouble even making faces. Here she was free. Humming to herself, she skipped her way to his latest memories and accessed them, reviewing what had happened earlier that day. She couldn't access all of his memories, but snippets of it were already enough to piece together a story. It was the same for his emotions. She couldn't feel every single emotion via their link. Stronger ones were more easily felt. A quick fast forward of his memory fragments told her everything she needed to know. Izuku had met All Might. His true form, that is. That was unexpected. What came next made her feel a strange sort of pain, jealousy, and fear mixed with joy and doubt. All Might had offered Izuku to be his successor, to inherit his power that had been passed down from generation to generation, one for all. On one hand, she was happy that her brother was finally getting a hold of a proper quirk just like he'd always wanted. But on the other, her heart ached with loss. Was this how it felt to lose? To be fair, Izuku probably didn't know of her true nature, let alone his link with her. Still, it pained her to imagine that he didn't need her anymore, now that he had power of his own to wield. Wasn't this what she wanted? For him to be a hero, to be happy. But, what about me, Onii-chan? She wanted to approach him, wanted to reveal herself so much over the last 10 years. But she'd seen for herself that drawing attention to oneself would ultimately lead to people you knew getting involved, or worse, hurt. Time and again she'd seen it in both heroes and villains, with their monologues and attention-seeking. She'd sacrificed her own happiness just to make sure that Izuku was safe. Originally she'd planned to reveal herself and all her deeds to him when he was a little older, but now she didn't know what to do. A pessimistic vigilante had once said the same to her, that happiness was death to people like them. A family would make her vulnerable, hesitant, weak. She would put them in danger, just like he did. To be a hero, you must be alone. No, no, no. She shook her head, refusing to remember those words he had said. This was different. Onii-chan would have power now. He could protect himself now, right? But still, it wasn't right for her to keep babysitting him if he got a hold of power, especially a formidable quirk like All Might's. He finally had a chance to be a hero. A treacherous, naughty little thought flitted across her mind. I don't want Onii-chan to get that power. I want him all for myself. Onii-chan's mine. Mine, mine, mine. She shook her head again to clear away that horrible way of thinking. That wasn't, she had no right to do that. All she wanted was for Izuku to be happy. That was enough for her. What about my happiness? The rising doubt and confusion clouded her mind, her mental form curling into a ball in Izuku's mindscape. The girl decided to go to sleep, thinking that she would cross that bridge when it was time. It wasn't working. Months had passed since then, and yet she still wasn't sure what to do. Ever since then she had argued with herself on what was the best course of action, questioning her own existence more than usual. Every now and then between her patrolling she went back to Izuku's mind for rest and observed his training, each time getting prouder yet feeling more worried. The boy was almost ready to inherit All Might's power. With power like that, he would eventually achieve his dream of becoming a hero. He wouldn't need her anymore, would he? The more she thought about it, the more her phantom heart ached with sadness. Why did she have to feel this way? Shouldn't she be happy that Izuku finally got a chance to be a hero? She'd faced some of the strongest and deadliest villains without even batting an eye. But why was it that she felt so much fear and pain at being unneeded by her dear brother? Her entire purpose for existing was to be a hero, but she was now unsure if she still had a reason to exist with Izuku's nearing inheritance of One for All. He could go and be a hero himself. Valkyrie looked to the faraway mountains, a sudden thought occurring to her. Maybe she should seek out advice from a friend instead of tackling the situation all by herself. She should have thought of that earlier. Deep within the secret mountain base, alarms started to blare with deafening volume, indicating that someone or something had tripped the multiple perimeter defenses. 3 sets of feet thundered down the hallway as they made their way to the control center, a woman already manning the console and flicking on several switches. What have we got? The muscular man asked, hunching over the petite woman and eyeing the screens warily. Unknown bogey, approaching fast. It's tripped the laser defenses and is nearly here. This is no wild animal we're dealing with. A vehicle. Radar's not picking anything up. Thermal imaging returns 1 unit, closing in. It's plowing straight through the mini force field barriers. Whatever it is, it's tough and not stopping. Another woman behind them cursed loudly, taking her position on another console as her fingers began flying over the keyboard in a series of rapid taps. A villain? Why here? A third woman questioned, cycling through the different cameras. This is a rescue base. There's nothing valuable they'd want to steal. Medical supplies, rescue equipment, a lot of important stuff in here. Who knows, maybe they just have a grudge against us. The man grumbled, already suiting up in his magnificent costume and preparing for battle. Whatever it is, we can't let them take the equipment. We need it to help. A loud beeping started, and the lights in the room began to flash red. Bogas approaching the main gate at high speed. Prepare for impact. The team of 4 hunkered down, each anticipating a massive impact against the near-impenetrable steel doors from the unknown. Except absolutely nothing happened. A small voice crackled over the intercom, soft and nearly inaudible. "Cat lady, it's me, open the door please." 4 set of eyes peeked up at the main screen, and a muscular arm reached up onto the console to cycle through the cameras until they found the one that was situated at the main gate. The screen showed a young woman with pale white skin, standing before the doors and waiting for a reply. "Is that who I think it is?" Valkyrie started knocking on the titanic mechanical doors, each knock shaking the entire building. Dust started to drift off the ceiling within the base as vibrations resonated through the building. Boom, boom, boom. "Cat lady, open the door pleasey," the vigilante chanted in a sing-song voice, her expression still neutral. Every eye in the room turned to one particular woman, who grimaced sheepishly. "Well, you're the only one," she responds to verbally. "Right. You talked to her." Her teammates chided and pushed her into the main seat of the control room, giving her control over the communication systems. Testing, is this thing on?" Valkyrie did seem to hear her, for she looked around until she found a camera near the door, then gave it a nod. "Right. First of all, it's Pixabob, not cat lady. You're making me sound like one of those old women who keep a dozen cats. Second, what are you doing here, Valkyrie? It's 3 in the morning. I need help." The girl answered, features cold as ever. Her reply stunned the rest of the team. Never had the strange vigilante ever asked for help, let alone approached them in the first place. This must have been something serious. Is it a disaster? Our emergency surveillance program hasn't picked up anything yet. Anyways, we're ready to roll in. No villain, no disaster. Valkyrie shook her head. "Huh, then why'd you come here?" Pixabob asked, her confusion carrying over the loudspeaker. "I need help," the girl repeated. "You said to come to you if I needed help." Pixabob's 3 teammates shot her a look, which told her all that was needed to be said. The blonde woman groaned painfully, her head in her hands. "Okay, I did say that last time we met, but you can't just barge in here. This is a super-secret rescue base, you know." Valkyrie looked at the camera, then back to the supposedly impenetrable doors. "Open the door, please." Well, apparently she didn't care if it was the National Bank of Japan or a super-secret rescue base. The girl stubbornly knocked on the door again, a little harder this time. Small shockwaves reverberated through the structure with each knock, shaking the building's very foundations. "What if I can't open these doors for you? I mean, how did you find these places anyways?" "This is a classified location," the heroine said hurriedly, hesitating. "Open, or I'll open them for you," Valkyrie said quietly. That got their alarms bells ringing. Those high-security doors cost a fortune, and from what they'd seen of Valkyrie, she could pretty much tear through them effortlessly if she really wanted to. Sighing, Pixabob looked to her team for confirmation before reaching over to flick a switch. "Fine, but only because I owe you, got it?" The heavy, multi-ton doors started to slide open, and Valkyrie strode in casually like she owned the place. Little did they know she could recognize certain emotional signatures of people she remembered, which was how she found them. "Well, I suppose we should meet our guest. I'll go prepare some tea," the muscular man announced curtly, starting to make his way to the kitchen. An awkward silence fell over the 3 women, 2 of them already waiting for an explanation. "You know, when you said you can speak to the Valkyrie, I thought you were joking. I mean, I've only heard rumors of her speech as an urban myth. So you guys are friends, huh? She's your pal, your chum," the brunette teased. "It's not like that, Mandalay," Pixabob replied, the trio marching over to the main entrance to meet the vigilante. "We met during that big earthquake rescue a few months back, and she took a liking to me. I mean, I don't even know why. She helped me out a lot during the rescue and we worked well together. I told her to come to me if she needed any help then. Didn't expect her to bring that detail up now. Haven't seen her since. To be fair, I do owe her for the help." Give me a little more detail," the team leader requested, looking apprehensive now. "I need to know what we're dealing with just in case. She came across one of my Earth Beast puppets during the rescue effort," Pixabob explained, their heels clicking against the metal floor as they walked. "It scared a young boy nearby, and she started to tear it apart. She probably thought my Earth Beast was some sort of villainous minion and was trying to protect the kid. Took me a while to convince her I was here to help, but after that she helped me locate the remaining trapped civilian. Any thoughts on why she's here, Ragdoll? Mandalay asked, checking to make sure all her equipment was there in the rush to put in on earlier. Everyone in their team were dressed in matching cat-themed costumes that included offensive paw gloves with retractable claws. Never hurt to be too cautious. No clue, Ragdoll shrugged, tapping at her chin with an extended claw. My search quirk doesn't work on her, remember? Mandalay groaned, rubbing her head. Perfect. An indestructible vigilante in our home that's immune to quirks. Let's just hope she's peaceful. Don't worry, she only attacks villains, Pixabob assured, or people and things she thinks are evil. The three women finally made it to the living room, main hall, where the vigilante was waiting. Their leader took a deep breath and stepped forward, looking to her teammates and sharing a nod. Okay, let's do this. Locking on target with our sparkly eyes, Mandalay started, flourishing her claws. Our helping paws will pounce your way, Ragdoll cried, jumping happily, springing suddenly from out of nowhere. A deep voice rumbled from within the nearby kitchen. We're cute cats with stingers, Pixabob finished, gesturing to her audience. Wild pussycats. All four members of the team announced simultaneously, the three women taking positions in fabulous poses in their cat-themed costumes while their fourth member was absent. Valkyrie stared at them blankly, blinking. Hello, it's our new intro. What do you think? Ragdoll grinned, even as the girl continued staring at her without a word. Tough crowd. She really does only respond verbally to certain people. Hi Valkyrie. Pixabob cleared her throat awkwardly. What do you need help on? The vigilante paused, sniffing the air momentarily like she smelled something. Personal advice, Mandalay groaned, while Ragdoll started to giggle uncontrollably. You came all the way here into the mountains, woke us up at 3 a.m., activated every alarm on your way here, infiltrated our secret base, just so you could get some personal advice. Valkyrie nodded, then without warning started wandering towards the kitchen. A vague question of what she was doing crossed Pixabob's mind but died on her lips when she realized Tiger, their fourth member, was still in the kitchen making tea. I know you look like that naturally, but can you at least put on some clothes or something? There's a man in the kitchen, the blonde remarked exasperatedly. Actually, Tiger was a woman turned into a man via quirk, but that was irrelevant now. Plus, it would help to train the clueless girl for future interactions. Pixabob doubted that Valkyrie herself knew how many guys she was making hot and bothered with that alluring form of hers. The girl stopped and tilted her head in apparent curiosity, looking at Pixabob with that same blank expression she always wore. She looked down at her own featureless body, then at Pixabob, or more specifically, Pixabob's costume. The older woman instantly got what she was thinking and covered herself with her hands, a scandalized look crossing her features. I didn't mean mine. You can't have these, make some of your own. Valkyrie tilted her head again, this time to express her confusion. Don't give me that look, I know you can shapeshift. I saw you change to a smaller size to rescue someone trapped in the debris. Pixabob huffed, pouting. I also saw you blend into the crowd when we left by making some clothes of your own. Why don't you do that now? A moment passed and Valkyrie was suddenly clothed in a perfect copy of Pixabob's costume, complete with cat ears, paws, and tail. The strange thing was, it looked better on her than it did on Pixabob herself. The sky blue costume complemented her snow-white skin nicely, the girl twisting around to check herself out. Mandalay and Ragdoll exchanged glances, then nodded in approval. Wahey, you can't wear that. Only official members of our team can wear that uniform. It's copyrighted. Change to something else. Pixabob protested, slightly jealous of the other girl's youthful figure. Okay, cat lady. The moment those words left her mouth, Valkyrie shrank right before their very eyes, now taking the form of a child in an oversized hoodie that stretched down to nearly touch her knees. Her hair transformed to jet black, long locks shortening in the span of a few seconds. Her skin was no longer snow white but instead a healthy, normal color. Light blue pupils gazed at them passively, a surprisingly normal color considering that they used to be milky white with a green glow. The women stared in silent fascination, until Ragdoll started squealing in excitement at the completed transformation. Oh my god, she's so cute. She ran up to the now younger girl and started rubbing her head gently, cooing all the while. I didn't know she could do that. Me either, Mandalay said, still staring in abject disbelief. Careful, Ragdoll, she just looks younger. For all we know, you two could be the same age. But look at her cute little face. Tiny, Ragdoll gushed, darting around the girl manically. I didn't mean never mind. Pixabob muttered. Why must you appear before me in that ridiculous form? Why do you go on rescue missions dressed as a cat? The girl countered flatly. Just as that form is comfortable for you, this form is comfortable for me. The now miniature Valkyrie continued to wander past them and towards the kitchen, just as Tiger rounded the corner with a huge tea tray in his arms. He didn't see her due to their massive difference in height, almost colliding with the girl until the last second. In his rush to avoid her, he dropped the tray, deftly catching it before it hit the ground in an impressive demonstration of his flexibility. What the who? The heavyset man didn't get his answers as the tiny girl strolled past him, stopping momentarily to sniff at his tea before finally reaching the kitchen. There, she floated up onto the marble countertop and reached for a large porcelain jar, opening it effortlessly and retrieving the hidden treasure within. Without a word, Valkyrie stuck her fingers into the jar and pulled out a small sugar cube, popping it into her mouth and chewing slowly. The pussycats watched her from the kitchen entrance, bewildered. Is that? Tiger began. Yup. Why is she so? He struggled to find the words, the teaset now cradled in his arms protectively. Small, because Pixabob told her to put on some clothes. What does that have to do with anything? More importantly, she's eating all my sugar cubes, Ragdoll exclaimed, shaking Mandalay back and forth. She can't do that. Yeah, pretty rude. She's almost like an actual kid, if you think about it. Throwing a tantrum on our doorstep, eating our food. I wouldn't be surprised if she starts raiding our fridge next. Mandalay deadpanned. No, I mean she'll rot all her teeth if she eats that much sugar at one go. After a few minutes of persuasion, the team managed to get everyone into the surprisingly spacious living room where they now sat in a rough circle on cushy-looking sofa. Valkyrie opted to sit on Pixabob's lap with the jar still clutched tightly in her hands, occasionally reaching inside for another sugar cube. Okay, we're all here, Pixabob chuffed, holding the smaller girl gently while sinking into the comfy sofa. Is that English on your hoodie? And where did you even learn such weird eating habits anyways? She was, of course, referring to her little sugar cube snacks. Valkyrie could eat the cubes easily enough. Their mildness was nothing compared to the sweet emotions she could consume just from people being in her radius. This was the only way she could taste sweetness without it being too overwhelming. She had picked up the habit of eating sugar cubes whole from a vigilante known as Inkblot, the first person who realized she wasn't actually human and taught her how to speak properly. All this from him noticing that she wasn't breathing, which was why she couldn't speak in the first place. Inkblot wore this weird monochrome mask that shifted into symmetrical shapes on his face like ink on paper, hence the name. They'd first met many years ago when she detected his never-ending pit of negative emotions and followed hungrily like a child following a breadcrumb trail. Inkblot soon discovered her meddling when he gradually felt better each day and outright hated her when he finally realized she was treating him as a walking snack, but quickly forgave her when he noticed she literally had the mentality of a child. He was an interesting man, paranoid and even cruel in some respects, but someone who held onto his principles. Uncompromising. Made her question if he was an actual good guy or not, but in the end they found themselves as acquaintances. Not close enough to be friends, but pretty close. Long story short, in the time they spent together as a pseudo-team, he taught her plenty of things, including fighting techniques, citing that one day her invulnerability may not be able to protect her. Too bad he didn't teach her anything in the emotion department, seeing as he himself was pretty much dead inside. The last she saw him, he was headed to America, in an attempt to find the big blue bastard that sent me to this universe in the first place. Whatever that meant, she wished him well and sent him on his way. But that's a story for another time. While Valkyrie was busy thinking on her past, Ragdoll had begun poking at the girl's childish cheeks, laughing musically when Pixabob shooed her away gently. You know, Pixabob, you kind of look like a mother when she's in your lap like that. It's adorable. Pixabob flushed, her cheeks tinged red in embarrassment. That's not. Before she could answer, the blonde found a sugar cube prodding gently at her mouth. Valkyrie held it in an angle, apparently trying to feed her. And then, the girl insisted, sugar cube nestled in her tiny fingers. The older blonde turned an even brighter shade of red, trying to remind herself that the child before her was much older than she looked. Both Mandalay and Ragdoll smiled brightly at that, the latter even pulling out a camera from seemingly nowhere and taking a quick snapshot. Tiger just grinned slightly, content at the scene. Pixabob eventually relented and popped the cube into her mouth, her face scrunching up as the sharp sweetness stung her taste buds. Jay, I don't know how you can eat these, she grimaced, reaching for a warm cup of tea to wash the taste down. So what personal advice did you come here for, anyway? The girl thought for a moment on how to answer the question. She didn't feel like revealing the existence of her brother. She had to call him something different, then. I'm scared that my master doesn't want me anymore. Pixabob spat out her tea in a spray of disbelief, coughing and sputtering while the other three pussycats looked on with various stunned expressions. She came to us for relationship advice of all things, and on such a delicate topic. Really? What? She shrieked, shifting the girl on her lap slightly so they were now face to face. Master, what do you mean by that? She couldn't believe it. Such a sweet, innocent young girl was into such depraved play. Wait a minute. This isn't her real form. Master is master. I serve master. Technically, she wasn't lying. Izuku was her creator and she was his construct. Master and servant. She just preferred to think of him as a brother. As serve. You mean you do what he tells you? Valkyrie nodded, thinking of her first and only order, be a hero, one that she continued following to this day. All three women blushed fiercely, their imaginations already running wild with all sorts of unhealthy thoughts. Master and servant play. Oh boy. Tiger instead opted to down his tea, listening with renewed interest. Okay. So, why do you think he doesn't want you anymore? It was hard for Pixabob to understand why someone wouldn't want a shapeshifting, unstoppable metahuman at their every beck and call, especially one so cute by default. Maybe it was her lack of facial expressions. The girl clearly had emotions, but most likely had trouble expressing them. Valkyrie scratched her head, thinking of how to describe Izuku's inheritance of one for all without revealing too much information. He's gonna get something better soon. Better than me. Ragdoll held a paw over her mouth in a scandalized expression while Mandalay turned even redder, fidgeting in her seat. Tiger coughed, then began to pour himself another cup of tea. Listen, Valkyrie, Pixabob started, her own face turning a bright shade of red. I don't know what kind of relationship you and your master are in, but I'm sure he wouldn't abandon you just because he found someone better. At least I hope he wouldn't. The girl tilted her head, waiting for the older woman to continue. I mean, can you tell me what kind of person your master is? Valkyrie did not hesitate to reply as Izuku's good qualities were listed in rapid fire. Brave, selfless, kind, generous, caring. You really look up to him, huh? Pixabob said. This person, do you love him? Yes, in a pure, sisterly way, of course. But Pixabob didn't need to know that. Does he love you? At that, the girl didn't answer, until the sludge incident. Izuku had never even met her face to face and likely barely even knew of her existence. How was she supposed to answer? Pixabob sighed, stroking the girl's hair gently. Look, kid. Can I call you kid? I mean, you're literally a kid now. Never mind. And then, the girl didn't shy away from the physical contact, instead leaning into the older woman's bosom further. She snuggled into the softness, feeling the warmth of Pixabob's body through her clothes. At times like these, what you need to do is go talk to him. I mean, from what you're implying, you guys are close, yet far. It's such a weird relationship, but hey, I'm not one to judge. You gotta go talk to him to find out how he feels about you, or else you just end up with an unrequited love that'll never bloom. Fight for what you want, what you believe in. If you don't even try, you'll just be giving up without a fight. Pixabob took a moment to catch her breath, then hugged the smaller girl tightly. I should know. Valkyrie looked up, her face still cold and stony as if it was carved out of marble. Her eyes, however, told a different story, for Pixabob could see a sort of childish fear within them. But what if he doesn't want me anymore? The blonde thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and gave her opinion. Then you move on. It's not the end of the world. But whoever this guy is, he sounds like a good person from your description, so I don't think he'll just abandon you. Which begs the question of why he would find someone else in the first place. The two-timing scumbag son of a... The vigilante tilted her head, suspecting that Pixabob had somehow misunderstood her somewhere along the line. But so far her advice was pretty decent, so she'd keep quiet and listen. Meanwhile, Pixabob was busy getting upset on whoever would cheat on such an innocent girl. Knuckle-headed imbecile. Either way, that's all the advice I can give you. I mean, I was never really good at this relationship thing, so I can't guarantee anything. But I want him all to myself. Oh, Pixabob raised an eyebrow, then coughed awkwardly. Maybe the girl wasn't as innocent as she looked. Well, kid, that's the thing, isn't it? You want him. That implies you want to own him, have him all to yourself. But that isn't right. You can't just own people like they're objects. It may make you happy, but you gotta consider how they would feel. It's a delicate balance of feelings. Relationships sure are complicated, eh? She thought for a moment of what Izuku would think if she kept babying him all his life, stealing away his opportunity to grow. It felt wrong, like she was taking away his future. It was the same wrongness she would feel if she had absorbed too much of his emotions, leaving him a lifeless husk. Not that she'd ever do that to her dear brother, but still, she just couldn't take away his chance to be a hero, especially when he'd looked up to heroes all his life. Pixabob was right. Valkyrie looked up at the older woman's determined face, then nodded slowly. Yeah, she resolved to talk with Izuku right after her nap later, already thinking of what she was supposed to say. Finally approaching him purposely, she didn't know how she was supposed to feel about that. Out of curiosity, do you call your master a master? The blonde asked nervously, hoping to find out more information about this mysterious individual that ruled over the girl. Maybe kick his ass if he made her cry. The girl seemed to ponder the question before looking her in the eye and giving a direct answer. I call him Oni-chan. Valkyrie hoped they wouldn't be able to get too much information out of that. TFFFT. This time it was Tiger who spat out his tea mid-sip, coughing out the remaining liquid as he tried to comprehend what he just heard. Oh, my goodness. All three women were speechless, already trying to imagine what sort of pervert this guy was. In their heads they were already imagining this master making poor Valkyrie shapeshift into her younger form occasionally for whatever kind of weird act they had going on. Then again, it wasn't their right to judge the relationships of others, so they just held their tongues instead of objecting. That's unique, Pixabop finally said, her teeth grinding together slowly. No doubt she was already thinking of plans to destroy this guy if she ever got the chance to meet him. He's important to you. A nod, followed by the continued chewing of the sugar cube in her mouth. The blonde sighed, patting her on the shoulder. Different strokes for different folks, then. Geez, I don't even why you came to me for advice in the first place. To be honest, all my relationships have been, well, catastrophic. Why me? Another tilt of the head. The answer was surprisingly obvious. The girl considered Pixabop a friend. Then again, she could count the number of people she actually considered friends on one hand alone. She answered appropriately by pointing a small finger at the older woman's face. You're my friend. Pixabop found herself smiling, then chuckled. Thank you. I'm flattered, really. But I mean, everyone knows you only talk to certain people in all your years of vigilantism. So what drew you to me in the first place? What made me so special that you wanted to speak with me? Valkyrie pondered the question for a moment, thinking back to the first time she'd met the eccentric hero. Her bravery and passion in helping people, her kindness. It all matched the criteria of what she thought of as a true hero. Also, Pixabop kind of reminded her of Izuku's mom, Inko. But how was she to phrase that? If Izuku was her master, then was his mother the master of her master? Master's master, grandmaster. How confusing. Ultimately, she decided to play it straight. You remind me of Ba-chan, she said simply, still chewing on a sugar cube. Ba-chan? Pixabop blinked, then started to protest. Oh Ba-chan, I remind you of your grandmother. Hey, I'm not that old. Ragdoll burst out laughing, while Mandalay held back a giggle. Tiger just sipped at his tea again. With that, the girl got up from her position, then placed the now half-empty jar she was holding back onto the coffee table. Turning to face the pussycats, she gave them all a deep bow, followed by a small wave. Thank you, cat lady. It's Pixabop. Valkyrie paused for a moment, then waved again. Bye-bye, Pixabop. Then she was gone, vanished into thin air, whisked away to who knows where. It was as if she was never there in the first place. Every trace of her gone except the half-empty sugar cube jar she'd left in her wake. The wild pussycat stared at where she'd been just moments ago, still contemplating everything they'd just experienced. So, she can teleport. That's nice to know, Tiger finally said, sipping at his third cup of tea. Strangely enough, he was the only one that drank the tea he made. No sense in letting it go to waste. I don't think it's that. If she could teleport, why didn't she just teleport her way back into the base? Maybe she has some sort of limitation? The guy I knew had line of sight teleportation. The team looked at each other, each shrugging in turn. Well, that happened. It's time to go back to bed, Ragdoll announced cheerfully. Night, girls. Are we seriously gonna ignore that a highly wanted vigilante just asked us for relationship advice? Well, asked Pixabop, but still, Mandalay remarked in disbelief, watching as Ragdoll grabbed a pillow off the sofa on the way back to her bed. Yeah, it's surprising to know that even untouchable heroes like Valkyrie have problems of their own. Real eye-opener. Tiger turned on the television and swapped through the channels until he found a football match. Maybe she's just a normal girl under that title of #1 vigilante. A little weird, but normal overall. Shouldn't you be going back to sleep, Tiger? I'm a man, I can do whatever I want. A muscular hero sipped at his tea, holding the teacup with his pinky extended. Besides, I don't feel like sleeping now. Mandalay and Pixabop shared a look, then rolled their eyes and threw a pillow each at the lounging hero before going back to their respective beds. Pumph. Men, eat this. Hey, doesn't matter what it is you eat, as long as it contains my DNA. Now hurry. All Might awoke to find himself in a strange landscape of colors and shapes, the ground beneath his feet shifting, yet stable. There were trees and widespread plains of grass, but also empty desert sands and deep oceans mixed together in a kaleidoscope of impossible environments. It was beautiful in an alien, abstract way. One moment he was at the beach standing before young Midoriya with a strand of his hair, and the next he was here. He looked down at himself, surprised to find that he was in his muscle form. He practiced switching between his two forms and found that the transition was effortless, something that was clearly impossible. He didn't even feel any fatigue when changing, which meant he didn't have his time limit here. How had he fallen asleep and end up here? Wasn't the UA entrance exam in 3 hours? What was this place? Heya, Toshinori. All Might spun around, only to come face to face with a woman he knew long ago, her form faded and translucent like a ghost. 7 glowing motes of ethereal light orbited around her head like a halo, making her look like an angel from heaven. Shimura Nana. All Might breathed, unable to believe his own eyes. I thought you were dead. I am, genius. The previous wielder of One for All scoffed, a wide grin already appearing on her features. He hadn't seen that familiar grin in decades. He wanted to give a greeting hug, but that translucent form made him think twice. Maybe he would pass right through her. Glad to see you're still as smart as when I last saw you. The hero blinked, squinting his eyes at her translucent figure. He then looked back at his own body and started patting himself to make sure he was still solid. Am I dead? All Might whispered, looking down at his muscular body and shifting over to his true form for comparison. Are you a ghost? I'm no ghost. And you're an idiot. If you're here, it means you've passed the torch. Another grin, this time milder. Midoriya Izuku. He's a good kid. I don't understand. Take a look around you. Where do you think we are? The pair viewed the landscape. Eerily beautiful yet completely alien to them. Nana sighed, then patted her successor on the back. Let me give you a hint. You're not the real Toshinori. All Might glanced at her in confusion, then at his thin hands. He flexed them experimentally, forming a fist and testing each finger individually. I feel pretty real. Well, sorry to break it to you, but you're not. You're a fragment of the real Toshinori that was passed along with the power. A piece of his soul, if you will. The man's eyes widened, finally realizing what she was implying. He then took another look around before coming back to face her. Then this is, ding ding ding, correctamundo. We're in the mind of One for All's newest wielder, Midoriya Izuku. Nana chuckled and spread her arms wide in a dramatic fashion. Plenty of room in here, as you can see. So all of this isn't real. Nonsense. It's as real as you and me. We exist. That is, unless you're having an existential identity crisis right now. That would suck. Very funny, sensei. I see you haven't lost your sense of humor. He grinned, still looking around at the impossible environments. There were snow-capped mountains in the distance, ocean waves washing against the rocks in a calm rhythm. All Might look contemplative, considering the situation. The real me is still out there teaching young Midoriya. That's good to know. But what happens to us? Do we go mad in here? Actually, it takes around an hour for the power to settle down. And then a little more for you to manifest. I've been sitting here waiting for you to show up. Midoriya's exam is about to start. And of course you're not going to go mad. I'm not mad. At least, I don't think I am. Remember those times you were in a pinch and you suddenly felt a surge of power or otherworldly knowledge come to you? That was me. Or one of us helping you out subconsciously. Anyway, we're basically here to guide and help the user out whenever he or she needs it. One of us, the previous wielders of One for All. Nana answered, pointing at the colored lights circling around her head. 7 lights, for 7 wielders. All Might's eyes widened once again at the revelation. We live on in the inherited power, and never truly die. Congrats, Toshinori. You get to be an immortal. All Might stared blankly, unsure of how to react. So all this time you guys were watching me? That's creepy. What kind of reaction is that? You just got told you're an immortal. You're no fun. And to answer your question, something like that. We can only see snippets of your life, incomplete memories. Look, the woman pointed to a violet orb of light, one of the 7. This one's me, and here our strength is shared, not that I need it here anyways. Too bad we can't spar to see how far you've come. So that's going to happen to you and me? He asked, slightly nervous of the answer. Pretty much, yeah. I'll turn into a glowing light and float around your head. You'll watch over young Midoriya, just as I have watched over you. I see. It's good that I can help the boy out, even if I don't make it in the real world. Can any of the other wielders materialize like you do now? You're taking this awfully well, eh? I can only do it so easily because I'm the second latest to wield the power. If you want to summon a previous wielder for his wise sage advice, she waggled her eyebrows comically. You'll have to dismiss me temporarily. Relax, you won't go mad in here. Right, so what other duties do I have in here? Well, first of all you have to. Nana suddenly stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening in alarm. She spun on the spot to face a different direction, a bewildered look on her face. That can't be right. What the hell? There was a loud whooshing as a circular oval of light manifested mere meters away from them, the intense glare almost overwhelming. Is that supposed to happen? No, I've never seen anything like that before. The light eventually subsided, and at the spot it had been stood a young girl in an oversized hoodie. Her arms were outstretched upwards and her eyes scrunched shut as she yawned, mouth open wide. Both Nana and All Might stared at the new individual in confusion. She hadn't spotted them yet, her eyes still shut as she walked groggily past them with a sleepy expression. Shoulder-length black hair bobbed from side to side as the girl stumbled over some pebbles. All Might started to reach out before his old mentor's arm stopped him, her head shaking slowly. No, what's her hand latched over his mouth quickly, stopping the words from coming out while she kept her eyes on the strange child. Don't move or make a sound, Nana whispered in a hushed voice. All Might complied, watching cautiously as the girl pulled herself up onto a nearby flat rock. Nobody else is supposed to be in here. All Might looked to her, then at the girl. He raised an eyebrow and she slowly lifted her hand off his mouth, allowing him to speak again. He fully got her implication that something wasn't right, opting to keep his voice low. It's just a kid. Maybe she's a young telepath probing into his mind. No telepath could go this deep, she said softly. We're literally at the innermost parts of Midoriya's mind, his psyche. This is something else. One of the motes of light in Nana's halo suddenly started blinking rapidly. as if it was starting to panic. Tashinori. Yeah. He watched as the tiny girl shifted, apparently trying to find a good position to sleep in as she curled into a tight ball. I think I know what that is, Nana said, her voice barely audible now. One of the previous wielders is telling me she's some sort of split personality. Or worse, a tulpa. Thing is, they've never seen one so advanced. It's almost as if she's sentient. How can you tell? From the memories they're showing me, split personalities or entities usually manifest as either a rough shape or sound this deep in the psyche. Never a crystal clear image like this one. So she's like an imaginary friend. Is that good or bad? Bad. Really, really bad. It means she's focused and tangible to us. If she's defensive, she'll be like a white blood cell. Worst case scenario, she'll think we're invaders and will do her best to destroy us utterly and completely. A split personality in young Midoriya's mind. That didn't sound good. She might look like a kid, but the hero knew from experience not to underestimate small, cute, or vulnerable-looking opponents. All Might hesitated, then looked to his old mentor. Can we take her? The light that had blinked previously started blinking even faster, Nana's eyes widening in response. Probably, since you're, well, you. But Wielders telling me it's not a good idea to fight her. This is her domain as much as it is his mind. It'd be the same as breaking into someone's house and picking a fight with them. Totally not cool. What do? He whispered back. We can't just keep avoiding her forever. For now, we need to fall back and come up with a plan. She turned and began tiptoeing away. Hopefully we can reach a peaceful resolution with her. We're kind of intruding on her home here. All Might nodded, then turned and began to follow the older woman. Just as he took a few steps, a sudden small tug on his pant leg stopped him in his tracks, forcing him to look back slowly. The little girl was now directly behind him, her small hand tugging at his jeans. Her other hand rubbed at her eyes sleepily, still yawning. Nana froze where she stood, an uneasy expression on her face. Oh no. The girl cracked both eyes open, her large pupils gazing at All Might in confusion, then at Nana. The two adults stood still as the child began to look between the two back and forth like a referee at a tennis match. Then she focused on All Might, her doe-like eyes locking onto his face with laser precision. The confusion started to disappear, and with it came a spark of recognition. That recognition turned into sadness without warning, moisture already starting to form at the corner of her eyes. Hey, All Might stammered, resisting the urge to back away. Her lower lip began to tremble and the girl started to sniff, before finally breaking out in small, miserable sobs. Tears began to stream down her face as the small child began to cry, her soft sniffling echoing through the landscape as she collapsed to the grass on her knees. Nana jogged up beside All Might, a strange sense of pity overcoming the both of them as they watched the poor girl cry her eyes out. What did you do? Nana asked her student, her voice low and dangerous. She bent down and began to comfort the girl, patting her on the back gently as her crying slowly subsided to small hiccups. The array of souls on her halo was flashing rapidly like a strobe light now. She ignored their warning, taking on a motherly tone to try and placate the girl. There, it's okay. We're not trying to steal your home. Poor thing, she really is just a kid. Maybe she thinks we're here to take over Midoriya's mind. I didn't do anything. She just started crying when she saw me, All Might assured, scratching his head. Probably scared her with that bony face of yours. She sighed. Do you know this kid? Never seen her before in my life. Hang on, let me see if I can get a reading off her. Nana placed her hand on the girl's forehead, which started to glow softly. She's upset that she'll no longer be needed. What is that supposed to mean? All Might asked, confused. Why would she be unneeded? Something wasn't right here. No idea. Nana puzzled, trying to put the clues together. Quick, change into your muscle form. That'll help her see that we're the good guys. She'll be sure to recognize your hero form. All Might complied and changed to his hero form in an instant, complete with trademark mighty grin. Have no fear, because I am here. He completed the intro with a mighty flex pose, one that even casual fans would be sure to remember. If the girl was part of Midoriya, then she would certainly recognize this. As it turned out, the girl did recognize him and stopped sniffling, an expression of fury suddenly crossing her features. The girl stood and transformed, growing rapidly as her hair lengthened and her skin turned snow white, her pupils glowing with a soft green light. Before either of them could say anything, her fist crashed into All Might's face with a thunderous boom, sending him flying back into a rock formation which crumbled under the impact. Nana looked on, transfixed as the girl's true form was revealed. She'd seen her in All Might's memories. But how? Why was she here? Valkyrie. Ouch. All Might got up from the pile of loose rocks, now facing his new opponent. Oh, well that's unexpected, Valkyrie growled, fresh tear marks still staining her cheeks. She continued walking up to him, her stride defiant and confident. Graceful fingers curled to form solid fists. He'd never seen her this angry before. Actually, he hadn't seen her with any other expression besides her default stare. This was different, maybe because they were in a mental form now. Hi, Miss Valkyrie. What a coincidence. Didn't know you lived here. Sorry for the intrusion. That explains a lot of things actually, like how nobody was ever able to track you down. You live in people's minds. And then, the vigilante slammed her fists together, creating a small shockwave. She then began to crack her knuckles threateningly, not looking very friendly at all. Unlike the real world, here she could express her emotions freely. Instead of her usual cold expression, her face was locked into a rictus of rage, clearly upset at his presence. So you can talk after all, All Might exclaimed. Since you can speak, why don't we just settle this with words? Just calm down, there's no need for violence. All Might shifted his head just in time to avoid a powerful haymaker, followed by a high kick that scythed through the air and inches away from his nose. He heard Nana yelling in the background, but couldn't quite hear her when he was busy dodging. He'd never seen the girl so emotional before. Why was it that she could express herself so much at here? The hero blocked an impressive overhead strike, his bones creaking from the impact. Wasn't too bad. He'd fought stronger and faster villains. He caught Valkyrie's extended arm and twisted to catch her in an arm lock, pinning her down. Since he was much stronger than her, she wouldn't be able to break out of it by brute force. Sorry about this, young lady, but you need to calm down. Valkyrie responded almost instantaneously, shrinking down to her child form to slip out of the arm lock. Her tiny fist rocketed into his chin as she executed a perfect uppercut. All Might was sent flying a second time, this time recovering mid-air. He angled downward, unsure if he could bring himself to attack someone that looked like an innocent kid. His opponent didn't have the same dilemma, still tiny as she leapt into the air after him. Stop, don't fight her, Nana cried from the ground, watching as the two clashed in a thunderous impact. The pair crashed straight through a wall of stone, chunks of solid rock trailing behind them as the diminutive fighter rained down small but powerful blows on All Might's guard. They finally landed facing each other, the girl changing back into her older combat form as her feet touched the ground. I'm not trying to, she just keeps attacking. The hero blocked another combo consisting of multiple swings and kicks. Hang on, I'll end this quickly. What? Why? His fist raced towards Valkyrie, speed and power manifest, until she caught it with an open palm. Visible shockwaves exploded from the point of impact, a waft of steam sizzling from where their hands met. In all his years of heroism, he could count the number of people who had actually stopped a punch from him on one hand. The girl had a murderous expression on her face, but her eyes shone with a sorrowful desperation. Something in those eyes made the hero pause, reminding him of what Nana had said earlier. Won't let you take mine, Valkyrie whispered, glaring at her opponent. All Might eyes widened in stunned surprise. What did she even mean by that? We're not trying to steal your home. You're misunderstanding, he tried, watching the girl grit her teeth as she began to push against his strength. To his amazement, he found himself putting more and more effort just to stop his fist from moving back. He'd seen her fight before and had never seen her this strong before. Had she been holding back in the real world, upset that she'll no longer be needed? The words echoed hauntingly. His gut feeling told him he was misunderstanding something. But what? All Might didn't get a chance to contemplate any further when she tightened her grip around his fist, dragging him close. To his shock, the girl moved forward and slammed her forehead against his face in a vicious headbutt. Whoever taught this girl how to fight must have been quite the savage. His fists flew, crashing against her body to no avail. He was fast and strong enough to dodge or block the incoming blows, but realized that he couldn't do enough damage to take her down. Just as his power here was the same as the real world, she too had her strange nigh invulnerability. He wasn't a fool. He'd read the reports, ran the simulations regarding her. They were locked in a stalemate, with both of them unable to take the other down. Unstoppable force versus immovable object. Logic versus emotion. All Might versus Valkyrie. Stop fighting her, Toshinori. You're only making things worse, Nana shouted, powerless to stop the two juggernauts. Since she shared power with All Might, moving in to engage would effectively have his strength. There was an ear-splitting crack that echoed through the air. Trying, All Might argued, blocking another blow. She's really upset. Is it because we're taking up her living space? You don't understand, you big oaf. I've figured it out. She isn't a split personality. She's a mental projection. That's how she can be in the real world and the Mindscape. The ground beneath him buckled from the impact of her kick. So she takes naps in people's heads. Think back to when Midoriya met her after the sludge attack in the tunnel. Remember her reaction? The woman yelled, her eyes tracking the two fighters as they cut a swath of carnage throughout the environment. Water and dirt exploded up in enormous volumes as Valkyrie missed her swing, her fist slamming into the riverbed where he had stood just moments before. All Might quickly thought back to when the two had met, how the vigilante had paid extra care and attention to the young boy, something she never did before for anyone. She even smiled. Young Midoriya was special to her. What does that have to do with anything? The hero narrowly dodged Valkyrie's reverse heel kick, followed by a quick swipe. He countered by ramming his fist into her face, which did absolutely nothing except make her angrier. Why do you think she cares about him, a completely ordinary boy? She's not just any mental projection. She's his mental projection. That's why she's in here. Midoriya Izuku isn't quirkless. Valkyrie is his quirk. The realization shocked All Might to the core, stunning the hero. But that meant All Might's train of thought was derailed when Valkyrie took advantage of his temporary state of confusion, a knee catching him in the midsection, followed by a backflip to create some distance between them. Emerald light blazed from the girl's eyes and she roared with fury, her arm cocking back in a horrifyingly familiar fashion, one that he'd seen hundreds of times before. All Might's eyes widened for the umpteenth time. Impossible. She couldn't be. Detroit, Valkyrie howled, already leaping high up into the air as her fist angled downwards. She was. All Might grinned, feeling the power of One for All surging through his body. How long since he had a real challenge? This would be fun, even if it was in a mental landscape instead of the real world. A mighty arm reared back, immense raw power coursing through muscle and bone. The strength of 8 different individuals over several different generations compiled into a single punch. Texas, power against power, hero against vigilante. The excitement he felt made him feel alive again, just like when he'd first wielded One for All. So what if he wasn't the real Toshinori? This was real enough for him. SMNNSH. The both of them finished simultaneously, their fists crashing together with a deafening boom. A thunderclap of pure energy resonated through the air as the ground itself splintered and cracked. The resulting explosion of light, sound, and pressure shattered the landscape. Chunks of rocks and trees sent flying from the shockwave alone. The earth shook, tectonic layers shattering and rupturing upward like a blooming flower. Every tree nearby was uprooted. Every faraway body of water rippled roughly. When the smoke cleared, All Might was the one left standing. Valkyrie sat on the broken ground in her child form, blinking in confusion. Nana was beside the girl. The 7 motes of light that circled her head previously now wrapped tightly around the girl's body. The vigilante struggled in vain, trying her best to get out of the binding, but to no avail. Nana sighed in relief, rubbing her temples in little circles. It was only natural that All Might would win, even if you used his own moves against him. The girl still had a lot to learn. Valkyrie may be an immovable object, but All Might was both the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Thanks to your little clash, I was able to seal her with the help of One for All. Temporarily, anyway. Now we can get her to calm down and just talk. Time out, little lady. NN. It's not fair, Valkyrie squeaked angrily, her feet trashing around and teeth snapping at one of the lights. All Might thought she looked kind of cute when she wasn't trying to tear his head off, and now she's throwing a tantrum. Perfect. A contrast of how she's usually like in the real world. Just great. The ex-heroine groaned, waving him over. Why don't you talk to her, Toshinori? All Might knelt down, lowering himself so that he was almost eye to eye with the smaller girl. She pouted, turning away and refusing to look at him. He tried giving her another trademark smile, to which she replied with by sticking her tongue out at him. What a brat. Hello, Miss Valkyrie. Now why did you attack me? I assure you we're not trying to take over young Midoriya's mind, if that's what you're worried about. One for All doesn't work like that. Why were you so angry at us? Mine at ears. Can you repeat that? Mine. Oni-chan's mine. But with your power. The girl wore a crestfallen expression now, looking like she was about to cry. You'll take him away from me. Oni-chan won't want me anymore. You're talking about young Midoriya. Why won't he want you anymore? All Might puzzled. You're a great hero, even if your methods are a bit unorthodox. I'm sure young Midoriya is very proud of you. Oni-chan doesn't know about me. About us. Too dangerous. Valkyrie shook her head slowly. With your power, he'll be a hero on his own, won't need me to be a hero anymore. A loud sniffle, followed by a choking sob. Won't want me. Doesn't know about me. Won't need me to be a hero anymore. Upset that she'll no longer be needed. The decade-long mystery of Valkyrie's origin was starting to unravel now. Young Midoriya was the missing link, and the cause of everything. The unaware master of the projection. Valkyrie had appeared roughly 10 years ago. All Might blanched. That would have made her an actual kid. He felt horrible now, like he had just bullied the now helpless child before him. Oni-chan. The tiny girl began to cry, large tears streaming down her soft cheeks once again. Nana knelt down to comfort her, patting her on the back softly. Well, that was upsetting. He never was good with crying girls, so he'd leave that part for his mentor to handle. So Midoriya really does think he's quirkless, and Valkyrie was unwilling to involve her creator in danger. Poor girl had probably been trying her best to be a hero because of him, following his ideal image of a hero ever since he inadvertently created her. That's the best or closest scenario he could come up with. But why did she keep referring to him as Oni-chan? Brother. Before he could confirm his theory, the sky turned blood red, alarming all 3 people. Nana, what's? The sky lit up like a screen, depicting a humongous green robot smack dab in the middle. All Might instantly recognized the machine as one of the zero-pointer bots that were used for the UA entrance exam. That means this was what Midoriya was seeing now. The captured girl started struggling even harder, clearly panicking and worried for Izuku's safety. No. To everyone's shock, instead of running away from the massive threat, the boy started running towards the zero-pointer, evidenced by the view closing in on the robot. Midoriya Izuku leaped high in the air, his voice echoing through the mindscape like the roar of a tornado. The lights binding Valkyrie flickered with an unearthly glow. Smash! The metal behemoth's face crumpled under the force of Izuku's attack, rocking back as multiple explosions bloomed across its body. He had done it. All Might felt a strange sense of pride, a grin already forming on his face. Nana chuckled, watching the scene with a nostalgic look. Valkyrie watched, transfixed and eyes wide with wonder. Then Izuku fell, the ground racing up to meet him. The sky darkened to a deeper red as his fear magnified tenfold. All of them watched in horror, helpless as the ground came closer and closer until, smack, the camera panned right all of a sudden as somebody hit Izuku right across the face. Miraculously, his momentum stalled just a few meters off the ground, floating as though in zero gravity. A girl perched on a piece of broken robot came into view, a nauseated look on her face as she shakily touched her fingertips together. Re-release. Both of them collapsed onto the ground gently, the girl who saved Izuku starting to throw up her breakfast from the effort of using her quirk. The camera panned straight forward, moving slowly but surely. What was Izuku was dragging himself against the ground with his remaining good arm. If I could just get 1 point. Time's up. With that announcement, the screen blacked out as Izuku, blacked out. All Might sighed, relieved that the boy would be okay. He could barely even control the power, but he had potential. With some training he might be able to wield it properly in time. Valkyrie still couldn't stop squirming, her worry obviously apparent. She only calmed down a little later when she suddenly looked skyward once more, sensing something. What she'd sensed was her brother's limbs mending themselves as a healing power was applied, but the two intruders didn't need to know that. All right, Miss Valkyrie, let's try this again from the top. All Might exhaled, satisfied that everything was calmer now. I'm All Might, as you already know. And this wonderful woman is Shimura Nana, the previous wielder of One for All. Nana waved sheepishly, whispering to All Might, you sure picked a great successor, huh? It's a 2-for-1 deal, buy one get one free. The hero ignored her teasing, opting to address the captured vigilante again. Young lady, do you know why we're here? The girl answered by blowing a raspberry at him, sticking her tongue out in defiance. Nana chuckled, a hand to her mouth as she attempted to stifle her laughter. Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. Of course she knows why we're here, you dummy. All Might sighed, resisting the urge to facepalm. This is going to be harder than I thought. In the mental landscape of his new successor, Midoriya Izuku, the #1 hero, All Might was facing the strangest situation he'd ever experienced in his life. Or unlife, considering the fact that he was no longer bound to his true corporeal body. Before him stood the phantom of his long-dead mentor, arms folded and frowning. The more troubling individual was the one sitting on the ground squirming uncomfortably, glaring up defiantly at him with her steely blue eyes. Valkyrie held his gaze for a little longer before focusing back on her bonds, neck craning down as she again tried to gnaw on one of the glittering stars that encircled her body. So, All Might began, clapping his hands together in a false show of enthusiasm. How did you manage to figure out? You know, the mental projection thing, Nana said, still observing their little captive. Projection-based quirks are extremely rare but not unheard of. One of the previous wielders had a nemesis with a similar ability. I've also met a hero who could do something like this, bring a mental image into the real world. Trouble is, quirks like these usually require a really abstract, esoteric power source. I wonder what hers is. All Might raised a single golden brow, shooting an inquisitive look towards his old mentor. A power source. She probably doesn't just draw power from thin air, you know. At least, I hope not. Nana coughed awkwardly. Let's just focus on the task at hand for now. Note taken. But, is this really okay? I mean, the hero eyed the little construct who was now beginning roll around in the dirt, trying in vain to scrape off her bonds. He then took a step back to take in all the destruction they'd caused in their little battle, only to find the shattered landscape slowly mending itself, chasms sealing shut and trees literally regrowing before his very eyes. The land is fixing itself. But is young Midoriya going to be okay? With all the damage we caused? Oh, that. Nana grinned. The little one would never hurt her master directly nor indirectly. All this is just empty space. The boy will be fine as long as the core isn't damaged. The what? The core. It's like a central hub where all the host's memories are kept. In real-world terms, it would basically be the hippocampus, the part of the brain that stores memories. The cheerful woman hand-waved her explanation nonchalantly, like a schoolteacher explaining to a curious child. Every host has their own interpretation. One time it was this island in the middle of a lake, another was this enormous library. Before she could continue on the intricacies of living inside people's minds, Valkyrie jumped back onto her feet and sprinted away with ludicrous speed while still chained, running as fast as her little legs could take her. The pair stared at the small dust cloud forming in her wake, before All Might turned to his mentor in confusion. Shouldn't we go after her? We might lose her trail. Nah, previous wielders are with her so we can track them. Easy. I have a good idea of where she's headed anyways. The woman squared her shoulders with a huff, giving him another trademark grin and starting to jog. Come on, Toshinori. Just like old times. Yeah. He returned her grin with one of his own, a strange but welcome feeling of nostalgia welling up within him. I've missed you, sensei. After a short jog through the abstract and vibrant landscape, the pair began to gradually close in on Valkyrie's position. Nana held her head up high, eyes closed and focusing on searching for her fellow wielders. She advanced forward confidently, guided by their shared unseen power. You know, I still can't believe how well you're taking this, Toshinori. Nana started, eyes still shut in concentration. When I came to in your mind, I got so freaked out that I decked the previous wielder right in the jaw. Believe me, I still have trouble accepting that all this is real. All Might flexed his fingers again, testing them over and over as he performed some basic hand exercises. Speaking of previous wielders, was there anyone famous that held one for all? You'll have to find that out for yourself when the time comes. If I had to go through all that nonsense with the introductions and stuff, I'm gonna make you do the same. I can't tell you their names, think of it as a rite of passage. What stuff? All Might began to retort, only to be cut off as Nana held out a hand to silence him, an expression of intense concentration upon her youthful features. She's close. Just a little more. Sensei, I think we've found her. It was easy to say why All Might would say that as he observed what was in front of them. Some religions had their holiest of holies. This was Valkyrie's. Before them was a field of flowers, massive in size and full of every color imaginable, even some colors that couldn't exist in the reality. The field was circular in shape and consisted of overlapping rings filled with beautiful flowers, like the colorful inside of a jawbreaker candy. At the very center on a small hill was what could only be described as a giant tree towered over the land. Clouds of gentle green foliage stretching across the sky like dozens of emerald wings. The core, Nana nodded, taking in the view. If she's a Valkyrie, then this must be Valhalla. All Might mused, staring across the field until his eyes roamed up the titanic tree trunk. It had to be at least 20 meters tall, wide at the base where gnarled brown roots planted themselves firmly into the soil. And this tree, I guess you could call it Yggdrasil. What a coincidence. It don't look like any Yggdrasil to me, Nana scoffed. All I see is a huge-ass tree. Yggdrasil, the hero corrected, going into an impromptu lesson. You know, like the world tree. In Norse mythology, the Valkyries were mythical women who chose who was to live and who was to die in battle. They were known as the chooser of the slain. You see, legend has it that the Valkyries bring their chosen to the afterlife hall of the slain, Valhalla, which is basically their version of a heavenly paradise. His helpful answer was met with an amused smirk, quickly followed with a light punch on the shoulder. Oh, we've got a real smarty pants here. Far cry from when you were a teen, eh? To be honest, I never really cared about history. It's mythology, not history, sensei. I'm a teacher now. All Might said calmly, his eyes searching for their escaped quarry. I'm required to know all this stuff. His mentor shook her head, hiding her amusement this time. Together, they searched for a few minutes until Nana spotted Valkyrie clinging onto a low branch upon the massive tree, the souls of previous wielders still stuck onto her like glue and making her stick out like a sore thumb with their glow. Interestingly enough, she was still in her child form, face down on the branch with her little legs dangling and looking like a piece of laundry hung out to dry. As the two closed in, they could hear her murmuring softly, though unclear if she was speaking to herself or the tree. Oni-chan, All Might is bullying me. Valkyrie whined miserably, clearly having given up on prying free of her bonds as she swung her legs gently to the breeze. Said bully advanced forward until he was at the base of the thick trunk, scratching his head awkwardly. To be honest, he felt a little guilty, too. Miss Valkyrie, it's us, All Might called, careful not to scare her off again. Please come down from there before you fall and hurt yourself. Nana grunted in the background, rolling her eyes slightly. Perhaps her student had forgotten who he was talking to. The little girl, Valkyrie, responded to his call by shooting him another glare. Her dangling legs tensed and gripped the tree branch tightly, as if she was trying to claim ownership of it. All things considered, she probably was. Go away, she yelled, her high-pitched voice barely carrying down to them. My tree. Shoo. Now, don't be like that. We just want to help you and young Midoriya. He started to reach forward to touch the trunk. At the moment she saw him move forward, the little construct leaped down from her perch and put herself between him and the tree, mouth quivering and eyes wide. She stood in a ready stance, seemingly challenging All Might again even in her weakened and bound state. The hero wondered what she was doing for a moment before it clicked. She was trying to protect the tree, legs braced like a boxer and making a terribly adorable attempt at a tough guy scowl. The message was clear, even without any words spoken. You want him, you're going to have to go through me. Gee, go away. Don't hurt him, Valkyrie squeaked, her eyes showing actual fear for the first time ever. Nana sensed she had to intervene before things came to blows once more. The girl would only respond in the only way she knew how, by fighting. The retired hero interrupted the two with a well-timed cough, getting their attention. All right, how about this, she began, striding forward and going down on one knee so that she was almost eye level with their strange captive. I'm gonna set you free, but in return you mustn't attack the big lug over there, okay? He isn't going to touch your, tree. The girl seemed to contemplate her choices for a moment, arms tensing against invisible ropes. Seeing no other way out, she hung her head shamefully and answered with a small nod. The light star souls, whatever they were, slowly separated from Valkyrie one at a time and found their way back atop Nana's head, where they arranged themselves in a neat little circle. The girl stayed true to her word and did not attack anyone upon her release. She did, however, make them walk a little so they were a safe distance away from her precious tree. First things first, Nana turned and gave her a wide, disarming grin. Now that we've introduced ourselves, it's your turn. You have a name, little lady. Shimmering sapphires for eyes bored into her, unflinching. Everyone calls me Valkyrie, so that's my name. Do you have something else we can address you as? Like a civilian name? All Might tried, only to receive another poisonous glare. The girl looked away and into her sneakers, an unreadable expression on her face. Kiri, she answered quietly. That's what they called me. That prompted raised eyebrows from both heroes. They, friends? She raised her head, that piercing gaze boring into them once more like a drill. Nana hummed, nodding slowly. As I thought. Care to enlighten me, sensei? I noticed it when you two were beating the absolute tar out of each other. The pro-hero explained casually, a wave of her hand dismissing his inane inquiry. The way she fights, she wasn't just swinging recklessly like a wild animal. There was a technique to it, moves and countermoves depending on what the situation called for. Which means, someone must have taught her. Either that, or she's been replicating moves simply by observing, like my Detroit Smash. All Might finished, feeling his phantom heart skip a beat. Someone else knew about Valkyrie. Perhaps more than just one. Young lady who taught you how to fight. The little girl, Kiri, blinked slowly, seeming to relieve some distant memories. Shaku, what kind of a name is that? The hero thought, racking his brains to remember if there was any hero or villain that went by that name. If someone knew about the true secret of the Valkyrie, there was now a possibility that he or she would find out about One for All, too. Under no circumstance was he going to allow that to happen. And, where is this Shaku now? At that, a little hint of sadness mixed with nostalgia flashed across Kiri's features. Gone, not coming back. Gone, did she mean? Where did he go? Nana asked, taking the blow for him. In response, Kiri just pointed at the 3 large letters emblazoned on her oversized gray hoodie, as if they would explain everything. As it turned out, they did. NYC, the hoodie stated proudly, the letters etched in bold with dark thread against the gray cotton. New York City, United States of America. All Might said slowly in understanding. Well, at least that was one less problem to worry about if he wasn't coming back to Japan. Did he give that hoodie to you? No, I did. Oh dear. There was a soft slap of flesh against flesh as the number 1 hero facepalmed. How many friends did the girl have and how many more knew of her true nature? This situation's getting more complicated by the minute. Let's just make things simpler. How many people know you're actually a mental projection? 0, Kiri stated simply after thinking for a moment. Okay, then we can still salvage this situation. Sort of. All Might suddenly froze and turned to his mentor, a horrible thought bubbling to the surface of his mind. Wait a minute. She can't use One for All, can she? What? Pishawa, no. Nana laughed, hand-waving his concerns away, until a serious frown overtook her features. I think, sensei, how should I know? I mean, I'm not even sure what she can do, or if it will even affect her. One for All is only supposed to affect the user's physical prowess, being a quirk that, well, stockpiles physical power. Let's hope not. That would be way too overpowered. I thought you were supposed to be an expert on this stuff. All Might grumbled. Hey, don't look at me, his mentor said defensively, arms folded. Even our best scientists have little to no explanation to all this metahuman mumbo-jumbo sci-fi nonsense. I mean, look at us. We're living proof that there's something after. Except I'm not dead, the hero said flatly. Yet I know, all right, he added quickly before she could get a smart comment in. Remember, you said it, not me. Nana huffed, waggling a translucent finger at him. You know what, I don't want to hear it. Let's just get back on topic before I go insane. The blonde sighed and directed his gaze back to Kiri, who had been observing their conversation with mild interest. I told you already, we won't go mad in here because of this hibernating thing we can do. Nana, please. Right. Sorry. All Might cleared his throat, getting back on track as he faced the mental projection. For some reason, she still hadn't changed back to her taller adult form. Kiri-chan, we're here because our creator has been chosen to be the next wielder of One for All. Truly, it must be an honor to hold such a great responsibility. Naturally, she didn't seem very exuberant upon receiving that particular notification. If anything, the little girl seemed to deflate sadly, eyes downcast. I know. The hero paused mid-sentence, confused. You knew he was going to receive my quirk. Then, why did you attack? Kiri gazed up at him, craning her neck upwards to meet his eyes. I didn't know you were going to appear, and I was so angry at that time. I knew it was going to happen soon. That he was going to get your quirk, but the little girl started to sniffle, eyes beginning to turn watery. All Might started to go forward to comfort her before she started to cry again, but was stopped by his mentor, who shook her head slowly. Maybe she needs to let it out, her eyes told him. I knew, but I couldn't accept it. Kiri sniffed, one rumpled sleeve coming up to wipe away a stray tear. It's not fair. I've waited 10 years and was prepared to wait just a little bit more. And I'd reveal myself and he'd be so proud of me, but then you show up and now maybe I won't even get a chance to meet him. Neither hero said anything, allowing the girl to vent and express her feelings. It was better than letting them bottle up and exploding at an inappropriate time. The girl found her voice now, fully expressing herself, instead using the usual small, succinct sentences she preferred to make her point. Little hiccups racked her tiny frame, causing her to shake like a leaf in a storm. You show up and everything I've accomplished will pale in comparison. Everything I've done, none of it will matter because he'll be obsessed with your power. You'll take him away from me, she wailed, hands wrenching shut with sorrow. Give him back. I've waited for so long and you just show up out of the blue and steal him away, you thief. It's not fair. Not fair. Not fair. Oh, All Might began, only to feel tiny fists bumping against him weakly as the girl ran up to him, her arms flailing blindly. Her blows were now ineffective against his muscular bulk, despite the force behind them she'd shown during their previous fight. I just want to be loved, she hiccuped, arms dangling loosely by her sides in defeat. I want Izuku-nii-chan to be proud of me, to love me. Is that so wrong? Before anyone could react, Nana rushed forward and engulfed the girl in a tight hug, gently caressing the back of her head. The little girl gasped at the sudden contact, but didn't pull away from the older woman. Instead, her childish face seemed to scrunch up the more she was comforted, shining with tears and finally beginning to cry once more. Oh, you poor thing. That was never our intention. Ooh. She didn't opt to reply, looking very much like a lost child with those big tearful eyes of hers. SHHH, it's all right. We're not going to take him away from you, okay? Nana leaned back and gently wiped away the girl's tears with both her thumbs, hands cupping her face. Midoriya isn't someone obsessed with chasing power, right? If anything, he'd be proud of all the good you've done for the world. Really? Why you won't steal him away? Kiri stopped sniffing, blinking in surprise when she felt a graceful finger boop her on the nose. Really? Now, why don't we all take a break and we can continue this later on? Everyone's stressed out from these unforeseen circumstances. Nana gave another trademark smile, ruffling the girl's hair softly. Kiri blinked and rubbed her still red eyes, trying to muster up the fiercest look she could at All Might in her current form. It wasn't very intimidating, to say in the least. The hero observed for the first time how awfully small she seemed for a supposed 10-year-old. Now that he thought of it, Midoriya wasn't particularly large for his age either. Okay, she said slowly, still eyeing the heroes warily. But don't touch my tree. Oh no, we won't. Nana nodded, smiling slightly. Promise. The girl watched them for a while before trudging back unsteadily towards the hilltop, then put her back against the massive tree as she plopped down at its base. Within seconds she had fallen asleep, eyes closed serenely. That was strangely quick. Neither of them had seen anyone fall asleep that fast. The pair of heroes watched the sleeping simulacrum curiously, before Nana broke the silence with a small whisper. I knew it. The poor girl has been running on fumes this whole time. She nodded, satisfied with her hypothesis. The pair made some distance to avoid disturbing the sleeping child as they began discussing her. Hey, how'd you know? I sort of suspected something was up when she didn't change back into her adult form back when she confronted you at the tree. When she first manifested, the first thing she wanted to do was get some sleep. And finally, when she hit you so weakly while she was crying just now, it all but confirmed it. That child form of hers also functions as a sort of power-saving mode. Nana shrugged. You know, kind of like a phone. But still, she's strong. Not as strong as you, yeah, but still pretty decent. I'd say she's what? A third of your strength. Maybe even half if she really pushes it. Maybe. Then, where does she get her power? What's the source? It can't be just from her sleep, can it? All Might hummed, thinking hard. Sunlight, sound, temperature. I think you're on the right track. Still remember those briefings about her supposed power set? Nana said, Yeah, off the top of my head. Invulnerability, super strength, minor super speed, levitation, teleportation, shapeshifting, and what was it? A calming aura. I'd suppose it's lucky we never managed to find out the sheer versatility of her shapeshifting. Nobody even suspected she could turn into a child. The blonde massaged his temples, trying to recall what the Hero Association scientists had said back then during the annual report so many years ago. One thing that's got all the eggheads confused is that one person shouldn't have multiple quirks, with a few rare exceptions. For a while, some people have even been thinking that Valkyrie was some sort of advanced robot or artificial human. I guess we've got our answer now. Usually cases of supposed multiple quirks are just people who found out different applications of their quirks. Say, a quirk to control water can also control eyes. Maybe it's the same for her. Different applications of the same ability. Nana closed her eyes in deep thought. But what's the common factor in all those abilities? You tell me. I'd go mental just trying to figure out all the possibilities. All Might muttered. Wait, mental, that's it. Nana gasped, slamming a fist into her palm in a moment of understanding. Toshinori, you're a genius. I am. Yes. The older woman began to pace back and forth, grinning as she began to put the pieces together. The one piece of information our boys didn't have: she's a mental projection. That means Midoriya is capable of creating a mental projection. Which means it's all psionics. You lost me, All Might said blankly. Psionics. Midoriya's quirk can be considered as psychic. And Valkyrie is his mental or psychic projection. In turn, that means she uses psionic power too. Her super strength and speed. I'd guess that's tactile telekinesis, lifting things with her mind while channeling it through her touch. That could explain why she doesn't seem to have the usual required muscle mass common in super strength quirks. Nana explained in a rapid-fire pace. I'd say the invulnerability is similar to those shields telekinetics love to form as a defense. In this case, her entire body is a shield. As for levitation, shapeshifting, and teleportation, those can probably be attributed to the same psionic prowess she's displayed. We'll have to ask her about that later. What about the calming aura? That seems awfully out of place. Hardly. Psionic powers are powers of the mind, which in turn could theoretically affect other minds. One particular hero was famous for this, using his psychic powers to see through people's eyes. But that's not the point. The point is, the calming aura, it's her power source. It is. I don't see how expending energy to calm others down is considered as her power source. All Might blinked. That's because it's not actually a calming aura, the retired hero said slowly. I think it's the other way around. She hasn't been giving people emotions, she's taking them away. Empathy. She's been eating them. All Might whispered, then his eyes widened comically. Then young Midoriya. He'll be fine. I mean, if he really has had his emotions being drained for 10 years and still grows up to be a relatively normal boy, I think he's good. Kiri wouldn't hurt her master in any way. The number one hero didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to be worried sick at the prospect of his disciple having what was essentially an emotional vampire living in his head. Still, the girl did seem to love her brother a whole lot, so he'd trust her for now. So, what do we do about her? For now, whatever we can. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for them to meet, but it could have some potential benefits for both of them, mainly the fact that we can relay information to Midoriya-kun. Hey, I've got an idea. Why not enroll little Kiri-chan into UA? That way she would be in close proximity to him, maybe even act as a bodyguard. All Might replied by shooting his mentor a textbook. Are you serious? Look. Not happening. The situation's too volatile at the moment, sensei. Besides, wouldn't that be unfair to all the other applicants who have already completed the entrance exam? Did you expect me to pull some strings, allow a literal 10-year-old kid into the school and expect her to perform well academically? Well, yeah, I was hoping for that actually. But I can see your point. All right, I get it. Stop giving me that look. I can feel your look. I'm sorry, I'm just the hero side explosively. I'm just worried about young Midoriya. Now that I think of it, I guess Midoriya here can be considered an abnormality. Nana stated, looking contemplative. You mean that rare classification of metahuman where not even the user is aware of the quirk's abilities and therefore can't use it? I guess. What of it? Nah, I was just thinking. It's funny, really. What is? The original one for all used to be an abnormality, too. Nana said quietly. All Might stopped and stared at her, his train of thought completely derailed. Then it started to sink in. The quirk to stock power and the quirk to pass on quirks, united as one. One for all. And now, history was repeating itself. A quirk given to someone previously thought to be quirkless. A twist of fate, or perhaps all part of the plan in the grand scheme of the universe. All Might grunted, opting to put away that particular revelation for later study. At this point, we still don't know what the two of them are fully capable of now. With her power, and one for all in Midoriya's body, together they'd be a recipe for disaster, or the key to a new golden age of heroes. Only time will tell. Nana shrugged. Whatever, it's your problem now. Boy, I mean you in the real world. The retired hero gave him a firm pat on the back. I'd love to help out, but all we can do now is sit back and watch the fireworks. Or explosions. I thought you said the previous users can assist the current one and when they're in a pinch. I think this situation more than qualifies as a pinch and more like a full-on mangling. Yeah, but not directly. Nana yawned, manifesting a reclining beach chair with a snap of her fingers. She ignored All Might's dropping jaw as she climbed into it lazily, looking rather pleased with herself. We don't have the power to take control or speak to the host, only to give them a great surge of strength or insight. But who knows, maybe we'll have a little more power as One for All is passed down through the ages. Hell, maybe even one day we'll actually get to control the host's body. That would be totally radical. What the how'd you do that? He gaped, referring to the colorful chair she was currently lounging upon. Oh, it's like a thought construct that we soul fragments can create in here. You'll learn how to do it soon. The older woman gave another yawn, palms behind her head as she took on a relaxed position. Good night, Toshinori. Sensei, it's morning. True enough, the sky shimmered bright blue while the morning sun shone down upon them. Nana didn't seem to mind, a pair of mirrored shades appearing on her face with another snap of her fingers. A martini winked into existence in the woman's free hand, with her draining the entire glass with a single gulp. The hero watched with bewilderment as the now empty glass disintegrated into nothingness. Good day, then. She smirked. I'd suggest you get some sleep. You'll be meeting the wielder before me after we finish talking to Kiri later. Well, all right, All Might said reluctantly. Secretly, he was both nervous and excited at the prospect of meeting the previous wielders, possible legendary heroes that had once held the same power he did. But how do you create these thought construct things? At that, his old mentor let the sunglasses droop down her face slightly, revealing half-lidded, mischievous eyes. Just think, Ria, all hard, and you should be able to create one. That's all the help I can give you after all. That's all the help that was given to me. Wa-sensei. You gon' learn, Toshinori. Nana chuckled, already drifting off to sleep. And I believe in learning through experience. So go forth, my young pupil, and experience. The only thing I'm going to experience is the grass against my face because I don't know how to make an imaginary bed. He groused. That's the point, genius. A third snap of her fingers created a pair of earplugs that manifested in her ears, completely blocking out All Might's incoming retort. Sighing with defeat, the symbol of peace, All Might, hero of heroes, started to stare hard at a particular spot of empty grass in an effort to create an imaginary thought construct bed. Shimura Nana wasn't the best teacher one could hope for, but she had her good points. All Might awakened to a strange sense of discomfort. And not just from the warped abomination of a bed he had fallen asleep on. Something was poking against his cheek rather roughly, the aggressor doing their best to annoy him into waking up. I'm up. He groaned, neck craning up to come face to face with none other than Kiri, who was currently sitting cross-legged on his muscular chest in her child form and poking him with a long stick. Noticing that he was finally awake, she whipped her makeshift weapon across his forehead, snapping it in twain with a sharp crack. Oh, All Might said, unamused. And then, she replied, hopping off him almost casually. Up in it, boy. General quarters. Action stations. Nana called, doing her best to hide her laughter. She wasn't trying very hard, her mirth clearly visible. Oddly enough, the sun still shone bright, the sky still blue as ever. Very funny, sensei. He groaned. I suppose I have you to blame for that. I thought it'd be a good team-building activity if she woke you up instead. Nana said, I think it's kind of cute. Kiri stood beside her, eyes practically boring a hole into him as she stared with nearly unblinking eyes. It seemed she still didn't like him much. He would have to gain her trust slowly, then. Don't give me that exhausted look, Toshinori. You've been asleep for 8 hours. Felt like a 15-minute nap. All Might said tiredly, getting up and dismissing his thought construct. What now, oh great teacher? First things first. All three of them sat down in a rough circle, the epitome of a formal discussion. What to do regarding young Midoriya and Kiri here? At the mention of her given name, the girl leaned forward with interest, giving her full attention to Nana. Kiri-chan, Auntie Nana's gonna ask you some questions about yourself, and you're going to have to answer honestly, all right? It's so we can help both you and Midoriya-kun. The construct looked a little apprehensive, but slowly nodded her head to confirm. Okay, first of all, can you fly? A quick shake of the head at that. Not fly, float. Helps with long jumps. Kiri demonstrated by floating a few meters off the ground, but it quickly became clear that she had little to no control of which direction she went. Evident when a gentle nudge from All Might sent her tumbling through the air like an astronaut in space. She tried to swim through the air, which looked absolutely ridiculous, not to mention slow, completely eliminating any potential combat applications from that ability. Next question, does your invulnerability have a limit? Let me guess, is it tied to your form and energy? A small, reluctant nod. I knew it. Nana whispered under her breath and gave her ex-student a quick glance. She can have her invulnerability as long as she has enough energy to stay in the real world. It's literally tied to her material form. The retired hero mumbled to herself more, humming and scratching her head while she brainstormed. All Might could almost hear the gears turning in her skull with all the heavy thinking she was doing. Most people think of Nana as just a musclehead when they first meet her, especially because of that Greek statue physique. But the truth is she was actually rather clever. Alright, final question. I've pretty much figured out your abilities through guesswork except for the teleportation. Nana tapped her chin thoughtfully, pacing back and forth like a scientist on the verge of making a great discovery. Through reports I've read, you've always arrived unseen on foot. Why not just teleport directly to wherever you want to go? It would definitely be faster. I can only teleport to places I try really hard to remember perfectly, Kiri admitted sheepishly. It's difficult. Memory-based teleportation? Huh. I'd suppose that's not as good as regular teleportation. How many locations can you teleport to? 4. One at the city center, one at the outskirts, one at Oni-chan's old school, and one outside Oni-chan's house. I'm going to replace the school one with a memory of his new school. I see. Okay, I've made my decision, Nana declared suddenly. Now Kiri, don't take this the wrong way. You're one of the strongest projections I've ever seen. But I think you should hold off on meeting your master, brother, until he gets a basic grasp of one for all. But, as the girl began to protest, Nana held out both hands placatingly. Now, there's a reason for all this. I'd think Midoriya would be overwhelmed if so much power suddenly fell into his hands. Not to mention confused and disoriented at the revelation that he has a secret little sister-daughter construct he didn't know about for 10 years. You can wait just a little longer, right? Kiri looked like she wanted to protest further, but slowly clamped her jaw shut, having no way to refute. True, it would only cause confusion and chaos if she were to appear now out of the blue. But still, it didn't mean that she had to like it. The girl gave a great and mighty pout, cheeks puffed up like a goldfish. "Aw, don't be like that. It's only for a little while, and then you can meet him," All Might said, patting her back gently in an effort to get her used to him. She pouted even further, eyes narrowing into razor-thin lines. Well, at least she didn't start hissing like an angry cat. After a long, quiet silence, Kiri finally relented, her worry for her brother's well-being overriding her own desire to meet him. "Fine," she said, looking rather disappointed. "Just a little longer. Just hang in there, kid." Nana sighed, rubbing Kiri's head a little. "Moving on, let's have you meet the wielder before me, Toshinori." Here and now," the blonde said, alarmed. "Yup, right here, right now." Nana nudged Kiri and motioned for her to go sit beside All Might, which she did a little reluctantly. "Okay, now I need some space for this to work. Stand back. Wait, what's gonna happen to you? I've told you before, haven't I? I'll disappear for a previous wielder to take my place. We'll keep doing this once in a while until you've met all the ones who came before. Think of it as half an introduction session, half a storytime session where they rant about their backstories. Who knows, maybe you'll learn something." "I sure did." Nana started doing a few basic stretches, getting into position as she rolled her shoulders, then rotating her waist from side to side. Yet the words had flowed past the student's ears, what she'd just said starting to sink in. "Disappear. Take your place." An odd feeling of growing dread was pooling in his stomach, inexplicable and alien. It was only when the wind started swirling around her that he realized he didn't want her to disappear. It reminded him of that hateful moment years ago, where he'd failed her and she truly disappeared off the face of the planet for good. His one true regret. "But I'm not ready. I mean, what do I even say?" All Might began, only for Nana to cut him off with that same confident grin. The same grin she'd shown him only hours before she died. The same grin that his own trademark smile was based off. "You're All Might, symbol of peace. You don't have to say anything. Everyone's so proud of you. I'm proud of you." Her body began to glow with an unearthly violet light, flickering and shimmering. For a brief moment, seeing her fading away like that was like watching her die all over again. His heart wrenched with an old sorrow as bitter memories resurfaced. Despite himself, he began to stand up and make his way towards her, fearful of losing his teacher again. "Sensei, wait." He started to reach for her, only for a strong gust of wind to push him back. "Nana, relax, you dummy." Nana smiled, actually laughing now while she faded. "I'll only be gone for a little while. But I have to warn you." Her features suddenly grew serious and foreboding, eyes taking on a faraway look. One for all didn't always belong to heroes. There was a tremendous flash of light, and for a moment All Might's vision was encompassed with the all-consuming color of purple. When it faded, Nana was gone, and someone else stood in her place. The new individual stood towering and unyielding, taller than All Might and at least 8 feet tall, muscular and built like a barrel, an absolute bear of a man. Crowned atop his head was a black Ashanka cap with a single golden star, framing a squarish jaw that was furnished with a great gray beard. Piercing magenta eyes stared down at both All Might and Kiri like burning coals in the night. Unlike the transparent Nana, this man seemed solid like All Might. 6 multicolored soul fragments orbited around his head in a tight formation. Wielder number 6. So, it is true. The man rumbled in a deep Russian accent. A deep frown set on his face. Each step he took forward seemed to cause the very earth to shake. All Might instinctively stepped in front of Kiri in an attempt to protect her, which was ultimately futile as she trotted beside him, gazing up at the giant man fearlessly. Any normal child would have hid behind the blonde hero's legs. Kiri, on the other hand, was showing a little interest at the sheer size of the newcomer. What is? All Might asked, feeling a little tense. It is true. That number 1 vigilante is tiny baby girl. The older man boomed, an enormous hand on his belly as he began to roar with laughter. His greatest joke of decade. His loud voice almost caused All Might to flinch, but luckily the hero had a much stronger will than that. Kiri just seemed puzzled at the big man's reaction, tilting her head curiously. Oh, that slaps me on the knee. The behemoth finally calmed down, wiping a tear of mirth away from his eyes. Begging your pardon, I am Mikhail Glukovsky, strongest man in Russia. Friends call me Misha. Have wielded one for all for 33 years. Pleased to be meeting you, da. Kiri turned to All Might, pointing at the man. It's Santa Claus, she chirped, clearly expecting a present or something. No, Kiri-chan. Just because he has a beard and wears a red coat doesn't mean he's Santa. Also, it's a different kind of hat, see? Even the color's different. He explained with the patience of a saint. The girl looked slightly disappointed at that comment, grumbling to herself. All Might gave his predecessor a polite smile, followed by a firm handshake. The man had a grip like a hydraulic press. He noted as his hand came away throbbing. Well, at least he was much friendlier than he looked. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. You can call me Toshinori. The hero frowned for a moment, thinking back to his teacher. Her violet soul fragment was missing from the Goliath's halo, which numbered only 6 instead of 7. Is Shimura Nana going to be okay? Oh, her is fine. Will reappear after a while. Need recharge. But recharge time gets shorter as one for all gain power. Maybe finish faster this time, Misha said cheerfully, patting him on the shoulder with a heavy hand while reassuring him in broken Japanese. All Might breathed a sigh of relief at that, satisfied with his answer. Now, as part of introductory course, I also have to tell you name, quirk, and story. Is God. Is that really necessary? I mean, I don't really see a point since I've already passed down the power. Of course, is tradition of one for all. Actually not much to do here also, Misha said. Then what happens when one for all gets passed down through more and more generations? Then even more story. Truly Kurosho. The big man beamed proudly. So, when I was hero, I known as Fortress, the Unbreakable Man. My quirk is called Extrasensory. His strange quirk, allow me to see people memories just by touch. Also have bulletproof skin. With one for all, I became greatest hero in all of Russia. I think I've heard of your hero name, but other than that I don't know much about you. Is okay. My story finished long ago, so newer, better heroes take my place. Is good. He was about to mutter a quick apology when the pitter-patter of little feet on the grass caught his attention. Looking behind him, All Might realized that Kiri had vanished from his line of sight. However, the moment he turned back he faced a dilemma most troubling. Little Kiri was now staring up at the giant Misha, her full height barely even reaching up to his thigh as she stood only inches away from him. A deep, basic instinct to protect the small creature nearly came over him then and there. But All Might opted to hang back and watch the situation unfold to see how the two would interact with each other. Kiri stepped closer, an inquisitive look on her face as she glanced down at Misha's heavy-duty combat boots, each nearly the size of her head, and let her eyes slowly travel up and up until they met his. Amusingly, she had to step back a little just to take him in fully until her head lolled back. If I pull off your beard, will you die? Kiri asked nonsensically, much like an actual curious kid. It would be extremely painful, he rumbled. You're a big guy, she said, sizing him up. For you, Misha replied reflexively. But then again, look at you. You are so tiny. Kiri pouted and changed into her adult form, billowing white hair blooming with length as her skin paled. She puffed out her chest and stood ramrod straight in an attempt to look bigger, which only led the man into another bout of uproarious laughter. You are so small. It's funny to me, Misha boomed, still lost in mirth. Even smaller than own granddaughters. And then, I can't grow any bigger, only smaller, Kiri complained, shrinking back down into a child. Small is still good, less target for enemy. Misha rolled back his shirt sleeve to reveal great crisscrossing scars upon his tattooed upper right arm. Look at me, big means you are big, me chilled. Have many scars on chest, on back, on face, which is why I grow beardo. You remind me of great adversary. When I was younger I fight villain who just like you, has own mental projections, horde. Except he have 24 different split personality, each with own quirk, is nightmare to fight. Wait, granddaughters, you're a granddad, All Might said, slightly surprised. Duh, I from big family have 3 sons, all married and with children. His greatest feeling in world when have many grandchildren, even better than beating villain. Lineage will carry on. Misha grinned, producing a photograph out of thin air which he showed to the younger hero. True enough, a large family smiled back from within the photo. Misha clearly seated at the center as over 24 children and adults gathered around him. They all looked so happy. You don't miss them? Your family, I mean. All Might asked carefully, not wanting to antagonize the old hero. Of course I do. Misha gave him a great big grin, clapping him on the back like an old friend. But in real world, I move on. Have accepted it, life goes on. And so shall I now. I help wielders of one for all. Help make world a better place. That's an admirable goal, All Might said. Frankly, he wasn't sure if he was glad to be unmarried now. The thought of leaving a wife and kid in the real world while he was stuck in here seemed like a nightmare prospect. But Misha seemed pretty okay with it. Then again, Misha was old, having probably accomplished everything he wanted to in life already. It was a strange feeling, really. But enough about past, Misha exclaimed suddenly, his voice carrying clear across the field of flowers. With a snap of his massive fingers, 3 couches appeared, with him plopping down onto one almost lazily. Now is time for story. At the mention of a story, Kiri seemed to get a little interested and excited, scampering over and claiming one of the couches for herself. Unfortunately, these couches were Misha-sized, which fit nicely for the 2 large men but left her sinking slightly into the humongous, pillowy cushions. She didn't seem to mind it all that much, maybe because she often slept on tree branches or rocks. Isn't your story part of the past as well? All Might asked as he plopped down on the final vacant couch. Misha grinned at him, bushy beard quirking alongside his lips. Now, I tell story of great victory, yet great loss. It happened many, many years ago. Maybe you hear of it in history book now. Misha began, his voice taking on a dramatic tone. Back then in Russia we have great scientist, Dr. Dmitry Parangosky. His hero, very smart, maybe too smart. Kiri was now listening intently, while All Might was already trying to recall details from this particular story after hearing that name. He heard it before, back when he was a mere schoolboy, decades ago, but now it was hearing it again, from a first-hand account. He's smart, and one day he tried to make machines smarter than him, Misha said. For good of motherland, he claimed, to solve problems and bring glory back to Russia in time of stagnation. Machine much too smart, gain sentience. Zabana, All Might said softly. Yes, Zabana incident. Misha says, a faraway look in his eyes. Unshackled artificial intelligence. True AI, made from template of scientist's brain. But Zabana only want to help creator. Is benevolent. The old hero said nothing for a while, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. All still good. New age, they say. But tensions rise. Some claim machine is abomination, heresy to God, bring death to humanity. All Might nodded, still listening intently. Kiri seemed to be fully invested in the old hero's tale, giving him her full attention. And so began time of great chaos. Religious, eco-terrorist cult known as Sleeping Forest calling for death of Doctor and his creation. At first no biggie. Then second biggest political party openly declare support of cult. Shit hit fan. People start digging. Discover insane nepotism and cultist thing. Cult infiltrated political party and plan to occupy it like Illuminati or conspiracy theory. Psycho Bliad. Is like I watching Hollywood movie or anime instead of real life. Misha took a moment to catch his breath, visibly contemplating his next thoughts. All Might thought to ask Misha to tone down the swearing a bit, but then remembered that Kiri was used to villains screaming obscenities in her face as a vigilante. All TV channels broadcasting this now, but worst thing was, half of society seems to support cult. Half of TV channels side with SF, saying they are heroes while Parangosky is heretic who dare to play God, off with his head. Other half saying they are insane cultists. Sudden massive push of SF agenda of religious fanaticism. They making their big play using Dr. Parangosky and his creation as stepping stone. Fear of coup d'etat rising. Riots ready to begin in streets. Whole nation divided. Every community, neighborhood and street corner become battleground between cult and rational people. Normal people become overwhelmed by their fanaticism and insanity and panicking. Is like end of days, cultural apocalypse. Madness is outbreaking like contagious disease and Russia is on verge of violent civil war. Heroes helpless, some even picking sides. Biggest shitstorm I ever seen. Politicians went radio silent and the media went full retard. But I think, you know what happened next. I've read a little about it. All Might nodded. History says Zabana went mad and annihilated the isolated town of Cheboksary by overloading its own core, killing over 1,000 people including its own creator. But that's where you're wrong. Misha chuckled darkly. Is not Zabana who destroyed that town. It was despicable Sleeping Forest terrorists who do anything to further their own goals and ideology. It was they who sabotaged nearby Rostock and brought destruction to that poor town. Rostock killed many there, men, women, children. No discrimination, only death. That's how Dr. Parangoski really died. Not by the hands of beloved creation but the fanaticism of cultists. An assassination that was meant to take out both him and Zabana, now conveniently blamed on creation. They even have audacity to use incident to call for death of surviving AI. Then, the AI was framed. Damn, but what is Rostock? A person, a weapon? Misha shook his head grimly, fists clenching so hard that his knuckles turned white. It's a nuclear reactor. Oh, long story short, we, the heroes, were all fooled to believing Zabana was a threat to Russia and the world. They played us like fiddle. Zabana of course act in self-defense, build robots for self-preservation, believing we were same people who killed his master and come to finish job. We heroes fight against onslaught for a month, throwing bodies against Zabana compound like emptying magazine. When I alone finally breached the final segment to AI core, I still believe he evil until I saw with own eyes. I did not see evil, only scared and confused child retaliating against world. There, with my quirk I learned truth of Dr. Parangoski death, truth of trickery. But I cannot tell the public, for it would truly cause a civil war in Homeland if they find out that SF responsible for over 1,000 deaths of Russian citizen. So that's why the world still thinks Zabana was a mad, rogue AI. That's injustice. But what happened to the cult? I don't think they exist anymore. Duh. Me and some comrades made sure of that after incident. But back then I faced with dilemma in Zabana. My enemy that had taken so many lives of my comrades. But out of self-defense and fear, Zabana only wanted to be left alone, to live in peace. So tell me, All Might, what am I to do? The hero asked, a little confused. Yes, you. Make decision, quick. But what's the point of making a decision that has already been made? Guess, what you're really asking is, what would I do? All Might said slowly. Misha just gave him another jolly grin, glad that he got the point. Yes, destroy your enemy and avenge your fallen comrades, or save an innocent soul. Even if innocent is non-human, machine and metal who has taken the lives of your friends by matters which spiral out of control. Choose revenge or forgiveness. Clock is ticking. All Might gazed down at his open palm for a moment, contemplating his choices. He was a hero and heroes were supposed to save everyone and anyone in need of help. But the cost of human lives lost in the Zabana incident. He'd seen the numbers, read the stories. Save or destroy. If he were in Misha's place, would he be able to bring himself to destroy an innocent soul or for belittle the sacrifices of his comrades, who gave their lives to allow him to make it this far only to betray them for a non-human entity? He had no idea how Misha was able to make such a difficult choice, but ultimately decided on his own in this hypothetical situation. I would. Might. Too slow, Misha roared without warning, stunning the blonde hero for a brief moment. He followed it up with a light but firm karate chop onto the hero's skull. Pow, you are dead. Not big surprise. Moral of story, act fast. Well, I thought this was going to be a choice about the moral conundrums on the innocence of all life, whether natural or artificial, and what measure is non-human and stuff. All Might said, rubbing his head in confusion. Yes, maybe that too. But still, too slow. Hero must make decision on fly. Misha laughed. Now I must go. It was nice meeting you, Toshinori Yagi. Go? Wait, that's so sudden. I still have so many questions. The history books listed the Zabana AI as terminated, but what was your choice? The hero exclaimed. If you are hero, then you already know. Have learned important lesson, have you not? Misha grinned and started to glow as he stood, fading into translucency like Nana had earlier. Dasidenia, All Might and little baby girl. Bye-bye, Santa, Kiri said, waving cheerfully. Wait, All Might was interrupted once again by another brilliant flash of light. And when he opened his eyes, nothing remained of Misha except the 3 couches he had created for them. Even those were starting to fade away like powder snow, great flakes drifting off them in the wind. The hero sighed in defeat, getting off his rapidly disintegrating couch. Kiri followed his lead, doing the same and skipping along until she was beside him. With a tilt of her neck, she started pointing at his head, or rather, something above him. Above his blonde mop of hair floated a magnificent halo of 8 soul fragments, much like the predecessors before him. A new golden orb of light rotated into view, and All Might realized with a little amazement that he was staring at himself, or rather, his very own soul fragment. He reached out to touch the light and it floated into his palm, warm and alive like a tiny flame, and made a loud ping as if actually struck when Kiri flicked her finger into it, floating alongside him. She let out a childish giggle and began poking at it some more, wanting to play with it until All Might nudged her away gently. Oi, don't do that. Who knows what will happen if... The hero was forced to lift his hands and soul fragment high up and away from the girl as her teeth clicked loudly against the empty air where it levitated just moments ago. She turned to him and landed back on solid ground, mouth open wide and clearly expecting him to feed it to her. No, that's bad. No eating souls, young lady. Kiri closed her mouth slowly, but still gave him that expectant stare like she wanted something from him. As it turns out, she did. "I'm hungry," she stated simply. "Well, what do you want me to do about it?" "Feed me, please." "I don't know how to do that," All Might answered sheepishly. "Do I just conjure up some emotions or something?" "All right, how's this?" All Might focused hard, and sure enough, a warped bowl of milk and cereal appeared in the palm of his hand. Or rather, something that vaguely resembled milk and cereal. The girl scrunched up her nose at the awful sight, sniffing distastefully. "Here comes the aeroplane." And then the number one hero tried awkwardly, swerving a spoonful of the thought cereal towards her whilst emulating a plane. Kiri scrutinized him for a moment with visible disdain, eyes rapidly narrowing at a rate proportional to the spoon's distance from her face. "I'm going out on patrol." With that statement, a whirling doorway of white light appeared beside her and she stepped through, disappearing instantly. All Might just sighed for the umpteenth time today when he'd realized he was now alone with his badly constructed bowl of cereal. Well, at least he could now focus on mastering the art of creating thought construct furniture. Baby steps. Furious at what he created, he took a bite of the thought cereal and spat it out immediately, retching horribly in disgust. Nana manifested only a few hours later, looking awfully well rested. After telling her about his meeting with Misha, Kiri arrived to check in on them from an unsuccessful hunt, yet recharged with energy. It turns out that the city was being well cared for with the combined efforts of the real All Might and the number 2 hero, Endeavor. They'd been doing such a good job of suppressing crime in the past few years that Kiri had mostly been relying on rescue work and bursts of negative emotions in her range for food. The next few days were uneventful, until the first day of school where Izuku broke his finger in a physical examination to test Class 1A's abilities. Kiri was understandably worried but was quickly calmed down by both Nana and All Might with promises that he'll be fine. Frankly, the two retired heroes thought young Midoriya was rather resourceful in the use of his power, compensating his weaker body by using one for all creatively. The group reached an impasse when Izuku was once again injured in one of the combat exercises against Bakugo. He'd broken his own right arm with the overwhelming power of one for all, while also receiving burns on his left. Kiri was visibly upset even after he'd been healed and now wanted to meet him more than ever. Together they began a heavy discussion on what to do, with Nana pushing the idea that they could pass on their knowledge of how to properly use one for all. Only problem was, the degree of power that she held compared to All Might was noticeably different, so her method of teaching was severely outdated when it came to the new and improved one for all. All Might just claimed his prowess with one for all came from his natural superior physique. After almost an entire day of discussion, the heroes finally decided to let Kiri meet her brother under the condition that she would not reveal the existence of the previous wielders in his head. That might be a little too much for the poor boy to handle. They reasoned it'd be better for the master and projection to meet sooner rather than later. Perhaps she could even help him in understanding his inherited quirk. Finally, after 10 years of waiting, little Kiri was going to meet her brother. Midoriya Izuku yawned and slowly got up from his warm bed, having woken up to a parched throat. With bleary eyes he checked on his beside clock for the time only to put it back quickly, groaning. It was 3:30 a.m., a normally ungodly hour for a healthy young man like him to still be awake. To top it all off, his arm still ached, apparently still healing from the combat exercise against Bakugo, and dragging himself out of his reverie, the boy trudged through the dark corridors of his home sleepily, making his way to the kitchen for a glass of water. After quenching his thirst, the boy simply went back to his room, rubbing his eyes gently as he got into his bed. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a flash of movement. Blinking, he squinted into the dark corners of the room and briefly wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him in the dim light. But then he saw another small twitch, right at the edge of his vision. He turned to face the source, still too tired to focus properly. A large and pale shape was crouching atop his wardrobe, two softly glowing winks of green flickering into being. At first Izuku wasn't quite sure what he was looking at, staring into those motes and enraptured by their presence. As he gazed into that otherworldly light, it seemed to complete a circuit within him, a strange sense of familiarity that felt almost unnatural. And then those green motes blinked. Izuku experienced a flash of pure terror when the being atop his wardrobe blurred with movement, its shape crossing the short distance between them frighteningly fast as it pounced on him, pinning his body to the bed. When he reopened his eyes, a young woman was straddling him, clouded milky eyes glowing with green only inches away from his. He instantly felt a spike of fear running through his veins like icy water. Who was this? A villain seeking to destroy All Might's legacy? A burglar? An evil spirit? A dozen possibilities flashed through his panicked mind. HHHHMPPPPPHHH. The boy's scream of horror was cut short when the woman suddenly hugged him tight, pressing his face into her sizable bosom as they slowly began to float skywards into the air. His fear abruptly turned to embarrassment in that pillowy softness, a great blush already building up as he realized the situation he was in. "Oni-chan, Nai-chan, Nai-chan," the mystery intruder whispered, her voice bright and full of childish glee. "Izuku-nii-chan." She was cradling him to her chest like a mother does to her infant, cooing happily. Can't breathe. Soft, too soft. As if by some miracle the woman seemed to hear his thoughts, loosening her iron grip around him slightly. Izuku managed to free himself from her voluptuous breasts and recoiled, gasping great big lungfuls of air as his blush kept intensifying. For a moment he was struck by confusion, now wide awake and having recognized the person before him. Why you're Valkyrie-san. This is my house. What are you doing here? He managed to stammer out, her arms still wrapped around his body as she kept them both afloat in midair. In the heat of the moment, the fact that she called him Oni-chan still didn't sink into his sleep-addled mind. Valkyrie blinked, regarding him with the default stare that she presented to everyone. Her eyes, however, seemed to gleam with delight. I came to visit you. Izuku said, still thoroughly confused as to why she was here. She had made that little statement out like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I came to visit you, she repeated, perhaps unsure if he had heard her the first time. Why yeah, you said that before. Listen, Valkyrie, I really appreciate that you saved me twice, but this is my home. You can't just come in here. Deep down he still wondered if this was a dream. Why was she here? Did she want something from him? There was a brief moment of dread as he considered the possibility that she knew about One for All and was here to take it away from him. Valkyrie seemed not to hear him, gently floating them down onto the mattress. Adjusting her grip, she cupped his face, eyes sparkling like emerald jewels in the darkness. Slowly, deliberately, she inched her face closer to his. Up close, she looked so pretty. What are you doing? For some reason, he couldn't stop blushing. Cursing his hormones, the boy tried to back away, only to find that he was trapped against the bed frame. Her intentions, however, were utterly pure. Valkyrie closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against his own. For a moment all he felt was the warmth of her skin against his. Then it was like he'd been doused in buckets of icy water, images flashing before his eyes like a badly edited film reel. Colors that couldn't exist, memories with a first-person view showing a body that didn't belong to him, a giant tree towering in the horizon. With a start he realized Valkyrie was sharing her memories with him. He saw himself, terrified as he dug his hands into slime to try and save Bakugo himself again. Blushing as he awoke on a girlish lap pillow, stammering a smiling team of heroes dressed in cat-themed regalia, a man crying in the hospital. Alone and wrought with regret, pale ghostly hands ripping through reinforced steel like wet cardboard flame. The very air alight as an inferno engulfed the street, another man. Symmetrical blots of dark ink swirling across that terrifying blank canvas of a face. You got a name, brat? No, how about Kiri? He couldn't clearly understand the images, but he got the basic gist of what they were supposed to be. Snippets and chunks of Valkyrie's life, unfolding backwards in visual format like a VCR tape on rewind. Finally, he saw a familiar view of the city. Izuku knew this scene. It was the exact same landscape he'd see if he looked out his window, except this point of view was a little higher. The roof of his apartment. A single glowing tentacle reached out, the tip splitting into 5 distinct ends, forming fingers, then a hand. Thunder boomed in the distance as rain pattered off the frightened limb. He somehow remembered this night. It was the very same night he'd cried into his mother's arms, lamenting the cruelty of life. This was when Valkyrie was born, 10 years ago. Then there was the connection between master and projection. An electrifying jolt like a DC current, simple, steady, and carrying a numbing shock as two minds bridged into one. A direct feed to something deeper, primal, and terrifyingly familiar. A super cool hero like that. Can I be a hero, too? Izuku heard himself ask, his voice youthful but full of sorrow. Hero, I will be a hero for you, Oni-chan. Something answered. Izuku pulled away, gasping horribly. Valkyrie, Kiri, someone in a memory had said, waited expectantly for him to speak. He was still breathing hard, taking deep breaths and nearly hyperventilating as the magnitude of the situation at hand finally crashed down on him. She'd just shown him key memories of her life compressed into the span of seconds, conveniently giving him the general rundown of her story and relation to him. But most importantly, she had shown her origin, and how he'd created her. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. The crackpot theorists were right on the assumption that Valkyrie wasn't human. She was a construct. His construct. Why you're me, a part of me, he stammered, in complete shock and awe. All those weird dreams I've been having. My emotions being kept in balance when I got too scared or stressed since I was young. It was all you, wasn't it? Kiri nodded, patiently waiting for him to continue. If he looked a little closer he would have seen her trembling with a barely restrained excitement. Oh, it's been years. 10 years, he said, leaning back against the bed frame. The implications. He had created her. He was his quirk. A quirk he didn't know about for 10 years. But still, she'd shown him why she didn't want him to know of her existence, especially considering the dangers she faced. The young boy reached out with a single, shivering hand. She put her hand onto his without hesitation, and their fingers interlocked for a single, beautiful moment before he pulled away. don't know what to say," the boy whispered, feeling a strange sense of guilt even though it wasn't his fault. "You must have been so lonely." Kiri stared, the only reaction she gave being a slight tilt of her head. Moonlight streamed through the window pane and seemed to bounce off her pale, featureless body. She looked like a Greek statue, perfect and unblemished, yet cold and artificial, alive yet unalive. "You, Kiri, right. You can shapeshift, can you? See change to a form with clothes? It's kind of distracting," Izuku stammered, blushing. She complied obediently, shrinking down into her child form and gazing up at him expectantly. Izuku blinked with surprise, amazed at the new form she took. "You can do that? Huh, Oni-chan." Kiri rushed into his open arms, tackling the boy and nuzzling against his chest happily. He could somehow get a basic feel of her current mood, despite her face staying in that default stare. Right now she was ecstatic, positively vibrating with joy in the arms of her creator. To her, this must have been like a religious experience. He sighed, rubbing her head gently with a somewhat parental instinct. "I guess that makes you my little sister." Izuku continued tussling her straight black hair, feeling happiness course through her like an electric current. Imato, there was a small, brief moment where her cold demeanor cracked and actual emotions began to show. Kiri let out a squeal of pure delight, rubbing her face into his pajama shirt even further. Eyes filled with childish glee stared up at him. "Yes, YESSSS. I've been waiting 10 years for this moment, Nai-chan." "Yeah, I guess that's what I am to you, eh?" A mix of overwhelming emotions was currently raging for supremacy within him. Worry, amazement, shock, confusion, and most of all, a strange, brotherly pride. He finally acknowledged the little creature before him as his sibling, though a little shocked at how well he himself was taking this. Now that he took a closer look, he realized how similar she looked to him, albeit with a slightly different color scheme. Change her hair color tone to match his own and make it curly instead of straight, give her green eyes and freckles. She would essentially look like a younger, female version of him. Perhaps this was another part of her camouflage. Before he could contemplate any further, there was a sharp knock on his bedroom door, causing him to stiffen in alarm. "Izuku, is everything all right? I thought I'd heard you shouting just now." The worried voice of his mother drifted past the door. Izuku looked at the door, then at the little girl snug in his arms. A sense of horror dawned on him then and there. What would his mother think when she saw him holding an unknown young girl in the dead of night? The logical conclusion anyone would come to was that he was some sort of pervert. Quick, change to something else. Something with clothes, please. Izuku panicked, not thinking clearly in the sudden confusion he found himself in. The girl scooted back a little, blinking as she tried comprehending his command. "Are you talking to yourself in there? Maybe you're having a nightmare." The brass door handle began to turn ominously, and Izuku's stomach turned with it. Kiri complied with his instructions, enlarging as she took on an older form. Except this one was different. Now instead of an adult, she now looked like a teenager his age, yet with the same black shoulder-length hair and steely blue eyes she had in her child form. But the worst thing was she was now wearing a UA uniform, the same kind that the girls at his school wore. Izuku's heart sank, realizing that the memory sharing likely went both ways. She had copied the uniform from one of his memory, probably of Uraraka Ochako, if the way it fit nicely along her curves was anything to go by. It was too late to do anything as the door swung open to reveal Midoriya and Co, rubbing her eyes sleepily. That soon changed as the older woman stared wordlessly at the two teenagers before her, eyes as wide as dinner plates. Her jaw dropped when she laid her eyes upon the attractive girl that was sitting on her son's bed, wearing the uniform of the school he went to, no less. Her mind instantly reached the conclusion that Izuku was getting frisky with a female classmate, a burning red tint already forming on her cheeks. Oh my, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You kids carry on," and Co stammered, finally finding her voice and blushing cherry red as she started to close the door. "No mom, wait. I can explain," Izuku tried, the embarrassment within him building up like a fire, heating up his face. "You don't to explain anything, dear. I mean, after all, you were at that age. I was young once too, you know." No, Kiri, change back." The simulacrum obeyed, turning back into the adorable child in an oversized hoodie. Izuku gestured at the girl frantically, desperate to prove his point that this situation was completely out of context. His mother just stared at the unfolding scene with the air of someone who's not entirely sure if they're still grounded in reality. The look of confusion began to slide off her face, revealing a new mask of horror as she misunderstood his intent. "Oh God, my pure baby boy has become a deviant," and Co wailed, looking like she was about to faint as a hand came up to her brow. "To have her take the form of such a small girl, how could you? I'm disappointed in you, Izuku. Where did I go wrong?" "What? Mom, no, she's not. I mean, she's not what you think she is." Oni-chan, Kiri started, her two large sleeves tugging at his All Might-themed pajama shirt. "And to have her address you as such. You should be ashamed of yourself. How degenerate." Mom, Izuku yelled, trying to clear his name before the misunderstandings got even more convoluted and hectic than they already were. In his panic and confusion, he said the first thing that came to his mind regarding the little mental construct he inadvertently created. "She's my daughter." That shut everyone up. For a few seconds the air was silent and still as the grave, and Ko's eyes snapped to the little girl lightning fast and observed her closer this time. Izuku could see the dawning recognition growing on his mother's face as she began to look between her son's face and Kiri's, no doubt mentally comparing the two and seeing the similarities. She took a single step back, trembling as she rested her hand on the doorframe for support. "Oba-chan," Kiri mewed, both arms open wide in welcome. This time Midoriya and Ko really did faint, eyes rolling to the back of her head as her body tilted like a falling tree. Kiri was beside her in an instant, catching her before she even came close to hitting the floor. Izuku had his face in his hands, massaging his temples painfully as he contemplated on what to do next. "I'll go prepare some coffee." "Yeah." Izuku watched as his mother slowly came to on the couch, yawning. Kiri was sitting beside him and perpendicular to her, busy munching on some cookies that he retrieved from the cabinet. The little girl had initially wanted to make off with the entire sugar cube jar he was using to make coffee, so instead he gave her the cookies instead out of concern for her health. Did she even need to eat physical food as a construct? A wiggling instinct told him she was just eating things for their taste instead of their actual nutritional value. Izuku," his mother mumbled, confused as to why she had been sleeping on the couch. She began to sit up, blinking blearily. "I just had the most peculiar dream where you told me you had a daughter. And Ko had shrieked that last part out loud upon seeing the girl lounging lazily beside her son on their couch. Kiri gave her a little wave, then took another small bite of her cookie, seemingly contented while she munched slowly. The older woman turned to Izuku, looking a little harried and distraught. "It wasn't a dream," she whispered. "It wasn't a dream." "Ooh, Mom, calm down. I might have misspoke earlier. She's a sort of my daughter sister thing. It's hard to explain." "Then you better start talking fast." "Okay, first thing, she's not actually my daughter. I mean, she couldn't be. She looks like she's 10. The timing doesn't match up." Izuku sighed, tussling the girl's hair a little. She looked up for a moment, blinking blankly with her wide eyes before quickly going back to her cookie. "But I did create her." The housewife stared between the two, squinting hard. When she spoke again, her tone was laced with uncertainty and more than a little fear. "Izuku, sweetie, you haven't been taking any drugs, have you? Don't tell me you just abducted this random kid off the street." "Why, of course not. Mom, I swear I'm not high, or drunk, or whatever it is you're thinking. I am 15. "Oh, thank goodness. For a moment I was worried you'd lost your mind." And Ko exhaled, breathing a sigh of relief. "But, created her? What in the world are you talking about? Where did she come from?" "From my quirk. I finally know what my abnormal quirk does, Mom. I can create mental projections," Izuku said, barely able to believe the words coming out of his mouth. "Like her. She showed me her memories of how I accidentally created her." "I know, I'm still in shock, too." Kiri noticed she was being referred to and looked up, her mouth stuffed with cookies. "Obaf-chan. Hey now, don't talk with your mouth full," Izuku chided gently, grabbing a nearby tissue and wiping the crumbs off her mouth. When he turned back to face his mother, he was greeted by the sight of her sinking into the couch, head lolling back. "Ooh, Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine, sweetie," and Ko groaned, eyes scrunched shut. Just give me a moment." He opted to keep quiet, the slow crunching of cookies being the only sound that permeated around the living room for almost 2 minutes. The air seemed so thick that one could have cut it with a butter knife. "Wait, I thought your quirk was super strength. Is this another part of it?" she asked. I'll explain that part next time. It's really complicated. But right now all you need to know is that Kiri here," he nodded at the little girl, "is harmless. She's like a part of me." "Oh my god, this is way too much to take in at 3 a.m. Okay, let me just calm down." "Yeah," the harried housewife finally said. "Normally I would either think you're going crazy or this girl has some mind control quirk that's taking you over. But there is some credibility to your claims. It's not the first time I've seen something like this. In fact, a member of our family was able to do something similar." What? That's awesome. We had such an amazing quirk in our family." Izuku gasped. "Why didn't you tell me?" "It was decades ago, sweetie. Your great-grandmother Tega, my grandmother, was able to create tiny little mental projections too. Little animals the size of her palm that she used to entertain me with. It seems so nostalgic now that I think of it." And Ko smiled, slowly changing places so that she was now beside Kiri. The girl gazed up at her, then squeezed her eyes shut adorably as her hair got ruffled again. "You're a cute one, aren't you?" And then, this has happened before. Not on this scale. My grandmother's constructs were never this detailed, nor did they have a will of their own. They were just telekinetic puppets. But this girl, she has a mind of her own, like an actual person, doesn't she? Kiri snuggled into the older woman's side, eyes closed serenely. Inko sighed, a gentle hand coming up to stroke the construct on the back. She seemed to like it, leaning into her a little further. Yeah, and you're gonna accept it, just like that? Izuku asked, genuinely confused. That was way easier than he expected. Wait a minute. He just realized that his mother still wasn't aware of Kiri's other form, namely the one currently charged with countless instances of rampant vigilantism and property damage. That would be a little hard for her to take in. He just hoped she wouldn't faint again. We live in troubling times, sweetie. There are men and women running around in tights, beating the crap out of each other on a daily basis. Inko grumbled, rolling her eyes. I've seen men fly. I've seen people build weapons that I can't even imagine. Just last week I saw someone drop from the sky and execute a perfect superhero landing. In this crazy, wondrous world, it'll take more than a sentient projection to surprise me. But you seemed really shocked when I told you she was my daughter. That's different. I'm too young to be a grandma, Inko retorted, embarrassed. And you're way too young to be a dad. Either way, nothing can surprise me now after all this. Mom, there's one more thing I haven't told you about. Just a small, tiny problem. Izuku grimaced and braced himself. Kiri, can you change too? You know. The girl stopped munching and freed herself from his mother's grasp, trudging into the center of the room and turning back to face them. There was no sound when she suddenly transformed, only the visual effect of her growing exponentially into an adult woman like a time-lapse of a documentary. Hair lengthening and skin paling. Her eyes were milky white once again, alight with that eerie emerald glow. Now standing before them in her full glory was the infamous Valkyrie, #1 vigilante, wanted by several different police departments, and at the top of Endeavor's most hated list. Inko's jaw dropped, mouth agape as she connected the dots. She looked between her son, then at the projection in her living room, and groaned loud and painfully. I take it back. I'm surprised. She stood up groggily and began prepping the coffee machine for another brew, sighing. This is gonna be a long night, sweetie. We need to talk. Morning, Ida-kun. Morning, Deku-kun. Whoa. What happened to you? Uraraka Ochako's bright voice seemed to break Izuku out of his reverie temporarily, the exhausted boy turning his head so that he was now facing her instead of lying face down on his desk. Dark circles ringed his half-lidded eyes, his hair looking more disheveled and messier than usual. Morning, Uraraka-san. I didn't get much sleep, so I'm catching up, he replied tiredly, the events of last night still fresh in his mind. Sleeping those few scant hours on the couch didn't help either, seeing as he gave his bed to the little girl at his mother's insistence. Kiri had explained the basic nature of her power to his mom since the memory-sharing ability was strictly limited to creator and construct only and was now residing in his home. They had talked for hours after that, only cutting the discussion short when they remembered he still had school the next day. That's not good, Midoriya-kun. You should always get at least 7 to 9 hours of sleep for a healthy lifestyle. Ada's voice echoed from somewhere beside him. He groaned sluggishly, too tired to reply. Just getting through that throng of journalists at the school gate had depleted almost all the energy he had left. A part of him wondered what they were doing there, then dismissed it entirely. Let someone else deal with it. Settle down, you rugrats. Aizawa-sensei, their homeroom teacher, strolled in almost casually and silenced the class with a single look. Izuku forced himself to sit up and listen, briefly aware that he was being mentioned in Aizawa's feedback, and nodded accordingly. If he paid a little more attention, he would have seen the teacher frowning slightly, before shrugging and continuing. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today, the class waited with bated breath, fearing another pop quiz. You'll get to pick a class president. There was loud chattering and excited commotion as the entire class began discussing on who would be worthy of such a responsibility. Izuku just sank his head onto the desk once more, not wanting anything to do with whatever was currently happening. Midoriya-kun, are you really all right? Ada's worried voice sounded next to him after a while, the taller boy putting a reassuring hand on his slumped shoulder. We're about to start an election now, but if you're not feeling well, I can take you to the nurse's office. You're so kind, Ada-san. You have my vote. I'm too tired to deal with anything now, Izuku murmured, half asleep. Yeah, Ada blinked, then puffed up with newfound pride and confidence. I thank you, Midoriya-kun. I will not let your faith in me falter. Oh, Deku-kun, you're giving your vote to Ida-kun. Then, me too. Ochako cheered. I am truly blessed to have such amazing friends. I won't let you down, you too. Yeah, Izuku muttered groggily, then fell asleep, completely knocked out. Little did he know that the next few days were going to be some of the most hectic times of his life. Now that there was a new addition to his small family, things were going to get interesting. Mini-Amic, Zabana's fate. Some time ago in Russia. So you're telling me, the young boy said with a quaking voice, trembling hand pointed at the tall, graying man in the corner, that Granduncle Arnie is some kind of robot? Boris, he's not a never mind. His mother sighed and waved on for the man to step forward. Pops, will you do the honors of explaining it to him? Just like you told me when we first met. The towering, menacing-looking man strode forward, mirrored sunglasses reflecting young Borisov. I am a cybernetic organism, synthetic flesh over metal endoskeleton. I am sworn to serve the Glukovsky family after your ancestor, Mikhail Glukovsky, prevented me from expiring completely. Though I am limited in my functions, I am more than capable of dealing with any A-class metahuman threat. What is your mission, Arnie? The woman asked, patting the cyborg on the back. Protect current descendant, Anastasia Glukovsky. He answered mechanically. Override. Code Hotel Alpha Lima. From today onward, the new current descendant of the Glukovsky family will be my son, Boris. Can you take care of him for me, Pops? Affirmative. New priority established. The cybernetic behemoth turned towards the awestruck boy, a silent, mechanical guardian. He's yours now, my child. He'll protect you, just as he protected me, and my father, our very own guardian angel. The woman's kind smile gleamed in the morning sun. Our great protector. It took the boy almost a minute to speak, but when he did he exploded with a never-before-seen excitement. Mom, this is the best birthday gift ever. You're the best, and he turned to the cyborg. You're awesome. Awesome, causing or inducing awe, inspiring an overwhelming feeling of reverence, admiration, or fear. Arnie said stoically, then nodded. Yes, I am. Mini-omic ended. Dusky afternoon light streamed into the classroom, deep golden beams illuminating Class 1 and signaling that school was almost over. One student in particular slouched tiredly even whilst he noted down everything the teacher said, his pen scratching against paper erratically. Midoriya Izuku was glad it was finally ending. The panicked fiasco in the cafeteria earlier today hadn't been kind to his scant energy reserves. How did those reporters make it past the UA barrier anyway? He wondered. Luckily, Ada was there to help facilitate the evacuation smoothly. He shuddered to think what would have happened without the bespectacled boy's guidance. To say that Ada performed admirably at being the class president was an understatement. And so, we'll continue on Chapter 5 tomorrow. Before we go, Ida, Yaoyorozu, the both of you are needed for a meeting later with the other class presidents and vice presidents in room 3-2. It should take around an hour. Aizawa-sensei grunted, his stony gaze traversing across the room to target Izuku with the slow, deadly precision of a tank's turret. Midoriya, see me after this. The rest of you, dismissed. So much for finally going home to get some proper rest. Ida patted him on the back with an expression that said good luck while Ochako shot him an apologetic smile. The rest of the class streamed past Izuku, some giving him pitying looks at the ordeal he was about to face. With the classroom finally empty, the exhausted boy sighed internally and marched towards his doom. You wanted to see me, sensei? He started hesitantly. As a matter of fact, yes. Aizawa glared from within his sleeping bag, lips thinned in disapproval. Do you mind explaining why you've been wearing that tired look all day? And not just in my classes either. I spoke with Midnight and Cementos during lunch break. If you're not taking your classes seriously. And no, sensei, it's not that. There's just an issue that came up yesterday, so I didn't sleep much. Izuku stammered, bracing himself for the incoming query. Aizawa's gaze hardened, seeming to stare right into his brain with the intent to read his mind. A dozen responses ran through Izuku's mind, ranging from variants of I miscalculated, sensei, I messed up, sensei, to it won't happen again, sensei. Anything to keep his newly discovered quirk a secret. He wasn't quite ready to let anyone know of Kiri's existence. What ultimately came out of his sleep-addled brain was, I'm waiting very patiently for you to speak, sensei. If Aizawa's glare grew any hotter, Izuku would be leaving the classroom with a new tan. The pro-hero's hair and scarf started to rise threateningly, an effect reminiscent of the quirk apprehension test last week. Elaborate. It's a family issue. He was already regretting his answer, despite mixing some truth into his statement. There was a high possibility that the man before him was trained in detecting lies and could see one coming from a mile away. Family issue, the teacher repeated, tasting each word as if it's some fascinating morsel. Tell me more about this issue of yours, Midoriya. Why, yes, sensei. I recently had a new addition to my family yesterday. It was a little hectic, so I didn't really sleep much. It won't happen again. Izuku managed to stammer, doing his best to avoid the pro-hero's gaze. If he'd just held his ground, he would have witnessed Aizawa's eyes softening just a tiny bit, a look of understanding crossing his features. I see. Very well, off you go, Aizawa said after a short silence, Chen nodding towards the door casually. Yeah, just like that. Izuku blinked, surprised. I've taken care of kids before. I know what they can be like. The disheveled man explained simply. Congratulations, I guess. Izuku began, then latched his mouth shut in favor of playing along with the misunderstanding. Aizawa thought that he just got a new younger sibling. He was on the right track, at least. The classroom door burst open with a deafening bang before either of them could continue, a thin and blonde man barging into the classroom with the excited fervor of a partygoer. Hey, 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 Present Mike laughed, doing a little flourish to announce his glorious arrival. Work is over. It's time to parrrrtaay. Woo-woo. Come on, Shota, let's rock and roll. Oh, sup Midoriya. Izuku just stared while his homeroom teacher blinked wearily, clearly having been subject to situations like this on a regular basis. Hazashi, I'm busy now, Aizawa began, only to be cut off by hand thrust in his direction. The other pro-hero was having none of that, a great big grin on his features. Not anymore. Come on, we've got to get ready for the mixer later with midnight. He grabbed Aizawa by the sleeping bag, clearly full of energy in contrast to his friend's lethargic demeanor. Who knows, you might even meet a nice gal there. Why did I agree to this again? Because you're such a good friend. Present Mike answered without missing a beat. Don't worry, I'm gonna personally make sure you have a good time, you old sourpuss. I highly doubt that, Aizawa said sarcastically, having completely given up on resisting. We'll be having an important event tomorrow, so make sure you get enough sleep. Midoriya. Dismissed. Parate. WOOL. Present Mike's jubilant voice echoed down the hallway. Okay, see you then, senseis. Izuku watched the odd scene play out, Present Mike dragging Aizawa down the corridors like an oversized sack. The teachers had their own lives too, he supposed. With a shrug, the boy began making his way to the main gate. Offhandedly, he wondered what Kiri was doing now. Hopefully she was okay. Uraraka Ochako rocked back and forth on her heels lazily, occasionally glancing at her smartphone. She was currently standing a little outside the school gates, a bored expression on her girlish features while she waited for a certain plain-looking boy. Taking a quick look around, Ochako noted that she wasn't alone. Another girl in a UA uniform was waiting nearer to the gate patiently. This other girl was more cute than beautiful, though she stood worryingly still, almost like a soldier at attention. Ochako could have sworn the girl wasn't breathing at all until she exhaled a little, her ample chest rising and falling slightly. She seemed to notice Ochako looking at her, a stoic face and piercing blue eyes locking onto her for a fleeting moment before turning back to stare at empty air. Having decided that her onlooker was irrelevant, Ochako had shuddered a little under that frosty gaze, briefly wondering if the strange girl had been glaring at her. Hopefully not. That would be a little awkward. Maybe she was waiting for her boyfriend. Ochako briefly wondered what kind of guy an ice queen like that would like. Waiting. Wasn't she doing something similar? The brunette shook her head to clear those thoughts out of her mind, a faint tinge of red dusting her cheeks. She was just a friend to Deku, that's all. Still, she did owe him for saving her life back at the entrance exam. And he was kinda cute. Hi, Uraraka-san. Whatcha doing? There was a flurry of surprised movement as the girl in question let out a little squeak, turning to face the source. Ashido Mina laughed musically, a cheeky smile on her face. The pink-skinned girl was extremely carefree and friendly, having become fast friends with Ochako only hours after the two meeting. Hi, Ashido-san. Ochako breathed, having calmed down. I'm just waiting for someone, that's all. I thought everyone already left. I was catching up with an old friend of mine who also got into UA. Mina explained, her happy-go-lucky attitude already starting to affect the other girl. As they launched into some small talk, more students began to stream out from the school, making their way home. Once the two girls started chatting amongst themselves, Kiri, who was currently disguised as a UA student, turned her attention to the other individuals in the area. She had recognized Ochako and Mina though, keeping in mind that they were her brother's classmates. Among those individuals was a particular pink-haired girl, her hands clutching a large box full of futuristic-looking gadgets and tech. Behind her stood a disgruntled teacher, arms folded in disapproval. Awa, Power Loader Sensei, do I have to take all of them home? The girl complained, pouting. She took out one of her gadgets and started to wave it around in his face excitedly. Don't you at least think some of these babies are super cute? That's the rules, Hatsum. No unauthorized tech on school grounds. Power Loader grunted. I can't believe you managed to smuggle so many of them right under my nose. Look, if you want to make gadgets in school, that's fine by me, but just don't bring the stuff you made at home. Why not? Bringing any one of those devices into UA has the potential to cause a serious security breach that villains might exploit. Sorry kid, I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Phooey, Hatsum pouted again, then produced a mercurial orb roughly the size of an apple that floated into the space between them. What about this cutie then? He's my little guardian angel, isn't he just adorable? Come on, please. Power Loader scrutinized the harmless-looking floating orb with a careful gaze and a raised eyebrow, a frown hidden under his huge yellow helmet. It let out a very underwhelming squeak, sounding like a strangled mouse. Hatsum was still looking at him with those pleading eyes, trying to win him over. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. Fine, he grumbled, finally surrendering to her puppy dog eyes. But if you want to bring any of your tech into the school, it'll have to come under review, which I will be conducting personally in the near future. For now, just bring him home." "Yes," the girl cheered delightfully, turning to her little companion. "You hear that, buddy? You'll get to go to school with me." The orb let out a small beep of acknowledgement as Hatsum hugged it lovingly against her ample bosom, giggling. "That's if that thing actually passes the regulation standards." Power Loader grunted, rolling his eyes. "See you tomorrow, Hatsum." "Thanks, Sensei. Bye-bye." A trio of silver tentacles sprouted from the orb to help carry the box for its master, trailing behind Hatsum while she waved happily. "Really, that girl?" Power Loader shook his head before marching back into the school. A pair of female students walked past him, saying goodbye to him as they passed. "So Vlad-sensei was saying the life of a hero is not just honor and glory, right? I mean, that's to be expected in this day and age," the orange-haired girl said while her brunette companion listened expressionlessly, the only indication she was listening being a curt nod whenever appropriate. "Yeah, so I was thinking what he said was the truth, even if it's brutally honest." She stopped mid-sentence upon passing the main gate, having spotted something rather interesting. "Hey Yui, look at that girl." "And then," Yui mumbled, "don't you think she looks a lot like you?" She nodded towards the stoic-looking girl waiting at the gate. The pair walked up to her, curious. Hey, excuse me." Kiri's attention switched to the pair approaching her, mentally reminding herself that she was not to blow her cover under any circumstances. She even had a little school bag that she'd created as part of her disguise. The two girls gazed at her in apprehension, one of them clearly amazed by the resemblance Kiri had to her friend. "Hi, I'm Itsuka Kendo, and this is Yui Kodai. We're from Class 1B. The orange-haired girl introduced herself, then gestured to her companion. "Sorry to bother you, but I just couldn't help but notice how you look almost identical to Yui here." Kiri made no response except to tilt her head very, very slowly, resembling an owl examining something interesting. Yui mimicked the action at the same rate, the pair looking like mirror images. Their height, hair color, hairstyle, and skin tone were identical, the two girls practically indistinguishable save for their eye color. Kiri's pupils were light blue while Yui's were dark blue. Neither girl made a sound as they righted themselves, both of them staring stoically at each other in silence. Kendo smiled, her head swiveling back and forth to alternate between the two girls, though she started to get rather nervous when the silence stretched on indefinitely. "Nen," one of them began. "Nen," another answered. Kendo couldn't tell who said what, glancing between the two. She had to look really close at their eyes now to tell them apart. Yui, are you sure you two aren't sisters or something?" "She looks exactly like you," Kendo began, trying to add some humor to the situation. "I am not you. I am Kiri," the stoic girl finally stated, breaking the silence. Yui watched her doppelganger for a moment before stretching out her hand gingerly, attempting a handshake. "I'm not you either. I'm Yui," the schoolgirl said quietly. Kiri stared at the outstretched hand blankly before taking it in her own. The two shook hands agonizingly slowly while the redhead observed in the background, subject to one of the most bizarre scenes she'd ever seen in her life. "Well, that certainly was interesting," Kendo said, still slightly bewildered. The feeling was soon forgotten when she checked her wristwatch, replaced with a sudden sense of urgency. We're gonna miss the train home. Come on, Yui. We gotta move." Grabbing the Yui by the hand, she looked back at Kiri with an apologetic smile while they rushed off. "We'll see you around, Kiri-san. It was nice meeting you." Kendo waved. Yui made a little goodbye wave too as she got dragged away, still expressionless as ever. Kiri responded with a wave of her own, curious. What a coincidence it was to share such a similar appearance with a stranger. Before she contemplate further, a familiar sense of exhaustion came into her range, causing her to snap back into attention. Oni-chan's here." Izuku's slouched form shuffled sluggishly past the school gates and looking more tired than ever, a hand coming up to his mouth as he yawned wearily. It felt like the day had been stretched to become twice as long. He was about to trudge on home when a girl collided into him, catching him with a tight hug. Who, he focused a little, now recognizing the figure before him. She was slightly shorter than he was, her raven locks of hair brushing his chest. "Kiri, is that you, Oni-chan?" she replied, nuzzling against him while simultaneously affectionate and expressionless. Izuku scanned the surroundings quickly and assumed that no one was around to see them. Unbeknownst to him, Achako and Mina peeked from behind a faraway corner with their jaws open in shock. They had wanted to call out to him only to be interrupted when the frosty-looking girl from earlier had intercepted and engulfed him in her embrace. Now the two of them hid behind the corner to watch the scene play out, their curiosity reaching near insatiable levels. They were too far away to hear what Izuku or his companion were saying, doing their best to remain unnoticed in order to observe the pair. "Who is this girl?" "Hey, kiddo," Izuku beamed, stroking the top of her head tenderly. It was hard for him to think of her as anything other than a little sister with his innocent personality. "What are you doing here?" Kiri separated from him slowly, blinking. I came to fetch you because you're tired. Fetch me? He asked, slightly confused before he broke out into small chuckles. You want to accompany me home? All right, sure. Without a word, she calmly reached up to pull and squeeze his cheek slightly, both girls observing their apparent closeness with great interest and bewilderment. Izuku didn't seem to mind, letting the girl do as she pleased while he took it all with a drowsy expression. Oni-chan, you're tired, Kiri chirped. There was further confusion. She leaned into him, tiptoeing so that she could press her forehead against his. When she pulled away, Izuku felt refreshed. The exhaustion that had been plaguing him for the entire day drained away in seconds. However, he was a little worried when she stumbled back a little unsteadily and caught her in his arms. Hey, Izuku righted her, worried for her well-being. Did you just transfer my exhaustion to yourself? A little nod confirmed his suspicions, though she looked perfectly fine now. Temporary disorientation from the transfer, he supposed. Don't do that anymore, okay? He chided gently while tussling her hair. I don't want you to get sick just because of me. The girl bowed her head low, before nodding in understanding. Okay. Meanwhile, Ochako and Mina watched the scene from their hiding spot in stunned disbelief, both girls letting out scandalized gasps from their angle. It had looked like the girl had tiptoed to kiss him, with him following up smoothly by hugging her tight. The pair couldn't believe what they were seeing. It seemed that Class 1A's little cinnamon roll wasn't as innocent as they had originally thought. The girl bowed her head meekly, Izuku's hand coming up to tussle her straight raven hair delicately again after letting go of her. The frozen ice queen that Ochako saw earlier seemed to have melted into a shy, submissive girl. From this distance they could see a kind, loving smile bloom across Izuku's face, seemingly praising her. Both of them felt a slight warmth building up on their cheeks at the unusual yet captivating display. Neither of them had seen him smile that way before. All right, let's go home. I'm sure Mom has cooked something nice for you today. Izuku smiled, before stopping when he felt a small tug on his sleeve. Kiri was looking at him expectantly, still tugging insistently. What is it? Her fingers brushed against his nervously, almost like she was seeking his approval before doing anything. The girl glanced at him, then at his hand. Despite her attractive teenage form, he couldn't help but see her as the child that had called out to him last night, a creation of his quirk that he now purely loved like a sibling or a daughter. Just as her intentions were utterly pure and innocent, so were his. You want to hold hands? Izuku asked, smiling a little when she nodded shyly. Wordlessly, he took her hand in his, feeling her squeeze his palm reassuringly. Whatever makes you happy. Ochako and Mina watched with their eyes wider than dinner plates before realizing with more than a little horror that the pair was headed this way. Scrambling to find cover, the two managed to hide just in time behind a wall of bushes, watching through the gaps. Little did they know Kiri could sense their presence, though she was confused as to why and what they were so shocked about. Both girls watched until the pair disappeared around the corner, hand in hand. A few moments later they burst out from their hiding spot, letting out breaths they didn't even know they were holding. What was that? Who was that? Ochako heard someone exclaim, only to realize that it was her own voice. I can't believe it, Midoriya-kun. The shyest guy in our class, Mina began, looking thoroughly befuddled. He's usually so flustered around girls, but just now, he was clearly the one in charge. I can't believe how smooth he was. Did you see that perfect follow-up? That innocent, naive persona was nothing but a smokescreen. He played us like a damn fiddle. Bravo, Midoriya. Gee, that's not the point. That girl that was with Deku-kun, she was completely different around him compared to when she was alone. She was all cold and intimidating before he showed up. So, he has melted an ice queen's heart. Man, this is just like one of my shoujo manga. Mina whispered melodramatically. I've underestimated you, Midoriya-kun. Wait till the girls hear about this. No, Ochako exclaimed, prompting Mina to blink in surprise. I mean, let's not spread rumors about Deku-kun's personal life. It wouldn't be very nice. I suppose it wouldn't, would it? Mina shrugged. Oh well, say, you're Raka-san, wanna grab some dinner? I think I need to calm down a little. In fact, I still want to talk about this. Ochako sighed and looked wistfully into the distance before a new, confident gleam of determination flashed across her eyes. Call me Ochako, Ashido-san. Only if you call me Mina. After a short walk, Izuku and Kiri reached the Midoriya residence, the girl keeping an attentive eye on her brother. He was already starting to get tired again, his exhaustion beginning to return. Within the blink of an eye, she was a child once more when they entered the house, her bare feet pitter-pattering against the wooden floor. Hey Mom, we're home. Welcome home. Dinner's almost ready. Izuku's mom peeked out from the kitchen, a benevolent smile forming on her cheeks. Hello, Kiri-chan. The little girl trotted into the kitchen and peeked at the pot of soup Ko was currently tending to on the stove, sniffing to take in its aroma. Here, try some. Ko smiled and lowered her ladle for Kiri to have some warm soup. A few moments later she tugged at the older woman's apron to ask for more wordlessly, to which Ko chuckled and lowered the ladle for her again. I used to do that around my mom, too. Izuku nodded tiredly and sat down at the dinner table, contemplating the events that took place today. Kiri took her place alongside him, eyeing each dish patiently as they made their way to the table one by one. Izuku smiled, watching her carefully inspect the plate that his mother handed over with some side dishes and vegetable. "Go on, it's for you." Inko encouraged the little girl who was looking between her plate and the older woman like she was asking for permission. "Eat lots of vegetables so you can grow up strong and healthy." "She doesn't really need to eat, Mom," Izuku explained. "She just likes to sometimes." "Hey, who knows? It doesn't hurt our budget much anyways, so don't worry about it," she chuffed, plopping down on the opposite side of the table. "So, anything interesting happened today?" "Nothing much, class as usual," the boy said casually while inhaling some rice and fish. "Kiri-chan came to pick me up cause she was worried for me." "Did she now?" Inko's face lit up like a light bulb, a brilliant, radiant smile spreading across her face. "You did good, sweetie." Kiri looked up from her food and stopped chewing, nodding slowly. Inko giggled at her small reaction, a hand to her mouth. Through their mental connection, Izuku felt a small surge of pride from the girl when she was praised. "She's so stoic. It's cute, in a way." The little girl mumbled something inaudible. Thank you," Kiri said quietly, gulping down her food. "No need to thank me for the food, sweetie. I mean, it's my duty as a housewife, not for the food." For a pause, followed by a slight tilt of her head as the girl considered what she was about to say next. "For accepting me." "Of course I'll accept you." Inko smiled warmly from across the table. "After all, we're family." There was a surging wave of emotion from the mental link, almost like a dam breaking and water rushing through. Izuku didn't feel it himself, though he knew what it was. Kiri stared at Inko for a while, then slid out of her chair to carefully walk around the rectangular table. She closed her eyes and bounded over the last few feet in a rush to bury her face into Inko's shirt, hugging her tightly. Though Inko was surprised by the sudden contact at first but gradually relaxed, a motherly look overcoming her expression as she ruffled the girl's hair lovingly. Kiri rubbed her face into Inko's shirt, soft murmuring emitted from within the fabric. It was only when Izuku leaned in closer that he could hear what she was saying. "Thank you," she was whispering, her tiny frame shivering with gratitude, "for letting me have a family." At that point, Izuku didn't see a construct, nor a mental projection that his mind created. All he saw was a lonely kid who longed for a place to truly belong, for a real family. And now she had finally found it here. His little sister. So what if she wasn't actually human? Without a word, he too got up and slowly trudged over, the three of them huddled together in a warm family hug. A little later, and after everyone helped to wash the dishes, they were already getting ready to sleep, Inko finally allowing her son back into his own bed after finding out that Kiri could return to rest in his mind. "So, you can sleep in either my mind or the real world. Things just keep getting weirder and weirder. What's it like in there?" Izuku asked from his bed, watching the young girl float around his bedroom. "It's big," Kiri said simply, causing Izuku to raise an eyebrow. "And empty. I like it in there." "Empty, huh?" Izuku chuckled, his eyes tracking her movement through the air. "You can stay here if you want to. We're family, after all." Kiri eyed him curiously, pushing off a wall with her feet to position herself right above him. Hovering above him, the girl gradually began to sink until she landed onto the mattress beside him. She edged her way under his blanket wordlessly, huddling under them for warmth. "Family. I've always wanted something like that." "Well, you have one now," Izuku said softly, shifting so that she would have more of the blankets for herself. "Oni-chan." Kiri looked down at her little hands, then back up at her brother. "Promise me that you won't leave me?" The teenager puzzled as to why she would say something like that. "Why would I ever leave you?" "Because everyone always does," she said softly, not daring to look him in the eyes. Izuku got the feeling that she'd been bottling up some heavy issues. Perhaps now would be a good time for her to get them off her chest. "Do you want to talk about it? I mean, if you want to." The little girl was silent for almost a minute before she finally made up her mind to speak. "Back then, there were people who took care of me too. I was happy just being with them. But they're gone now. I'll probably never see them again." "Who were they?" Izuku asked, curious. "The first was Shaku. I still can't pronounce his name right. He looks like a bad guy and smells even worse. At first he was really mean and always got mad at me. But after a while he started to take care of me, too. Taught me how to read and speak, how to fight. He always fed me when I wanted food, even though he was poor." Kiri reminisced, a nostalgic tone in her voice. "One day he had to go back home, his real home, to find answers." Izuku simply nodded to show that he was listening, not wanting to interrupt her story. "The second was Bubai. His real name was really long, so I just called him that instead. He was really nice to me too, and taught me how to write. Lets me watch his TV but scolds me if I sit too close." An unknown emotion flashed within her eyes. "I used to visit once a month, but then he got ill one day. Really, really ill. He nearly died. He was so afraid that his illness would spread to me just by being near him. afraid that he would hurt me, so he forbade me from ever coming back to see him for my own good. The little girl's lip trembled a little, her eyes blinking rapidly. I missed them so much. Kiri gazed up at her brother, traces of sorrow within those doe-like eyes. She tugged at her gray hoodie, sniffing. This is all I have left to remind me of them. Oh, come here. Izuku sighed, wrapping her up in a tight, loving embrace. Everyone that takes care of me always ends up leaving. I don't want you to leave too. Her frail body shivered in his arms. I don't want to be alone. You're not alone. Never alone. Izuku hugged her a little tighter, causing her to emit a small squeak. Here, hold out your pinky. Kiri did as she was told, blinking curiously when he intertwined his own pinky finger with hers. Oni-chan, this is a pinky promise. I promise that I won't ever leave you, okay? Izuku smiled, his words full of honesty. So you don't have to be scared, Imato. The little girl looked at their joined fingers, then back up at him. There was no mistaking it. A tiny, nearly imperceptible smile had formed on her lips, warm and full of adoration. Izuku-nii-chan. She barreled into him hard and knocked the air from his lungs, rubbing her face against his chest. The boy simply went with the flow, patting her on the back to try and calm her down. I love you, Oni-chan, Kiri said innocently, her words muffled by his pajama shirt. I love you too, kiddo, Izuku said, before letting out a yawn. Come on, it's time to go to bed. Get some sleep, all right. Deep within Izuku's mind, two phantoms were watching the sky with small smiles. The wind swirled and churned against the towering great wood, its massive bulk providing them shade from the sun's brilliant radiance. Well, isn't that sweet? Nana observed, her smile tinged with a little regret. Sensei, are you all right? All Might asked, puzzled. I'm fine, She just reminded me of someone, that's all, Nana said quickly, hiding her previous emotions with a quick smile. Kids, am I right? Adorable little creatures. She hides her true behavior in that adult form. She certainly behaves like an actual kid when she looks like a child. What do you mean? The usual, stuff like attraction to shiny objects, attempting to eat anything that looks even remotely tasty. All Might listed. She tried to eat my soul. Probably nothing will happen even if she does, so don't worry about it. Moving on. Why has the real you been doing such a crappy-ass job of teaching the boy how to use one for all? The hero sputtered, surprised by the sudden change in topic. Don't me, Toshinori. The kid's still breaking his limbs every time he uses it. What's up with that? To be honest, Sensei, I don't know. How to use one for all came to me naturally. Well, that's because you already had an excellent physique back then. Not to mention you're a natural genius. Nana huffed indignantly. Young Midoriya is different from you in terms of both physique and talent, so he has to work his way up. I can't give any advice either, seeing as the level of power between you and me is different. I didn't have my bones getting blown up every time I used 100% back then. We could always ask one of our guys. All Might gestured to Nana's halo. If they've got any techniques they could share. Then we can just get Kiri to relay the information to young Midoriya. Just as they mentioned the girl, her signature doorway of light appeared, Kiri stepping through and looking positively overjoyed. Hey, Kiri-chan. Nana greeted. You're just in time. I'm about to summon one of the old wielders. Aki's. Well, you are. Yeah. It's not like you're busy, right? I just wish you'd tell me earlier so I could prepare myself a bit. The blonde grumbled. Don't they need a little time to prepare, too? Speak for yourself. Nana laughed. Those guys are just lazing around all day when they're not hibernating. Either eating, drinking, or playing cards. In fact, I think that's exactly what some of them are doing now. What? All Might said dubiously. Yeah, wanna listen? Come here, you two. Nana held out her glowing palm, Kiri and All Might grabbing on to see what would happen. Four of a kind. Read and weep, suckers. A loud voice proclaimed triumphantly from nowhere, victorious. Though neither of them could see what was happening within that halo on Nana's head, they could certainly hear it. It is you who will be doing the weeping. Take this, straight flush. Misha's voice roared, causing the previous voice to gasp in horror at the sudden turnaround. And nanny, impossible. There was the sound of cards shuffling and poker chips being swept across the table, followed by some grumbling and Misha's bellowing laughter. Oi, Chen, you in there? Nana asked, interrupting their card game. You're up. Come on out. Fine. A new, bored female voice replied, accompanied with the sound of a chair scraping across the floor. I was losing anyways. Swap with me. Nana, maybe you'll do better. Why, you're gonna let the commiz introduce themselves first? The first voice protested indignantly, annoyance clear in his tone. You know how this works, dude. We go in order of. Whatever the retired hero was about to say next was interrupted by an argument breaking out. Psycho. I say once, and I say again. I'm not a communist. Better dead than red, you damn Rusky. Is only game, comrade. Why you have to be mad? Mad? Oh, I'll show you mad, Sputnik. I should go break that up. Nana groaned, pulling away from the two and glowing with ethereal light. When that radiance subsided, a new individual stood in her place. 5 souls burning bright in the halo above their head. Wielder number 5 eyed the pair before her with a bored expression, her eyes flicking back and forth between the two almost lazily. She was svelte and slightly shorter than Nana was, dressed in one of the strangest outfits All Might had ever seen. A tactical plate carrier equipped with a multitude of pouches was oddly coupled with a lengthy dark blue kippa, the Chinese dress hugging her body to emphasize her well-defined hips and long, smooth legs, each boasting a thigh rig that held empty holsters, ending in black stiletto heels. A tiny, miniature oriental crown was perched atop her swept-back pastel orange hair, ending in a ponytail, looking more like a large hair ornament instead of actual headgear. The juxtaposition of aggressive military gear and silky oriental dress was extremely eye-catching. But the thing that troubled him the most was her relatively youthful appearance. She looked like she was in her late 20s, her vulpine beauty frozen in time forever. All Might briefly wondered if she died at such a young age before pushing the thought away. "Finally, we meet," she hummed, her eyes flicking up and down his muscular form briefly. "Greetings, Yankee man. Actually, I'm Japanese," All Might began, only for her to completely ignore him in favor of scrutinizing Kiri with a cautious eye. The girl stared right back with slight interest. "And this must be the construct. Fascinating." The woman straightened, then cleared her throat. "I am Chen Jiayan, but everyone just calls me Chen. We're in Japan, huh? I think some of my descendants live here now. But I digress. Let me make this clear, I am no hero." "You're not?" All Might asked, confused. "No, to put it simply, I got paid for my many talents." "You're a mercenary," the hero said with immediate understanding, eyes narrowed. "I prefer the term bounty hunter," Chen stated, brushing off his glare easily. "It pays well, and I had bills to pay, mouths to feed." "How did you get one for all?" he questioned suspiciously. It was hard to think of a situation where someone like her could acquire the power only passed on to those who were deemed worthy. Individuals of her profession weren't exactly known for their heroism. People like her were abundant during the chaotic dark age of meta-humanity. "You should ask the one who forced it upon me in the first place. I never wanted this." All Might blinked, barely even comprehending what he'd just heard. A forcible transfer. He hadn't even thought of it. What kind of circumstances would result in something like that happening? "You think it's fun for me to be stuck in here instead of my rightful place among my ancestors?" There was a slight undertone of irritation in the woman's voice when she turned to face him, frowning. "To you guys this might be heaven, but for the first few years, it was my hell." "Look, I didn't mean any offense." "I'm sure you didn't," she said flatly. "Well, at least I get to see something new in the construct." "Why do you keep calling her that?" "She has a name, you know." "Kiri," All Might said. "Strange little thing, isn't she?" Chen studied the little girl with a look of scientific interest, pretending to be human. "Curious, yes. Then again, I never did trust things like her. Too unpredictable. She's a type of being in the same vein as projections and quirk-created minions, but with true sentience. How unusual." And then, to her credit, Kiri didn't look very offended or upset at the supposed insult. Perhaps it wasn't an insult and more like a cruelly logical observation. All Might, however, started to feel a slow burning anger rising up deep within his chest. Who did this woman think she was? "Don't talk about her like that." All Might grunted, teeth clenched. "All I speak of is the truth." Chen shrugged, her statement full of cold, precise logic. "She's a golem, an idea come to life and given form, purpose, because someone so wanted to believe in her. She's more than just an idea," All Might argued. "She has a will of her own, a soul. A soul. We're not so different, you know. She and us. What, you think you're still human? Call us whatever you want. Souls, stars, embers, but we aren't people anymore. We're memories of those who came before. The originals are long gone. We've been reduced to a mere concept. This place is no paradise, more like a graveyard." "What's your point?" he growled, trying to rein in his anger. "I'm not trying to make a point, merely an observation," the woman stated passively. "Just as lessons can be learnt from history, the boy can learn from us, our memories. No, we will show him the way, prevent him from making the mistakes that we made. The construct will be our messenger. Real high and mighty, aren't you?" "Hardly. I have my fair share of sins that I won't sugarcoat." Chen extended an open palm that began to glow with her signature orange light, nodding to both All Might and Kiri. "Let me show you." "What are you doing?" All Might asked, looking at her glowing palm uncertainly. "Sharing my memories with you too. Let's make this quick." Why didn't Misha do this? It would have saved a lot of time. The hero and the little construct joined hands and placed them into the glow, awaiting the incoming rush of memories. Perhaps he thought some things were better left unseen. Chen said, her signature orange light intensifying by the second. "I will not be as kind." There was an electrifying jolt and the world around them spun on its axis, blurring into a disorienting mix of swirling colors and sound. All Might and Kiri found themselves staring through Chen's eyes as their incorporeal forms floated between her memories. Phantom observers looking through a window to the past. "He's cute, isn't he, Ma? I just wish you didn't have to leave so soon," someone off-screen said softly. The voice was in Chinese, but somehow both All Might and Kiri could understand. The meaning behind the words relayed straight into their heads. A little boy came into view, his tiny fingers clinging onto hers. I have to. We need the money, the woman's voice echoed, far away and ghostly. This is your son, one of my grandchildren, actually, the youngest. The bounty hunter's form hovered alongside All Might and Kiri, arms folded. You, how old are you, really? I died when I was 76, she replied, taking note of how All Might's eyebrows shot up into his hairline with disbelief. My appearance is a side effect of my quirk, insomnia. The longer I stay awake, the stronger and tougher I get. I used it too much when I was younger, you see. My flesh toughened up to a point where the effects became permanent. I couldn't feel anything after that. Eventually I stopped aging, too. The scene shifted once more to show a gathering of people who were undoubtedly bounty hunters, lined up and listening to a dark shadow of a man. There will be a substantial reward for the one who finds him. You are free to use any methods necessary. But I want his body intact, he was saying, his voice distorted and menacing when he rounded on Chen, a finger specifically pointing at her in warning. No disintegrations. As you wish. Chen's past self nodded. The world blurred into a dark alley, thunder and lightning crackling in the gray skies above. A lanky, terrified man was cornered, his eyes full of fear. He had a third, closed eye on his forehead, the eyelid spasming and shuddering, almost like he was trying to keep it closed. Key, please don't. I didn't. Fugitive metahuman abnormality ID number N34. Temporary designation, Ravager. You are under arrest. Her heels clicked against the wet concrete ominously. The charges are as follows: aggravated assault, destruction of private property, grand theft, arson, and murder. I have a warrant for your capture or termination. I didn't mean to hurt anybody. No one ever does. She raised her rifle, the muzzle crackling with electricity. The smell of ozone filled the air. The man didn't look like a Ravager at all, letting out a frightened sob. Come quietly or there will be trouble. No, I don't want to stop. Don't, you'll let him out. Chen moved in. The man's third eye snapped open. Memories shifted into a diluted mess, colors and shapes mixing like oil on water. When the perspective finally righted itself, they were faced with a caricature of violence. The street was shattered into pieces, numerous bodies surrounding a deep crater. Civilians. All Might covered the little girl's eyes, though she pried his hands away to see what was happening. She'd seen much worse, having experienced death and destruction firsthand primarily due to her efforts in rescuing people from disasters. The fugitive from before was gone, replaced with a gibbering thing. From man to monster, nothing to nightmare. A Goliath of flesh, freakishly huge muscles bulging until they stretched the gray skin translucent to show salmon pink tendons and sinew underneath. The worst part was its face, if one could still call it that. A maw of dagger-like teeth, dripping with saliva, tight skin lashed against pearly white bone. Much too little to cover all that flesh, and was that Chitin. The forehead and crown of the beast's head was missing, its pulsing brain exposed for all to see. It had 3 eyes, 2 normal ones that drifted lazily and independent of the other, each looking in every direction possible like a chameleon. A third, larger eye darted around sporadically at the center of its head, reminiscent of a pinball, its odd placement within the creature's brain almost comical. All 3 eyes froze, rolling in sync to 0 and at one specific point. Pinkish bloodshot sclera and poisonous green pupils stared across the boundaries of time and space and right into All Might's soul. The hero feeling his fists clenching in response to the threat, even though this was a mere memory, a record of the past. Something was wrong with Chen's vision, her right side an inky pool of darkness. She was still fighting, the thud-thud-thud of her heavy rifle drowning out the screams of nearby civilians. Her opponent leapt from building to building like a crazed, oversized monkey, moving in ways humans weren't meant to move, darting and twitching with uncanny speed. Small explosions bracketed the beast, causing it to let out an inhuman blood-curdling scream. She switched to he rounds. A distinct click told them the weapon was empty, the hunter adjusting her grip to wield it like a baseball bat, swinging hard into the monster's face and sending internal components flying everywhere. Ravager howled, then choked when the woman took the opportunity to shove a live grenade down his open maw. Twin rows of razor-sharp teeth clamped shut and snapped on her smooth, hardened flesh, trapping her before she could withdraw her arm and sending enamel shards splintering into the air. The following explosion flung her wounded body back across the street, forcibly separating the two. The perspective wobbled and tilted perilously as the 5th wielder steadied herself, disoriented. Most of her left arm had been consumed by the explosion, the ruined remains resembling twisted metal. She had to stop it here and now. She couldn't let it escape and hurt any more innocents. All Might and Kiri could do nothing but watch, helpless to intervene in an event that happened decades ago. They were just passengers along for the ride. Ravager shuffled erratically towards her, smoke rising from its throat. All 3 eyes flickered over its own burnt and battered body before locking onto her injured form. A low, guttural growl resounded from within the beast's ruined jaw, its voice rough and ragged like the serrated edge of a dagger. An animalistic sound that reached deep into the human mind and wrenched at their fight or flight instincts, primal and unchained. Even without it actually speaking, she understood what it said. One of us will die now. I see we speak the same language, she hissed, her one remaining eye focused on the beast. Otherworldly orange light beginning to spill forth, a telltale sign of One for All activating with its maximum output. Lightning trailed from her body as she charged, the beast roaring with its own bull rush. A crashing impact, pain howls and screams from both mixing together into a cacophony of brutality. The violence audible through time. She used the razor-sharp, twisted remains of her hardened left arm like a blade to cut into the monster, bringing down the makeshift weapon again and again. All Might covered the little girl's eyes, not wanting her to see this. It was over as soon as it started, both combatants laying crumpled on the ground. Chen had defeated the beast but at a heavy cost. She was dying, the edges of her vision starting to close in. It was like looking through a dark tunnel that seemed to stretch further and further the more she looked. A panicked man came into her field of vision, a roll of bandages on one hand. He didn't speak very well, primarily using gestures and broken English in an effort to tell her something. Medic, help, stay, calm, he murmured, his thick accent easily recognizable. All right, Misha, before he was a hero. With a start, All Might realized they were about to witness the transfer of One for All from one host to another. She coughed, a spray of blood droplets splashing across Misha's face. His sleeve wiped it away carelessly, more focused on bandaging her up to the best of his abilities. She was fading in and out of consciousness now. Her time was nearly up. A trembling hand reached out, slick with her own lifeblood. Take it, the woman rasped, nearing her last breath. Her bloodied fingers brushed against his lips. Please. The man's palm glowed and he pressed it against her forehead. His own quirk coming into play. His extrasensory allowed him to see people's memories just by touch. Misha's eyes seemed to gleam with realization and, more importantly, understanding. With a reluctant nod he licked his lips, ingesting the blood she'd left there. Even as Chen slipped away he stayed by her side, holding her hand until she breathed her last breath. The world faded to black. All Might and Kiri were dragged out of the memories, the former gasping from the sudden warp. Kiri swayed a little, disoriented but quickly righting herself. So what was the point in showing us that? The hero asked angrily, quickly inspecting the little girl to make sure she was all right. She seemed to be fine, despite having just watched somebody meet their demise. Said somebody was standing right before them, but still, hate me if you wish. You're supposed to understand the message behind my story. The woman nodded flatly, unaffected by his anger. Sometimes one must be sacrificed for the sake of many. That is the lesson I must impart. You could have scared her, the hero argued, ignoring how Kiri had climbed up his torso to sit on his massive shoulders. He only noticed when she tugged at his golden locks gingerly to get his attention. I'm okay, Kiri murmured from atop his head. Please don't be mad. Geez, all of this still seems awfully cliché. Does every one of you guys have their own lesson and story to share? All Might sighed, patting the little girl riding on his shoulders and glad she wasn't traumatized from what they'd just seen. Don't you? Chen asked hauntingly. Her head slightly tilted. That's all for now, Toshinori Yagi. I'll see you around. The woman began to glow with her signature color, wind whipping around her like a miniature tornado. Oh, one more thing. You guys should probably figure out a way to counter her weakness. Someone might find out and exploit it. She echoed, her now translucent finger pointing at Kiri. Like it or not, the construct can be considered a weapon. She is a mighty force, with the potential to become one of the most powerful and absolute beings on the planet. But she is flawed, with one noticeable weakness, one slight imperfection. What is it? The imperfection that every weapon shares. The phantom whispered, ghostly and fading. Its user. With that last bit of advice, a flash of orange engulfed the pair, leaving them alone at the base of the giant tree. Well, that didn't go exactly as planned. Not to mention he wasn't very fond of the woman's cold and relentlessly logical attitude. Frankly, he even thought she was a little edgy. We still have to meet 4 more. Gah. And then, All Might peeked up at the child above him and sighed when he realized she was already starting to doze off, her cheek pressed against the crown off his skull. Perhaps it was time for him to rest, too. A snap of his fingers manifested a cushy recliner out of nowhere, the hero climbing into it with his sleepy little companion. Placing her onto his lap like a caring father, he made sure she was comfortable before leaning back himself. Within minutes he too was starting to drift off, the lure of sleep heavy on his eyelids. Maybe having her around wasn't as bad as he initially thought. Izuku awoke with the feeling of something warm and alive on top of him. His sleepy eyes fluttered open to find Kiri laying on his chest, her smaller body rising and falling gently alongside each breath he took. They resembled an otter parent and child pair lazing atop each other, her little fists clutching his pajama shirt tight while she dozed peacefully. A lock of her dark hair drifted near her mouth and she began to chew on it, even drooling a little. Hey, Izuku whispered, a hand coming up to sweep it out of her mouth. Don't eat your own hair. NMU, she mumbled, still asleep. Glancing at his bedside clock, he noticed it was almost time to get up and get ready for school. Reluctantly, the boy tried to gently slide her off without waking her up. Ironically, his actions had the opposite effect when she held on tighter the moment she felt her bed shifting, latching onto him firmly like a koala. Oh, no choice, then. Izuku prodded at her cheek tenderly, careful not to startle her. Kiri, hey, wake up. And then, the little girl let out a small yawn, looking around blearily. Nai-chan. Yeah, it's me. He smiled and ran his fingers through her hair, stroking her head. Your face doesn't change that much, eh? You want to try smiling a little? She tilted her head, staring at him sleepily. Like this, Izuku flashed her a great big grin. The girl tried to mimic his expression, ending up baring her pearly white teeth at him instead. He reached up and pushed at her soft cheeks gently with his fingers, teasing her expression into a tiny smile. Needs a little work, HM. And then she nuzzled against his hand affectionately, even more so when he gave her a light peck on the forehead. Come on, let go. I need to get ready for school. Okay, she slurred, finally releasing her grip and rolling back onto his bed. He'd let her sleep a little more until breakfast was ready. A while later, and they were chowing down on breakfast, both getting ready for their respective tasks. While Izuku had to go to school, Kiri was getting ready to patrol the city again as part of her usual routine, even if the rate of criminal activity was already at an all-time low. Once they made their way out of the front door, the siblings bid each other goodbye for now. Izuku watched Kiri leap off into the distance, her tiny form transforming midair into an adult. As the watched her go, he couldn't help but feel a little proud, not at himself for creating her, but for her. A little miracle, one that made the world a better place. The day carried on as usual, Izuku making his way into the classroom early. Ida was already there, a hand raised in greeting as he entered. Good morning, Midoriya-kun. Feeling better, I hope. Good morning, Ida-san. Thanks for your concern. Izuku smiled, a little happy that someone cared. How was your meeting? It was interesting, to say in the least. I hope you didn't get too much of a tongue lashing yesterday. Oh, you mean Aizawa-sensei? He hummed, remembering his interaction with the teacher. I explained my unique circumstances and we kinda talked it out. I see. Well, if you ever need help on anything, just give me a call. The taller boy said, nodding solemnly and understanding. Uraraka Achako entered the classroom moments later, bright and cheerful as always. She wore a sunny grin on her features, upbeat and happy-go-lucky. Uraraka-san, if your smile gets any brighter, I'm gonna have to wear shades. Good morning, Ida-kun, she said happily to Ida, her smile radiant. She then turned to Izuku, intent on greeting him with that same enthusiasm. Good morning, Deku-kun. She seemed to suddenly stutter out of nowhere in the middle of greeting Izuku, her cheeks slowly turning a lovely shade of pink. What both boys didn't know was that she thought back to the scene she'd secretly witnessed yesterday with Mina outside the school gates upon seeing Izuku again. The young brunette's face began to heat up when she remembered how experienced Izuku had seemed yesterday, sweeping a girl off her feet and caressing her head lovingly. A tiny part of her wondered how it would feel to be held and caressed like that. Uraraka-san, are you all right? Izuku tried, concerned for his friend. I'm fine. Everything is just peaky, yeah. She laughed awkwardly, sidestepping away from them and into her seat. Pecky. Ha. The two boys shared a worried glance, confused. Did I do something wrong? Izuku tried, bewildered. He began patting his cheeks. Is there something on my face? Ida shrugged, his expression indicating he had absolutely no idea. Izuku flinched when he felt a hand pat him on the shoulder, the owner of said hand humming in approval. Ashido Mina appeared out of nowhere, grinning delightfully. Ashido-san, he stammered, flustered from her sudden close contact. The girl was touching him. I have to admit, I underestimated you, Midoriya. Mina beamed, her voice playful and teasing. She sent a thumbs up his way as she left for her seat, giggling a little. Just make sure to not play around too much with maidens' hearts, you stud. Play around. Izuku blushed, blood rushing to his cheeks. He still had no idea what she was talking about. Was that a compliment or some sort of hidden innuendo? He silently cursed the fact that he was so bad at talking to girls. Ada turned to him, a little confused. Well, I'm not going to meddle in your private affairs, Midoriya-kun. I don't know what she meant. The boy blinked. Did you? No, not really. Both boys shrugged, dropping the issue. A few minutes later, Aizawa-sensei shuffled in, looking disheveled as ever. Overall, it was the same boring old combination of classes until the afternoon rolled along. The teacher announced that they were to head to a remote training site for rescue training. the class piling onto a bus shortly after they changed into their respective costumes. So this was the important event he mentioned. The bus traveled along a long, winding road, deep into the forested land where the training area resided. To think that UA had such a facility in place. I tend to say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu began, having sat next to him. Yes, Asui-san. Call me Tsuyu. Alright, your quirk is like All Might's, the frog girl said flatly. Izuku started to protest then paused, recalling the memory of the small child drooling on his chest this morning. I suppose it looks rather similar, doesn't it? If only she knew what his real quirk was capable of. Wait a sec, Tsuyu-chan. Kirishima piped up from beside her. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. They just kind of look the same. Tsuyu nodded, humming in thought. But it's nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff. The redhead continued with a grin. My hardening is strong against others, but unfortunately it doesn't look like much. I think it's really cool, Izuku said, always keen to learn about new quirks. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength, Aoyama began. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Mina interrupted with a teasing smile, a supportive hand on his shoulder. Well, if you're talking flashy and strong, Kirishima nodded towards the back of the bus. It's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, huh? Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Tsuyu said bluntly. What the fuck? Wanna fight, you froggy bitch? See, we haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing that everyone knows his personality is crap steeped in sewage. Kaminari shrugged smugly. What's with that vocabulary, bastard? Bakugo snarled, leaning over the railing in front of him. I'll kill you. Kaken's being teased. Huh, you don't see that every day. That's UA for you. What a vulgar conversation. Yaoyorozu muttered. But I like stuff like this, too. Ochako giggled from beside her. We're here. Stop messing around. Yes, sir. Upon arrival, Class 1 was greeted with one of the most amazing sights they would behold as part of their life at UA. A theme park-like location stood before them, where the attractions would usually be replaced with different variations of disaster zones ranging from perilous landslides to collapsed buildings. All 6 zones were housed within an enormous dome, Izuku suspecting that the structure was large enough to have its own weather patterns. Woo-ah. Is this Universal Studios Japan? There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. An androgynous voice behind them stated proudly. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. So it really is USJ. The class thought is one. It's the Space Hero, 13. Izuku said in awe, taking in the hero's spacesuit-clad form. He's a gentleman hero who specializes in rescue scenarios. Ooh, I love 13. Ochako cheered, practically bouncing with excitement. 13. Aizawa greeted his colleague flatly. Where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here. About that, senpai. 13 held up 3 gloved fingers subtly. It seems he just reached his limit during his morning commute. He's resting in the break room. The height of irrationality. The teacher muttered under his breath. So be it. Let's get started. Righto. All right. Before we start, I have a point or two to make. 13 cheered cutely, then began counting off his fingers. 3, 4, 5. Aizawa simply sighed, watching his colleague hum and tap their helmet thoughtfully. Okay, as I'm sure many of you are already aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart anything. And you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters. Izuku added helpfully. Correct. However, my power could easily kill. The pro-hero paused and let that statement sink in. No doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. In our super-powered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. Though it may seem that this system is a stable one, we must never forget it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. An image of Kiri flashed across Izuku's mind, her featureless form standing atop a mountain of rubble, hands plunging into a heavy exosuit and prying thick layers of armor apart like how one would peel an orange, the pilot within screaming. No, she would never hurt innocents. She had never even killed anyone in her entire life, not even villains. Just as she was unquestioningly loyal to him, he would place his utmost trust in her. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. Through All Might's battle training, you experienced the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. 13 seemed to smile within that domed helmet, his voice positive and encouraging. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. That is all. I thank you for listening. The class cheered and clapped as 13 bowed, inspired. He's awesome. So cool. Bravo, bravo. Great. Aizawa rolled his eyes. First off, A swirling ball of dark smog puffed into existence near the fountain. Aizawa whirled around to face it, his eyes widening when it expanded, fingers of black fog creeping along the ground like writhing, shadowy tentacles. A gnarled hand reached through that inky nothingness, a gleaming red pupil full of malice peering through pale fingers. Not a hand, a face. Villain. Kiri stood atop the roof of a moving train carriage, wind whipping in her hair as the transport clattered along its preset path. Another uneventful day, as usual. Sure, there was the occasional robber sometimes, but he'd usually be arrested by the neighborhood heroes. She couldn't fault them for doing a good job. Come to think of it, she should. A wave of ice-cold dread and crystalline fear slammed into her like a truck, causing her to flinch. Where is it? The vigilante's eyes widened when she realized it was coming through her mental link. That meant, unknowingly-chan. Kiri braced herself, focusing as hard as she could. The energies that made up her body responded to her will, tugging and shifting to make the jaunt through space. A memory of UAS entrance flashed in her thoughts, the mental photograph in her mind linking to its real-world counterpart. She disintegrated into a cloud of white particles. Only moments later her form reconstituted outside UA behind a hidden wall of trees, the girl searching frantically for her brother. He wasn't in the school. Where is he? He's somewhere far away, kilometers away from her current position. Focusing hard, Kiri reached into their shared mental link and pinpointed his exact location. Her feet already thundering towards that direction. Somewhere remote, in a forest. The girl cursed her speed, even though she was running much faster than a car now. Slow. Why was she so slow? She simply ran through the trees in her path, leaving broken wood and splinters in her wake when she didn't bother to dodge around them. The fastest route from point A to point B was a straight line. A second wave of all-consuming terror surged into her like a wave, causing her to almost let out a cry of dismay. She was consuming as much of it as possible, but there was so much. No. I won't let them hurt you, Oni-chan. I won't. A massive dome came into view, with her closing in rapidly. Kiri lowered her shoulder into a charge when she neared the structure's thick walls, crashing through multiple walls with deafening booms. Reaching the side of the dome, she found herself in the downpour zone, gusts of wind and rain blasting into her. She continued charging, inadvertently rushing past and knocking out several villains who were in the midst of combat with two particular UA students. Tokoyami and Koko blinked in stunned confusion, nearly missing that the vigilante had just halved the number of their total opponents. The remaining villains were easily defeated in seconds, especially when Dark Shadow suddenly seemed much more excited for some reason. Dark Shadow, what's wrong? That one, Master, the white one who helped us. She felt. The shadow hissed, a thrilled delight evident in its voice. Familiar. Kiri finally burst out of the downpour zone with a crash, spotting her brother. He was staring at a hulking beast of muscle, a smaller form pinned and broken underneath it. Fear radiated off Izuku like heat from a campfire, the construct immediately draining most of it away and clearing his thoughts. An order thundered through their mental link and into her mind, desperate and frantic. Get that thing off Aizawa-sensei. Oh, what's this? We have a special miniboss stage. A thin slip of a man was saying, his face obscured by a severed hand for a mask. Turajiri. Whatever he was about to say next was cut short when Kiri slammed into the behemoth, her fist crashing into its face with an impact so significant that it flung both the masked man and his smoky ally back. The monster weathered the blow easily, its eyes locking onto her form before responding with a brutal overhead swing. One slender hand tanked the blow, the other slicing through the air to slam into his chin in an uppercut, the air around the impact zone distorting from the shockwave. Leaping back away from Aizawa and Izuku, she baited the monster into coming after her. Her new opponent gripped the ground on all fours like a gorilla, bulging muscle in both arms and legs propelling its massive body forward with blinding speed. She met its charge, her smaller hands pushing against its humongous ones, exactly what she planned. Kiri focused and reached in deep, intent on ripping out every single emotion from the beast's mind to stun it. Diving in, she reached inwards and stopped. There was nothing. She had looked into the monster's psyche and found absolutely no emotions at all, almost like the thing before her didn't have a soul. It was just a meat puppet, a golem made of flesh. It wasn't even a person anymore. Your puny punches won't work against Namu's shock absorption. The thin man hissed, sneering under his grotesque mask. He was specifically made to take on All Might. Do you seriously think you can actually match him? Namu made no sound when he attacked. No animalistic roaring, not even an enraged growl. He was empty, devoid of emotion and soul. His fists were meaty hammers that crashed into her body lightning fast, each blow causing the ground beneath her to spiderweb with numerous cracks, then shattering into countless chunks. Kiri counterattacked, the power behind her blows disproportionate to her size. Though she was much smaller and slightly slower, her fists were hitting like freight trains. Every punch she landed creating a thunderous boom and rippling the air behind Namu. The sound of them exchanging blows was like machine gun fire, deafening and bone-rattling. Shock absorption. Every hit she lands absorbed. Absorption of kinetic energy. Other energies not absorbed. Sonic, thermal energy. Izuku observed. He was watching them clash, his mind frantically analyzing Namu's characteristics and capabilities. They're equally matched. No, Namu is much stronger, made to combat All Might, possibly kill him. Made, artificial human, superhuman strength, speed, stamina. Brute package confirmed. Kiri landed an open palm onto Namu's exposed brain and wrenched, digging her fingers in deep and trying for a weak spot. It didn't work. Namu bit down on her arm, shaking her like a dog with a chew toy before she broke free, going for his eyes. That didn't work either when he simply grabbed and pulled her away. Her next attempt had her darting onto his back, grabbing hold of his thick neck and twisting it further than what any normal humans could tolerate. Namu simply reached up and swung her into the ground with a thunderous crash, unaffected. This thing, this monster, why did it look and feel so familiar? That beast-like instinct and aggression, inhuman and primal. She had seen something similar to it before, but where? The realization hit her like a sack of bricks. That freakish muscle mass, that exposed brain, Ravager, the monster that Chen had fought. Had that been the prototype to this abomination? Its remains used to help create this. No sense in sticking around if All Might isn't going to come. But before we leave, let's leave a few dead kids. The thin villain from before whispered, crossing the distance between him and Izuku and his friends in the blink of an eye. His hand reached out towards them, to wound the symbol of peace's pride. Kiri moved, prioritizing the safety of her brother above all else. Kicking off Namu's chest like a springboard, her fist rocketed into the thin man's torso with a sharp crack, sending him flying across the plaza. She was sure she at least broke a rib or two, having felt the sensation of bone snapping against her knuckles. Pulsing, unrestrained rage flowed off her, Izuku literally feeling her wrath as she stood with her back towards him and his classmates, using her own body as a shield. Stay away from him. Ch. Namu, dispose of Valkyrie now. Kill her. The man spat, clutching at his side painfully. Namu was a shadowy blur. Racing towards them, Kiri, Valkyrie, met his charge with one of her own. Twin juggernauts collided. One black and one white, one fueled by pure instinct and the other by pure emotion. She adjusted her strategy. Her leg not kicking but rather pushing against his knee joint with tremendous force. There was a sickening snap and Namu's knee bent backwards, only to immediately right itself with another snap. Regeneration. Looks like breaking all his limbs wouldn't work. Fighting an opponent bigger and stronger than oneself, she had tried nearly everything so far. Explosiveness, aiming for sensitive targets, all nullified against Namu's quirk. It was possible to beat him in an endurance match, but she couldn't keep track of multiple opponents at once. The thin villain and his fog companion were still a threat to Izuku and his friends. The longer she was in combat against Namu, the more Izuku was prone to danger. Kiri thought back to the endless hours she spent fighting. The tactics of each opponent she faced and each ally she fought alongside incorporated into her own fighting style. There were always moves to take down a larger, stronger opponent, and there were always countermoves to those moves, and countermoves to those counters. Physical combat was like a game of chess, except the pieces were your arms and legs, torque and your center of mass, and most importantly your mind. Ducking under Namu's haymaker, she swung herself up onto his back again, using his neck as a grip, taking advantage of his split second of disorientation to wrap her legs across his right arm, her body parallel along its length. She grabbed onto the limb at a specific angle and pulled, her efforts manifesting with a wet pop, dislocating Namu's shoulder. Now that his right side was mostly out of commission, she scrambled atop and behind him, her lithe arms wrapping around his neck and executing a rear naked choke. A blood choke, Izuku realized. She was trying to cut off the blood flow to Namu's brain, putting all her strength into the endeavor. The behemoth stumbled, flailing madly and trying to throw her off him. It looked like it was working until Namu's neck bulged repulsively when he flexed, thick veins popping and writhing along his neck like worms beneath skin. With the blood flowing back to his brain, the mutant regained his senses and leapt high into the air to land on his back with a horrific impact, rupturing the ground beneath and crushing her into a deep crater. The earth shook, sending massive tremors that reverberated through the entire structure. The resulting shockwave hit like a sledgehammer, causing Izuku and the others to stumble back. Namu jumped out of the crater, Kiri lunging after him. She was pissed, and Izuku felt it. Just as he was trying to forcefully shove his right arm's ball joint back into its socket, the girl made her move, leaping onto his head again. Her left arm gripped Namu's working one tightly and held it immobile when he tried to fling her off. His dislocated right arm couldn't rise high enough. With her right arm and leg she reached down, and beside him Tsuyu and Minta gasped, not believing what they were seeing. Izuku could barely believe it himself. Kiri slammed her right arm and leg into Namu's bird-like face, and reached into his toothy maw. Wordlessly, she pulled the top of his head back and kicked down on his lower jaw to force his mouth open further than it was meant to go, causing a grisly snap followed by wet gurgling. Then she rammed her entire arm down his throat. For a single moment everyone, even the villains, watched the scene in silent disbelief. The silence didn't last when Namu began to thrash around with Kiri still atop him, the length of her entire arm from below the shoulder onwards lodged in his esophagus. Izuku understood her intent. Since her blood choke earlier had failed, she was trying for an air choke this time, physically blocking his airway and trying to choke him into unconsciousness. The girl held on tight like she was riding a rodeo bull, unsure of how long it would take for him to run out of air. Namu had a large body with equally large muscles, meaning that he would have a powerful set of lungs to supply all that much-needed oxygen. If only she had a grenade like Chen had. There was a deafening bang from across the plaza, everyone's attention switching to the source. There, the magnificent visage of All Might appeared past the massive doors, the symbol of peace in all his glory. All Might wasn't smiling. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. I passed young Ada on the way, so I got a rough idea of what happened. Each step he took sounded like a gunshot in the near silence. Good grief, it really makes me angry, thinking about how frightening it must have been for you all, how hard my juniors fought, and now how Miss Valkyrie was already here fighting when I was supposed to be. But that is why I must proudly say, sapphire pupils glinted against the hollow shadows of All Might's face. It's fine now. The hero reached up and ripped off his tie into shreds. I am here, Kurogiri. Separate them. The hand-masked villain cried, actually sounding panicked. Get her off, Namu. But where do I send her, Shigaraki? Anywhere but here. Do it now, while she's stuck. Dark fog swirled and churned around Kiri, enveloping her body much to Izuku's horror. The warp quirk. Normally she wouldn't be affected by a quirk, but this one opened a physical gateway using the user's body as a catalyst, effectively linking one point of space to another. The warp gate closed around her arm, seemingly severing it at the shoulder. Except there was no blood, the limb dissolving into particles. She'd been sent away somewhere, but where? Namu was finally freed from his choking hazard, inhaling in deep lungfuls of air and managing to get his right arm into proper working condition by snapping the joint back into place. In his disorientation, All Might managed to land a blow on both him and the other villain, scooping up Izuku and his friends. Valkyrie was nowhere to be seen, whisked away by the fog. All Might clenched his teeth. If anything happened to her, he would hold himself responsible. Yet another person hurt because he wasn't here. Everyone, go to the entrance, he ordered. I'm leaving Aizawa to you. He's unconscious. Hurry. Why, yes, sir. Kiro. Izuku watched his mentor with fearful eyes, remembering what 13 had said earlier. It seems he just reached his limit during his morning commute. All Might was running on fumes, and Izuku was the only one who knew it. It's no good. It's no good. The thin man, Shigaraki, was saying, searching for his lost mask. I am sorry, father. His whimpering ended when he retrieved his hand mask, voice now tinged with hate. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. That interfering little vigilante wasn't supposed to be here. Why? How did she know? He turned to All Might, head tilted. It doesn't matter. With Namu's regeneration, he's back in perfect condition and you're becoming weaker, aren't you? All Might, you can't. Izuku said, panicked. That brain villain, Namu, he took on Kai, Valkyrie at her full strength, and he was stronger than her. He has a shock absorption quirk. He's gotta be. Young Midoriya. All Might held out a hand, silencing him. He then turned back to face him with a smile, fingers forming a peace symbol. It's fine. Izuku watched his mentor for a few seconds before nodding, deciding to trust him. Together with Tsuyu and Minda's help, they hefted Aizawa's limp body away from the battlefield, careful not to move him around too much. All Might's turned his attention to the hand-masked creep, dashing forward, his arms forming an X. The hero prepared to launch one of his signature smashes. Carolina. Namu. Smash. The muscled behemoth intercepted the blow for its master, the water behind him parting from the sheer force of All Might's attack. So Valkyrie fought against this thing. Shock absorption and regeneration. Multiple quirks. He had to be careful. Valkyrie may not be as strong as he was, but she could still pack one hell of a punch. If this thing could withstand her attacks, it meant that it was no small fry. Namu lunged for him, missing by mere inches. The hero countered, his fists blurring with speed and slamming into the villain, only to have absolutely no effect. He then tried slugging the beast across its face, only to have that fail as well. Namu was barely even phased. It doesn't work on his face either. It doesn't work because of his shock absorption. You can't beat him, Shigaraki whispered, his thin form still trembling with pain from Valkyrie's attack. That foolish girl couldn't do it, and neither will you. It's game over for you, All Might. All Might circled around Namu with superhuman speed, gripping him around the waist. His back arched, heels rising off the floor to prepare for what was unmistakably a suplex. We'll see about that. Kiri burst out from the remains of a burning building. raging flames licking ineffectually at her body. They'd warped her into the conflagration zone and right into an inferno, trying to roast her alive. Looking down, the girl realized her right arm had been severed from the warp gate closing on it. A little focus and it was back again. White particles rushing together to reform the limb. She wasted no time in getting back into the fight, headed in the direction that Izuku was currently in. Busting out of the zone's domed ceiling, the vigilante found a scene most discouraging. Izuku and a few of his classmates were facing Shigaraki, while All Might was about to engage Namu. But the most troubling thing was that the number one hero was bleeding from the left side of his torso, a splotch of dark crimson forming under his ribs. His weak spot. This wouldn't do. If she worked with All Might, they'd be able to defeat Namu, but alone she was unable to. Her output simply wasn't enough. Fighting Namu solo would result in a stalemate again, just like when she'd fought the mental version of All Might. She needed more power. More power. Kiri began to feel a tugging sensation in her head. Within the recesses of Izuku's mind, Nana and All Might could do nothing but watch helplessly through the host's eyes, fists clenched and teeth grit. For All Might, it was looking like he had finally met his match. For Nana, it was even worse, as she was faced with the very real possibility that he might lose. She didn't want to watch her student die, especially when she watched herself die through his eyes. She wouldn't. She couldn't let the same thing happen to him. But they were stuck here, unable to interact with the real world. Perhaps they could influence Izuku to do something. No, he could barely even control the power of One for All. She couldn't expect him to do anything in this situation. There must be something they can do, anything. Snippets of everything she'd experienced in the past few days began to echo within her mind. She's a mental projection. That's how she can be in the real world. But don't touch my tree. I'll know. In Norse mythology, the Valkyries were mythical women who chose who was to live and who was to die in battle. Chooser of the slain. Nana's eyes widened with realization. Without a word, she turned and marched towards the giant tree that represented Izuku, placing her glowing palm onto the bark. Kiri, she screamed at the top of her lungs, shocking All Might and making him turn away from the sky he was watching. Please, listen to me. Sensei, what are you? If you can hear me, let me help you. The woman paused to take a deep breath, perhaps the most important breath in her own life. Choose me. The point where her palm met the trunk began to glow, blinding light radiating from the weathered wood. A deep whooshing emanated from the tree, the light spiraling outwards and expanding to form a doorway. Nana, All Might gasped. Nana said nothing as she stepped through, the doorway closing behind her before her student could react. Imperceptible radiance and colors of every shade imaginable greeted her. Somebody screamed, and she wasn't sure if it was her. Inside was a tunnel of burning rainbow light, the mental link between Izuku and Kiri, the bifrost between minds, the bridge that reached between the mental world and the real world, a link between two realms. Shimura. Nana closed her eyes. Valkyrie opened her eyes. When she gasped, her voice was strange and slightly distorted, like two people speaking at once. She looked down to find herself no longer featureless nor unclothed, now clad in a familiar costume. Black bodysuit with yellow gloves, gleaming white boots, and a magnificent white cape billowing in the wind. The figure turned towards the standoff below, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Hell yeah. All Might took a deep breath, readying himself. Before him was Namu, an absolute monster, all muscle and instinct. Though young Todoroki and the others had aided him earlier when he was trapped, the beast had still managed to hit him right where it hurt, his old injury opening up and leaking blood. I barely have a minute left. My power has been declining faster than I expected. Even with this wound, I can take all you brats on. Shigaraki hissed in pain, one hand clutching his side. Namu, let's clear this and go home. But I must do this. Shigaraki dashed towards Izuku and his classmates, feet light and eyes angry. Why? Because I am. All Might felt the power of One for All surging through his body. 8 different souls working together, a gestalt of different generations. A power he was deemed worthy of. The symbol of peace. Shigaraki flinched from the sudden increase in pressure, turning towards the hero. All Might leapt forward, his golden locks whipping in the wind. Namu blurred with speed, a wall of muscle and aggression. Their fists collided in an immense shockwave that sent everyone nearby flying. Unnoticed by all, a flash of black and white was headed right at them like a missile. All Might readied his fist for another punch, Namu doing the same. Who the hell do you think I am, Kiiick? An alabaster boot impacted Namu's face with the force of a bullet train, actually causing him to stumble back. The ground beneath him broke apart, shattering like glass and sending an explosion of rubble climbing into the air. All Might blinked in surprise, whirling around to face his unexpected ally. The new combatant spun midair, adding rotational momentum to her next attack, which came in the form of another ridiculously long name. Get her damn hands off him, Punnncchh. The girl yelled, her voice slightly distorted. It was Valkyrie, but she looked drastically different. Though her face, skin, and hair still looked the same and retained their milky white color, her eyes no longer glowed green. An ethereal violet light shone from within her eyes, twin amethysts sparkling with hope. But that costume, it was impossible. That costume belonged to Namu was flung back due to Valkyrie's putting her full force into her punch, the blow acting more like a continuous push. She spun to face All Might, a painfully familiar grin on her face, one that he'd seen before, just not on her. All Might, with me, she cried, taking up a combat stance. Formation Delta. The blonde's eyes widened in disbelief, though he subconsciously got into position as well. It was an old battle formation, a favorite of his mentors, in fact. Valkyrie, how? Just do it, Valkyrie yelled, not looking like her usual expressionless self at all. In fact, it reminded him of her. On my mark. The two heroes dashed forward in unison, one aiming high, the other aiming low. Namu responded too late and received twin blows that sent him spinning. Then another combined attack that pummeled him into the ground. Nearby buildings and walls shook from the impact, massive cracks climbing up their sides. Izuku and his classmates could only watch in amazement, the two heroes executing every maneuver perfectly, each punch and swing choreographed and precise. It was like watching a dance, passionate and heart-pounding. Two partners working in tandem, both reliant on the other. Each harmonious blow resulted in a wave of pressure, gale winds sweeping across the entire plaza and preventing anyone from getting close. Namu couldn't even fight back, the combined barrage too much to defend against. Valkyrie seemed much stronger now, perhaps almost as strong as All Might. They're both giving it their all. Neither of them are swinging randomly. Each blow, every single hit, is more than a 100% of their full strength. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there must be a limit to it, right? All Might growled, his arms a hurricane of blows. Made to fight me. If you can withstand me at 100%, then we've just got to go beyond that. With our powers combined, Valkyrie snarled, her smaller form beguiling her monstrous strength in vicious attacks. A rooster tail of dust and rubble manifested from their movement alone, trees uprooted and concrete chunks spiraling into the air. It'll be more than enough to force you down, villain. A hero. She landed an over-the-shoulder judo throw, sending Namu flying right into All Might's uppercut that launched him into the sky. Can always break out of a tough spot. The blonde finished, one for all thundering through his muscles, surging through his soul. Together they leapt into the air and swung as one. Two pairs of hands sending a barrage of rapid-fire blows into the muscled mutant. O-R-R-R-R-Y-Y-A-A-A. Two voices mixed into a triumphant crescendo. Their combined heavy overswing sent Namu cratering against the ground so hard the entire USJ shook from the impact, the ground rupturing and fragmenting like the surface of a frozen pond. He bounced off the shattered floor from the impact, midair for a moment. Everyone watched in speechless shock and awe, witnessing the full extent of All Might's power and Valkyrie's hidden one. Izuku stared at his sister's strange new form, eyes shining with wonder. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? All Might's huge fist cocked back, gathering power. The full force of his might was spiraling within his fist and gathering steam, all 8 souls within him resonating as one. One for all. Valkyrie did the same beside him, grinning. She too gathered power, her own variation of one for all combining with her current esoteric energies. Go beyond. Plus, 2 overcharged fists slammed into Namu, backed with the power of generations that came before. Past and present, old and new, united as one. Their fists drove deep into the villain, their combined power overwhelming and absolute, going way past a 100% and breaking the limits of his shock absorption. An earth-shattering explosion of force emanated from the impact, hammer-like and rattling the teeth of anyone nearby like the strike of a rubber mallet. Namu was sent flying into the domed ceiling of USJ, turning the giant fixed lights into fireballs when he crashed into and through them. The villain's body shot into the sky, parting clouds as he passed through them and over the horizon. They did it. The monster had been defeated with their combined efforts, bright sunlight shining through the hole they had made in the ceiling. Izuku watched, his eyes full of stars. So this was the power of All Might, and the power of his own quirk. He felt his knees trembling, about to give out at the amazing display of heroism before he steeled himself and remembered danger was still nearby. No, it's not fair. This wasn't supposed to, ag. Shigaraki screeched, seething with rage at Namu's defeat. If that girl hadn't shown up, we could have. They cheated. Villains like you will never win. There will always be someone willing to fight for what's right. Valkyrie yelled, index finger raised skywards proudly. A hero will never give up, never hide, never be defeated, never accept evil. You ruined everything. The villain scratched at his neck madly. I'll kill you. Before he could rant on any longer, a bullet hole the size of a quarter appeared on both his knees, causing the man-child to scream in pain and collapse. Ada had returned, and he brought the cavalry with him. The UA teachers got to work, immediately mopping up the remaining villains with relative ease. Let us retreat for now, Shigaraki Tamura. We cannot afford to lose you here, Kurogiri hissed, finding difficulty in creating a warp gate when 13's black hole began to inhale his fog. All might, and you, Valkyrie, you'll pay for this, Shigaraki howled, crawling into the shuddering warp gate. You'll all pay, you damn cheaters. This isn't over, I swear it. Both heroes leapt forward in an effort to catch them, but to no avail, the gate closing just inches away from them. Izuku and his classmates were further back, still a little too stunned from the sheer power displayed in the fight to move. All Might huffed, a little spent but ultimately all right. Without the help Valkyrie provided, he would have been forced to put much more stress on his body, possibly even shortening his transformation time or worse, his remaining lifespan. Speaking of the vigilante, she was eyeing the whole Namomate in the ceiling with a low whistle, giggling a little. How unprecedented. This was the second time that he'd seen her with actual facial expressions and outward emotions. But more importantly, that costume, those moves, that smile, they all belonged to, just like old times. You haven't changed a bit, you know, still reckless as ever. Valkyrie turned to him, smiling warmly. There it was again, painfully familiar and nostalgic. I'm so proud of you, Miss Valkyrie. All Might whispered, uncertain on what to say. Who are you? Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. She chuckled, glowing with alluring light. For a moment her face and body changed, though her costume remained the same. He knew that face. A mole below her right cheek. Dark hair tied in a partial bun, 2 long strands framing her face. Pearly white teeth gleaming alongside a radiant, cheerful grin. A halo of 7 glittering stars encircled her head like a miniature galaxy, giving her the appearance of an angel descended from heaven. Nana, he breathed. Steel gray eyes glimmered with nostalgia, time seeming to trickle to an eternity between those precious few seconds. See you around, Tashinori. With that final statement and smile she faded away in the wind, her form dissolving into smoke. All Might reached out to grab her hand, to just hold her one last time. Her ectoplasmic, ethereal fingers slipped through his, leaving no trace that she'd ever been there. A phantom from the past, come to aid him in his time of need. Izuku and his friends gathered around him even as the teachers streamed in to clean up the remaining villains, effectively ending the invasion of USJ. All Might, are you okay? Izuku tried reluctantly. The hero didn't respond, opting to keep silent. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond, but rather that he couldn't. He'd just seen a ghost, after all. Someone very dear to him, gone once again. All Might stared at his hand for a long, long time. A swirling doorway of light opened up in Izuku's mind, dumping both Kiri and Nana onto the grass unceremoniously. Both of them collapsed in exhaustion, panting in great deep breaths. All Might quickly rushed over to help them up, concern evident on his face. What was that? The blonde hero exclaimed, currently experiencing a volatile mix of confusion, horror, and amazement. Sensei, you were in the real world and you two were combined or something. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Nana groaned, clutching her head like she was having a hangover. Oh man, I don't feel so good. Kiri shivered a little, prompting him to pick her up into a hug in an effort to keep her warm. I feel sick. Must be some kind of feedback or something, an emotional overflow. The woman leaned against a nearby rock. Totally worth it though. Why? All Might began, shaking his head. Why did you do that? What do you think? Nana slurred angrily, eyes unfocused and tearful. I couldn't just watch you die. Not like how I watched myself die. I won't let history repeat itself, not when I can actually make a difference. That last part sent a pang of regret through his heart, but he pressed on. I wouldn't have. How do you know? She suddenly yelled at him, her eyes watery. How do you know? I can't bear to see something like that happen. I saw an opportunity, and I took it. I know I acted on my emotions, but is that so bad? Nana, I can't watch you die. I just can't. You're like a son to me, Tashinori. She choked, gazing down at the ground in shame. I don't want to lose another son. He rushed in and hugged her tight, feeling her body shuddering with small sobs. Looks like she had some issues that she had been keeping hidden all this time after all, magnified by the emotional feedback from the fusion. Chen's pessimistic words echoed softly in his head. This place is no paradise, more like a graveyard. Each to his own, he supposed. He held Nana a little tighter, letting her bury her face into his shoulder. Kiri shivered again in his arms, the three of them huddling in a sort of pseudo-family hug. He patted his mentor on the back, calming her down. He kept holding her until she stopped shaking, finally becoming stable after a few minutes had passed. I am sorry, his mentor stammered, pulling away from him. Her gaze was downcast, a hand coming up to dry her eyes. I didn't mean to yell, You don't have to say anything, Sensei. I understand, All Might said calmly. Gazing down on her head, he found himself looking at her halo of 3 souls. 3 souls, Nana, All Might began, a gut feeling of dread starting to overtake him. Something's wrong. What is it? She looked up at him, confused. Your halo. It's only got 3 souls instead of the usual 7. Are 4 of them sleeping or something? The woman's eyes bulged, a look of alarm overcoming her. She quickly waved her hands and gathered the 3 remaining souls into her open palms, smacking them around a little in the process. "You too, boy, wake up," she yelled, her voice frantic. Where's the 4 of them? Among the 3, All Might only recognized Nana's violet soul and Misha's magenta soul, the remaining unknown souls shining a brilliant pure white. The latter 2 had clearly woken up and were starting to talk, flashing with panicked speed. "They're not, I don't understand. Where?" Nana muttered, the 2 souls flickering in response. "It couldn't be, could it, Sensei? It's those 4. The woman paled visibly, looking even more like an actual ghost now with the added effect of her translucency. "Oh shit. Back then, when I crossed the bridge to the real world, I thought I heard someone screaming. I thought it was just a figment of my imagination, but now I'm sure. As screaming, I'm certain it was one of them." Nana gasped. "It has to be." She thought back to the burning rainbow bridge, intense and overwhelming. Someone screamed, "Let me out." All Might frowned, uncertain. "So where did they?" No, you still don't understand." Nana's form suddenly increased in transparency, fading in and out. Something was happening to Kiri as well. She was shrinking. "I've screwed up, I've let them out." His mentor turned to him, grabbing his massive shoulders and shaking them hysterically. "Don't you know what this means? One for all didn't always belong to heroes, you oaf." Her wide eyes turned skyward. "Those 4, they've escaped into the real world." The blonde's eyes flashed with realization and alarm, finally grasping the seriousness of the situation at hand. 2 of them used to be classified as villains. Chen will be fine. I'm more worried about the other 3, especially that idiot. We need Midoriya to find them and get them back in here. Contain the situation. We need to stop them before. Whatever the woman was about to say next was cut off when she fully faded away, reverting back into a floating soul fragment. 4 souls now floated above All Might's head in an orbit, 3 of them pulsing rapidly as they tried to communicate with him. Only thing was, he still didn't know how to hear or speak to them when they were in that form. What? I can't understand any of you. Kiri-chan, can you?" Looking down, he realized that the girl had shrunk even more, still shrinking before his very eyes until she finally stopped. She still wore the same outfit, but she was absolutely tiny now, about the size of a doll that could easily fit onto his palm. As he picked her up delicately, the little chibi girl shook herself awake, peering up at him. What happened to you? Are you all right?" "I'm okay," she squeaked, her voice as tiny as her body. "I'm just in super duper power saving mode." "Hey, what does that mean?" "It means my energy is being shared." Kiri peeped from atop his palm, clearly upset. "They're using my energy." Who's the hero?" paused, visibly paling. Oh no. The sun had set, the sky darkening across Musutafu City. Buskers and street performers crowded popular pathways, each wanting to make a living or showcase their talents. Among them was a singer, her melodious voice ringing straight and true into the night sky. Slender fingers strummed across tight guitar strings. "But you held my hand." She sang an old song, a moderate crowd gathering around and listening with approval. Some were even filming her performance with their smartphones, enjoying the music. If those same people would have just looked up, they would have found something much more interesting to film. "You took me right back down to hell." 4 shining souls, each boasting a different color, streaked past the wispy clouds, pale moonlight guiding their journey across the starry heavens. They left trails of ghostly light in their wake, 4 horsemen riding through the inky darkness. Within one of those souls, something otherworldly stirred, gazing down at the city below. "I've got an angel on my shoulder, at long last," the being whispered. "Midoriya Izuku, but a devil in my head." The nurse's office was clean and air-conditioned, the golden sunlight that peeked through the curtains drawing beams of comfortable warmth across Izuku's face. Despite the somewhat cozy atmosphere, the boy couldn't help but feel a crushing anxiousness at the current situation, still confused as to what happened earlier at USJ. He still hadn't told All Might about the discovery of his original quirk, along with Kiri's existence. He originally wanted to tell him in private after school, but with the advent of the attack on USJ and this new complication, he wasn't sure what to do. Recovery Girl was currently conducting a checkup on All Might, while Izuku had been specifically requested to come along with them under the guise that he needed healing for his mangled finger. The hero hadn't spoken ever since Namu's defeat, having been assisted by Valkyrie's strange new form. "Because of the situation this time, I can't really scold you," Recovery Girl huffed. "You are lucky that brute didn't dig any deeper into your old wound." "All Might, are you really okay?" Izuku asked worriedly. "I'm fine, young Midoriya. I just the form that Valkyrie took on earlier." She looked like bony hands clenched into fists. No, she didn't just look like her. The way she talked, the way she moved, that was her. "I'm certain of it." Her, he ventured curiously, slightly fearful of the answer. "That costume she was wearing, and her face afterwards, that was Shimura Nana." All Might grunted as Recovery Girl continued to bandage him. "I was planning to tell you later on, she was my mentor, the one who held one for all before me." The question is, how is Miss Valkyrie connected to her? It just doesn't make any sense. Your mentor. Maybe it's her original quirk, or maybe she's friends with Valkyrie. I doubt it. Nana's quirk was basically just super strength, greatly amplified when combined with the power of One for All. As for the friend theory, I'm afraid that's impossible, young man. Why's that? Shimura Nana passed away a long time ago, before Valkyrie first appeared. All Might said softly, staring blankly into the ceiling. I was at the funeral. A strange feeling of sorrow mixed with regret tugged at Izuku's heart. Should he tell All Might that he too was connected to Valkyrie? No, the current circumstances were simply too complicated to explain right now. He needed to ask Kiri what was going on. Why had she taken on the form of a person who was long gone? No, she wasn't just a person. She was someone who once wielded One for All. A sneaking suspicion was beginning to worm its way into Izuku's heart. The boy's train of thought was interrupted by the door sliding open, a trenchcoat-toting man striding through. Pardon me, he greeted Recovery Girl with a tip of his hat, then turned to them. Long time no see, All Might. Tsukachi, didn't know you were here. All Might, is it all right to show that form? Izuku fumbled, gesturing at the hero's skeletal body. Yeah, it's fine. Why? Because he's Naomasa Tsukachi, my best friend in the police force. Heh, what's with that weird introduction? Tsukachi snickered. Sorry to cut to the chase, but I need all the details on the vil. Wait, please. More importantly, are all the students okay? All Might asked worriedly. What about Aizawa, Eraserhead, and 13? The students are fine save for a few light scratches, and the 2 teachers are in a stable condition for now. 13 suffered from some heavy lacerations, but he'll be fine after some treatment. Aizawa-san has multiple fractures on both his arms and face, but luckily there was no damage to his brain or eyes. He'll be back in perfect condition once he heals up. I see. If you 3 heroes had not risked your lives, then the students would not have survived. They're good kids, Toshinori. Despite everything, they fought too. I think they'll grow up to be fine heroes. Tsukachi cupped his chin, deep in thought. Then there's also the issue of the vigilante, Valkyrie, arriving on the scene. That girl again, huh? How did she know what was going on at USJ before any of the teachers did? I just can't figure it out. Again, have you met her before? Izuku asked, trying to steer the topic away from USJ. She was the bane of our local police department more than a few times. We never could catch her. This one time she dropped off an unconscious villain within the building itself and we still couldn't capture her. The detective's expression soured, apparently remembering something unpleasant. Then she ate all the sugar cubes and donuts in the station before she left and we couldn't do a damn thing about it. The boy coughed nervously. Yep, that's her all right. Can you believe it? A police department with no sugar for our coffee and no donuts. And just last month, speaking of the girl, we've got a new mystery on our hands. All Might interrupted. Valkyrie took on the form of one Shimura Nana earlier. Shimura, isn't that? Tsukachi frowned. This is a new development. We're gonna need all the help we can get to figure this one out. As the 2 friends began a lengthy conversation on the ongoing investigation, Izuku tuned them out and looked towards the afternoon sun setting over the horizon. He was worried for his little sister since she disappeared right after the fight with Nama. And that form she took. It couldn't be, could it? Izuku went straight home later that night after his finger got healed by Recovery Girl, his mother greeting him with a concerned hug. He was beginning to worry. Kiri still hadn't appeared, and he was starting to get a bad feeling about all this. As the boy tossed and turned about in his bed, the anxiousness within him prevented him from falling asleep. He gazed out of his window and at the night sky, hoping to find some peace in staring at the stars above that always calmed him down when he was younger. Izuku looked into the darkness above Musutafu and saw strange lights in the sky. A closer inspection revealed that something was falling from the heavens. Not just one, either. A quartet of twinkling stars left fiery, multicolored trails behind them as they screamed across the sky, almost looking like a meteor shower. Probably the effect of some flying hero or an aircraft, he reasoned. Still, he couldn't stop looking. The sight of them was sort of calming in an eerie, unexplainable way. Tracking their path invoked an odd, almost familiar sense of nostalgia in him. They were beautiful, 4 distinct colors of orange, blue, red, and green. The 4 stars fell in parallel, an unearthly rainbow in the night, until they split off, branching into separate paths. Izuku's eyelids started to droop, sleep finally overtaking him. A dreamless slumber awaited him, his mind and body completely at peace. Everything was calm, a quiet silence in the comforting darkness of his mind. That comfort was soon interrupted by something pulling weakly at his face, desperate to wake him up. Nai-chan, Oni-chan. A young voice drifted in and out of his consciousness. Izuku-nii-chan, wake up. Wah. The boy slowly sat up straight, eyes fluttering open. Bright sunlight bounced off every corner of the room. It was morning already. Kiri, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku looked around, unable to find his sister. That was strange. He was sure he heard her voice. Oni-chan. He glanced down to find his little sister resting on his thigh, but something was wrong. Kiri was currently smaller than one of his All Might action figures, tiny enough to sit atop his palm. She was sniffing miserably into the sheets, her Lilliputian form looking up at him in guilt before letting out a squeak and hiding her face, clearly distressed. His previous confusion now replaced with concern. The plain-looking boy delicately reached down and scooped her up into his hands. She seemed so fragile and weak in this new form, like a little doll. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku rubbed her pint-sized back lightly with his finger, feeling her shiver at his touch. Don't cry. I'm sorry. Kiri sniffed, her minuscule hands coming away to wipe away equally small tears. She pulled on her little hoodie to cover her head, curling into a tight ball on his palm like a tiny cat. I didn't tell you, because I didn't want it to shock you. Oh, you mean Shimura Nana's form? She nodded meekly, not daring to look at him in her shame. Izuku brought both hands up closer and nuzzled against the girl gently, feeling her hug his face. Through the connection they shared he felt her sorrow and shame at having deceived him, her miniature body racked with small sobs. Poor girl, he thought. He was sure that she only had good intentions. Coaxing her a little he managed to get her to open up and reveal her face again, her cheeks shining wetly. I need to show you something, the girl whispered. It's really important. If you say so. Izuku nodded. Show me. With that confirmation, the little construct tiptoed to press her forehead against his, another memory transfer. A sequence of wild colors, sounds, and sensations assaulted his senses, kaleidoscopic and hallucinatory, a bridge of rainbow light stretching infinitely before him until, I am here as a memory. The glorious visage of All Might appeared, dressed in his casual clothes. The number one hero smiled widely, hands on his hips. 4 spheres of light orbited around his head lazily, the collective glow that they emitted giving the impression of a halo. Behind him the bright blue sky was eclipsed by a titanic tree in the background, providing some shade from the morning sun. Wow, this seems really weird. Kiri-chan, you're recording this, right? A small squeak, followed by the camera moving up and down to nod in confirmation. Izuku quickly realized that he was looking through his sister's eyes, or more accurately memories from her point of view. They already knew each other, he knew her by name. What was going on? Okay, I'll have to make this short and sweet so you can remember everything. Greetings, young Midoriya. This might be a little weird, but I am here to tell you what's going on. All Might announced, since I passed you the power of one for all, a fragment of me now resides inside your head. That's right, we're live from within your mind, young man. Frankly, I had no idea something like this would happen. How unexpected. Izuku could barely even believe what he was hearing. A fragment of All Might was in his head. The very notion was absurd and absolutely ridiculous, but hearing it come from the mouth of his hero caused him to think twice. If he could cry out in surprise, he would have done so the instant he comprehended that shocking revelation. I know. It's really strange. The hero coughed sheepishly. But wait, there's more. I'm not the only one in here. Turns out whenever One for All is transferred to a new wielder, a fragment of the previous wielder's soul is taken along for the ride. All Might pointed to a violet orb in his halo, which flashed twice. This here is Shimura Nana. That's how little Kiri-chan was able to assume her form. She's in here too. She says hi. At least, I think that's what she's saying. What? But the thing is, something went wrong, young man. The hero leaned in closer, his voice serious. I regret to tell you this, but when Kiri and Nana did their combining thing, there was a breach. 4 souls, previous wielders of One for All, have escaped into the real world. Now, I know this sounds really bad. All Might paused and scratched his head. Okay, it is really bad. Nana and I can't do anything from in here, and Kiri-chan is completely drained from both the fusion and the fact that the 4 escapees are using her power and the power of One for All to manifest themselves as projections. But she can track them down. Therefore, it's up to you to retrieve them. What? 2 of them are villains and must not be allowed to wreak havoc in a world which they do not belong. We also don't know what kind of negative effects there'll be on you or One for All, so we need them back in here as soon as possible. I know this is sudden and selfish. I'm sorry, Midoriya, my boy. I wish there was more I could do, but it's all right. Remember, I chose you as my successor for a reason. So believe in me, who believes in you. It's all up to you now, young man. The memory ended abruptly, Izuku pulling away into reality and gasping for air. He immediately started shaking with fear, alarmed and confused. There was a bunch of people, dead people, living inside his head. That was insane, in more ways than one. And 4 of them have escaped. Not to mention, All Might expected him to retrieve the escaped souls who once wielded One for All. What was going on? This was all so sudden. and his suggestion that they would wreak havoc. There was the underlying implication that some of them might not be so inclined to go back into his head. The boy started to hyperventilate, overwhelming fear consuming his thoughts. Two of them were villains. A pale hand reached out for him again with killing intent, a nightmare vision of the thin man that had led the assault on USJ. Izuku shivered at the memory, trembling. He would have to face villains right after he'd already did yesterday. He didn't even know how to use the current iteration of the power correctly. Up against individuals with probably years of experience, how could he? He couldn't. A little whine from Kiri caught his attention, the boy glancing down at her to find a crestfallen expression on her childish face. I'm sorry, Oni-chan. She whimpered pitifully, clearly blaming herself for what had happened. I'm supposed to protect you, but I only caused trouble for you. She scrunched up her eyes, sniffing and hiccuping. Seeing her upset like that caused him to forget his fear, a newfound sense of determination seeming to flow from deep within his heart. It's all up to you now, young man. All Might's voice echoed. It's okay, it's okay. He shushed her gently, looking at her with warm, kind eyes. It's not your fault. Nobody could have predicted that something like this would happen. I'm not angry at all. You're not. Lovely sapphire eyes peered up at him timidly. The tip of his index finger came to wipe away her tears with utmost care. But of course I'm not. Don't worry, okay. Izuku stroked the top of her tiny head gently. If we're going to find them, we'll do it together. As a family. Oni-chan. I am so she wailed, rushing forward to hug his finger with her pint-sized body. I love you. You don't have to be sorry for anything, Kiri. I love you too. Izuku glanced at his bedside clock, noting the time. 6:57 a.m. Right. Classes were cancelled today due to the attack on USJ yesterday. There was no time to hesitate or be held down by fear. The four were still out there, and All Might was counting on him to return them from whence they came. Come on, we need to find them. Oh, okay. A new look of determination gleamed within the girl's eyes, with her nodding fiercely. Izuku quickly changed into some casual clothes and scooped up his miniature little sister to place her atop him, a literal angel on his shoulder. He didn't bother to wake up his mom in the rush. Time was of the essence. A stray thought occurred to him. Should he call the real All Might for help? No. Although Kiri had helped him, the #1 hero was still needed to rest after overextending his time limit in the fight against Namo. To ask him for aid now had the potential to shorten his hero form's remaining time even further, something that the symbol of peace could not afford. Additionally, explaining the entire situation to All Might or anyone else would already take up a huge portion of time that he did not have. The longer those four roamed free, the more likely that complications would occur. He had to do this himself. Grabbing his smartphone and an old backpack, the boy took a deep breath and trudged out the door with his sister at his side, his heart filled with a volatile mix of nervousness and confidence. Izuku bobbed and weaved between the human traffic of downtown Misutafu, paying them no heed to focus on his current mission. He wore an old, graying All Might hoodie with Kiri hiding inside the hood and clinging onto him, whispering directions into his ear. Her instructions led him right through the center of the city, out of the busy streets and into the lesser developed areas. Eventually they made their way to the outskirts, Kiri pointing to a hilltop where an old, traditional-looking house sat. The pair made their way up dozens of stairs quickly, Izuku thankful his day's training with All Might had paid off in such a way. What kind of person would he meet, he wondered. There was simply too little information to work with. Finally reaching the summit of the hill, he found himself standing at a dilapidated gate, the wooden frame rotting and mottled with algae. Izuku pushed it open cautiously and stepped past it, wincing when the rusty hinges let out a bone-chilling creak. The first thing he spotted was tall slabs of stone placed in neat parallel rows, a sense of desolate loneliness plaguing the atmosphere as the thick treetop canopy above shrouded the area in darkness despite the bright morning sun. He gulped, realizing what this place was. A graveyard. Though his body trembled with fear, Izuku continued forward, trusting in the directions his sister was giving him. His footsteps were slow and measured, heart pounding with a steady drumbeat. Kiri held on tight, draining some of his fear away and clearing his mind. Are you sure this is the right place, Kiri? She nodded, then pointed at a specific corner urgently. Izuku advanced forward and felt his heart leap into his throat. The rough shape of a person was crouched low near a tombstone, their back towards them and barely visible in the dim light. The poor boy felt a shiver creep up his spine. His breathing labored and tight. It's okay. There's no such thing as ghosts. There's nothing to be afraid of. Izuku slowly inched his way towards the figure, careful not to alert them to his presence. He still didn't know what he was dealing with. For all he knew, this could be a dangerous villain. Your sneaking could use a little work. The plain-looking boy jumped at that statement, before calming himself down when the figure turned to face him. A tall woman in a white blouse and dark slacks gazed at him passively. her pastel orange ponytail cascading down her left shoulder. She looked like a professional in that outfit, possessing a sharp, strict beauty that reminded him of a schoolteacher, her only flaw the dark circles under her eyes giving the impression that she hadn't slept in weeks. She beckoned him closer with a wave of her hand, her face expressionless. Edging closer, the boy made sure to take note of her every move. He was still wary and cautious of the stranger. Now that he was a little closer, he noticed the hair ornament atop her head was a tiny oriental crown, the accessory holding her ponytail in place. "Hello, Midoriya Izuku," she whispered, turning back to stare at the tombstone before her. She knew his name. She had to be one of them. "And hello again, little construct." "Grandma," Kiri whispered from her perch. He pulled down his hoodie to reveal his face and let her out, the little girl crawling out to sit on his shoulder. "Grandma Chen." Izuku searched through the archives of his brain for someone who had that name, both hero and villain, but came up short. This person was a complete unknown to him, not to mention that she wore her civilian clothes instead of a costume. He didn't really have much to work with here. "Don't call me that. I'm not your grandma, that's for sure," Chen grumbled, a little annoyed. Just give me a moment." Izuku watched her sweep her hand across the weathered stone, her fingers feeling every bump and crack along its surface. He kept silent, not wanting to disturb whatever she was doing. In a way, it felt like he was communing with a spirit, the soul of someone long gone now before him. Nervous fidgets caused his limbs to twitch uncomfortably. He still couldn't believe it. Someone who once wielded one for all was standing before him. So they put it here? Huh. You knew them. Chen-san. Izuku tried reluctantly, unsure of how to address her. "Of course I do," the woman said flatly. "She's me." Izuku stared at the tombstone silently, slowly processing what he'd just heard. He realized with more than a little amazement she was looking at her own grave. Perhaps the last reminder that she'd once been a living person. "To think they buried my ashes here in Japan," she stated wistfully, a faraway look in her eyes. The woman shifted slightly to face the tombstone beside hers, placing a hand atop it. "Look at you, you foolish little girl, still holding on to my son's surname," Chen whispered, brushing off a stray leaf. "Why didn't you remarry? It would have been easier." The woman continued to turn her head, looking down the row of graves. There was complete silence with the exception of the wind rushing through the trees, the chilly morning air only adding a strange tranquility to the atmosphere. "They're gone," she said, hands curling into fists and knuckles turning white. "I thought I had left them, but in the end I was the one who was left behind. How ironic." "I'm sorry," Izuku said softly, finally understanding that she was standing among the graves of her family. He couldn't even begin to fathom what the woman was experiencing now, having the rest of the world move on without her whilst she was frozen in time within the power of one for all. Perhaps decades had passed since her death. She stood up to her full height, looking down at her hands. A quiet resolve seemed to solidify within her tired eyes, locking onto Izuku. Turning to him, the woman's jaw tensed. Her fingers loosened into hooks. "I should kill you," Chen said quietly. What?" Izuku stammered in alarm, almost backing away until Kiri floated in front of him. She was shielding him with her tiny form, arms outstretched and determined to protect him even in her weakened state. Izuku pulled her back onto his shoulder. He wouldn't just rely on her. They'd do this together. "I've spent the last 79 years trapped in prison of memories with a bunch of buffoons. I have been denied my heavenly ascension into the afterlife because of this accursed power. Like Sisyphus, I am bound to hell. Don't you see? To kill you would mean my freedom. And yours. Oh no. Oh no. Every step she took seemed to cause the boy's heartbeat to ratchet up in multitudes. It took all it had in him not to back away, the sheer pressure she exuded turning his knees into jelly. Kiri started to growl, prepared to defend her brother to the death. "If I kill you now, how many people will be spared from the prison named One for All?" The woman was too emotionally overwhelmed to think clearly. Izuku guessed. "How many souls will I save from eternal purgatory? Dozens, hundreds. Chen-san, please. I know we just met, but you're not thinking straight." The student raised his arms in a placating manner, his heart a jackhammer that pounded at his ribcage relentlessly. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. Don't do this. I don't want to hurt you." "Hurt me," she said darkly, her tone raising the hairs on the back of his neck. "You should worry about yourself, child. Did your little construct not tell you about my quirk?" "Why your quirk? I don't understand." "I may not have received your construct's invulnerability, but the effects of your melded powers has somehow allowed me to replicate my own quirk." A menacing aura seemed to seep from the woman as she advanced. Her eyes were two immolating coals, the telltale wine and lightning of One for All beginning to spark across her body. "Even now I can feel the effects of my insomnia." She could use her own quirk, as well as her own version of One for All. This was bad. Really, really bad. Up against an opponent with an unknown quirk and years of experience bearing down on him, all Izuku could do was hold his ground. He couldn't use One for All to escape. A single use would cripple his legs and leave him helpless to fight back. Though Kiri was trying her best, she could do little in her weakened state, powerless to fight and too drained to imbue him with her invulnerability. Think, Izuku, think. Her variant of One for All was definitely weaker than All Might since she predates him. He could hit the ground beneath her with a smash to stun or knock her back. But the graves would be destroyed if he did that. My quirk allows me to get stronger and tougher the longer I stay awake, and it resets when I fall asleep. Chen's voice sizzled into his ear. I don't get tired, but I do suffer from sleep deprivation like any normal human. My brain starts shutting down if I keep it active for too long. But in a mental form, all the downsides vanish since I'm no longer human. To think I was about to finally fall asleep when I was forcefully yanked out of your head. He had to do something, and do it quick. She was edging closer and closer, a steady hum of power radiating off her like heat from a flame. Even in his panic, Izuku was still planning. Think, make as much noise as possible. Attract nearby bystanders, which would then alert the police or heroes, but in those few minutes they would take to arrive I'd be reduced to a red stain on the ground. Maybe send Kiri to get help while I keep her talking to buy time. When I was alive, 6 months of staying awake would give granted me enough power to collapse buildings. Her voice was a whisper cutting through the air. In this mental form I haven't slept in the last 2 years. Even without One for All I could split this city in two. That last part sent a tremor through Izuku's body, causing the boy to steel himself with a sudden defiance and determination. No way in hell he'd allow her to harm Musutafu City, his home. Everyone was counting on him. Shimura, Nana, All Might, Kiri, Mom. The fear he felt all this while disappeared without Kiri's interference, replaced with reckless bravado and righteous anger. I can't let you do that. Izuku grit his teeth, One for All surging through his arm as he took on a combat stance. On his shoulder, Kiri took on her own stance as well, ready to fight alongside her brother. A new effect of bristling green lightning crackled through and around his limb, contrasting his opponent's arcing orange lightning. Both of them charged themselves up with the power passed down for generations. Two bearers of the torch impossibly squaring down against each other. Branches of energy from both combatants clashed and sparked off on their counterparts, a light show of power within the dark graveyard. Oh, Chen crooned, curious. Are you going to fight me, boy? If I have to, I won't let you hurt anyone. Though he knew he would most likely lose, Izuku still stood his ground. The air surrounding Izuku's arm distorted, steam rising from his skin as the muscle and tendons within tensed with power. He'd do anything to protect the city, the innocent, even at the cost of his own body. Despite everything, he wasn't going down without a fight, even against a vastly superior opponent with years of experience. Even so. Excellent, the woman whispered. Her arms moved upward. Izuku's entire body tensed and prepared to launch a fully charged smash right into her face. Chen unexpectedly powered down, the lightning that raced across her body diffusing with a quiet whine. Izuku was barely able to stop himself and One for All from releasing, wrangling the overwhelming power within him to a standstill. To his confusion, she began to clap slowly, the corners of her mouth tugging upwards. So you're not just any ordinary boy after all, she stated, the tiniest hint of a smile on her features. Not bad, Midoriya Izuku. You pass. Yeah. The poor boy stammered, genuinely stunned. Well, what? But still, it could have been better. The woman hummed in thought, a hand to her chin. For instance, you had literally no plan but to punch me in the face and hope for the best. You should have tried to retreat to call for reinforcements, or perhaps create a loud enough ruckus so that nearby heroes would investigate. I can see you thinking and planning, but there was no execution. Also, you did not notice that One for All is weaker due to 4 parts of it missing, or consider that if I actually lashed out with my overcharged quirk I would have depleted all my borrowed energy in an instant, which would have effectively led to my own destruction. Careless. If the passing mark was 30 you would have gotten 35. Where you're not gonna. You still have much to learn, you naive child. Chen sighed and knelt down, tussling Izuku's hair like his mother used to do. Did you really think I would harm the city that my family lived in? That I would start a fight among the graves of my family when I clearly showed how distraught I was about them earlier? To do so would bring dishonor to their name, and mine. If you'd actually used the stuffing in between your ears to do some thinking, you would have at least tried to call me out or dissuade me about the graves the moment I powered up. Though I suppose fear does hinder the thinking process quite a bit. That was all a test, Izuku cried, pulling away in disbelief. It was all fake. No, the part about them being buffoons was quite true, the woman said, dusting off her knees as she got up. I underestimated you. In all honesty, I expected you to hide behind your construct or go crawling to the real All Might for help in retrieving us. Instead, you faced me head on. Little hero. How brave. Reckless, but brave. However, you have shown that you were willing to sacrifice. As such, you're good in my books. The boy mumbled, still speechless from shock. You remind me of my son, you know. But do not let that recklessness be your downfall. Chen extended her hand towards Kiri, the tiny being touching her finger with one of her own. the air around them displaced with a whoosh as the simulacrum transformed into her teenage form, complete with her own casual clothes, namely her hoodie and shorts, along with a pair of shoes that were identical to Izuku's. The woman had returned her borrowed power to both of them through her. The teenage girl huffed, cheeks puffed up in annoyance and arms folded. The older woman returned the expression with an expressionless shrug, causing the young girl to pout even further. Izuku just watched them both in disbelief, still a little too stunned. Before he could say anything, a small cough broke his concentration, causing the boy to jolt up in surprise. An old man shuffled into view past the stairs, holding a small bucket of water and a lantern. He hadn't noticed their entire exchange earlier, more focused on trying to make his way past them. "Ah, excuse me," he murmured, gesturing to the area that they were standing on. "Pardon me, please. I need to clean them." "Of course," Chen said quietly, her eyes flickering over his decrepit form. His face was rough and lined with age, the effects of time clear on his wrinkled, sagging skin. One of his eyes was misty with cataracts, gaze cast downwards as his back was hunched and curved. Wordlessly they moved out of the way for him, watching in silence as he began to clean the gravestones in a practiced motion. Izuku dared not speak, for he suspected Chen was thinking the exact same thing in regards to the old man before them. This was no gravekeeper. "Huh," he whispered almost ceremoniously, running his fingers across the same weathered stone that Chen had touched earlier. He cast his gaze along the same gravestones she had eyed, too. "Oh dear, did I already clean you all yesterday? I'm getting a little too forgetful." Both Izuku and Chen's vision blurred as one. For a moment, life and youth returned to the old man. She saw a little boy no older than 5, his tiny fingers clinging onto hers. Her grandson giggled when she picked him up into a loving embrace, nuzzling against her innocently. Together they smiled for the camera, for their family here in Musutafu, Japan. The moment passed, and she could only watch as the old man bowed to them politely after a few minutes, finished with his business and shuffling towards the exit. Though her expression remained even as ever, a single tear rolled down the woman's cheek. Izuku opted not to say anything, having already understood. In that brief, fleeting moment her memories had somehow bled over to his. That melancholic silence was soon interrupted by a youthful voice calling out, tinged with concern, "Oji-chan, did you wander off to clean the graves again? Ba-chan sent me to find you." A teenage girl jogged up the stairs and past the gate while full of youthful energy, her brilliant orange hair bobbing with every step. Izuku noted the sudden, sharp intake of breath from Chen when she saw her. What he didn't notice was that Kiri recognized the girl immediately, having just met her yesterday outside the school gates. It was Izuku Kendo from Class 1B. "Yeah, I'm here," the old man answered, smiling and waving. "Here, dear. There you are, Gramps," Kendo huffed, approaching the old man to relieve him of his bucket and lantern. She handed over a wooden cane, extending her other hand to hold his protectively. "You know how worried Ba-chan gets when you WOAH." She let out a shriek of surprise upon seeing the trio of unknowns standing near her family graves, not noticing them in the dim light until she swung her lantern up. Kiri waved lazily from beside Izuku while he stood around awkwardly. "Why, Yui, is that you?" "What? Wait a minute." Kendo leaned in for a closer look, raising her lantern high. "You're Kiri-san, aren't you? What a coincidence. It's good to see you again, but what are you doing here? And who are these two?" Kiri's my sis and Izuku began, trying his best to come up with an explanation. "We were all just paying our respects nearby." "Why, yeah." Kendo squinted at him suspiciously, a finger resting on her chin. She was quite the looker even in that loose blouse and shorts, most likely her home clothes. But the more important thing he noticed was how she somewhat resembled Chen, her orange hair being an indication that they were related by blood. Of course she did, Izuku thought. She's probably her great-great-granddaughter. "Hey, haven't I seen you before?" Kendo hummed. "Now I remember you're from Class 1A, aren't you? I've seen you around the cafeteria and after class. You're that plain-looking boy." "Yeah, you're from UA." "Yeah, I'm from Class 1B. Izuku Kendo, at your service. I guess your sister hasn't told you about how we met yesterday. She doesn't talk much, eh?" The girl smiled, friendly and welcoming. Yeah, I'm Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you," Izuku said sheepishly, blushing a little. His nervousness around girls was beginning to act up again. And it didn't help that Kendo was rather attractive. No, focus. "You there, girl?" Chen suddenly said. She locked eyes with her descendant, her stern features causing the girl to gulp unconsciously. "Is your family doing all right?" Yeah, why?" "Oh, don't worry about us going back. We live close by in that big house over there." Kendo thumbed over her shoulder at the traditional-looking house they'd seen sitting atop the hill. "Sorry about all Gramps. He likes to venture out here once in a while to clean the family graves. Say, since you're here, would you guys like to come in for some tea? Our treat. Perhaps another time." The woman smiled warmly for the first time in decades, her gaze softening. "All right, if you say so." Miss, Chen, right. Nice meeting you. She glanced between the trio before shrugging and holding onto her grandfather's free hand, guiding him carefully. Come on, Jai-chan. Let's go home. Izuku turned to the phantom worriedly. Hesitant, she was watching them slowly walk away, a peaceful expression on her features. Chen-san, is this really okay with you? He whispered to her. Don't you want to say anything else to them? I mean, they are your family. I've seen enough. As long as they're happy, she said softly. Then I'm happy. Bye-bye. Kendo and her grandfather turned back to wave at them, friendly smiles on their faces. See you around in school, you too. Bye, Auntie. Auntie, huh. Heh. The trio waved back, watching them go. Shen's form began to flicker and fade, the woman letting out a small sigh. I suppose my time is up. To think that it was I who learned something from this. How peculiar. Why you did. I still can't let go of the past, but perhaps that will change in time. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. But enough about me. The other three are still out there. I was attempting to track them down when I came across my daughter-in-law's home. My apologies. I got distracted. It's okay. Izuku gulped, then nodded with determination, getting back on track. All right, what can you tell me about the situation? It is imperative that you find either Johnny or Koenig as soon as possible. Those two are the most likely to stick out in a crowd. While we were midair, I saw Johnny falling towards, what do you call it? Your USJ. If you're lucky, he'll still be there. It took the entire night for me to manifest myself even after I landed. The combined power that we are sapping from both you and your construct is unstable, forcefully melded together. The power of one for all is fine, but I could feel your construct's, Valkyrie's power, diminishing slowly when I was searching around the city. It shouldn't be that surprising since she can gain it back easily through consuming emotions, but the others, they have no such ability. I suspect that Kiri consuming emotions will not refuel them. Only herself. If it did, I would have already felt it. Those fools are living on borrowed time. Izuku's mind raced into overdrive. USJ. That was where the villains had attacked yesterday. If any of the UA teachers were to encounter an unknown stranger there, they'd probably assume a stray villain had somehow escaped their notice in the cleanup. This wasn't looking good. You have to retrieve them as soon as possible, boy. There's no telling what might happen if they stay out in the real world for too long. The power to manifest themselves, Valkyrie's power. If they run out of that, there's a possibility we may lose the wielder and their portion of one for all forever. She started to turn translucent, fading in and out of reality. A small possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Though it's only a hypothesis of mine, so take it with a grain of salt. Wait, don't go yet. Izuku tried desperately, noticing the woman's phantom form beginning to dissolve into smoke. Her warning that one for all's power might be affected permanently just escalated the situation to an alarming degree. I need more information. How do I know who I'm looking for? You have Kiri with you, do you not? Chen echoed, her voice distorted like a corrupted audio file. You'll know. Perhaps now. It's finally time for me to rest. Wait, too late. His fingers grabbed empty air. The woman disintegrated into a cloud of glittering orange particles, swirling and twisting in the air like a swarm of glowing butterflies before rushing straight at him. They dived into his forehead in a stream, the strange energies returning back to their rightful place in a matter of seconds. A memory began to play out inside his head, much like the first time he'd met Kiri. Grandma Yan, tell us that story again. A child was saying, pulling at his sleeve. No, this wasn't his memory. This was hers. Yeah, tell us about Daddy. A second child said, this one a girl. She was holding hands with a third child, her baby brother. I want to know more about him. Well, children. He scooped up all three kids and plopped them onto his lap, leaning back into the rocking chair. My son, your daddy was a very brave man. He was known as a hero. Izuku gasped, rushing back into reality. That memory was, never mind. He didn't have time to contemplate on what he just saw. Now he had to find the remaining three, especially the one that landed near USJ before UA noticed. No pressure. Kiri turned back into her miniature, power-saving mode and darted into his hoodie once more at his instruction. She was still running at 2/5 of her full power, so they needed to save her energy just in case. Together they rushed down the opposite set of stairs and headed towards the beach, in pursuit of the next interloper. Chen manifested within Izuku's mind with a loud whoosh, All Might's folded arms and frown being the first thing she saw when she returned. Her orange soul fragment reignited into existence on his halo, resulting in a grand total of 5 souls. Greetings, Toshinori Yagi, she said flatly, though I admit, I didn't expect to see you so soon once again. What kind of a test was that? The hero grumbled. You didn't have to go so far as to scare him. But the limited time they have, was a test even necessary? The boy needed to prove to me that he was willing to sacrifice and think for himself. When you first chose him, I doubted your decision. And your sanity. The hunter snapped her fingers to manifest a cup of hot tea. But I can see now why you did. He has potential, I'll admit that. Also, it was a short test. I wouldn't have made it longer than a few minutes. Nana's violet soul rotated into view, flickering wildly atop the blonde's head. Even without looking up, he could sense her rapid flashes, speaking without words in that strange light language. You can't blame me for not trying, Nana. Chen nodded at Nana, sipping at her tea. You know I'm not good with her kind. What are you guys talking about? Nana's yelling at me because I didn't manage to track down Koenig. One of the more unpredictable ones. It can't be helped, I suppose. More rapid flashes from atop the hero's head. Calm down, she probably won't eat anyone. Chen downed her tea before humming in thought. Probably. What? All Might yelled out in horror. She's mellowed out over the years, so she's no longer the killing machine she once was, I think. The woman shrugged. Anyways, I sent him to find Johnny first. Who knows what that man is up to? In the forested land surrounding USJ, UA teachers present Mike and Hound Dog were facing a most bizarre situation. They'd been tasked to investigate and sweep the grounds when the sensors detected strange energy readings in the area, with them assuming it was a villain or two that took part in the attack yesterday and somehow escaped into the forest. But instead of them finding someone had found them. Before the pair of teachers stood a towering, shirtless man, muscular and clad in blue denim jeans with tan work boots. An alabaster bird-like mask reminiscent of an eagle's skull sat atop his head, long locks of blonde hair spilling out from the gaps between decorative feathers. Hey, you folks wouldn't happen to know a guy named All for One, would ya? The mystery man grunted in heavily accented Japanese, his voice rough like sandpaper. Never heard of him, Present Mike answered calmly. Friend of yours? Nah, I was hoping you'd know where he was so I can kill his ass. Beside him, Hound Dog began to growl, clearly wary of the strange intruder. Said intruder simply cocked his head in response, intrigued. You'd better control that mutt of yours, Corn Man. Perhaps a little introduction would do us some good. Present Mike made a discreet hand motion to signal Hound Dog not to attack. I'm Present Mike and this is my respected colleague, Hound Dog. We're teachers from UA High School. Look buddy, you're trespassing on private property. Hi, I'm Johnny, he said casually. I'd say it's nice to meet you, but then I'd be lying. We're wasting our time. Hound Dog snarled, starting to take a step forward. Let's just bag this villain and get this over with. Villain? I ain't no villain, Mad Dog. Hound Dog, whatever. If you'll excuse me, I've got places to be. No you don't. Present Mike's eyes narrowed behind his trademark shades. You're coming with us downtown and the police are going to have a nice, long chat with you. Oh, what? You gonna sick your mud on me if I don't want to? Johnny grumbled, annoyed. I don't want to hurt you guys, I'm just looking for someone. Get down on the ground and put your hands behind your head. Hound Dog's muscles rippled with power, veins throbbing along his massive arms. You have 5 seconds to comply. The man cocked his head again, much like how a real eagle would when examining something. A bright blue pupil peeked out from the hollow darkness of his skull mask, bearing a row of ghostly white teeth that glinted in the morning light. I'm afraid I can't do that. 3 seconds. No, get out of my way. I won't ask a second time. That's it. You're under arrest. Hound Dog growled and stepped forward. He reached out for the man's arm with his capture cuffs at the ready. The man bounded towards them without warning, Hound Dog responding by leaping forward with a frightening speed that belied his size. Just as the UA teacher was right on him, he jumped, kicking off his pursuer's back and rushing towards Present Mike. He pounced, closing the considerable distance between himself and the other teacher in the blink of an eye. His fingers were splayed open, centimeters away from grabbing Present Mike's head in an effort to push off him to make his escape. Present Mike roared, the bass thunder of his voice magnified 100-fold by his quirk, a focused wave of overwhelming sonic energy that erupted from his throat and slammed into his opponent with the force of a speeding truck. The ground beneath the hero shook, trees unfortunate enough to be in the path of his attack stripped of their leaves in a mere instant, fury made manifest in the acoustic spectrum. The mystery man was sent flying into a nearby boulder which subsequently shattered from the impact, covering him in a pile of broken stone. A little too much, don't you think? Hound Dog winced, scratching at his ears. He was about to mess up my hair. The blonde shrugged. Nobody messes with my hair. Come on, Hound. Let's bag him. I'm not impressed by a whisper, Corn Man. Both heroes paused, turning to look with steadily rising alarm. A muscular hand burst out from beneath the rubble in a small explosion of stone, a misshapen figure rising from the wreckage like an undead from beyond the grave. On his back, something was beginning to form, twin gouts of crimson and turquoise bursting from under the skin to form protrusions that resembled jets of flame, or wings. Burning azure eyes locked onto them, accompanied by a guttural, animalistic snarl. I want to hear you scream. Meanwhile, in uptown Musutafu, a beast lay flat on her naked belly, pressed against the ground to hide between the tall grass and bushes. She sniffed the surroundings, the heat from her breath producing a small cloud of steam in the chilly air. Food had come. Food had gone. Koenig remained hungry. The surrounding air smelt fresh, clean. just like her old home in the forests, though it felt a little different here. So many different smells, so many different people. She peeked between the gaps in the foliage, small strings of drool dripping past her open maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. She watched as people passed by, completely unaware that a predator was lurking mere meters away from them. Her stomach began to growl despite being a projection that had no need for nutritional sustenance. But then again, this was an opportunity to have some real food, not some thought construct that she dreamt up. Maybe she should come out. No, she had to control herself, at least to the best of her abilities. A few times she had saw what she wanted, but just barely restrained herself from leaping out and taking it forcefully. Hungry, want food. More and more people walked past the tall bushes she was hiding in, each exuding a unique scent. The salty and bitter sting of human sweat assaulted her sense of smell. She watched them carefully with her brownish-red eyes, still as a statue to remain undetected. None of them had what she wanted. She had good reason to conceal herself. In the past, people would often react in alarm or fear whenever they encountered her in the woods, most of them not wanting to tangle with her. Once a local mob had even tried to hunt her down. She still remembered the glare of their torches, the clanging of their pitchforks. She couldn't exactly blame them. After all, they had mistaken her for the true beast in the woods when in reality she'd been fighting him for territory. Then some local heroes got involved and the situation escalated beyond her control. Her thoughts about the past were interrupted by something different entering her range, sticking out like a beacon in the sea of scents. A light, slightly sugary smell, milky and sweet. The smell of children nearby. She could hear their youthful laughter, bright and innocent. Children always gave more. Konig licked her lips. Izuku landed on the balls of his feet with a bodily thump, having climbed the fence that surrounded the forest near USJ. By itself, USJ was heavily protected, but its outer perimeter only had sensors to detect unusual energy signatures, so he'd be fine as long as he avoided any security cameras. Even taking that into consideration, the boy had formed a makeshift mask with his hoodie's hood and t-shirt. He was getting closer to the building now, Kiri guiding him to their next objective. He just hoped he wasn't too late. An earth-shaking boom shook his bones and caused him to flinch, the boy whirling about to face the source. A new series of gunshot-like cracks split the air, followed by smaller staccato thunderclaps. Kiri pointed towards the chaos, confirming his assumptions. Izuku ran towards the fighting reluctantly, the rough sketch of a plan already formulating within his mind. But first, he had to get to high ground to observe the situation. Cresting a small hilltop, he finally found the source of the conflict. Down in an open clearing in the forest, two individuals were beating the absolute tar out of each other, each blow resulting in a miniature explosion of dust and debris. One of the combatants was Hound Dog, his muzzle-like mask cracked in half and exposing a multitude of jagged, razor-sharp teeth within his snout. Up above in the air, a thin figure was gliding around the chaos, occasionally letting out a focused blast of explosive sound at Hound Dog's opponent. Present Mike was flying. His costume extended into a wingsuit and using his quirks recoil to propel himself through the air. His rarely seen Banshee mode, Izuku realized. The boy focused on the opponent that the two teachers were fighting that had to be one of the wielders. A shirtless, muscular man with nothing out of the ordinary except for his bird-like mask and the two massive protrusions that extended out from his back. The more Izuku looked, the less sense it made the two. Things on the man's back looked both liquid and solid, flowing and solidifying at will. They kept transitioning between wispy, cloud-like wings and solid, blade-like appendages. One red, lined with long white stripes. One blue, studded with white stars. Two colossal and ethereal wing-like structures seemingly made of liquid muscle and hardened flesh simultaneously. Together they formed an organic caricature reminiscent of the American flag. Izuku could do nothing but watch and analyze, hidden within the foliage atop the hill. A quick search through his mental repository of hero knowledge was conducted, the boy racking his brains for a hero or villain with such a quirk and appearance. The man tried to take off, only for Present Mike's supercharged voice to knock him out of the sky. Hound Dog snarling and following up with a mid-air tackle that sent them both crashing into the ground. Extra appendages. Changer rating confirmed. Flight. Mover rating confirmed. I told you I don't want to hurt you. You're in my way. The man blocked Hound Dog's powerful fist, countering with a vicious two-handed swing that launched the teacher upwards, Present Mike catching his colleague mid-air. Why can't you just? Super strength. Brute rating confirmed. Leave me alone. He howled, the stars and stripes on his wings beginning to glow. A barrage of white star-shaped energy projectiles erupted from the patterns, a mix of red and blue electricity trailing behind. Present Mike let out a burst of sound that blasted most of the projectiles away, though his wingsuit had been torn by a lucky shot which effectively grounded him. Hound Dog grabbed a tree branch on the way down to cushion their landing, cursing as he did. Ranged offensive capabilities. Blaster rating confirmed. Izuku's mind was spinning into overdrive. Changer, Mover, Brute and Blaster ratings. A plethora of powerful abilities. And that stars and stripes pattern. He retrieved his smartphone and began to search through the internet as well. Crap, so many heroes had that pattern on their costumes. Mike, Hound, a woman's voice called out in alarm. Izuku looked up to spot 2 more teachers that had arrived because of the commotion. Midnight and Ectoplasm. A literal wave of cloudy white ooze spewed from Ectoplasm's mouth like a tide of sea foam, twisting to form a phantasmic giant clone of himself. A set of equally gigantic jaws snapped shut around the intruder, trapping him within. Midnight sprinted up the giant's clone's back, flipping off its head and ripping open a part of her costume to release her sleep-inducing aroma right in front of its face, which the clone proceeded to inhale into its mouth. They had managed to work together perfectly without a single word spoken between them. A solid combination attack, Izuku observed. But not solid enough. The man exploded out of Ectoplasm's giant clone in a whirlwind of blades, shattering teeth on the way out like water bursting through a dam. It wouldn't have worked anyway since he was a projection, unaffected by Midnight's aroma. His mad laughter resonated through the air, a terrifying sound that seemed to echo through the forest in undulating waves. "Here's Johnny," he screamed, ripping the giant clone apart with his massive blade wing appendages. The clone reverted back to nothingness, having taken too much damage. Ectoplasm was already creating some normal-sized clones to cover Midnight's retreat, present Mike laying down covering fire with his directed sound blast. Hound Dog pounced, barreling into the man with a heavy crunch before being thrown off. Izuku thought again, having received another clue. Johnny, stars and stripes, possibly American. The man's identity was so close now, he just needed a little more info. Kayama, somebody yelled in warning, causing him to refocus on the battlefield. Johnny swung one colossal wing like a sword, the flat edge cleaving through Ectoplasm's clones like a hot knife through butter. As Midnight somersaulted over the vicious sweep, she got caught midair by his second wing wrapping around her waist, trapping her. The heroine hissed, ripping at the sleeves of her costume to expose more of her skin, a dense cloud of her pink aroma shrouding the 2 combatants. She grit her teeth when her opponent didn't fall asleep, instead inhaling the aroma as if to spite her. One enormous wing blade raised skywards, ready to slam down into her. No, Izuku panicked, about to charge down right then and there in the hopes of helping to save his teacher when Johnny just froze. For a moment nobody moved, cautious of what the man would do. A dry rasp echoed from within the hollows of his mask, the man's voice low and sorrowful. Annette, my sweet, light of my life, my rose among thorns." He delicately trailed a single, trembling finger down Midnight's face, the teacher struggling within his grip. "My guiding moonlight." For a moment Izuku's vision blurred and Midnight's form seemed to flicker, overlapping with the image of another woman in a different costume. A flowing green cape, and a pristine white costume with the symbol of a crescent moon on her chest. Then she was gone and Midnight was still there, looking utterly confused. What? Izuku connected the dots. He'd heard that phrase before somewhere. And he'd seen that woman before, too. A photo of her, in a history book about heroes. That was it. He now had all the info he needed. That last bit of knowledge helped him to decipher who this man actually was. Izuku started to formulate a plan to extract him before there was any more conflict and without being noticed by the teachers. It was absolutely crazy. But it just might work. The boy focused on thinking, already planning out the projected paths, taking into account their various positions and what they were liable to do next. All he needed was for them to line up just right, but he had to act fast. There was only one shot at this. Few choices were left. Time was of the essence, and he still had 3 souls unaccounted for. "My sweet Annette." Johnny grabbed at his head, as if he was in pain. Or weeping. He slowly released his grip on Midnight, the bewildered woman looking stunned as she backed away. "My love," saccharine and serendipitous. The other 3 UA teachers began to surround the man in a tight circle formation. Midnight was still backing away when Johnny suddenly looked right at her, a gleam of madness in his eyes. "No, you are not her. You look like her, but you are not her," he whispered while those wings stretching to their maximum length, each at least 6 meters long and bristling with power. "My dear Annette would never wear something so disgraceful. You degenerate." "Oh," Midnight squeaked. She kicked off the ground and leapt backwards, the UA teachers moving in to protect their comrade. Ectoplasm's throat expanded. Present Mike took a deep breath, and Hound Dog roared a challenge as he pounced. "Don't let the egg explode." A low whine began to fill the air. Izuku couldn't believe he was doing this. "You are not her," Johnny screamed, preparing to strike. "Scandalous wench. Begone, th. Delaware SMAASH. Twin gargantuan blasts of wind pressure exploded from Izuku's right index and middle fingers, the boy having charged both of them up with the power of one for all. At this range, the enormous gusts knocked back all 4 teachers without actually hurting them and produced a thick cloud of dust, leaving Johnny untouched in the gap between his attack. As the powerful wind temporarily disoriented and deafened the teachers, Izuku took a deep breath and prepared himself to scream a single word that would bring Johnny to him. Stargazer, he yelled, distorting his voice as much as possible. The man's head shot up to the source of his cry, immediately bolting over to the top of the hill where Izuku was hiding. Upon discovering him, Johnny let out a gasp of surprise. Izuku was clutching at the damaged fingers on his right hand, grimacing. He still had his hood on and his t-shirt hiked up to mask his face as an added precaution just in case the teachers spotted him. How did you know? I'll explain later, Izuku grunted in pain. Get us out of here. Johnny nodded and unfurled his colossal wings once more, this time taking to the skies. He clutched Izuku in his grip, careful not to drop him as they made considerable distance in a matter of seconds, far enough that the UA teachers couldn't see his form clearly. A quick look back revealed that the UA teachers had already recovered from the wind blast earlier. Ectoplasm had made another giant, albeit smaller clone. Hound Dog, Present Mike and a few normal-sized clones positioned atop it. The Goliath arched back like a catapult and Izuku immediately realized that they were about to throw themselves at him. On your 6, he yelled throatily. Johnny flipped over mid-air with Izuku still in his arms, upside down and launching a flurry of stars from his patterned wings. Hound Dog and Present Mike took cover, but the clones held on tight even as 3 of them got shot down, committed to their roles as sacrificial pawns. Whipping its head forward, Ectoplasm's giant clone launched its payload into the air. 4 normal-sized clones were now flying straight at them, the wind rippling in their tan coats. 2 were shredded to pieces by another blast by Johnny, but he had to reorient himself to fly properly. Izuku realized he could only fire those projectiles at targets his pattern was facing, which was why he had flipped in the first place. The other 2 clones were still spiraling towards them, ready to crash into the pair to ground them. It was all up to him now. The boy grit his teeth, readying his left index finger to aim and flicked. The clones were nearly upon them when Izuku released his third Delaware smash, disintegrating one clone and having the other at the midsection from the close-range wind pressure. The bisected clone managed to swipe at his makeshift mask in its last moments, exposing the boy's face. In those brief seconds, time seemed to slow, Izuku witnessing Ectoplasm's eyes widening with shock and recognition even as the clone faded away. Why? The teacher's clone whispered, before collapsing into a white fog that faded into nothingness. Izuku grimaced, feeling guilty but quickly reminding himself that it was just a clone and not the real Ectoplasm. From his hero knowledge, he knew that the teacher's clones couldn't relay info to the original telepathically, so his identity was safe. At this distance, they couldn't see his face either. Additionally, he hadn't said anything during his smash attacks, just that single word to call Johnny to his side. He hoped they didn't hear him in the explosion of air, but even if they did, he'd made his voice as distorted as possible. Now that he thought about it, the wind blasts from his Delaware smash was less powerful than he'd expected, even though he'd used 2 fingers to launch twin blasts simultaneously at first. Looking down at his fingers, Izuku inspected them carefully. They were bloodied and badly bruised, but they were not broken. That all but confirmed that One for All was now a little weaker as it was being shared among 3 other individuals, much like how Kiri's power was. Right, he really needed to get them back. I can't believe it. I just attacked my own teachers, Izuku thought, groaning internally. I just hope they're okay. With Present Mike grounded, they were able to safely escape from the USJ grounds, soaring into the faraway outskirts of the city in a matter of minutes. Once the trio were far enough away, they picked a remote area to land in, quickly scanning to make sure no one was around to see them. You're Midoriya Izuku, ain't you? Johnny asked, bewildered. Yeah, you're the kid, the new host. Why'd you go do that? I could have taken them. You were about to kill. I wouldn't have killed them, lad, just knocked them out. I still have a degree of control. The man grunted, his wings dissolving into a crimson and turquoise cloud that swirled into his back. His helmet dissipated as well, revealing a handsome face with chiseled features and long blonde hair. What do you think I am, a villain? Anyways, how'd you know my hero name? I'm not dressed in my golden age costume. My guiding moonlight. That's what you used to call her, right? Moondincer, your wife, Annette. I've read about her. And you in my modern history class. She was one of the very first heroes. And so were you. Izuku groaned, Kiri helping to bandage his fingers with a roll she'd retrieved from his backpack. You're her husband. You're the hero Stargazer. I managed to figure out who you are by observing you. You'd managed to piece everything together just by looking. I'm impressed. That's some analytical skill right there. He hummed. Cute little fairy you have, by the way. And Kiri ichemfed, sticking her tongue out at him. Gah. The boy grimaced in pain as his little construct finished with the bandages. So what should I call you, Stargazer-san? Or should I call you by your civilian name, John Valentine? Johnny's fine, kid. He nodded. Thanks for the help, but you should probably get those fingers of yours looked at. Anyways, I've got some unfinished business to take care of. Now I bid you adieu. What? Hey, you can't just. Shimura Nana and All Might sent me to retrieve you. Izuku protested. We have no idea what'll happen if you guys stay outside for too long, so Sorry kid, but like I said, unfinished business. John folded his arms, eyes narrowed. I need to find a man who goes by the name All for One. Ever heard of him? No, but then you have no idea how important this is to me, he hissed, leaning into Izuku to emphasize his point. I'm going to find that bastard, and I'm gonna kill him for what he's done. Kill? What did he do? Izuku stammered. All for one. Wasn't that name the opposite of the phrase, one for all? A strange dread took hold in his heart, but he pushed it to the back of his mind for later study. There are more important things to focus on right now. You know my name, right? My hero name. Do you also happen to know the organization I belong to? Johnny grumbled, rolling his eyes. The JGA. Ring a bell. The Justice Guild of America. The hero otaku mumbled, much to the delight of the man before him. I've read about them in my metahuman history class. Izuku recalled that the JGA was a hero organization that was established in America during the golden age of heroes, decades ago when heroic metahumans were still trying to establish themselves as legitimate crime fighters and protectors of justice. They were arguably the first hero organization and were used as a perfect example on how such an organization was supposed to be, the predecessor to hero orgs worldwide, including Japan's very own Hero Association. Their mysterious disbandment resulted in the transition of the Golden Age to the Silver Age, marking the passing of an era. Bingo. I'm glad someone still remembers us. Anyways, that man, All for One, he was our downfall. That's why I have to kill him. But how are you going to find him? I know the JGA disbanded decades ago, and I doubt this mortal enemy of yours is even alive today. Is that what history says? That we disbanded? What a load of crap. A cover-up. We didn't disband, boy. Johnny's eyes glinted with anger. He killed so many of us. He killed me. Well, technically Koenig killed me, but still. That's why I have to go after him. He's probably got a hold of some healing or longevity quirk. I know he's somewhere here in Japan. If All Might can't kill him, then I will. What did All Might have to do with this? Izuku thought frantically. Wait, longevity quirk. All Might has fought him, too. Whoever this All for One is, he must be a sworn enemy of Johnny's. No, not just him. An enemy of One for All. Johnny-san, I know this must be hard for you to accept, but you need to return. Like I said before, there's no telling what could happen if you stay outside in the real world for too long. Your power and remaining time is running out. There's a chance that you could be lost forever. Then let me be lost. If I can find that bastard and put my fist through his skull, then it's worth it. And no, Izuku protested reluctantly, his arms outstretched to stop John from advancing. The man stopped, his face twisting into a frown. No, what do you mean no? He grunted. Get out of my way, boy. This is beyond you. If you kill him, you're no better than him. Izuku stammered, reining in the fear that threatened to show on his features. If you kill him, he wins. Christ, is this what they're teaching kids nowadays? Don't tell me you actually believe in that vapid bullshit. So what if I do? Then let me open your eyes a little. Johnny sighed and shrugged his massive shoulders. Izuku noticed he was around the same height as All Might, but a little less muscular. If I kill him, I am better than him and he doesn't win. He doesn't anything. He'll be dead. That's the point. How can you be sure that you'll find him before your power runs out? The boy tried desperately, appealing to his logical side. How many people will you inadvertently hurt in your rush to find him? This enemy of yours. If he's strong enough to escape All Might, you won't be able to match him as you are now. And not to mention, the UA teachers, pro heroes, they know your outfit, your abilities, your name. The police will be searching for someone of your description within the hour. There's nothing to be done. There is something to be done. Johnny rounded on him, teeth clenched with fury. That's why I'm here, isn't it? To strike back, to finish what I've started over a century ago. This is my opportunity to make things right. If I can just... look, I know you're angry, but listen to yourself. A century has passed. The glory days of the JGA are over, and so are their battles. You can just leave it to All Might and the modern heroes now. And maybe it's time for you to... Let go. Let go. The man roared, causing Izuku to flinch. He seemed to tower above the poor boy, his eyes like chips of ice as they stared him down. Kiri got into a defensive stance, fists clenched and about to attack if he tried anything. Don't tell me to let go. You don't know what this means to me, so just shut up and get out of my way. And no, I can't let you do this to yourself. Izuku gulped, standing up to the terrifying presence before him against all odds. Please, calm down. I'm the very opposite of calm right now because of you. You're making me angry. Azure light began to flicker within the man's eyes as his back rippled, his wings threatening to burst forth once more. People piss themselves when I get angry. He's going to take off again. I have to stop him now or even more time will be lost. 5-5 violence never solved anything. Izuku still didn't back off, fully committed to his task. Please reconsider. Get off your high horse, meddling around and sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about, boy. An accusing finger was thrust into his face. You think this is all in the past. You don't care. To you it's something that you've read in some article, some history book. I didn't mean it that way. The boy flinched again when Johnny's fist crashed through a tree beside him, showering them with wooden splinters. It may be history to you, but it was my life. We weren't just some numbers in print, some statistic for you to regurgitate onto a pop quiz. These were brave men and women who sacrificed everything for the sake of justice. He slammed a fist into his chest, baring his teeth. My comrades, my friends, me. We lived and died in those battles. Izuku said nothing, icy fear chilling the blood within his veins to a freezing point. He was still carefully considering his next words when Johnny seemed to deflate, the volcanic wrath he displayed a moment ago dissipating into nothingness. The man slowly leaned against a nearby tree, slumping down its length. And it was for nothing. He grunted weakly. The effort we put in, the blood, sweat and tears that everyone shed. It was for nothing. I failed. I couldn't stop him in the end. I couldn't stop All for One. All the people that suffered under his rule since then. It's all my fault. The boy could only keep silent and let him calm down, feeling that it wasn't in his place to speak about matters he had little to no knowledge about. When I manifested in this world, I thought it was my second chance to finally make up for my greatest failure. If I found the bastard and killed him, then everything would be all right again. Johnny exhaled, releasing the tension in his arms. But who am I kidding? It won't bring them back. You're right, kid. Even though I managed to strip away nearly all of his power back then, he's probably gained it back over the years. And if All Might and the best of the police still haven't found him after all this time, I sure as hell can't either. I keep acting on my emotions, not thinking of the big picture. I am sorry about what I said earlier, Izuku mumbled. I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't belittling you or your friends. You don't have to apologize. Of course I knew you didn't mean it that way. Damn it, you ain't that kind of person. I'm the one who's sorry. I shouldn't have yelled, and I shouldn't have fought them, either. I was just so enraged when I manifested, angry about everything. All for One, the world, fate, but most of all, myself. Why, you know what I think. What? I think you did everything you could, the student said, sitting down beside him. The JGA, you and your friends. You guys were the pioneers of modern hero groups, laying the groundwork and inspiring future generations. Get to the point, kid. He grunted impatiently. I guess what I'm saying is, it wasn't for nothing. You and your friends have helped shape the image of the modern hero, just like the passing of the torch. Even now, the Hall of Heroes still have statues of the JGA on display, monuments dedicated to those who came before. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. The boy took a deep breath, contemplating on what he felt within his young heart. For me, heroes aren't just people with powerful quirks like guys who can lift a fallen building or freeze a raging river. The real heroes are the people who do what is right, guide others to do the same, who take a stand. Those who are willing to step up and be the change they're looking for, Izuku said, admiration blazing in his eyes despite everything. Admiration for one of the very first heroes. People like you. The old hero seemed to stare blankly at him for a moment before letting out a low chuckle, a deep sound that rumbled from within his throat. That chuckling soon faded away into a sigh, tired eyes gazing at the boy. I can't believe I'm getting a bloody pep talk from a kid. His heavy, calloused hand came to rest upon Izuku's head, messing up the young boy's already disheveled hair. A kid who's got the traits of a hero, at the very least. A tint of pink colored the boy's cheeks at the praise, a slight feeling of embarrassment building up within him. Gee, thanks. You're a good guy, Midoriya Izuku. He continued to tussle Izuku's hair. And you're dumb enough to think I am, too. Izuku decided to file that little tidbit away for later analysis. He could still barely believe he'd managed to say all that in front of one of the very first heroes, no less. His heart still thumped away relentlessly in his chest. Though I have to remind you, One for All isn't just a quirk. It's a mantle of responsibility that has been bestowed upon you. Johnny reached out and touched Kiri on her forehead, returning her power in the blink of an eye. I should go. I've already wasted enough of your time. Yeah, you heard me. This is no longer my story. The man stood up, a small smile on his face. It is yours. As the new wielder of One for All, it is up to you to face evil itself and protect the innocent. You're his successor, after all. All Might's successor. Izuku's heart seemed to swell with pride at that last part, but the boy quickly calmed himself down. Better not get ahead of himself here. Pride and overconfidence was known to be the downfall of many heroes. The last two you're looking for used to be villains, so you'd better get going, boy. No. Young hero. Make sure you catch Konig first if you find her. She's the one who probably caused the breach. That bitch is fast as hell and will be halfway around the country if you startle her, so keep that in mind. As for me, he started to smolder, steam rising off his back. A small, sad smile tugged at the man's face, his body finally starting to fade. I am awaited in Valhalla. Johnny disintegrated into a cloud of viridescent azure embers, rushing into Izuku's forehead in a flurry of light and movement. The world twisted sideways, and the boy began to experience another memory not of his own. He was standing on a podium. Dozens of men and women in magnificent superhero costumes watching from rows of wooden pews. His friends, his family. He could hear the sound of an organ playing, a melodious and rich tone that echoed through the hall that stopped when he stepped forward. Beside him, somebody was speaking. Do you, John Daniel Valentine, take Annette Mariah Rose as your lawful wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? I do, he heard himself say, in a voice that did not belong to him. Standing in front of him was a woman clad in a pristine white wedding gown, a bouquet of flowers held in her slender hands. Her raven hair shone in the morning light, sparkling sapphires for eyes locking onto his lovingly. A small part that was still Izuku observed how strikingly similar she looked to Midnight, sans the mole under her left eye. She was gorgeous. Do you, Annette Mariah Rose, take John Daniel Valentine as your lawful husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? I do. Together, he reached out with her and slipped a ring onto her finger, with her doing the same to him. A beautifully cut diamond atop a gleaming silver band. Annette blinked, tears of joy beating at the corner of her eyes. With this ring, I thee wed, they both said in unison. He could feel his heart thumping within his chest, the woman's cheeks turning a lovely shade of cherry red. Because you two came here today intending to marry, because you joined hands and made solemn vows and exchanged rings to remind you of those vows, and you are now joined as partners in mutual love and respect. According to the powers vested in me and the highest power of the land and the sea, I pronounce that your wedding vows are sealed and you may henceforth be known to all as husband and wife. The priest beside them announced to everyone present, you may now kiss your bride. His wife smiled, and he smiled with her. They leaned towards each other, staring into each other's eyes. I'm the happiest girl in the world right now, she whispered, her voice trembling with jubilation. I love you, my star in the sky. I love you too. His lips were inches away from hers. My guiding moonlight. As she closed her eyes, so did he. Izuku opened his eyes, dragged back into reality. He breathed in deep, head shaking to clear his thoughts. What he'd just seen was Johnny's memory. He'd think about it later, though a small part of him was burdened with extreme worry. Right now he still had to find the last two escapees. All right, he dusted himself off, smacking his cheeks a little to refocus. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go, Kiri. The miniature girl on his shoulder nodded, and together they began to jog towards the city. Whatever they might come across next, the two siblings would face it together. Johnny reappeared within Izuku's mindscape with a rush of air, already expecting a great tongue lashing. What he found instead was All Might staring at him with considerable worry, features creased in concern. A blue soul fragment ignited into being within the hero's halo, signifying that the lost power had returned to One for All. You okay? Nah, man, Johnny smiled sadly, actually looking a little embarrassed. I'm pretty bloody far from okay. All for one, huh? All Might ventured curiously. Wanna talk about it? Maybe next time. It's a long story, after all. Still, I admit I may have been a little overzealous when I manifested. Sorry about that. Part of it is due to my quirk. It seems the activation parameters still affect me even as a projection. The man's explanation was interrupted by a blinding flash of violet light atop All Might's head, along with a loud pop of something manifesting. Shimura Nana poofed into existence, looking very different from her usual self. Though she still wore the same costume, she was no longer translucent. But now she looked like an adorable 10-year-old girl instead of an adult woman. RNAHH. Minnie Nana charged with a high-pitched battle cry and leapt onto Johnny's muscular shoulders, wrapping her cape around his throat and wringing it back and forth to strangle the poor man. Nana, you're all right. You blundering Neanderthal. You moronic, irresponsible, wretched waste of memory. Nana squeaked angrily from atop her victim. You tried to go after All for One by yourself. You attacked Yue's staff. You yelled at poor Midoriya-kun when he was trying to help. What the hell is wrong with you? Johnny explained eloquently. Nana, just give me a second, Toshinori. I'm trying to kill this guy. She began bopping his head with a tiny fist. You hear me talking, Yankee man? I'm gonna get medieval on your ass. Nana, alright, fine. She grumbled, finally loosening her grip and hopping off him. He won't really die. I already apologized. Geez. Johnny rubbed his neck, grimacing. I could still control myself and I wasn't going to hurt any of them seriously. Besides, heroes in my country fight each other all the time. In fact, I think they had this huge civil war during. Yeah, but this is Japan, asshole. The little girl snapped her fingers, producing a large, cartoonish-looking hammer, the only weapon she could manifest in her weakened state. Ow. All Might began to experience equal parts nostalgia and worry when she began whacking Johnny with her hammer. Her strength was too lacking to inflict any real pain in that child form of hers, each blow resulting a soft pomp instead of a meaty whack. It kind of reminded him of his physical training with Gran Torino, actually. The good old days. Oh, hey, come on, don't be like that. Everything turned out okay in the end, right? Johnny argued. Oh, it is not okay. Pumph, you are impulsive. Pumph, you are selfish. Pumph, you are American. Pumph, and you are stupid 4 times over. Nana pouted, her childish face scrunching up. We could have lost you if you actually went after all for one like the idiot that you are. Not just your portion of one for all's power, but you, the person. Did you even spare a fraction of a second to think about the consequences of your actions? How do you think everyone in here would feel if you disappeared for good? Well, the man began nervously. I didn't think they'd car. That's right. You didn't think. The little girl beckoned for All Might to bend down a little, snatching the blue soul fragment off his halo when he did. She pitched the orb at Johnny like a baseball, nailing him right in the stomach and causing the man to double over. Get in there. Crap. Well, I'll see you again sometime. All Might, he sighed, resigning himself to his fate. Yeah, see you. All Might eyed the man's form, which was slowly being sucked into his own soul fragment. His body from the waist down was warping into the small orb, stretching like taffy and resembling water swirling down a drain. Nana marched over to him and began pushing down on his head and shoulders to accelerate the process, her childish features turning pink from the effort. My heart in actions, Johnny began, eyes closed serenely. Are utterly unclouded. In there, they are all those of justice. You big jerk. There was a loud pop and Johnny was gone, sealed within that diminutive orb. His soul floated up into All Might's halo, the other souls blinking and flashing as if to greet their comrade with a welcome back. Nana huffed, hands on her hips. All Might simply sighed, having accepted all this strangeness as part of his new, bizarre life as a phantom. It's nice to know you're okay, Sensei, he said, studying her new form. But why are you a kid? It's something I learned from observing little Kiri-chan. She twirled around, tossing away her hammer. It's my own power-saving form. Took me a while, but I managed to figure it out. Or maybe fusing with her has provided me with this new ability, I dunno. Anyways, I'm still drained from yesterday. Right. Also, you didn't need to be that harsh with Johnny. He mentioned something about his quirk. Maybe you're right. But yeah, his quirk affects his cognitive abilities. Stars and stripes, he calls it. An eldritch power that mutates his body to form stuff like those wings. But at the cost of his own sanity, his ability to reason is hit especially hard. Nana shrugged. In the final battle against All for One, he overloaded his quirk, driving himself insane in exchange for enough power to nearly defeat him. Took the wielders before me decades to fix him up. Even now the effects linger. He's still a little mad sometimes. I guess when he used it in the real world, an underlying psychological effect came into play. That's horrible. All Might shook his head. Okay, back on topic. The last 2 wielders are still out there. I hope young Midoriya will be able to convince them to return peacefully. What do you think? Those 2, The girl grimaced. Remember this one lesson I taught you when we first started training together? There are 2 types of people that are truly dangerous. Those you can't predict, and those who don't care. What about it? The 2 that Midoriya-kun will be up against. Nana pinched the bridge of her nose in worry. They are exactly that. A section of downtown Musutafu was burning. The wide-open street had been cordoned off, the surroundings within a flame with raging fire. The number 2 hero, Endeavor, rose from the ground painfully, clutching at his broken right arm. Far behind him laid the unconscious bodies of his comrades, his fellow heroes, all swiftly defeated by this new, overwhelming threat. It was lucky that all nearby civilians had been evacuated safely beforehand. The buildings to his sides had been utterly trashed in the battle, scorched and in ruin. Look around you, hero. An armored figure walked towards him, completely unscathed. Look at what you've done. Endeavor spat, a thin stream of bright crimson dripping down his lower lip. This person, this villain, had took down an entire ensemble of pro-heroes that had arrived to aid him. He was the only one left standing. I told you not to fuck with me. Now your world burns around you. Green armor reflected the flickering firelight, shadows playing across the 2 long points atop the figure's head that looked like ears. Or horns. None of this would have happened if you'd just stopped and left me alone. But on you marched, and for what? A hero's duty is to defeat villains. Endeavor rasped, his working left arm igniting with flame. To protect the innocent. Then practice what you preach. You didn't protect a damn thing. Gloved fingers clenched into fists, a strange crackling emitting from within them. You can't even protect yourself. Orange flames erupted along Endeavor's body. The very air set alight from the heat. A 2-meter stretch of asphalt behind the hero flash melted into tar, the extreme temperature vaporizing the moisture in the air. A miniature sun bloomed into existence on his palm, greedily consuming oxygen in its surroundings. A fearsome amount of extreme heat and flame compacted into an impossibly small space. One of the hero's strongest special attacks. The villain prepared his own special attack in response, taking up a stance and pulling his arm back. There was a monstrous roar that resembled the sound of a jet engine powering up, filling the air with cacophonous noise as a lance of green energy erupted from an armored elbow, shock diamonds forming within. Thin lines of emerald electricity coalesced into chaotic streams of lightning across the figure's forearm. Endeavor blasted forward like a missile, propelled by the flames jetting out of his boots. The miniature sun flashed and throbbed in his hand, the energy within reaching critical mass. The unknown villain rocketed forward as well, gouts of green energy bursting forth from his elbow and his own boots propelling him the same way Endeavor's flames did. His fist cocked back, crackling with explosive energy. Iowa, Forbidden Sun, Endeavor roared, unleashing his strongest attack in years. A tsunami of fire flared from his palm, the sphere of flame growing exponentially as it screamed down the street with its blazing core grossly incandescent. Smash! The stray villain that was rampaging in Musutafu City had been captured by Kiri. She knocked him out almost instantly and was now carrying him over to the police department headquarters. Usually she'd just leave him there for the police to clean up, but this villain had some kind of quirk that made him weigh a ton. She couldn't exactly just leave him in the middle of the busy highway since that was dangerous for all the oncoming vehicles, and she figured they'd take quite a while to move him. Eyeing her landing point, Kiri finally arrived at the police headquarters with her usual entrance, silent and waiting for someone to come out and greet her. Like clockwork, she was soon faced with a wall of riot shields barricading the entrance only minutes after she touched down. The sound of at least 6 weapon bolts cycling assaulted her ears. Nervous officers behind the gun sights. Standard procedure for dealing with unknown threats, she noted. They've even evacuated the area for the public's safety. All right, you lot, stand down. A cat-headed police officer emerged from the makeshift barrier, a handheld loudspeaker in his hand. His feline eyes focused on the intruder, bringing the device up to his mouth in a huff. You again, Valkyrie. What do you want this time? Kiri didn't reply, simply shaking the captive villain like he owed her change. Everything was silent and still except the ruffling of cloth from the captive's body being jerked back and forth. The Catman and his squad simply watched the ongoing scene before them, unable to even express the pure absurdity of the situation in words. Yeah, no, I'm not paid enough for this. He turned towards someone behind him, jabbing a thumb back at the building. Get Tsukachi-sen down here immediately. As sir, the young graduate asked nervously, unsure. Just do it. He's the only one she actually listens to for some reason. Kiri stopped shaking the villain, now advancing towards the barricade. There was a sharp intake of breath as the men behind it stiffened, grips tightening around their weapons. The Catman strode forward fearlessly past the wall of shields and Kevlar, accepting his demise. Whatever you do, boys, don't shoot. I'll buy you some time. Just like before, the woman loomed over the poor officer despite being around the same height, dropping the villain onto the ground carelessly with a thump. The wisps of mint green energy trailing off her eyes was only making her look even more intimidating as she eyed the sacrifice before her, a single, mischievous thought running through her young mind. Kitty-cat. When Detective Tsukachi burst out of the police department's front door in a frantic and confused daze, it was already too late. He had the eyes of a man who had too much on his plate, exhaustion clear in those widening pupils. He was dressed in a simple dress shirt and slacks. His signature tan overcoat and hat was missing, having been busy with paperwork in his office when a panicking young man notified him that Valkyrie was here. There she was, currently tormenting one of his best men, Tamakawa Sansa. The poor cat-faced man was helpless as Kiri alternated between petting him and pulling his cheeks and ears with that same flat expression, much like a kid playing with a real cat. Oh, ma'am, please don't do that. You're a little too rough. Despite how look, I am not a cat. I don't think real cats even like this. Sansa groaned, knowing that it was futile to resist. Wait, don't pull my whiskers, MEOWUCH. Trying to pry her off or fight her was only a waste of energy. She was stronger than all of them combined and she knew it. Even the famous hero Endeavor had never managed to successfully capture or defeat her, mostly because she always escaped instead of fighting back. That was the mystery about Valkyrie. She never attacked any law enforcement or hero, even if they attacked her first. Well, he supposed this didn't count as attacking. If anything, it looked more like she was playing with him. Kitty-cat, kitty-cat, she mused gleefully, continuing to play despite his protests. Valkyrie, unhand my officer right now. Tsukachi howled, cranking his angry voice up to 11. Miraculously, the vigilante obeyed and let her hands fall to the side. Sansa simply rubbed his aching ears, wincing all the while and shooting his friend a glare as if to say, what took you so long? Tsukachi sighed wearily, striding forward to confront the strange girl. Ew, yow. An accusing finger was thrust in her general direction, the normally calm man seeming to expand with righteous wrath. The confused girl looked to her left, right and finally behind her before pointing a finger at herself. Yes, you. What are you doing here? The last time she was here was in the dead of night, trying to hand over a dangerous villain weapon over to the police. He was already assuming this was something similar. Kiri picked up the villain, who had somehow stayed unconscious throughout the entire event. She began shaking the man back and forth with gusto, peeking out every so often from behind her captive's body. When Tsukachi responded with only a frown, she only began shaking the poor villain harder in an effort to illustrate her point. This guy was causing trouble in the street, so you beat him up and brought him here, the detective deduced, already trying to discern her motive. A few rapid nods from her confirmed his theory. Why didn't you leave him there like you always do? Kiri dropped the villain a second time, this time right at his feet. A heavy thump, followed by the pavement spider webbing with cracks. Strips of heavy metal rebar were wrapped around the man's wrists and ankles as makeshift restraints. The guy must have weighed a ton, Tsukachi realized. Might as well ask her to carry him in and save having to bring out the forklift. Fine, you can help bring him in, the veteran detective grumbled, a wave of his hand dismissing the squad of armored policemen. He did a sudden double take, waving a warning finger like a teacher to an errant child. But don't get any ideas like last time, understand? With a quick nod, Kiri slung the captive over her shoulder, walking into the police headquarters casually. She did notice the two guards that flanked both her and Tsukachi, weapons at the ready to blast her if she tried anything. She couldn't blame them for their distrust. The media had only perpetuated the fact that she had made fools out of both the police and heroes by simply evading arrest. At least over the years they'd stopped calling her a loose cannon and eventually accepted her as unorthodox but ultimately harmless, unless you were a villain. Under the detective's directions, she dumped the captured villain into a temporary holding cell and even undid his binding. Just as she was about to leave without a care, Tsukachi declared that she had to sign some forms before she could go. To the surprise of everyone around, she actually obeyed again and followed the team towards the offices, earning nervous stares and whispers from the workers there when they passed. So that's her, huh? The infamous Valkyrie. She's quite the looker in that costume, or rather, lack of one. Oh man, I want her to capture me and step on me too. Careful, she'll hear you. I wonder why she only obeys Tsukachi-san. How lucky. The flurry of commotion trailed off when Kiri swept her gaze across the room slowly while she drunk in their alarm and fear discreetly, the workers hurriedly going back to their own tasks. Little did they know that the only reason she listened to Detective Tsukachi was because he was the one that let her into the department's pantry the last time she was here on the assumption that she was hungry. Also, he kind of reminded her of her old caretaker, who wore a similar trench coat and hat. He kind of acted as a liaison between her and the police, now that she thought about it. Speaking of which, whatever happens, do not let her near the pantry, the tall detective commanded hurriedly. Consider that a standing order. Sir, the last time I let her in there, she ate all the sugar cubes and donuts before I could stop her. Oh, of them, Tsukachi groused, emphasizing each word with slow and deliberate intent. That means no coffee or donuts for the whole lot of you. A collective chill ran down the spines of everyone present, while those who were there on that fateful day shuddered in horror. A police station without coffee or donuts was absolutely unacceptable, not even remotely conceivable. A few brave officers got up and guarded the doorway with their lives, one even hugging the fridge protectively. Kiri let her shoulders sag just a tiny bit, slightly disappointed. Those donuts had tasted so good, too. Lucky the chief isn't here right now. You have no idea the amount of paperwork I've had to do recently. Tsukachi grunted tiredly and handed over a manila folder with a pen he had fetched from his office, pointing to where she had to sign. Because of you I've got the media breathing down my neck. The chief is fixing to eat my ass every time you beat our boys to the punch. And Endeavor-san, aka Mr. Pants on Fire keeps screaming at me through the phone lines about how we can't even catch a single vigilante. Kiri just looked over the documents quickly and signed with her little V signature, just like she had did the last time she was here. They were just acknowledgement forms that heroes sometime had to sign when handing over a captured villain or item, some stupid law that they'd implemented a few years back. She had a feeling they were only making her sign these so the Hero Association could observe and gather more data on her through the building's security cameras. She'd obey for now, secretly in the hopes that she would get a reward like more food. If there wasn't one, then she'd take a little reward for herself. I mean, you'd think that he of all people would know. It's not that we haven't tried, not to mention the rumors that you can talk, but you have never talked to us, the police. What kind of image does that project, eh? The girl tapped on the ranting man's shoulder. Yeah, there, that one. Sign that, please. After clarifying, the man went back to his complaining monologue. Unsurprisingly, she was barely even registering the words spewing from his mouth. You think I like having you walk around here like you own the joint? I know you have good intentions, Valkyrie-san, but you're making us look bad. Worst thing is, we can't do a thing to stop you. I suppose the only silver lining is how you will never attack cops like some. The harried detective turned to place the folder down. When he turned back, he was met with Kiri chugging a large flask of dark liquid nonchalantly, steam rising from her pert little nose. Tsukachi could only watch with an odd mix of realization and rising horror at what was happening. The vigilante had somehow stolen the carafe from their only coffee machine without anyone noticing, downing an entire day's worth of the department's coffee. He watched her drain the entire damn thing wordlessly. All that delicious piping hot coffee gone in seconds. The detective wrung his hands, barely able to control himself from flying into a rage. He was normally such a calm, composed man too, but nobody, not even the #1 vigilante, messed with his coffee. It was the one thing that kept him calm in times of crisis, and this definitely constituted as such a time. With the combined stress of recent events and a literal mountain of paperwork left to do, the poor man was close to exploding. "I hate you," Tsukachi hissed, voice surging like an attacked dog at the end of its chain. "So much." Kiri put down the now empty carafe, flashing him a little peace sign with her fingers. Or perhaps it was V for victory. She had seen some cute girl do it on TV. Whatever, now she used it to represent herself. "Valkyrie, get the hell out of here." Being a hero was hard work. In between patrolling the streets, aiding police operations, fighting villains, and endorsing their own products, a pro's schedule was nearly always packed to the brim with events. Many heroes simply got overwhelmed by the sheer amount of work, opting to take a week off at least once a month. Endeavor was not one of those heroes. He was currently patrolling the streets as usual, on the lookout for any sort of unusual activity. The #2 hero dedicated himself to one thing, and one thing only, to surpass the colossal wall known as All Might. The sea of people that inhabited Musutafu City parted for him as he walked through, many civilians pointing, chattering, and some even taking pictures of the respected pro-hero. Despite the relative peace in recent times, there were still rare cases of villains popping up unannounced, such as the assault on USJ facility yesterday. And to think Shoto had been there, too. Endeavor clenched his fists. It was pure luck that the boy had not been harmed. The audacity of those villains. If anything had happened to his progeny, there'd be hell to pay. Not just because Shoto was his plan to finally surpass All Might, but also because the boy was his son. Truth be told, despite his proficiency at hero work, Endeavor knew he wasn't the best parent. There simply wasn't time to coddle the boy. Defeating All Might would require tremendous amounts of skill, talent, and prowess, something that he nurtured into Shoto since the tender age of 5. The boy was to be his legacy, a being capable of wielding his fire and his wife's frost, the best traits of both parents bred into the perfect warrior, resulting in overwhelming power. Well, it would be, except the boy only used his right side like a damned fool. Didn't he realize this was how the world worked? Power was everything. In this world strewn with superpowers, people were not born equal. Might makes right. Just as the powerful controlled the world, the powerless were controlled by it. Law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and that the weak should fear the strong. That was what Endeavor believed in. So why was it that Shoto still refused to use his inherited power? The hero's train of thought was derailed when a low whine followed by a monstrous roar split the air, something screaming across the sky overhead in a flash of green. It sounded like a fighter jet, complete with Doppler effect as it rapidly covered distance. A second later, something else sped past in pursuit in a blur of white, the Buster Hero Airjet. While the nearby civilians cowered and looked on in awe, Endeavor snarled, tapping at his earpiece communicator to contact his own hero agency over a priority line. "Endeavor-san, sir, we've received reports of a flying," a panicked voice began. "Send strike package Epsilon-1 to my location," he barked, chasing after the trail Airjet and his quarry had left. "And patch me through to the Buster Hero Airjet." "Roger, Epsilon-1 en route. Patching you through," Endeavor cursed, knowing the package would take at least a minute or two. That thing Airjet had been chasing. Some sort of missile? He had a bad feeling about this. "Endeavor-san. This is Airjet speaking." The Buster Hero's friendly voice crackled over the comm channel. "Good to have you. Reports of an unknown bogey flying over the city came in from the local police only minutes ago. I'm in pursuit. No idea what it is, but it keeps on circling around the city, almost like it's looking for something." "Give me more details. Any identifying markings or anything of the sort?" "I see." There was more crackling as the connection fluctuated. "A streamlined profile, green armor plating, bright green exhaust, 2 plumes. Need to get a little closer. Epsilon-1 has arrived at your location." A computerized voice chirped. Moments later, a riderless motorcycle screeched across the street in front of Endeavor, patiently waiting for its owner. The #2 hero wasted no time and hopped on in one smooth motion, his flames fueling the infernal high-tech machine and bringing it to life. The heavy vehicle roared and bucked like a live animal as Endeavor shifted into gear and revved the throttle, his signature orange flames flaring along its wheels. "Talk to me, Airjet," he barked, swerving around traffic and blazing a literal trail behind him. "What does your radar show?" "Minimal radar cross-section. A stealth aircraft." "No, it's tiny compared to conventional craft." Airjet replied hastily, clearly struggling to keep up with the unknown bogey. I think it's an unmanned aerial vehicle. I'm going to try for visual confirmation, activating afterburners. Tell me what you see. I'm still chasing it. This thing's speed and maneuverability is insane. It can turn on a dime. No wings, too small to fit a pilot. Silhouette does not match anything in the JASDF database. It almost looks like a missile. Do you have radio contact? He could see them now, the bright yellow emission of Airjet's thruster pack chasing a comet tail of green energy. His eyes tracked their forms as they bobbed and weaved through the air like a pair of dragonflies. The unknown making directional changes that were nigh impossible for aircraft. It almost seemed to slide and shift mid-air, bleeding off speed in tight turns. Non-responsive. Wait, what the? Say again, Jet. Endeavor frowned at the bewilderment in Airjet's voice and the abrupt cut-off, tapping at his earpiece twice to send 2 mic clicks his way. Jet, do you copy? I copy. It's a man, Airjet said incredulously, and he just flipped me off. TCH, cocky bastard. Endeavor's voice sizzled through the mic. Shoot him down. Try to ground him in an uninhabited area. But Endeavor-san, do as I say, Airjet, he ordered. Or are you doubting my decision? No, Endeavor-san. I just think that we should at least try to talk. I don't care what you think. That man is hereby considered a criminal and you are a hero. Do your bloody job. All right. But I'm firing a warning shot. Flashbang payload. A missile shot out from Airjet's pack and burst midair like a firework, resulting in a blinding blast of light. That certainly got the unknown's attention. It reversed its heading to slam into Airjet with an ear-splitting explosion of green, sending the Buster hero spiraling to the ground. Endeavor cursed and revved the throttle, accelerating to where he predicted the downed hero would land. Only moments later a distant crash was heard, the hero coming across a scene of panicking civilians. He advanced forward and issued a command to his hero agency to begin evacuations and form a perimeter around the crash site as a crowd of civilians rushed past him to safety. A shallow crater had formed in the middle of the street. Airjet sprawled spread eagle within it. Atop him was the unknown villain, his armored boot resting upon the Buster hero's head. Can't get a hint, can you? Piss off, the villain said, grinding his heel against Airjet's armored helmet. The downed hero let out a painful groan, indicating he was at least alive. You shoot at me again and I'll shove that jetpack so far up your ass you'll shit exhaust for a year. Hey, you, Endeavor shouted, the flames along his shoulder flaring out. That's right, punk. I'm talking to you. What the hell do you think you're doing in my city? Ha! The villain whirled around to face Endeavor, presenting a green rabbit-like mask with long ears and dark eye lenses, coupled with a metallic respirator that protected his mouth. The unknown man's head tilted to the side curiously, surveying his soon-to-be opponent. You're Endeavor, aren't you? He grunted, almost sounding confused. In the flesh. That's right, scumbag. And I'll be the one to bring you into custody, Endeavor growled. Just another notch on my belt for some good-for-nothing, spineless nobody in a silly costume. Don't diss the costume. That's rich coming from someone whose head is on fire. I've heard of you, a real hothead. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, though I'm hoping you'll resist so I can put you into the ground. So what will it be, asshole? The hero's eyes narrowed. Surrender or run. That's an ultimatum. I don't do ultimatums. Now that Endeavor was closer, he could take in the villain's form in more detail. He was clad in a green jumpsuit with plated armor that protected his forearms, hands, torso, and shins. A dark utility belt with pouches circled his waist, a pair of heavy boots completing the outfit. He kind of looked like a hero, but the way he spoke was similar to a villain, rude and uncouth. Blame it on your friend here. The villain gave Airjet a light kick, prompting another pain groan, for trying to shoot me down. Is this how things work around here? In my time, anyone could use their quirks whenever they wanted to as long as they weren't hurting anyone. You people are so backwards. Those who utilize their quirks outside of what is permissible under the law shall be perceived as villains, and dealt with as seen fit, Endeavor recited, growling. This iron rule has not, and will not change. This is your last warning. If you continue to resist arrest, we might have an accident that will leave you in excruciating, burning pain. The only accident I fear will be your head being blasted off with me wearing your fucking moron face as a party mask. The villain said nonchalantly, beginning to take off. Leave me alone, hothead. I've got work to do. You're not going anywhere. An inferno flared from Endeavor's fingertips, the orange conflagration forming a fiery net to ensnare its unlucky target. The man cocked his head, an explosion erupting from his torso and shredding the encircling net apart effortlessly. TCH, I need to find him and you're wasting my precious time. Look, I'm not trying to terrorize your city or anything like that, but I can see reasoning with you is no longer an option. So if it's a fight you want so badly, then that's what you'll get. You got him, villain punk. Save your breath. You'll need it when I make you scream like a pussy. He pointed his armored fist towards Endeavor, crackling and popping with energy. Lacquered chain prison. A series of thick branches shot through the air and crashed into the attacker with a crunch, twisting and sliding over each other to bind him in a tangled ball of wood. Kamui Wood stood atop a gigantified Mount Lady's shoulder, accompanied by Death Arms who flanked from below. Endeavor-san, we saw the commotion and we're here to help, Mount Lady called, giving him a thumbs up and reaching for the captured villain to hold him down. I just need to stay back, Endeavor shouted. An eerie emerald light flared from within the gaps of the overlapping branches. Mount Lady barely managed to withdraw her hand when the wooden prison exploded into 1,000 splinters, revealing the villain within. All these distractions, all these obstacles, the armored man hissed, his voice strangely distorted, almost like two people speaking at once. Emerald energy crackled from his entire body, flaring out in concentric waves and forcing the heroes back. Get away from me, you fucking ghosts. Surrender, villain. There's no escape. You are surrounded. Kamui Woods yelled bravely. All I am surrounded by is ignorance. Green motes of light glowed behind dark lenses. And dead heroes. The sweltering afternoon heat bore down on Izuku like a blanket of discomfort. The blazing sun hanging high in bright blue sky. Glancing at his watch, the boy noted it was already 1 p.m. He was currently taking a short break to catch his breath and get something to eat, buying some takoyaki and gulping them down as they walked through Musutafu's uptown park. On his shoulder, Kiri was eating one too, nibbling at the snack hungrily. He was still considering the current situation he had found himself in. Johnny had mentioned the last two were villains, but it didn't make any sense. Izuku scratched his head, his mind struggling to comprehend that. Why would villains be in possession of one for all? Theoretically it was possible, but he wondered what kind of circumstances would result in such a thing happening. One for all could only be given, not taken. The only explanations he could come up with were that one of the previous wielders went mad whilst in possession of one for all, which would lead them to become a villain. Or a dying wielder made the choice to pass on the legendary quirk even to a villain to prevent the flames of hope from being snuffed out. Izuku suspected it was the latter, remembering that little tidbit Johnny mentioned before he faded away, someone by the name of Konik. The old hero had said that she was the one who killed him, and that she was the one who probably caused the breach that allowed them to escape. She killed Johnny and got one for all. And her name? The boy brought up his phone and typed it into the search bar, eyes widening slightly at the result. Konig is the German word for king, the device displayed in neat little letters. Well, that was encouraging, just wonderful. A quick look through the online global hero villain public database showed no such record of anyone prominent bearing that name. There were 2 or 3 small-time heroes and villains, but they were all male, not the one he was looking for. The implications were frightening, perhaps a little too much to think about at this time. Izuku felt a shiver creep up his spine at the possibilities before squashing the thought. Johnny also mentioned she was fast as hell, which he interpreted as her having some kind of speed or mobility capability, a mover-type quirk. Mover-type metahumans were notoriously hard to capture and contain, with speedsters like the hero Ingenium being a prime example of their sheer versatility and potential. Then there was the remaining unknown villain, the one he had no information on. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. Regardless, things weren't looking very good at all. He had no idea what he was dealing with, or how these villains would act. For a moment an image of the thin, sickly-looking villain from USJ resurfaced in his mind again like a monster from the deep, gnarled ghost-like fingers reaching out towards him. He imagined his classmate Tsuyu falling into pieces, cracked and withering away, Namu's tar-black muscles rippling and coiling as Aizawa-sensei's arm snapped like a cheap toothpick. Izuku shivered and gulped, swallowing the fear that threatened to well up and spill forth from his mouth. He locked up that terrified part of himself into the detention cell of his mind, imprisoning it for the time being. Now wasn't the time for fear, to let that part of him out. Kiri poked at him in concern, letting out a worried murmur while eating away at his negativity. I'm fine. The next one's somewhere around here, Kiri-chan. And the little construct nodded, pointing in the direction she wanted him to go. Okay, Izuku breathed, scanning the park for any unusual activity. Let's see. He reminded himself to be extremely cautious when approaching. Still, there was nothing out of the ordinary here. The few people in the park were relaxed as always, not a hint of fear nor alarm on their features. Izuku focused, his eyes taking in every detail in the surroundings no matter how insignificant. One of the 2 villains was here somewhere. A jogger blurred past him, huffing and puffing with effort. A family of 4 strolled down the main path, enjoying the fresh air. There was a camera flash as a pair of tourists took a picture of the nearby fountain. A man walked alongside his dog leisurely, the animal panting in excitement. A policeman cycled by, patrolling the area with vigilant eyes. Why here, in the park? There was nothing of use here besides the fresh air. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people walked through this park on their way to and from the city. But it wasn't anything special, just the normal greenery, along with the cherry blossoms that bloomed beautifully when the spring came. He struggled to think of why a villain would come here. Factors like human traffic and the surrounding plant life taken into account. Nothing came to mind. He didn't have enough info to form a solid theory or hypothesis. Izuku sighed. He still didn't see anything unusual. Perhaps this villain had some sort of camouflage or stealth-based quirk that allowed them to hide amongst the human traffic or lush greenery. But then again, there weren't many people around at this time of the day either. Kiri continued searching as well, eyes closed in focused concentration. The boy took another bite of takoyaki, contemplating what he would say when he inevitably met him or her. "Step aside, you pheasants." A bright young voice called out cheerfully. "Make way for the king." "It's peasant," said Chen. "Pheasants are a type of bird," another voice corrected. "Also, shouldn't it be queen instead of king since Yui is a girl? Are you questioning my royal authority as the king's right hand, Minister Kato? To the dungeons with you. 10 years dungeon, no trial. What say you, your majesty? Forward, my mighty steed." A third voice squealed with childish delight. "Mush, when, woof." Izuku whirled to face the source of the commotion, eyebrows rising into his messy hair as he witnessed the strange scene. A trio of kids were parading down the wide cobblestone path of the park, nearby commuters parting for them with amused smiles. Among them was a little redhead girl riding atop her large black and tan dog like a horse, giggling. She was flanked by 2 of her friends, one with blonde hair and the other with blue. They were apparently having the time of their lives in a game of pretend under the afternoon sun. All 3 held long sticks that they brandished like swords, waving them back and forth in the air happily. Izuku smiled, briefly reminded of his childhood adventures with Bakugo. "Well, the good parts, at least." "Ah, youth." "There," Kiri chirped, pointing at the trio. "It's them." "Hey." The UA student blinked, then did a panicked double take at the kids. "Wait, what? The villain we're looking for, it's one of them." It couldn't be. The villain was one of those kids, but they looked so ordinary, their behavior matching that of what would normally be seen in children their age. They looked like they were around 10 years old. He never could judge ages correctly. The gears in Izuku's head spun like pinwheels, his young mind trying to comprehend what he was seeing. "But I can't tell which one because they're standing so close together." She continued tracking them to make sure, nodding. When it came to quirks, one needed to think out of the box. Things weren't always as they seemed. If he thought about it rationally, it was probably some sort of disguise or stealth-based quirk in action, maybe one that allowed the villain to take the form of a child. But what were the activation parameters and effects? The possibilities were practically endless, but there were already some clues that he could guess just by observing. The fact that they looked entirely ordinary was already a clue. This villain had to have some kind of stealth-based ability that let them hide in plain sight or disguise themselves. Possible stranger, changer rating. The boy began to think of possible scenarios, diving into his extensive knowledge of metahumans. Why take the form or body of a child? The villain could be using the form as a disguise like Kiri did to avoid detection, or perhaps for a more sinister purpose like luring people towards them. For a moment, Izuku's wild imagination conjured up the image of an invisible villain floating behind the trio, tethered to one of the girls via an equally invisible fleshy cord and using the child's form as a puppet, a lure to attract prey, much like how an anglerfish uses its glowing lure in the dark ocean depths. As freaky as the image was, it was completely ridiculous. Yet the boy shuddered, reminding himself that he was dealing with a villain here. Going in blind without any info was foolish, even suicidal. The only upside would be that the unknown villain would understand that killing him would result in their demise as well. With a nervous sigh, Izuku made his decision, slowly trudging forward. No choice but to approach and see if one of them showed a reaction to him since they were unlikely to separate. He hoped he didn't look like a creep due to approaching a group of little girls, but then again he wasn't much older than them. Squaring his shoulders, the aspiring hero moved towards them, lowering his hood to show his face while Kiri hid inside his disheveled dark green hair to observe. He gave her a command to hide in silence, just in case. "You there, plain Oni-san?" The little blonde girl noticed his approach, drawing her sword defensively. "Stop right there, criminal scum. You have violated the law." I have," Izuku stammered, holding both hands up nervously. "In what way? You're in the way and still haven't paid tribute to passing royalty, matey." "What? Yarhar, ye scurvy dog. Part with 100 doubloons or ye be the talk of the town." The girl's eyes glinted with mischief, lips curling into a cheeky smile. "And the talk will not be merry, eh?" Izuku blinked slowly, now being subject to a mix of extortion and piracy by a bunch of brats. "Are you a pirate now, Sat Chan?" the redhead remarked curiously from atop her mount. "I thought we were playing royal knights. Oyaji told us to be careful whenever a suspicious-looking guy approaches us." The blue-haired girl piped up, munching on a skewer of roasted meat. She plucked off the last piece and fed it to their dog, the delighted pet gobbling the morsel in a flash. "But you look harmless, Oni-san." "Ooh, thanks, that wasn't a compliment." "Ria-hite," Izuku said awkwardly. "Okay, time to be blunt. Have you three seen anything weird happening around here? He hoped to get a reaction out of that, but the three kids simply tilted their heads, eyeing him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. What are you talking about, Onii-san? Are you perhaps sick in the head? Don't tell me. Maybe you're one of those sea creeps that Mom warned me about. The kind that goes around talking to little girls like us. You're weird. Does that count? Woof. Ouch. While that was a critical hit to his self-esteem, he should have just got Kiri to turn into her child form to approach them instead. Fear not, my king. I'll defend you from this miscreant. The blonde girl interrupted and raised her makeshift weapon in challenge. Prepare to face our wrath, weird Onii-san. For I am the holy knight Chen. I am Kadoha. The passive blue-haired girl said simply, wielding the stick at her hip in an Ido stance like a samurai. And I am Yui. The mounted rider squeaked, raising her own trembling stick. Together, we're colors. They announced in unison, striking a pose. Protectors of this town. Wait, I just wanted to. Take this, divine smite. Chen cried playfully, lightly whacking Izuku on the shin. You take 2d8 points of damage. Be purged from this world. Kadoha adjusted her hat in a way that she clearly seemed to think was cool, her stick slicing through the air in a practiced, Chunibyu-like motion. Arrow slash. Yui looked around timidly, then patted the dog she was riding on. I'll use my mount to attack. Sick girl. But don't hurt him, just bark at him or something. When. Her dog barked happily, tongue lolling out and panting. When. At that final statement, Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. He was in no mood to be attacked by a dog, especially one without a leash. He automatically assumed it was some sort of guard dog for the girls with its size and fearsome aesthetics. In fact, it almost looked like a wolf. He raised both arms high into the air in surrender, which caused the girls to stop attacking and give each other high fives. We did it. Once again, the day is saved thanks to colors. 3 swords were raised skywards into the air triumphantly. Victory is ours. Okay. Izuku sighed. He still didn't see anything out of the ordinary, the 3 kids behaving as kids should. However, the blue-haired girl, Kadoha, suddenly stepped aside to join him. It is clear that a change has to be made around here. Minister Kadoha, what do you think you're doing? Chen gasped in mock horror. That is the enemy. With this Onii-san's help, Kadoha eyed Izuku, giving him a knowing nod. Izuku's eyes widened. Was she the villain or still playing? I can finally overthrow the corrupt monarchy and free the people from your oppression. Vive la revolution. Look girls, I don't really have time to be playing around with you. What's happening? Little Yui's head swiveled back and forth in confusion. A CC coup d'etat. In the name of the Royal Senate of Colors, Kadoha drew her stick, pointing the tip at her previous ally. You are under arrest, Holy Knight. Are you threatening me, Minister Kadoha? The blonde whispered, her voice low and dangerous. The Senate will decide your fate. I am the Senate. Not yet, Kadoha said carefully. Her eyes narrowed to razor-thin lines. Chen straightened, her stick twirling in an arc to come into a ready stance at her side. It began to glow with amber electricity along with her body, demonstrating her power. She was using her quirk. Was that one for all's lightning effect? No, this was clearly different. Taking a closer look, he realized she was imbuing objects like the stick and her clothes with the strange power. It didn't extend to her own body. This wasn't one for all. It's treason, then. The blonde hissed. She charged with an intricate spin attack, a high-pitched battle cry upon her lips. Girls, wait, Izuku called, only to be completely ignored when Kadoha leapt into the fray as well. Her stick clashing with her opponent's when she launched herself forward with a blast of air. She was using her quirk as well. Hey, don't use your quirks. They completely ignored him and began play fighting, darting around with impressive speed and sending loud cracks into the air when their weapons clashed. Izuku groaned, exasperated. So this was what an elementary school teacher felt like every day. Well, at least nobody was around when he took a quick look at the surroundings. Our imperial glory will shine forevermore. To think that you would stoop to relying on foreign aid. Fall, rebel scum, sic semper tyrannies. Your so-called royal prerogative gives extensive, unaccountable power. And with that power you have committed atrocities. You've earned a place at the guillotine for your crimes. He looked between all 3 girls, gauging their behaviors carefully. One of them was the villain disguised in another form, but which one? Was it excitable Chen, who seemed to be unafraid of anything? Or was it calm Kadoha, who was unusually fluent and articulate? Or perhaps it was the timid Yui, who had shown extra caution when he approached? The boy hummed, deep in thought. If he thought about it rationally, the first 2 kids had already shown their quirks, which ruled them out as the villain. Atop his head, Kiri tugged on his hair, making him turn towards the redhead girl. She wanted him to talk to her. She let out a small squeak under his gaze, wary of his approach. Was this the Yui that Kendo confused for Kiri earlier? No, this little girl was obviously too young to be confused with Kiri's teenage form and looked nothing like her. Her short brownish red hair bobbing from side to side as she brandished her stick at him. It could be her. She looked a little reluctant to join her friends for some reason. Also, they had called her king earlier. Aren't you going to join them? Izuku asked, trying to garner a response to determine if she was actually the villain. They're not serious, just play fighting. I can't. And Mommy told me not to talk to strangers, she said defensively, heels tapping against her mount in an effort to get it to reverse. The dog didn't budge an inch, staring at Izuku happily with its tongue lolling out. Well, he patted his chest and gave her a friendly smile. Midoriya Izuku, now we aren't strangers, are we? I guess not. The redhead looked around nervously. Won't we get into trouble for using our quirks? Well, not really. After all, you're just kids. An old memory of an explosion splashing across his 4-year-old face along with the scorching heat and subsequent pain resurfaced, causing Izuku to cringe internally. Yeah, adults don't really care about that sort of stuff when you're young. But I don't like to use mine because sometimes people get scared and confused when I do. The little girl hung her head sadly. I wish I got a simpler quirk. I want to play along with them, but I can't. I want to be a hero, too. For a moment, Izuku sympathized with her, reminding himself of the days where everyone doubted him, when nobody believed he could even amount to anything. Yet here he was, currently attending UA and in search of a villain. His heroic spirit shone once more, and the boy decided to again meddle in affairs that didn't concern him. Now, don't be like that. Izuku knelt down to look her in the eyes, giving the girl a warm smile. Your quirk is a part of you, after all. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You can still be a hero. Woof, the dog agreed. No, you don't understand. Yui shook her head. My quirk, it can be dangerous when I use it around people. Should he? A part of him thought he had finally cornered the villain and was taking a gamble. But another part of him just saw someone who needed a little help, just like he did in the past. Who knows? A few words of encouragement can go a long way, especially for a child who was chasing their dreams. He knew that from first-hand experience. Show me. Izuku inched closer to her, unafraid. But Oni-san, don't worry. The boy flashed her a reassuring grin, warm and full of trust. It'll be okay. Now or never. Either little Yui would reveal herself to be a delusional villain in hiding or just a normal kid who was just afraid of her own power. Izuku gulped, bracing himself just in case things went awry. All right, if you say so. She mumbled shyly and closed her eyes. It's not as flashy as theirs, but you'll know when it happens. For a moment nothing happened, Izuku's brows rising in puzzlement. Then he felt it. The surrounding air started to turn cold. The moisture in the air began to freeze, creating a light mist that shrouded the girl like a ghostly veil. Some sort of temperature-altering effect that ate away at the surroundings. That wasn't so bad. Izuku tried to touch his hands. Something was wrong. Everything was moving so slowly. The two girls fighting in the background now looked like they were moving in slow motion, their swift momentum grinding to a halt with looks of alarm. Izuku's movement, his breathing, even his thoughts slowed to a painful crawl. The boy began to feel dreadfully lethargic, almost as if he was losing the will to do anything at all. The strange effect ended abruptly a few seconds later, Izuku letting out an explosive gasp at being freed from its grasp. The dog let out a sneeze, shivering a little before shaking its head rapidly. It's cold. Chen and Kotoha shivered and shook off the effect quickly, continuing their play fighting once more. I am fine. Izuku quickly held out a hand to reassure the little redhead, who looked like she was about to burst into tears. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was. Sorry, Oni-san. Yui wailed, looking miserable. I tried to make it as small as possible. Awesome. Yeah. She blinked. At first I thought it was some cold generation effect, but your quirk affects the mind, too. Izuku brought out his hero notebook and began scribbling while mumbling to himself almost incoherently. A quirk that robs the surroundings of heat, while also taking away the opponent's will to fight. Think of the applications. It's perfect for neutralizing threats. Your quirk is amazing. Really? The girl turned red in embarrassment. Oh, only my parents and Ni-chan have ever said that before. You should try out for UA High when you're older if you want to be a hero. That's where I'm studying now. Izuku smiled. With a formidable quirk like that, you'll be sure to earn a spot if you work hard enough. That torpor side effect sure is powerful. I don't know what that word means, Yui admitted timidly. I still haven't picked a name for my quirk, so the doctors are temporarily calling it Fimbulwinter. I'm still learning to control it properly, but basically I can create an area around me that makes everything inside slow and cold. Fast things become slow, hot things become cold, and active people become tired. They're saying I might be able to reverse the effect when I'm older. Izuku's scribbling on his notebook intensified. A quirk that affected the surrounding environment and people, but not the user. Sheikah rating confirmed. If he was understanding it right, her dampening effect caused moving objects to lose inertia, surroundings to lose heat, and humans to lose willpower. It was fascinating, if a little hard to control, but ultimately it wasn't what he was looking for. She had basically proven she was not a villain, just a normal kid who had some trouble controlling their quirk. Your quirk is amazing, and so are you. Izuku flashed her a wide, encouraging grin. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Yui-chan. Oh okay. The girl blushed at his praise, the corners of her lips tugging upwards almost unnoticeably. Thanks, Oni-san. He nodded in assurance, closing his notebook. Right, time to refocus. Now it meant that the villain wasn't taking the form of one of the girls, which hinted at a more esoteric explanation for why Kiri had thought he or she was one of them. For all he knew, the villain could be invisible or even worse, intangible. Izuku turned to look at the two kids still fighting happily without a care, deep in thought. Ah, it's the colors. Oh dear, are they playing Revolution again? Those two, really? Izuku-nii-chan, Yui exclaimed, her mood instantly brightening. Hello. Izuku looked up to see a teenage girl around his age gazing down at them with a patient curiosity, wearing a pristine white sundress and plain brown sandals. The most eye-catching part of her appearance was her hair, long, vibrant thorn-covered vines that cascaded down from her head and ended at her waist like a lush waterfall of green. Lovely acorn eyes gazed down at them, a small smile forming on the girl's face. Hello, Yui-chan, Shizaki greeted calmly, before turning her attention to Izuku. And who's this? This is, The little girl squeezed her eyes shut and tried to recall his name, before giving up completely. Weird Oni-san. WW Weird. I in a good way. Shizaki giggled, bringing a demure hand to her mouth. Izuku meanwhile began to blush helplessly, his shyness around girls flaring up once more. It didn't exactly help that she was pretty attractive, her graceful and soft-spoken demeanor giving the impression that she was one of those pure, innocent girls that were way out of his league. Somehow, he felt as though he had seen her before. My apologies, where are my manners? I am Shizaki Ibara. She bowed politely. Thank you for playing along with them. As you can see, these three can be quite the handful. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stammered, bowing back awkwardly. It was no problem, really. Naturally. He didn't tell her about his true intention, which was to look for a villain that had escaped from within his head and was now possibly disguised as one of the three kids. Yeah, no. The last thing he needed was the neighborhood police on his case. It's Ni-chan. Sat-chan and Koto stopped playing when they noticed the older girl and scrambled over excitedly. Yeah, hello, One-chan. Salutations. Hello, Sat-chan, Koto-chan. Shizaki smiled warmly, an air of quiet tranquility around her. Were you two playing around with your quirks again? Just be careful not to hurt each other. It's fun. And look, we met this Oni-san just now. He's financing my rebel operations to destabilize the region for long-term war profiteering. Koto has said simply. Is one of them your little sister? Izuku ventured curiously, noting that the four girls were color-coded in red, blue, yellow, and green. Maybe Shizaki could help gauge their behaviors to spot if something was wrong. No, but I helped to babysit them when they were younger. The teenager reached out and pat their heads tenderly, eliciting a bright laughter from the girls. Midoriya Izuku goes to the same school you do, One-chan, Yui mentioned helpfully. What? Izuku turned to the vine-haired girl in bewilderment. Wait a minute, don't tell me you're from UA. No wonder I found you familiar. You're that plain-looking boy from 1A, are you not? Shizaki tilted her head curiously. Yes, I'm from Class 1B, Midoriya-san. Plain-looking boy. Kendo had used the same term to describe him earlier, too. The two girls were in the same class as well. Izuku groaned internally, feeling a little depressed. Was that how everyone's first impression of him was like? At least now he knew why Shizaki looked familiar to him. He had remembered seeing her distinctive thorn vine hair around in school from time to time. That's me, Izuku sighed. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. So this is our first time actually speaking to each other. Not a bad introduction, considering the circumstances. I suppose not. She giggled. What a coincidence, or so it seems. What brings you here to the park? Not many tend to come here at this hour. I'm enjoying the scenery. He lied through his teeth, trying to throw her off his trail. Why yeah, I guess you could say I'm quite the nature lover. Oh my, it seems we share similar interests. I too enjoy appreciating the beauty of Mother Earth. Though I suppose you can see why from my appearance. Shizaki hummed and gave him a demure smile. I have a feeling we'll cross paths again, Midoriya-san. Especially if you frequent this place in the afternoons. And maybe. He was talking with a girl. A cute one. Casually. I must say I'm impressed by how well disciplined your dog is. To be quite honest, I was rather worried when I saw them playing with it. But I can see now it has been trained to be around children. My dog, Izuku said blankly. This isn't my dog. It's not. Shizaki frowned, turning to her little charges. Girls, where did you find this gentle creature? Here in the park. She came to us when we were eating earlier and looked really hungry, so we fed her some meat. And then we took her to Oyaji and he fed her some doggy biscuits. And then we had a lot of fun playing fetch and stuff. She's really nice. She even lets us ride on her back. Oh dear, I wonder where the owner is. Kiri suddenly began pulling on several strands of his hair like reins while hidden atop his head, forcing him to look back at Yui. His little sister was trying to tell him something about the girl, but she'd already shown her quirk, and it clearly wasn't one that allowed her to change her form. The little fairy hidden within his hair began to pull in different directions, and he responded appropriately, looking up when she yanked his hair back, and down when she yanked it forward. Shizaki blinked curiously, starting to look a little worried. Is there something wrong, Midoriya-san? I'm, just stretching. Izuku answered awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah, what was Kiri trying to tell him? She couldn't exactly speak due to him ordering her to hide herself, but she was clearly trying to convey some sort of message to him. She made his head go up and down several times, repeating the process to the point where Kotoha and Sat-chan got interested and began to point and laugh at him. Ha ha ha, look at this weirdo. It's like he's at a concert. Sat-chan giggled and thrust out her hand to form the sign of the horns. Rock on, Oni-san. You're super weird, Oni-san, Kotoha remarked, reaching into her bag. I'm gonna take a picture to commemorate your weirdness. When he ignored them, thinking hard. Up and down, Kiri was trying to tell him something. His head jerked skyward, then down towards the ground with a little more force. She was telling him to look down. There was nothing to look at unless the villain was the size of an ant or something. It could be anything. But that would mean that his earlier theory still stood. That the villain was some kind of. Izuku head jerked downward to stare at the large dog Yui was riding. Shape. His eyes widened just a tiny fraction and the dog smiled, revealing a row of gleaming white razor-sharp teeth. Shifter. That bitch is fast as hell and will be halfway around the country if you startle her. Izuku paled visibly, realizing what was currently happening in front of him. He'd been looking for the wrong target all this while. The villain had taken the form of a dog, shapeshifting into an animal form. He got careless and focused too much on one thing when he should have been thinking out of the box. He should have thought of that in the first place. That little girl was riding on top of a villain. He wanted to scream, to warn her of the immeasurable danger that she was in, but the words just wouldn't come out, his brain simply unable to comprehend nor process the sheer ludicrousness of the situation. Are you okay, Oni-san? You're looking a little off color. Kotoha's features twisted into a smug grin. Don't tell me you're afraid of dogs. And no, that's not it, Izuku said shakily. The large canine continued smiling at him, its tongue now hanging out and dripping with saliva. Oh, Yui pushed herself off the hound's back, stroking its head carefully. Maybe you want to play with the doggy. The moment the dog heard the word play, it lunged at Izuku, bowling him over much to the shock of Shizaki and the three kids. They immediately went over to pry the large canine off him in fear that he was being attacked, but all it did was lick his face happily, causing the boy to cough and sputter. Wah, hey, Izuku cried, defenseless against the playful animal. See, cut it out. Awa, she really likes you. Sat-chan giggled. Oh my, Shizaki said. Gah, the boy protested, feeling drool all over his face as the animal licked him endlessly. He still didn't know what the villain's intentions were. Why was she behaving like this? Then he saw it. Upon her neck was a simple leather collar, and hanging from it was a small, silver dog tag that bore a name and details in bold capital letters. Now that he was this close, he could actually read the minute script. K-Onig, P-O-L-I-Z-E-I, K-9-E-I-N-H-E-I-T, I-D, Deutscher S-C-H-F-E-R-H-U-N-D-T. That all but confirmed it. He could only read the first sentence, which described her name. The rest were in what he supposed was in German. This was the villain Johnny had mentioned, the one who had killed him and received one for all as a result. But still, it didn't explain why she was acting this way. Perhaps she had gone mad, or it was a side effect of her quirk. Or maybe she was committed to deceiving the kids as well. K. Koenig-san. He tried, raising his arms in defense. Stop. She stopped, all right. But what happened next was rather unexpected. Izuku couldn't believe what was happening even while it was taking place right before his eyes. Koenig transformed without a sound in a flash, limbs lengthening and fur receding to form the lithe yet toned body of a girl in her early 20s. And now she was straddling him. Not a single scrap of clothing on her form. Nice. Kotoha was the first to react, bringing up her portable game console to take a quick snapshot. This'll make good blackmail material. KYYYY. Yui squealed, turning a bright shade of red and covering her eyes. It's super lewd. What do you think you're doing, Oni-san? Ha 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 ha. Sat-chan laughed. Not only is he weird, he's also a big pervert. Unacceptable, hentai-ni-san. To the dungeon with you. 1,000,000 years dungeon. Shizaki said nothing, though her lovely pale cheeks turned bright red. Her eyes were wide before snapping themselves shut, clearly much more uncomfortable than Izuku despite being a bystander. The innocent maiden was much too pure to have experienced any lewdness in her life, and now she had a front row seat to the scandalous perversion taking place. She was unable to stop blushing, hands wrapped around her own graceful body protectively. How lecherous. Look away, girls, Shizaki cried, eyes scrunched shut in a mix of disbelief and overwhelming embarrassment. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop herself from peeking, her blush intensifying tenfold. I can't believe you, Midoriya-san. And here I was beginning to see you as such a sweet guy. You deviant, you heathen. To think that you're one who CCC consorts with beasts, giving yourself over to shameful lust. And no wait, it's not what you think, Izuku said frantically, his cheeks burning and struggling under the dog girl's superhuman grip. It was useless. Her wrists were bands of iron that pinned him down firmly but gently. Let go of me. His eyes couldn't help but travel up his captor's feminine figure where strips of thick, velvety black fur cloth lined her tan skin in tribal patterns to form a natural costume, just barely protecting her modesty. A youthful face was framed by short, tomboyish dark hair that parted above her head for a pair of cute, pointed ears that were alert and twitching with excitement. She looked like a perfectly normal human with the exception of her limbs, her arms and legs ending in large, mitten-like paws that pressed softly against Izuku as he struggled. A long, bushy tail extended from her tailbone, swishing from side to side rapidly. She kept on licking his face, which caused the poor boy to blush even further, thanking his lucky stars that nobody was around to witness this aside from the girls. A pair of brownish-red pupils surrounded by black sclere locked onto his, wisps of ghostly red energy flowing outward like flames. Gazing into those eyes, Izuku realized he had jumped to conclusions once again. Within there was a small spark of humanity nearly overwhelmed by pure animalistic glee and primal hunger, the look of a predator who had cornered her prey and was ready to devour it, or one that had found a new chew toy to play with. She was practically salivating over him, her hot, panting breaths tickling his face. Now he finally understood why she was acting this way. She wasn't a human who could turn into a dog. She was a dog who could turn into a human. Oh no, Izuku whispered. Oyeesssss. Tonic howled, tendrils of crimson lightning crisscrossing and arcing off her body like a Tesla coil's discharge. She snatched him into a princess carry, powerful legs tensing to jump. When for all. All Might was not having a good week. Just yesterday, USJ had been attacked by a group of villains, which resulted in them learning about their sinister secret weapon, the artificial human known as Namo. Not only that, a new mystery had arisen in the form of the vigilante, Valkyrie, who displayed abilities and power that nobody had never observed from her before, most notably the form and fighting skills of the late Shimura Nana. Then earlier this morning he'd gotten reports of the UA teachers encountering and battling an unknown individual who'd gotten away with the help of another unknown at the grounds near USJ, to escape not one, but 4 UA teachers. How troubling. But right now he was focused on his current task. Only minutes ago he had received a call from Tsukachi that Endeavor and a few other heroes were facing down an unknown opponent that had been flying over the city, and that the situation wasn't looking good. All Might grit his teeth and worry. Endeavor was an extremely powerful and talented hero that he respected, but the man could be rather overzealous when in combat. The fact that he was having trouble with fighting the unknown, that sent his alarm bells ringing. Leaping across multiple city blocks with a single leap, the hero finally found the cordoned-off combat zone, and his eyes widened at the sight. Several heroes were lying unconscious in the broken street, defeated by the unknown villain. He quickly checked up on them and was relieved to see that they were still breathing, if a little bruised and battered. Airjet, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady were all down for the count. The villain was someone who could take on 5 heroes all at once. Incredible. Continuing onward, All Might finally found his fiery comrade still in combat with the unknown. Endeavor's right arm hung limply by his side while he rocketed forward down the scorched street, the villain doing the same. A miniature sun flared and throbbed in Endeavor's hand while his opponent chambered an armored fist, a lance of green flaring from his elbow. All Might's eyes widened, recognizing that technique, though it was slightly different with the additional elbow rocket effect. That was one of his trademarked. Iowa, Forbidden Sun, Endeavor roared, a tsunami of fire flaring from his palm. The sphere of flame growing exponentially as it screamed down the street, its blazing core grossly incandescent. Smash, scorching orange and immolating green clashed in a single moment before the colossal sphere of condensed heat and flame was torn apart by a gargantuan emerald explosion, the pressure wave shearing through the curtain of flames. Endeavor cursed as the spiraling torrent of burning viridescent energy rumbled towards him like a speeding train, roaring and surging. The hero's boots ignited to thrust himself backward, ready to launch a counterattack until a blur of yellow and blue darted into his line of sight. Texas SMASH. All Might's hefty fist impacted the oncoming blast and split it in two, sending twin blasts of green spinning to his sides while he stood in front of his comrade, his massive back presented like an immovable wall. Are you okay, Endeavor? All Might, the flame hero snarled. Stay back, this is between him and me. The tall, armored man tilted his head, gazing at the new arrival with curiosity. Endeavor growled and stood beside his rival, features twisted with rage. Despite his broken arm, he kept pushing on without a care, determined to take down his opponent. Such unbreakable willpower was admirable. "You're All Might," the villain whispered reverently, pointing at him with a steady finger. "You're the symbol of peace." "That's right. Now I suggest you surrender," All Might said. "I appreciate all my fans, but I don't take kindly to you hurting my fellow heroes." "What?" Another tilt of the head. The villain's voice laced with confusion. "That was one of my signature smash attacks you launched, was it not? I can tell you're a big fan. Now let us settle this peacefully. I'm willing to talk things out. Let's just all calm down now, young man." "All Might, you can't possibly be serious. How can you get soft on this goddamn punk? He's in direct violation of. I've gotten a sitrep from the Hero Association. He was just flying around the city when you ordered Airjet to shoot him down." All Might held out a hand slowly. "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. Violence only begets more violence." Wise words from a great hero. Your fiery friend never could reach your level. "Who the hell do you think you are, you little shit?" Endeavor hissed. "I'm going to make sure they lock you up and throw away the key. I don't have time to listen to the nonsensical ramblings of some washed-up old man." The villain shot back, beginning to hover into the air as flickering bursts ignited under his boots, especially one so blinded by ambition that he abused his own wife and child. For a moment no one spoke, digesting what had just been said. That moment soon ended when Endeavor's face twisted into a snarl, his muscular frame seeming to expand with volcanic rage. Towering flames erupted and flared from his massive back, a wave of heat rising off him and distorting the air. "You son of a," Endeavor roared, fists aflame with wrath. "I'd suggest you spend some quality time with your family." "Hothead, it's not too late. And All Might, you really shouldn't be here. You're looking a little." The villain tapped 3 fingers along his own ribs. Bony. "He knows." The number 1 hero's eyes widened slightly, which went unnoticed by Endeavor when a torrent of fire erupted from his palm. The villain simply dodged the attack gracefully and flew off, blasting into the skies once more. In his shock, All Might didn't pursue, simply staring at the rapidly diminishing dot in the sky. "TCH, he got away. And my bike was trashed in the battle." Endeavor tapped at his earpiece angrily, though he seemed a little shaken. "I need a recovery team for Epsilon 1. "Wait, Endeavor. Your arm." "I'm fine." He landed a lucky shot. "That's all." The flame hero growled, shoving All Might away roughly. "Get out of my way. I didn't need your goddamn help." "Everyone needs a little help sometimes, Todoroki." All Might gazed at the horizon. Something about that guy felt wrong. Sometimes a little help can make all the difference in the world. The hero kept watching the sky for a few more seconds before turning away, deciding to let the aerial specialist heroes go after the unknown. There'd be time to ask questions if they caught him. The biggest question was, if that villain knew about his true form, why hadn't he told anyone yet? Just before he flew off, All Might had gotten a good look at him. His costume seemed eerily familiar, a heavily warped distortion of something he once saw before. It was at the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't remember where. Despite not being able to see his face, the hero seemed to get a feel of that villain's current emotions from his body language alone. Beneath all that indifference and anger, that man had looked incredibly sad. Midoriya Izuku screamed incoherently, hanging on for dear life. Konig screamed along with him, her voice thrumming with delighted glee. "You found me. You found me." The villainess had leaped into the air without a word earlier, leaving Shizaki and the kids behind in bewildered confusion. Now Izuku was currently being princess carried by an overexcited dog girl, the wind rushing past his face as she leapt from rooftop to rooftop with dizzying speed. Kiri was still hanging onto his hair, holding on tightly. This was insane. The girl carrying him was traveling at a speed much too fast for him to get used to. The surroundings were a blur of light and sound, Konig clearing multiple city blocks in a single bound. He had to stop her before he blacked out and wasted even more time. "Konig." His yelling was barely audible over the rushing wind. Stop. "Don't wanna," she yelled back, kicking off a nearby water tower and almost parallel to the ground. "I wanna play. I wanna have fun." "No, yes." Izuku's mind raced. Maybe he could get Kiri to turn into her adult form and drag her down? No, that wasn't a very good idea in hindsight. Konig could drop him, and then he'd have to go on a wild goose chase to look for her all over again. There had to be a way to stop the dog girl without startling her, a way to make her listen to him. Listen to him. It was absolutely crazy, and he doubted it would actually succeed. But all he had to work on was the little existing information he had. Konig was a dog who once had a master, as indicated by her collar and tag. And the fact that she could speak Japanese meant that the other wielders within his head must have taught her at some point, which ultimately meant she could perhaps understand and respond to him as well. "Konig," Izuku cried out, making his voice as authoritative as possible. Heel. The dog girl twitched, but ultimately obeyed his command. She slowed down, decelerating until they were now traversing at a comfortable speed instead of her earlier breakneck pace. Now he had to look for a place to set them down. He spotted a wide-open concrete rooftop of an apartment and chose that as their landing zone. There, he commanded. Stay. Konig complied and stopped at exactly where he'd indicated, reluctantly letting him out of her arms. Izuku sighed and took a deep breath, glad the ordeal was over. Now that he finally had a moment to think, he turned towards the girl and, whoa, it took all it had in him not to back away. He didn't realize how huge Konig was in her human form until she stood upright in front of him. The girl was as tall as All Might's hero form and had the body of an elite gymnast or athlete, all lean muscle and tan skin. Thick, fluffy fur covered her limbs up to her elbows and thighs, giving the impression that she was wearing evening gloves and thigh-high socks. More fur lined her shoulders like a pair of fluffy pauldrons, making her torso look bigger than it actually was. He took a moment to thank his lucky stars once more. All that fur across her body formed a costume to clothe her so nobody could actually see anything important. She stared at Izuku expectantly, her eyes hungry. He noticed the jagged line of lighter scar tissue running horizontally across her face. An old wound. Konig-san. He tried nervously, not sure what to call her. That's me, but everyone calls me Koko. She introduced herself excitedly. You can call me that, too. I like exercise and eating, and my special skill is eating a lot. Also, I can turn into a human. Sort of. Alright, Koko. This had to be one of the weirdest moments in his life, period. You're the new host. New friend. Koko gushed, towering over him and twitching sporadically. New master, yeah. And no, I'm not. Don't worry, master. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and Koko is top dog. The girl ignored his protest and smiled widely, gazing down and examining him from all angles. Actually, it's dog-eat-dog, he began. Koko no eat doggus, she exclaimed defensively, aghast. Bad. Izuku sighed exasperatedly. Never mind. You recognized me earlier. Why didn't you try to get my attention or something? I was looking for everyone because I was lost. But then I got hungry, then I went to play with the children. They gave me food, yummy food. Then I found you. Then we played hide and seek in plain sight. And then you found me. Right. As he looked at her, the boy blushed. Her costume was nothing more than strips of her own fur that somehow made it onto her semi-human form and barely preserved her modesty. But it made her look like something out of an adult anime or a roach. In fact, she reminded him of one of those monster girls that were popular in Japanese manga, inhuman yet gorgeous. Right, he really shouldn't be thinking about that. Her very existence was an unusual phenomenon. There had been documented cases of animals with quirks, but they were extremely rare. Only 2 such examples had been seen in Japan in the past few decades. The first and most notable was UA's very own Principal Nezu, who appeared to be a possible combination of several different animals including a dog, mouse or a bear. His quirk, high spec, granted him superior intelligence that surpassed humans, despite being an animal. Nezu's quirk enabled him to live in society like a normal person. The second was a cat that had possessed a bus in Tokyo some time ago with its monster cat quirk and caused it to go out of control. But luckily no one was hurt thanks to the combined efforts of the turbo hero, Ingenium, and a local vigilante known as the Crawler. He supposed Konig, Koko, was such a creature, an animal that had somehow developed a quirk. Then it sunk in and the boy could barely believe what his mind was telling him. A literal dog used to wield one for all. Things just kept getting crazier and crazier. Damn it, why didn't they tell him about this? He supposed they'd been living with her for so long that they completely forgot how abnormal it was for an animal to have a quirk. A dog that could turn into a human. Well, mostly human. It was almost beyond belief. Izuku brought his hands to his face, breathing in deeply to calm down. When he removed them, Koko was standing right in front of him, looking rather eager and still twitchy. She then picked him up effortlessly and pressed him against her sizable bosom in a warm, tight hug, causing the boy to turn red once more. Hey. You don't look like master, Koko hummed, scrutinizing him carefully. She sniffed and pawed at his messy hair, breathing in his scent thoroughly. Kiri emerged from within, staring up passively. You don't smell like master. Finally, the girl gave Izuku a long lick on the cheek, sending him into a fit of embarrassed sputtering. You don't taste like master. She scratched her chin with an extended claw, thinking hard. An imaginary light bulb seemed to turn on above her head, the girl's face lighting up. I know. Koko will call you, new master. Please don't. He sighed. Put me down, Koko. Yeah, new master. The dog girl put him down carefully, still looking at him with expectant eyes. She wanted something from him. Beside him, Kiri transformed into her adult form, staring at the much larger female with an almost challenging gaze. Friend, Koko chuffed, examining Kiri intensely. New friend. NN. The projection grunted, unimpressed. For starters, can you not call me new master? It's a little embarrassing, Izuku murmured. When Koko tilted her head before nodding rapidly. Yeah, master. He clearly wasn't going to get across to her. Never mind then. He had to focus on getting her back within his head. But judging by her behavior so far, she was rather harmless despite being called a villain. She clearly had no intention of hurting him whatsoever. If she really wanted to, the girl could have just squeezed and popped his head like an overripe grape. Koko, I need you to go back inside my head. Nain, don't wanna. Yeah. Izuku blinked. Why not? Nobody plays with me anymore. Koko wants to play. She grabbed his left arm, her gaze pleading. Play with me. Sorry, but we don't really have time for that right now. Kiri squeezed his other arm, expressionless. However, he could feel a sort of jealousy flowing off her. That's mine, Kiri said quietly, her tone low and dangerous. They glared at each other for a second, their gazes clashing like thunderbolts. Both girls tensed, each daring the other to make the first move. Although, usually it would be a teenage boy's dream to have two beautiful girls fighting over him. Izuku felt as though he was in a waking nightmare as they began to pull in opposite directions, threatening to split him in two. Blood rushed to his face and left the poor boy's cheeks alight with embarrassment, the sensory stimuli almost too much for his young, hormonal mind. Don't think about it. You're not supposed to think about them that way. One's a dog, and the other's your sister, and they're both projections, so stop thinking about it. No fair. I want to have a turn. Oni-chan's mine. My Oni-chan, doggy. They continued tugging at him, though not too forcefully to avoid hurting him. Both were controlling their strength carefully. If they went at it with full power, he'd be torn to pieces, and they knew it. The girls moved to hug his arms tighter and closer. Okay, that's enough, Izuku exclaimed quickly, his cheeks glowing bright red. They immediately let go of him, worried. Sighing, the boy put a hand to his chin and thought about his options. He couldn't afford to waste time playing around when one of those villains was still out there. But few choices were left, and he highly doubted Koko could be reasoned with using logic. Look, Koko, he said reluctantly, I'm on an urgent mission to retrieve those who escaped, so I can't really play around that long, okay? No playing any long games like fetch or whatever, just a little bit. The dog girl's face lit up with delight at that, while Kiri folded her arms and puffed up her cheeks. He sent an apologetic look her way and shrugged, right before Koko barreled into him with another warm hug. Master, so small, so cute, Koko grinned, baring a row of gleaming, pointed teeth. It makes me just want to eat you up. Izuku gulped. That was just a joke, right? She was a villain, but he could see that she meant no harm. Offhandedly, he wondered what earned her the title of villain in the first place before pushing it to the back of his mind. Still, better safe than sorry. All right, so what am I supposed to do? Izuku asked. He never had a dog before, so he was at a complete loss on how to play with one. Pet me. The boy blinked, then his eyes widened comically. What? He stammered. She couldn't mean pet me. She sat down and presented her back towards him as a sign of trust. Her long, bushy tail wagged back and forth rapidly in anticipation. Rub my back. Oh, that wasn't too bad, but still. See, can't you change back into a dog for this? Izuku blushed. It, would make me feel a lot less embarrassed. Don't wanna. The boy sighed in defeat, accepting his fate. What a stubborn dog. Without a word, he began massaging her back, feeling the warmth of her skin. Izuku was no stranger to back rubs. He would sometimes give them to his mother to help stop her from stress eating too much, the circumstances of her life building up an unhealthy level of stress. She had often commented and joked on how Izuku was an expert at it. Though he was no chiropractor or masseuse, he had looked up on the internet on how he could help his dear old mom. Now he got a chance to test his learned skills, but this was the first time he was giving one to someone else besides his mom, and to someone without clothes, at that. It felt so different when there wasn't a layer of cloth separating his hands from skin. He could feel the knots in her flesh with just his fingers. Koko's back was practically a canvas of rippling muscle. Not too much to be overly masculine, but clearly that of someone who was extremely fit. A perfect example of a peak human female. Her lightly tanned skin was marred with numerous lines of ugly scar tissue from old wounds all over her body, the largest one being a long, uneven gash that ran down her back like a grotesque fin. What kind of life had she led to amass this horrific amount of damage? The poor thing. Perhaps this was the least he could do to make her feel better. Izuku pressed onto her firmly but gently, pushing his thumbs into specific trigger points on her back and muscle knots. Well, she moaned, tail sweeping across the ground. Feels good. Please don't moan like that. Izuku sighed, feeling rather embarrassed at what he was doing. You're making this really weird. Nobody's done this for you before. Only when I'm a doggy. Koko glanced back at him with a toothy grin. This feels much better. The boy was doing his best to think of her as a dog, rather than a person. But there were limits to how much he could delude himself. This was a girl, a human female that he was touching rather inappropriately. He couldn't help but feel flustered as he rubbed his hands along her back, feeling every curve along her supple flesh. His fingers ran across silky skin and rough scar tissue, a strange contrast of textures. He moved to her lower back and pressed near her tailbone, which suddenly caused her tail to stiffen, the girl letting out a high-pitched yelp. Sorry. Did I hurt you? And no, keep going. Izuku made sure not to touch there anymore, for it seemed a little too sensitive to the point where the girl had to bite her lip whenever his hands brushed near that particular spot. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Just pretend she's a dog. She flipped over without warning, lying on her back this time. Izuku raised an eyebrow, already expecting what she was about to ask of him. And no, there's no way I'm gonna rub my belly, Koko exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with completely innocent intentions. You can't be serious, Izuku said flatly. Rub me. The dog girl started rolling from side to side like a spoiled child. Or I won't move, master, the teenager groaned, closing his eyes and mentally calming himself down. What had he done to deserve this? Yes, she was attractive in a rough, primal sort of way, but she was also a dog who could turn into a human. He felt as though he had crossed some line he shouldn't have. Mom, forgive me for my degeneracy. I won't mind if you erase my name off your will. Forgive me, ancestors. Give me strength. Koko squealed in delight when he put his hands on her stomach and began to rub slowly and tenderly, his eyes shut tightly in embarrassment. Ironically, closing his eyes only had the opposite effect. He could trace and feel every inch of her toned abs, along with the contracting and relaxing of her diaphragm. Her patterned strips of fur were soft and velvety, contrasting against her smooth, silky skin. Naturally, he steered clear of her bosom, but the rise and fall of her chest was increasing. She was breathing harder and faster with each passing second. He feared that something had gone wrong and that he was hurting her, but opening his eyes revealed it was in fact quite the opposite. Her cheeks were flushed and her breathing was ragged, hot breaths escaping from an unstable mix of growling and giggling as he ran his hands over her warm skin. Her clawed toes were curling back, brownish red eyes completely glazed over and lost in a haze of rapturous ecstasy. At one point they even rolled to the back of her head, demonstrating that the intensity of the stimuli she was experiencing was worlds apart compared to a regular human. She was now putty in his hands, practically melting at his touch. To have a girl this powerful completely at his mercy felt somewhat good. Izuku quickly began thinking of something else like mathematical equations to get the intrusive thoughts out of his head, certain that he would develop some troubling fetishes if he continued down that slippery slope. Okay, we're done, Izuku yelled frantically, quickly throwing his hands off her. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The dog girl stopped laughing maniacally to refocus her gaze upon him. Within those flaming ruby eyes there was that primal hunger once again. Pupils dilated and twitching erratically. Her human instincts had been completely overwhelmed by her animal ones. The beast in her had been rattling at its cage, and now Izuku had unlatched the lock. Ha ha ha. Koko, sit, he ordered nervously. Stay. She didn't listen, completely ignoring his commands. Wide eyes locked onto him, bone-white canines glinting in the afternoon light as Koko grinned inhumanly. A low, predatory rumble emanating from her throat. The ancient prey instincts dormant within every human triggered within Izuku, causing him to flinch. He got too overconfident. No matter how well she was trained, he simply didn't have enough experience to control her. She wants something. Don't tell me she wants to eat me. Kiri advanced forward to restrain the other girl, but was quickly stopped by a mental command from Izuku. This was bad. Really, really bad. For a moment it looked like Koko was either about to devour him or assault him in ways he wasn't old enough to understand. He had to stop her somehow, but startling her would only cause her to run away, which meant Kiri couldn't attack. There had to be a way to calm her down, but he needed to know what she wanted. His vision blurred without warning, allowing him to experience another memory that didn't belong to him. This was clearly Koko's memory. He felt a strong dissonance when looking through her eyes, as the memory wasn't made in a human body. She was in her dog form and barking furiously at a pair of men, one cuffing the other with a pair of metallic handcuffs. A policeman at work, Izuku realized. She was, or rather used to be, a police dog. Then how'd she become a villain? His thoughts were interrupted when Koko tugged at her leash wildly, surging forward and snarling. Easy, girl, easy. A tall, well-built man came into view, kneeling down and rubbing her head gently. You did good, Koko. Izuku seemed to realize who the man was. He was Koko's old master, her partner back when she was just a normal dog. She didn't even know that she had a quirk at that time, content to serve as a part of the local K9 unit. He continued rubbing her head and scratching gently behind her ears, getting her to calm down. SHHH, it's okay. Easy. The blonde man spoke softly in German, holding her tight to his chest. It's okay. Good girl. Hey, you always get so overexcited when you're hungry. Feeling calmer now, girl? Good doggy. When? Koko chuffed happily, licking the man in the face. Heh, come on, girl. He opened the door to his police cruiser for her, the dog hopping in easily. Let's go home for dinner." The world shuddered and spun. Izuku broke out of his daze, back in reality. Koko was mere inches away from him now, hot breath tickling his face as she opened her mouth to reveal a maw full of razor-sharp teeth that could rip his throat out in a flash. Kiri stood only inches behind the taller girl, fist drawn back and ready to tear her into pieces if she tried to hurt Izuku. He now realized Koko wasn't just hungry for food. She was also hungry for affection. Her intentions had been completely innocent. All she wanted was for somebody to hold her and say those words again. He didn't hesitate, grabbing hold of the dog girl's head and pulling her close. In one smooth motion he hugged and held her tight to his chest, just like how her old master had done to get her to calm down. She twitched violently and shuddered with volatile energy until the boy began rubbing her head and scratching her behind the ears gently, replicating that sensation that she'd been looking for all this while. She began to feel safe, contented. The ever-present gnawing hunger that accompanied her transformation started to dissipate. SHHH, it's okay. Easy, Izuku whispered softly, feeling her breathing gradually stabilize. Her tail stopped wagging rapidly, slowing down and beginning to relax. It's okay. Good girl, Koko whined, the coiled tension in her body finally loosening. With Izuku using the exact same words and holding her in the same way her old master did, the dog girl began to experience a deep sense of nostalgia, something she hadn't felt in a long, long time. When the boy slowly let her go, she seemed more composed and collected now, no longer in a state of perpetual excitement and hunger. Koko is. Good girl, she tried timidly, her gaze flickering between him and the ground. Good doggy. Yeah. Izuku reached up and ruffled her hair, feeling her fluffy, twitching ears. She nuzzled against his hand, her pupils slowly returning to normal. You did good, Koko. A low rumble rose from the girl's throat, followed by her hugging him again. He should have guessed it from the start. She had probably woken up all alone in this strange new world, lost, hungry, and confused. The first thing she sought out was food, followed by love. No wonder she went to interact with those kids. They would have provided her both of those in abundance. She had been wound up like a spring, pent-up energy within her threatening to burst. The only thing missing was for somebody to calm her down and tell her that everything was all right, and Izuku had finally fulfilled that role. Sorry to cut this short, but I really need you to return back to my head so I can go look for the last one. Can you do that for me, girl? Oh, okay. Will. She looked hesitant for a moment. Will I see you again, new master? New master is frowned. Friend, Koko, I want to see you again. Izuku hummed, then patted her head tenderly. I don't know, but I'll try. The dog girl nodded obediently and then turned to face Kiri, who had shrunk down into her miniature form after realizing Izuku was safe. Koko gave the little fairy a long, loving lick along the entirety of her tiny body and began to smolder, returning the borrowed power. The simulacrum looked rather unamused, doggy drool slicking down her form before she shook it off. Master, be careful, Koko warned, fading away. Last one is powerful. Let us out. Let us out, Izuku repeated blankly. Then his eyes widened in realization. Johnny had made a mistake. Koko wasn't the one that had caused the breach. It was the last escaped villain. I need more details. Why did they let you all out? What's their goal? Don't know. Is fast, faster than me. Strong, very strong. The dog girl murmured and turned translucent. Very angry, but also very sad. Give me a name. What was their name when they were a villain? The Amazon closed her eyes, recalling the one who had inherited One for All from her. The one who explained to her what it was and why they needed it. One for All must always have a wielder. Aftermath. Her form dissolved into a flurry of crimson particles, swirling in the air like a storm of rose petals before diving into his forehead. Izuku braced himself, knowing what was coming next, a memory that belonged to her, not him. He should be able to distance himself from the memory and view it as an observer now since their minds were so different. The first thing he saw was blood, dark red and maroon pooling around an unmoving body. The man he had seen earlier, Koko's old partner and master. She pawed and sniffed at him pitifully, crying. And then she turned into a human for the first time in her life. The first time she used her quirk. That's what you get for messing with the wild hunt. Somebody outside the building screamed, followed by the cacophonous noise of at least a dozen engines roaring to life. Let's ride, boys. Around her the police station burned, a raging inferno consuming the place she called home. Dead officers and personnel lined the hallways, her master among the bullet-ridden corpses. No matter how much she nudged at him and wailed, she knew he was dead. The light in his eyes was gone and she screamed and sobbed and howled, her heart shattering into a million pieces as the world around her turned to embers and ash. Her master was gone. Her human friends were gone. Her brothers and sisters were gone. Even the old caretaker was gone. Everything she loved was gone. The police department building going up in flames. All because they protected the people in the name of justice. And so for the first time, Koko spoke. I find who hurt you. Razor-sharp canines glinted in the flickering firelight as the girl's features twisted into an enraged, bestial snarl. I kill. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks, burning blood-red energy flaring out from crimson pupils surrounded by black sclera. I good doggy. Izuku lurched back into reality, feeling bile rise up in his throat. He barely stopped himself from vomiting, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He had felt what she had felt in that short memory. There had been so much grief and hate within her at that time. He supposed she had made good on her promise and gotten her revenge, which was probably why she was classified as a villain. Heroes didn't exactly take kindly to vigilantes killing even criminals, often just putting the two groups into the same category. But he didn't have time to stop and cry. The last one was still out there. Izuku grunted and pushed himself up unsteadily, Kiri helping him to his feet. He shoved his current feelings to the back of his mind, putting them away for later thought. He had to keep moving forward. Koko manifested back into Izuku's mind with a whirl of noise, the air displacing around her with a whoosh. She spotted the still tiny Nana and immediately bounded over with uncanny speed, clearly excited. Hey Koko, I'm glad you're alright. Oof. Nana cried out as the canine knocked her over began licking happily. It's good to see you too, Ga. Asia. Down, girl. Nana, Koko thought spoke, somehow able to speak inside Izuku's mind even as a dog. Like the other wielders, she too could use her quirk here if she wanted to. Nana became small. Cute. So cute. Get off me. The little girl squawked. Bleh. A moment later Nana got up, wiping the drool off with her cape. Koko was running circles around All Might. Toshinori, now. Friend, Koko gasped, delighted at the prospect of meeting someone new yet again. New friend. Big, funny face. Hello, Koko. I am Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Hallo, she barked, darting around his legs energetically. Skondich zu treffen, Amerikaner. What's she saying? Toshinori whispered, leaning over to his mentor. Nice to meet you, American. Nana grunted. I'm glad you didn't eat anyone, Koko. Good girl. Wan, but what have we said about using your human form? Nana frowned, hands on her hips. Wear clothes when I'm human, Koko said slowly, tilting her head. And what did you do? Didn't wear clothes. The dog seemed to think about it for a moment, then quickly decided she didn't care anymore. Wan, never mind. Here, fetch. Nana threw the red soul orb high into the air and Koko lunged up to catch it, disappearing once she made contact. Her companions buzzed and flickered upon Toshinori's halo to welcome her back. Unbelievable. She really is a dog. The blonde muttered. I still can't believe it. Let me give you a bit of context, then. Konig, Aka Koko. Villain name, Hellhound. Quirk, human. Nana explained. Well, it's pretty much as it says on the tin. She can turn into a superhuman with incredible speed and strength. She was an absolute monster back in the day, a brute in every sense of the word. The German heroes deemed her a villain after she began killing the members of a metahuman villain gang known as the Wild Hunt. But she always managed to get away thanks to her inhuman prowess and the fact that nobody realized she was actually a dog. Why was she killing them? Revenge. Poor girl used to be a police dog, but that changed when the Wild Hunt killed her master and burned down her home. She managed to keep surviving her battles because of the secondary effect of her quirk. Her stored form heals way faster so she can swap between forms to fix injuries. The downside is, well, I think you can guess it by now. Her human and animal instincts don't mix well. Toshinori hummed, which is why she eats people. Partially correct. Swapping between forms and healing takes a ton of energy. Her caloric intake skyrockets as a result. She also regenerates faster when consuming more biomass. So she used to eat the people she killed, only bad guys though. Yeah, I know. I was pretty disgusted and outraged by that at first. I was worried that she would get confused and fight some heroes out in the real world. And that one thing would lead to another. Glad to see that didn't happen. Wait a minute. Toshinori frowned. How did she get one for all in the first place? Oh, that's a long story. Short version is that Johnny crash-landed from space, got chased into the forests by the local heroes who thought he was an insane metahuman who had lost control of his quirk, which technically he was. Crash-landed from space. So he lived there for a while like an animal and met Koko by sheer chance. Lots of stuff happened after they fought the first few times. Yada yada. Johnny later gets eviscerated so he passes her one for all in his last moments when she ate what remained of him so the flame doesn't get snuffed out. Yada yada yada. You just yada yada'd over the most important parts. No, I mentioned the part where he was insane. Nana shrugged. I'll let them tell you the story. Fine. One last thing. Why did Johnny and Chen address her differently? They called her Konig instead of Koko. Johnny got eaten so it's no surprise that he's still wary around her. Chen isn't comfortable with dogs due to a childhood incident when she got thrown into a dog fighting pit to be torn apart. Toshinori winced. But I digress. The last one is still out there, but why cause the breach? It just doesn't make any sense. Why, especially after being content to spend that much time in hibernation? Why now? The sky turned blood red without warning, causing the two heroes to look up in alarm. Lighting up like a screen, it showed what Izuku was currently seeing. An armored figure hovering in the air, flickering bursts of green energy blazing beneath heavy boots. It turned out that Izuku didn't have to look for the last one after all. They had been looking for him. Young Izuku's heart was thumping madly in his chest like a jackhammer, beating against his ribs with a steadily increasing rhythm. He hadn't even managed to get off the rooftop Koko had landed on when this new individual showed up. Hovering in the air menacingly, Kiri pointed at him with a quiet finality, confirming his fears. This was the one Koko had spoken of, the villain known as Aftermath. For a moment they just stared at each other in silence. The boy's mind tried desperately to analyze the villain's capabilities, starting with his costume. The man didn't dress like a villain, wearing a mask with dark lenses that ended in long ears, coupled with a metallic respirator on his neck that shielded his mouth. Green armor along his torso and limbs, along with a pair of heavy boots. The outfit looked somewhat familiar, yet completely alien to him. The man was slightly smaller than All Might, but he looked leaner, younger. "I've found you. I've finally found you." An armored finger pointed at him shakily. Midoriya Izuku. Kiri transformed into her combat form, ready to fight. She could go at a 100% now after retrieving the power Koko borrowed from her. The villain still held the remaining surplus power she kept in emergency reserve to manifest himself. "Who are you?" Izuku yelled, standing his ground despite the crushing fear. "Why you caused the breach? Why? You, construct." "Valkyrie," Aftermath growled, still hovering in the air above them. "You stole something that's supposed to be mine. Are you willing to fight for it? Because I sure as hell am." What? Izuku stammered, genuinely confused. Beside him Kiri tensed, taking up a stance. She already knew from the villain's tone alone that Izuku wouldn't be able to change his mind. She had seen something similar before. The man's voice was ice and granite and raw, bloody rage but controlled, taut like a guitar string and ready to snap. "I won't use one for all against you like I did with the hothead. Only my own quirk. I'll prove my worth. I'll beat you with my power alone. You against me against you. Show me your conviction." "Wait," the boy cried out frantically. "Wait, just hang on a minute. We can just talk this out." "No, we can't." Aftermath entered his own stance, his palms facing backwards. "So stop waiting." Kiri's fists tightened as his opened, the armored man rocketing forward. "And start fighting." The simulacrum jumped and crashed into her new opponent with a gut-wrenching crunch, her adversary taking the blow and dragging them both into the sky. Below, Izuku gasped, running for the rooftop door and barreling down the stairs to follow them. Finally exiting the building, he looked up and wished he hadn't. The clear afternoon sky was dotted with bright emerald flashes like fireworks, and Kiri was right in the middle of that relentless barrage. Nearby civilians were beginning to point, taking pictures and recording. He watched in horror as his little sister got bracketed by a flaring burst, followed by a vicious kick to the midsection that sent her spiraling backwards. Though their mental link, he felt her shock and pain. What? She was supposed to be invulnerable. How was Aftermath doing that? Izuku grit his teeth, feeling helpless to do anything. "Think, Izuku. Think." Flight, mover rating confirmed. Ranged offensive capability, blaster rating confirmed. Izuku narrowed his eyes, analyzing how Aftermath strafed Kiri and peppered her with concussive energy blasts on each flyby. No, it was different applications of the same ability. Omnidirectional movement via explosions. Kiri managed to close in to land a solid hit, and the spot where she had landed her attack exploded. A blast that didn't come out of his hands or feet, activated via impact. Some sort of reactive armor. Brute rating confirmed. That had to be the most troubling thing to deal with. Landing a strike would also result in the attacker taking damage. It seemed to be dependent on whether the villain chose to react. Kiri managing to land a few blows without the hit area detonating. Aftermath's mobility and maneuverability was incredible. His attacks employing a mix of melee combat and energy bursts from both his hands and feet that also helped him to fly in irregular, unpredictable patterns. A frighteningly powerful combination. Izuku cursed, his mind spinning. There had to be a way to help her, if only he could see what she was seeing. Wait a minute, he could do that. But it had happened only in his dreams via their mental connection. The boy closed his eyes and focused hard, trying to ignore the sounds of combat and commotion from people observing. He had to help her. He had to. A big brother had to be responsible for his younger sibling. There was a flickering behind his eyes followed by an itch in his head, and then light. He was looking through her eyes. His right eye now glowed an ethereal green and displayed exactly what she was seeing in real time, while his left one remained normal as usual. The overlapping images began to make him dizzy, so he closed his right eye, focusing on what Kiri was doing. A deafening boom echoed in his head, followed by a wave of burning energy splashing across the projection's face. So he could hear what she was hearing, too. Kiri was at a massive disadvantage. She could only float and boost herself using the recoil of her attacks, while Aftermath could fly freely. I bet you're curious why I can hit you though you're in vulnerability. Aftermath's fist met her jaw with a thunderous crash, snapping her head sideways painfully. Simple, really. It's because we're on the same wavelength. We're practically the same thing. Kiri sent a punch backward, which in turn sent her forward using recoil. Her shin slammed into the area under his torso with inhuman speed, right where the kidneys would be. Dazzling green flames erupted from the impact, sending her sprawling back. But Izuku saw it. For a moment the spot that had exploded was empty, resembling a hole in a porcelain figurine. Aftermath was hollow. See, that's what sucks about being invulnerable. A point-blank blast to the face that blinded her like a flashbang grenade, followed up with a knee to the solar plexus which Kiri caught just in time. You never really have to learn how to fight properly. The girl flipped and rotated midair to land a high kick on Aftermath's temple, sending her opponent pinwheeling into a nearby empty construction site. She struck like a meteorite, ramming head-on and driving him through multiple floors of steel and concrete in a series of pandemonic crashes. Dust and debris rushed out of the construction site in a hazy cloud of gray, sending nearby civilians panicking and scrambling for safety. Which is why I'm surprised when it turns out you're not that bad. It shows that you're not just some brainless puppet. Aftermath hissed. You can think for yourself, can't you? Under different circumstances we might have been friends. Perhaps in a different world. Kiri's fist impacted his face with a sound akin to a car crash and was flung aside from the resulting explosion from his reactive armor. She snatched an I-beam off the wall and stabbed it into the ground to halt her momentum, launching herself forward to swing the massive chunk of steel like a baseball bat. The back of Aftermath's head exploded, snapping his skull forward as he headbutted the beam, creating a massive blast that sheared the makeshift weapon into countless pieces. Steely fingers wrapped around her throat like a vice, the girl still a little too stunned to react. A blinding corona of green streaked into the sky as Aftermath rocketed from the destroyed construction site, Kiri struggling in his grip. There was a monstrous roar as he increased his speed exponentially, twin jets blazing beneath his boots, a pristine white cloud starting to form around them like a disk. The cloud narrowed to a sharp point, turning into a vapor cone with supersonic expansion fans, resulting in an ear-splitting crack as the armored figure broke the sound barrier. Izuku gasped, watching them through his own eye. Kiri executed an armlock onto her opponent midair, sending the pair spiraling into a tight corkscrew maneuver as Aftermath tried to regain control. They were headed to the forested outskirts of the city. Izuku began running towards it. Twin juggernauts impacted the forest grounds at 741 miles per hour, sending a giant plume of earth and broken wood into the air. A burning discharge sent Kiri flying out of the crater, the girl correcting herself midair and retaliating with a bone-shattering elbow drop. Izuku was still looking through her point of view with his closed right eye, his left eye focusing on the road. He borrowed a nearby fallen bicycle along the way, cycling with all his might. I can unleash explosive energy at range, but I choose to engage up close in melee combat, and you know why. An armored fist rammed into her stomach with the power of a freight train, sending the simulacrum crashing through a dozen trees. Because it feels good. Aftermath cocked his arm back in a specific fashion, chambering a clenched fist. A lance of energy erupted from his elbow, the effect resembling the afterburners of a jet engine. Izuku's eyes widened. That stance. That was All Might's Iowa Smash. Kiri received his mental warning just in time. Arms Xing to shield herself from the massive rocket-boosted corkscrew punch, the attack detonating with the force of an artillery salvo. There had been enough raw power in that attack to demolish multiple city blocks, the forest behind her parting like the Red Sea as she split the blast in two with her own body. It was like she'd been hit by a tidal wave, a warped distortion of one of All Might's attacks. This guy's a fan of All Might. It doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody who admired All Might become a villain? No, he clearly predates All Might. What the hell is going on? Milky white knuckles cleaved through burning energy as Kiri punched her way into the massive conflagration, her fist slamming against the villain's palm. He just barely caught her other incoming hand by the wrist, only for the girl to brace two fingers against her thumb to launch a vicious, point-blank Delaware smash. Her invulnerable fingers impacted Aftermath's face like a pair of .50 BMGs, the brutal strike snapping his head back and sending him flying. Gravel and soil ruptured under heavy boots as the man found his footing, boosting back into the fight. That's right, just like that. It feels good when you let loose, doesn't it? The thrill, the sheer power within. Not against the squishy little people, but people like me who can fight back. It's a feeling like you want to scream. And when you do, it feels great. Alive. I've been hiding and holding back all these years for my chance. And then, Kiri answered, sidestepping a jab to grab his wrist and the back of his neck, slamming the man's face into the dirt with a crunch. She stomped on the middle of his shoulder blades, twisting his arm like a drumstick with a sudden, sickening snap, nearly tearing the limb off until Aftermath detonated his own arm to escape the hold. A wave of white-hot agony surged over her mental connection as she got flung back from the massive blast, recovering quickly with a kippa. For a moment the villain's right arm was gone, until white particles rushed together to reform the limb. That was how their fists clashed, driving into each other with inhuman force. Aftermath was clearly weaker than her in terms of physical strength, but he made up for it with his relentlessness and those fiery green energy blasts and flames. He was all aggression, 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 always going on the offensive and never defending, never giving her time to think, to plan, to retreat. But Kiri didn't need to retreat, and she knew it. Just as Aftermath was focused on offense, she was the opposite. She was slower but stronger, her infamous defense a shield for the innocent, built to stand and deliver. And she intended to do so now. Kiri tanked his assault to get in close, switching her fighting style to strike between the lapses of Aftermath's offense with counter-punches, exploiting the openings in his attacks. A heavy right cross hurtled towards her. The girl deliberately accepted the punch, her retaliatory haymaker left already crashing into his jaw with the added momentum. She then brought her arms together like a boxer, maintaining a tight guard and shifting her weight to weave and slip under his blasts, executing a near-perfect Dempsey roll to launch a flurry of savage hooks. Switch. Her opponent immediately adjusted his own strategy accordingly to combat her fighting style, initiating the unorthodox acrobatic maneuver of an air flare like a breakdancer, his legs sweeping wide to become a cyclone of iridescent flames. Switch. Kiri swapped to a different style again, her movements now graceful and flowing to redirect incoming attacks with minimal effort, using his own momentum against him. Her roundhouse kick scythed through the air and into his temple. Switch. Aftermath responded by changing styles as well, legs braced and stomping into the earth with a heavy, angular stance. He attacked with elbows and knees, the effects amplified by his blasts. A lightning-fast palm strike crashed into her jawline. Their fighting styles and attacks were adapting to each other like pieces on a chessboard. You don't get it, do you? The villain snarled. This is all happening because of you. You were never supposed to happen. You're a fucking accident, an abnormal irregularity. What? She paused in confusion, leaping back to create some space between them. Everything had been planned out. But because of you, his voice became distorted, seeming to overlap with another. You ruined everything. They moved simultaneously, landing a ferocious cross-counter on each other. If it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be a one for all in this world. It was me who retrieved it from Koko, me who forced it onto Chen. All that grueling hard work, and this is the thanks I get. Aftermath was starting to get emotional, his earlier calm demeanor giving way to unrestrained fury. She could hear him gradually losing it from his voice alone, distorting like two people speaking at once. His tone was slipping like tectonic plates, inch by inch, and any second now the fault line would snap and send him cascading into overwhelming rage. Izuku dodged past a group of policemen setting up a safety barrier, ignoring their alarmed yells. They didn't bother to run after him, too busy helping to evacuate nearby civilians. Emergency sirens blared in the background. Everything I did it for him, and I'd do it all over again. You'll never understand how much I sacrificed, nor will you be able to make the hard decisions that matter. All because you follow those stupid fucking ideals of being a goddamn hero. Kiri snarled, her expressionless face now contorting with wrath. The tip of Aftermath's boot ignited as he flipped overhead, flaring like a rocket engine to send his armored leg downward in a vicious axe kick, speeding towards her neck like a falling guillotine. Manchester, dodge it, Izuku screamed mentally. Kiri obeyed his command and backstepped just in time, the Boothiel missing her face by millimeters. Smash, a thunderclap of energy, followed by blinding light and intense pressure as the ground shattered into enormous chunks, buckling beneath that rocket-boosted heel smash. Izuku was still looking through her eyes, and now he saw yet another oddity. There it was again. Whenever Aftermath launched a heavy blast, the origin point seemed to disappear for a moment. If he used his right arm to launch a larger-than-average blast, his right hand would disappear for a second. Now that he used the axe kick, he could clearly see that his foot vanished for a moment before reappearing. And the fact that he could blow up his own arm earlier. Was he combusting his own body to fuel his attacks? What kind of quirk was this? I won't use one for all against you because this form is all I need. It's all I've ever needed to hurt you, to beat you and anyone who stands in my way. My truth versus your ideals. And the truth is that you'll compromise. When shit gets real, there'll be a time where you'll have to choose between what you believe in and what you truly desire. Unlike you, I won't hesitate. Not even for a single fucking moment if it means I can achieve my goal. That's what makes us different. That's why you're a hero. Aftermath's fist exploded, sending a torrent of emerald energy cascading into the ground. And I'm not. The very earth erupted around Kiri, disorienting her for a second with a smokescreen of debris and uneven footing. But only for a single second. Her reply came in the form of a jaw-breaking uppercut that seemed to hit through Aftermath. The trees behind him shredded from the sheer force of her attack like shrubs in a hurricane. The projection caught his next attack with an open hand, their battle pausing for a brief moment. Never compromise, Kiri whispered, not even in the face of Armageddon. They let go at the same time, hammering at each other with concussive force, bludgeoning and pummeling with fists and elbows, legs, and knees. Emotion against logic, two poles of human nature face to face, fighting it out. Izuku was finally closing in on the spot where they were fighting, bobbing and weaving between panicking civilians who were running the other way. Aftermath had abandoned all semblance of calm and was seemingly going berserk, teetering on the edge of rationality like an acrobat over the chasm of his own rage. He wasn't making any sense. Nothing he said made sense. Kiri, on the other hand, was thinking logically and trying to come up with a way to take him down. Going for limb locks, throat strikes, anything she could think of, and exhausting her entire arsenal against the seemingly unstoppable force. If she couldn't outspeed him, then she'd outlast him, beating him in a battle of attrition. They were turning into the opposites of each other. No, they already were from the beginning. Their battle wasn't so simple as good versus evil, more like ideals versus truth, need versus want, cool logic versus burning emotion, angel versus devil. Kiri sent a piledriver right into her opponent's jaw, sending him reeling back before he countered with an exploding knee to her ribcage. A devastating left hook downed him temporarily, snapping his neck sideways so fast a normal human would have gotten beheaded. She got atop him and tried for a pin, but it was like trying to hold down a volcano as Aftermath erupted, tossing her back into the dirt like a toy. Izuku could feel Kiri getting exhausted, draining more of his emotions as she was almost out of power. But so was Aftermath. Long, jagged cracks were now snaking along the armored man's entire body, and within those cracks was hollow emptiness with the exception of the torso. Theories and speculations spun and churned within Izuku's mind, the boy taking into account every single detail. It couldn't be. I will be the one worthy enough to walk by his side, to be worthy of his attention. For that is my purpose, my race in Detra. This is all I have left. I don't have anything else to live for. I've waited for nearly a fucking century for my chance. Who are you to take it away from me? This feeling I have, you know it too, don't you, Valkyrie? Izuku huffed and puffed, his lungs and muscles screaming in protest. He could feel exactly where Kiri was through their mental link. What was Aftermath talking about? A wave of dread sent shivers down his spine. Was he an all-for-one loyalist that had somehow infiltrated One for All? No, there was no reason to pass it on if he was. It just didn't make any sense. He was almost there. Almost there. This feeling I have could only be called love. Love? Kiri asked in bewilderment, momentarily stunned by the declaration. But if you go beyond love, it turns into hatred, just as people turn on each other when they take their ideals too far. This fucked up world is a result of that. Lunatics running around in ridiculous costumes, bringing violence and escalation wherever they roam, and for what? Justice, power, recognition. These people get caught up in their own beliefs and prejudices and lose sight of the truth. This leads to misunderstandings, followed by discord and then by conflict. They would bring ruin upon humanity for the sake of satisfying their own inflated egos or to further their own deluded cause. If you know that, Kiri began, fury boiling up within her, then why do you still fight? You're asking for a warrior's reason to fight. Aftermath roared, his vicious rocket kick just barely missing and sweeping over her head. That is nonsense. Then you're just a hypocrite, a contradiction. No better than the people you are cursing. Maybe I am. A dodge counter, followed by a two-handed overhead swing that split the earth. You made me this way. Humans are capable of committing atrocities in the name of love, and I am no different. So what if it's selfish? So what if there are consequences? So fucking what? He burst and roared and careened into her like a missile gone haywire, an exhaust trail of burning green and caterwauling noise chasing them into the woods. His back flared once, twice, then it was no longer explosions but a constant jet of emerald plasma, sending them barreling through the trees like a magnesium-tipped tracer round through cheap plywood. She drove her feet into the ground to halt his charge, carving a deep gouge into the landscape and scarring it for decades to come. His torso exploded to separate their destructive embrace, the two fighters staring down each other in the clearing they had made. This was it. I won't let you take him away from me. I'll defeat you, he howled, his distorted, overlapping voice full of rage and despair. I don't care about the rest of the world anymore. This is my own will. You're part of the world as well. Kiri howled right back. Then consider this to be the will of the world. Aftermath screamed. My world. No, Kiri recalled her conversation with Pixabub about balance and needs of others, to not just focus on yourself. All you're doing is selfishly forcing your own distorted wants on others. You only have your own interests and goals in mind, not even considering that people have their own needs. Now I'm coming to smash that distortion out of you. Well spoken, Valkyrie. Aftermath rocketed forward, his arm wrenching back in preparation for a monstrous right swing. Vibrant energy blazed like flames from ragged, uneven cracks splintered along the limb. A jet of emerald plasma burst from his elbow, shock diamonds and concentric rings blossoming along its length in a visual display of colossal power. Green motes of light sparked within dark lenses. Kiri accelerated, her arm cocking back just like how she remembered from Izuku's memories and her own. A special technique that belonged to All Might, ingrained within Izuku's mind since he was 4. An attack that the boy was now capable of using for himself with the power of one for all. The blaze of green energy within her eyes intensified. 2 opposing forces, 2 sides of the same coin. The power to protect and the power to destroy. Green against green. Their ragged voices screamed the exact same words. Detroit SMSSSSSH. The right side of Izuku's vision turned white. A blinding flash was accompanied by a monumental explosion of pressure and force as the forest exploded, lighting up the entire area like a second sun with its brilliant radiance. A pillar of shattered debris climbed into the sky like a mushroom cloud, the gale winds of a typhoon chasing the blast wave into the nearby area. A localized earthquake followed, the earth cracking and splitting open with a groan. Izuku was buffeted by the immense wind, thrown off the bicycle and onto the broken ground painfully. He got up and ignored the bloodied scapes on his knees and elbows, running towards his little sister with his mind clouded in overwhelming panic and worry. That blinding white light dissipated, and he saw through Kiri's eyes again. She was standing tall while Aftermath was falling backwards in slow motion, his right arm missing, his body lined with cracks like a broken mirror and starting to dissolve into smoke and particles. His armored, muscular chest cavity twitched, and something within moved. We're on the same wavelength. We're practically the same thing. Izuku's mind spun into overdrive, analyzing all the clues he'd gathered. The overlapping distorted voice, like 2 people speaking at once. The use of his own body to fuel his attacks. The way his limbs regenerated after his energy blasts. The cracks in that hollow form. The way it was now dissolving into smoke and particles like the combined form of Shimura, Nana, and Kiri. Not yet. A small voice whispered. The man's torso shattered and that same something exploded out of his chest, an ethereal, translucent right palm overlapping a solid smaller one and pointing towards Kiri. A small, female figure clad in a tattered cloak tore her way out of Aftermath, her brightly illuminated, wavy hair rippling wildly in the wind. Aftermath was a mental projection. Not yet. The girl roared, firing a luminous blast that struck Kiri dead center, depleting the last of her power in a desperate final attack. Izuku's little sister doubled over in pain and ran out of energy after receiving the blow, shrinking back into her child form as she fell back and unable to fight any longer. Izuku finally pieced all the clues together at the last moment. This girl was the villain's true form. Just as Kiri was his projection, Aftermath was the girl's. Their quirks were similar, yet complete opposites. An explosive projection instead of an invulnerable one, offense instead of defense. She had been hiding inside that projection, piloting him like a suit of power armor. But unlike Kiri, the armored projection seemed to be non-sentient. A shell, a telekinetic puppet that she controlled. It faded away into nothingness behind her, like dust in the wind. Izuku ran into the forest, or what was left of it, and finally saw them with his own eyes in the massive crater they had created. Aftermath's master snarled and raised her arm to launch another blast, only for nothing to happen. Her palm sparked and sputtered when she tried again, completely out of power. Kiri recovered painfully, stumbling and disoriented. And no, the unknown girl cried in horror. I failed. I lost. Kiri noticed her brother had arrived and scrambled over to his side unsteadily, still intent on protecting him in her weakened form. Aftermath, or rather her true form that had been piloting the projection, broke down completely. A pitch-black scream of despair and anguish tore itself out of her lungs, the girl wailing and sobbing uncontrollably. It wasn't a bratty or frustrated sort of crying. She was devastated, completely heartbroken by her loss. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her figure curling up into a shivering ball, clawing at herself with grief. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. She choked, her voice cracking with agonizing sorrow and fear. I'm so fucking useless. Looking at her, Izuku couldn't help but feel overwhelming pity. He didn't see a villain, just a trembling and vulnerable girl, completely terrified and utterly alone. She looked so young, so awfully small, sitting on the ground and clad in her oversized, tattered cloak and crying miserably. She was pulling at her hair now, her small hands shaking. All that hard work, planning, and sacrifice. Why can't I do anything right? I'm so sorry, everyone. A strange feeling started thrumming in Izuku's blood as he slowly made his way to her. He could feel the itching uncertainty within him, the ice-cold fear that still surged through his veins, even the white-hot adrenaline that still circulated his bloodstream. But this strange feeling buzzing through his being was something new, something resonating deep within, something about this whole affair that his heart had realized before his head. He hugged her gently, holding her close. The girl gasped before slowly acknowledging him, crying into his shoulder. Small fingers clutched at his back weakly as her slim arms wrapped themselves around him, her body shaking violently with sobs. She felt so fragile, like she was about to break apart at the slightest touch. Kiri stood behind him, cautious but understanding. She too had once cried like that. The unnamed girl's shivering fingers reached out and touched hers, finally returning the borrowed power in her defeat. Lovely emerald eyes gazed up at Izuku, shimmering with tears. Please, don't leave me," the girl whimpered weakly, a trembling hand brushing against his cheek. "I don't want to be alone." Before Izuku could say anything, she wailed and disintegrated into countless emerald petals, dancing in wind. The miniature storm of energy dived into his forehead in a stream of glittering light, the boy bracing for the incoming mental jaunt. The world shifted and blurred with kaleidoscopic color and noise. Izuku was now looking through another's eyes yet again, this time from the perspective of Aftermath, or rather, the girl that had been controlling him. She was trudging through a sunless blizzard, shielded from the most of the unrelenting cold by staying inside her projection. He could feel her exhaustion and despair, yet at the same time there was this determination within that flickered and waned like the flame of a dying candle. Izuku could feel her desperately hanging on to the last vestiges of hope in that swelling sea of shadows, holding on to that lifeline like how a drowning man clings to driftwood, refusing to let go. For here, deep within that darkness, was a thread that led back to what she had traveled so far for, a single spark of hope. "Don't worry," she whispered, a tear rolling down her cheek. "It'll be okay, no matter how long it takes." Ice and gravel crunched under her projection's boots. Howling, frozen wind bit into her, but she continued to advance, step by step, inch by inch. She had to keep moving forward, no matter how long it takes. The memory twisted sideways like a whirlpool of vivid colors and wild noise, spitting Izuku back into cold reality. He gasped, clutching at his chest in complete bewilderment. Kiri rushed to his side, worried. His vision was back to normal now, right eye no longer glowing. Nothing made sense anymore, and that strange girl, she had felt familiar, yet somehow foreign, like she didn't belong, but at the same time she did. The way her quirk was also a projection. It was too frighteningly similar to be just a coincidence. Even though he had successfully retrieved the 4 lost souls, he didn't feel any relief at all. A new mystery had risen from its decades of slumber, a conspiracy hidden within One for All for nearly a century. Despite how he reassured himself that the worst was over, dread started to pool in his gut, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. No matter how hard Izuku tried not to think about it, the image of that young girl's tearful, green eyes remained as if branded into his mind. Those lovely green eyes, that looked just like his. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.